Chapter 140, Xue Nu. Chapter 140, Xue Nu. The appearance of the person was actually completely the same as Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at his other self. It was like he was looking in a mirror. The only difference was that the other person had his eyes closed and was expressionless. What made him even more distracted was that the words cried out from the group of shadows before treated the other person as an existence that they were extremely familiar with. At this moment, the opposing Lu Ming suddenly opened its two eyes. Its pupils were actually dazzling silver light, which were harsh on the real Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming was surprised and could not help but close his eyes. With this, he was scared to awake from the dream. It was pitch black around him and he could smell moist soil through his nose. He quickly thought a little before suddenly realizing that he had been buried alive underground. If it were not for the dark bone method he cultivated which released strands of black gas to protect his body, perhaps he really would have suffocated without knowing it all. Peng! With a deep shout, Lu Ming rolled around in the soil and immediately appeared from several tens of feet underground to the surface. Surprisingly, it was extremely bright outside and he did not know how much time had passed. He quickly checked his surroundings before seeing that it was indeed on the edge of the dense forest where he had fainted. The only thing he did not know was how he ended up so deep underground. Lu Ming's expression changed several times before suddenly thinking of something and formed a hand seal with one hand. He swept his mental strength across his spirit sea and only saw that it was extremely empty. The mysterious bubble which had exploded did not appear again. After slightly activating the dark bone method and circulating his Fa Li once, everything was the same as before. There were no changes from before. Lu Ming's brows were instead tightly knit. Could it be that the previous dream really was just a dream? However, everything felt real inside the dream and the absolutely horrifying feeling the other Lu Ming gave him still made his heart feel cold. After thinking a little, he only felt that his mind was in a mess and could not find any hints. He immediately shook his head and pushed everything to the back of his mind. He moved his body and flew onto a huge tree like a feather. He looked toward the faraway area. However, his pupils suddenly constricted from what lay before him. Far away in the center of the secret realm, the huge basin still remained but the sky-upholding giant hand had completely disappeared. The amount of time he was unconscious for hopefully did not exceed the time limit of staying in the secret realm. After thinking like this, Lu Ming really became worried and immediately ignored other matters to think about this. With a movement of his body, he flew toward the dense forest. Several hours later, Lu Ming, who was currently traversing the dense forest, heard a vague bang and immediately showed a happy expression. He changed the direction he was traveling in and turned to the area the sound came from. After a short while, he arrived atop a big tree at the edge of a spacious area with the sway of his body. Not far in front of him, there was surprisingly a male and a female, who were currently in an intense battle. The male wore the uniform from the Hall of Blood and was covered in blood qi. He swung the blood-red, long blade in his hand and a cold, blood-red light shot forth toward the opponent like a poisonous snake. However, his eyes were closed and he did not even look at his opponent. The female's face was extremely delicate and her body floated up and down like a fairy. However, purple light constantly poured out of her eyes and in one hand, she held a small bronze bell, several inches tall. From time to time she would wave it. Surprisingly, it was Jialan. The expression of the male from the Hall of Blood was vicious. His eyes seemed to be tightly closed but with every swing of his sword, it was as if he could clearly see where Jialan had dodged to. He forced her to be greatly disadvantaged. She was not able to stop in a certain area for longer than a little bit of time. Luckily, the small bell in the hands of the young lady seemed to have an unbelievable effect. With every shake, it would give out crisp sound, causing the actions of the male from the Hall of Blood to pause, allowing Jialan to take advantage of the situation and use 2 or 3 techniques to attack. However, although it was like this, the attacks from the male from the Hall of Blood became faster and faster. The waves of blood-colored blade qi gave off a concentrated bloody smell, as if it had completely wrapped up the young lady. Meanwhile, Jialan's face became extremely pale, as if she had used too much Fa Li. It was obvious that she was somewhat unable to hold her ground anymore. "Senior Jialan, why don't you let Junior help you?" At this moment, Lu Ming floated out of the tree and spoke while smiling slightly at Jialan. "Another barbarian ghost sect disciple. Okay, you are in good luck this time. Don't meet me by yourself next time." After seeing Lu Ming appear, the expression of the vicious male changed. He immediately withdrew the blood blade in his hand before immediately shooting back, leaving the battle. However, just when he entered the dense forest, He spoke viciously before disappearing with a flash. So it was Junior Bai. I am in debt to you this time. Seeing Lu Ming appear, Jialan was at first startled before revealing a slightly happy expression. She withdrew the purple light in her eyes, and with a blur, she returned to the appearance of a delicate and pretty young lady. Who is that person? How did he stop you? Although this was not the first time Lu Ming saw the young lady changing appearances, he still could not help but secretly be in shock after seeing what had happened. However, he asked a question with a serious tone of voice. That person is Xue Nu, who is ranked 3rd in the rankings of the Hall of Blood. He cultivates a special method which actually is not affected by my nightmare eye techniques. The reason he stopped me naturally was for the spirit medicines on me. Could it be that Junior has not met any people from other sects in the past 2 days? Jialan explained a little before asking with some confusion. Not to hide anything from Senior, I happened to have some accidents and fainted in an area for a period of time. I only just woke up. However, it seems that I have not been unconscious for too long. Hearing what was said, Lu Ming revealed an expression as if he was thinking. So it turns out to be like that. Relax, Junior, there are still a dozen or so days left in the time limit of 1.5 months. However, it is extremely dangerous currently near the entrance of the secret realm. Many disciples of the other sects have set up ambushes there, all ready to steal the resources of other people. No, I should say that this whole area has become extremely dangerous, otherwise I would not have been discovered and forced to act immediately. Perhaps waiting until the final few days, when all of the people have to gather here, is the real time of fighting for our lives. Jialan replied with a bitter smile. So it turns out to be like so. However, does Senior know where the giant hand in the center of the secret realm has gone? When I woke up, it was completely gone. After thinking a bit, Lu Ming could not bear it any longer and asked about the matter he cared most about. That giant hand only appeared for a few hours and disappeared 2 days ago by itself. During that time, hearing what was asked, Jialan explained to Lu Ming how the sky-upholding giant hand fell apart by itself. She continued with a serious expression, saying that transformed into endless black gas, which rolled into the dense forest, before disappearing abnormally again. What? The black air the giant hand transformed into suddenly disappeared at the edge of the forest. Lu Ming was surprised. Correct, when the black gas hid the skies and covered the earth, I thought that everybody was running away at that time. However, who would have thought that when the surprising black air rushed into the dense forest, it suddenly all disappeared. This is an extremely strange occurrence, and if it weren't for the fact that this was the best place to hide in the secret realm, I definitely would not have been willing to stay here any longer. Jialan spoke while her brows were knit tightly. That giant hand has not appeared since. It seems that it maybe really has disappeared. After all, there is not a lot of time until we must leave the secret realm. If we are able to leave safely, even if any weird matters occur in here, they will have no relation to us. Lu Ming spoke after thinking a little. I also think like that. What I want to know is that what will Junior Bai do afterward? Will you find a good place to hide and wait for the suitable opportunity to leave the secret realm or continue to look for some spirit objects in the forest? Jialan nodded her head before suddenly asking in such a fashion. My harvests from the previous few days were very good, so I don't want to take any more risks. I have decided to hide away for a few days alone before deciding anything else. Lu Ming's eyes flashed slightly before replying like this. I understand what Junior Bai is saying. I have decided to go to a few faraway areas to see if I can obtain any harvests as well as conveniently avoid this period of intense battles. Jialan nodded her head and seemed to completely agree. In the next period of time, the two continued to discuss a little more before saying farewells and separating. None of the two actually mentioned a word of working together. Half a day later, Lu Ming found a huge tree hole that was covered by dense bushes and immediately crawled into it with delight. He felt that it was clean and spacious inside. He patted the leather pouch on his waist without hesitating at all. With a ray of black light, the white-boned scorpion appeared in rolling purple gas. Go. Guard outside. Once someone gets near, immediately wake me. Lu Ming formed a hand seal with one hand, and used the spirit communication technique to communicate with the conscious of the bone scorpion as he immediately gave out orders. The white-boned scorpion replied with a few sounds of goo-goo, before immediately disappearing into the ground with a roll, not to be seen again. Only at this moment did Lu Ming finally relax. He used one hand to grab in his sleeve. He pulled out a peach that was still slightly green and after examining it a little, he bluntly took a big bite of it. In the remaining few days of time, he ate a large quantity of these spirit peaches before refining them. With that, he pushed his cultivation level toward a peak spirit apostle. With this, he no longer needed to worry over matters regarding Fa Li increasing pills after leaving the secret realm. He only needed to concentrate on breaking through to the spirit master level. After feeling the pure Yuan Li that rolled out in his stomach, he immediately closed his eyes, and quickly became fixed in meditation, not worrying about anything else. At this point in time, the Hall of Blood disciple Xue Nu, who had left Lu Ming and Jialan, immediately hid himself away in the lush twigs and leaves in a big tree, and meditated with his eyes tightly shut. Although he had the upper hand in the battle with Jialan from before, he also used a lot of Fa Li. He decided to first recover the Fa Li, before deciding what to do afterward. After an unknown amount of time, Xue Nu seemed to sense something, and suddenly opened his eyes without warning. As a result, what he immediately saw was that on the floor only inches away from him, was a young male. He had a head full of scarlet hair and two weird dragon horns grew out of his head. He squatted silently below and stared at him with no expression. It was Shi Chuan. Who are you? Xue Nu naturally became extremely startled and yelled angrily. With the shake of his sleeve, a small blood-red knife appeared in his hand out of nowhere. The opposing Shi Chuan did not wait for the Hall of Blood disciple to do anything and instead opened his mouth. A purplish-red shadow flashed out. Chapter 141, Great Improvement in Cultivation. Chapter 141, Great Improvement in Cultivation. Peng. Although Xue Nu was a skilled person at such a close distance, he could not even summon the blood fog that was his main defensive ability in time. His neck was pierced by the purplish-red tongue. His throat was severed so he could not even cry out in pain. He could only forcefully throw the small, blood-colored blade in his hand at his opponent before falling out of the tree powerlessly. Dang! Shi Chuan had only used one finger to knock the small blade away. Afterward, a vicious smile flashed across his face, and with a sudden movement of his body, he transformed into a ball of red light that rushed at Xue Nu, who was falling down. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, there was an additional corpse that ripped in half and a small portion of it had bite wounds. At the same time, all the items on it had been taken away. 4 hours later, when a female from the Fusion Sect walked past there, she discovered the bloody scene there. Her expression immediately changed dramatically and she immediately left the area. Half a day later, in a marshy area inside the dense forest, a disciple with a tough and stocky build of the 9 Enlightenment Sect currently controlled a huge bird puppet, attacking a completely blood-red monster that looked like a fox. Just when he was about to go up and retrieve his spoils of war happily, he suddenly felt a hot wave behind him. Following that, he felt pain in his chest as his vision turned black. He didn't know anything else anymore. A day later, in another area in the dense forest, a young man from the Firestorm Way who carried an azure gourd in his hand, released a green tornado at a male disciple of the Heavenly Moon Sect. The attack forced him to constantly retreat with no way of approaching close. Just when the young man of the Firestorm Way laughed out crazily and arrogantly, a shadow of a person in the nearby forest suddenly moved. It actually shot toward the two as a faint red shadow with a flash. The young man from the Firestorm Way could be counted as a person with extremely rich combat experience. His expression immediately changed, and suddenly switched the direction of the azure gourd in his hand almost without even thinking, ready to fight the approaching faint red shadow. Pooh! The crazy wind also suddenly began blowing in that direction, and with the shake of his sleeve, there was a flash of azure light. A long, clear azure chain wrapped around the faint red shadow. With a sudden, tight pull, it caught him tightly. You actually are brave enough to ambush me. You really think that I haven't prepared beforehand for matters like this? Wait, what monster are you? The disciple of the Firestorm Way originally spoke arrogantly, but after properly seeing the appearance of the faint red shadow that was caught in the long azure chains, he could not help but become greatly surprised. Caught in the locks of azure chains was a half-human, half-dragon monster that was covered in scarlet-red scales and had a head full of long scarlet-red hair. The monster lowered its head to look at the long azure chain on its body. It suddenly struggled with power in its 2 arms after grinning. Burning red flames immediately appeared on its body and instantly transformed the long azure chain into fog. Seeing this, the young man of the Firestorm Way was immediately scared witless and suddenly channeled his power into the azure gourd. Over a dozen azure wind blades shot forth with a flash. At the same time he formed a hand seal with one hand, immediately shooting backward. However, the half-human, half-dragon monster only moved its shoulder slightly and its whole body suddenly disappeared from where it was with a blur. All of the wind blades hit nothing after a flash. Almost at the same time, there was a movement in the space in front of the young man from the Firestorm Way. The half-human, half-dragon monster appeared in front of him like a demon. The young man from the Firestorm Way was greatly startled and tried to think of what to do. However, it was already too late. He only saw the monster grin slightly and its body rushed forward like lightning. It hugged the young man with its two arms, which were like metal hoops. With a tilt of its head, it bit a large portion of the opponent in its embrace at an unbelievable angle. It then used its mouthful of sharp teeth to suddenly tear its opponent apart. No. The young man could only give out half a mournful cry, since half of his neck had already disappeared. Fresh blood flowed out crazily with gurgling sounds. One half of his neck entered the stomach of the monster while the other half sprayed blood in all directions. The body of the young man only twitched a few times in the arms of the half-dragon monster before not moving anymore. Only at this time did the half-dragon monster relax its mouth and stare coldly at the other male disciples from the Heavenly Moon Sect with a face full of fresh blood. The expression of the male from the Heavenly Moon Sect had already changed greatly and was absolutely stupefied. After seeing the ruthless monster look at himself, his heart was immediately frightened to the point where it shivered uncontrollably. With a sudden turn of his body, he ran wildly in the direction behind him for his life without saying anything. The half-dragon monster only stared coldly at the male disciple from the Heavenly Moon Sect as he fled and actually did not chase. It instead lowered its head and continued to crazily suck the fresh blood of the corpse. After an unknown length of time, when it released its hands, the corpse fell softly to the floor. Afterward, it suddenly raised its head and started roaring out weirdly at the sky with a sliver of pain in its expression. The strength of the roar was abnormal. It spread unbelievable far and all of the people and beasts in around a diameter of several hundred kilometers could hear it clearly. There were several disciples from different sects that were currently in the area. After hearing the frightening roar, their expressions could not help but change. After hearing it, the male disciple from the Heavenly Moon Sect, who was currently fleeing, wished he could grow another pair of legs to flee to a distant land, away from the roar. Pooh! The purplish-red dragon tail grew longer from the buttocks of the half-man, half-dragon monster. It swung with the wind toward the nearby ground. After a series of tremors, a ditch of several tens of feet immediately appeared out of nowhere on the ground. If the monster from before still looked half-human, then one could only see 20 to 30% of Sichuan's shadow within this new monster. In the next moment, the monster stopped its roar. With a sudden sway of its body, it transformed into a scarlet-red shadow, disappearing into the dense forest. Looking in the direction it rushed off in, it was the direction the male disciple of the Heavenly Moon Sect had fled in. After another 2 or 3 days, the news regarding a monster, that was human and dragon-like, killing everything spread to the disciples of various sects quickly through various channels. There was not even half the original number of remaining disciples of various sections. However, these disciples were naturally people of great strength and caution. Not even a day or two after hearing the news, they immediately formed alliances, both big and small, and were afraid to move separately. As for the small amount of remaining people who stayed alone, they had all become extremely cautious, mostly hiding away somewhere secretly and would not casually walk around outside. With this, the monster could not find a suitable target to attack and actually started fighting various monsters in the dense forest. With that, the ripped and dry carcasses of various monsters could be found everywhere in the dense forest. The disciples of various sects naturally became even more frightened and extremely cautious around the monster. After refining the final sliver of pure Yuan Qi in his body, Lu Ming immediately focused his attention and felt the completely uncongested Fa Li in the meridians of his entire body. The power of the Fa Li seemed to slightly exceed the capacity his body could hold, causing his various meridians slight stabs of pain. This was due to the fact that he had eaten half of the spirit peaches, and once he pushed his cultivation to perfection, he realized that the medicinal powers of the remaining half of the spirit peaches began to decrease rapidly. He made up his mind to spend another 3 or 4 days to eat another 20 or so spirit peaches. As for the remaining spirit peaches, they had all withered into wood origin. They were impossible to consume, so he had to throw them all away. The amount of newly gained Fa Li was large, and by just looking at its quality, it far exceeded the Fa Li from consuming pills. After all, Fa Li increasing spirit fruit and grasses as well as the flesh and blood of monsters, were completely different. Each and every one of them were literally born in the essence of the earth and the heavens, so the purity of Yuan Li they held would greatly exceed the expectations of people. Once transformed into Fa Li, the impurities from them could literally be ignored. Since these types of Fa Li increasing spirit materials had such great effect without any consequences, they were collected by cultivators in the outside world. Now in the outside world an extremely small amount of them existed, so once one was discovered, normal cultivators would not be able to consume them. Rather, they would give it to an alchemist as material as create other, even more valuable pills. When this happened, the effects of increasing Fa Li were actually less important. Although a Fa Li increasing spirit grass could save a cultivator many months of hard cultivation, a valuable pill with different uses could sometimes help one break through a bottleneck or save one's life. After feeling his body which was bursting with Fa Li again, Lu Ming calculated the time left. The time limit of 1.5 months was only a few days away, so he should move himself closer to the entrance of the secret realm. Lu Ming thought like this and immediately stood up without thinking any further. He walked out of the tree hole with large steps. After looking around his nearby surroundings, he immediately formed a hand seal with one hand. Peng! The white-boned scorpion appeared out of the soil underneath his feet. It intimately touched the edge of Lu Ming's clothes with its front claws. Lu Ming smiled a little, and bent over to touch the front claw of the bone scorpion before patting the leather pouch on his waist with one hand. A ray of light shot out and shrank the white-boned scorpion, sucking it back in again. Afterward he pulled out a compass-shaped item from his chest. After looking carefully at the route directed on it, he put it away. Stomping the ground, he landed on a branch of the huge tree, and with a shake of his body, he leaped away to somewhere far away as light as a feather. 6 hours later, Lu Ming, who was currently jumping around in the branches, suddenly gave out a soft sound and stopped his advance. He swept his gaze around before landing softly on the ground from a branch with a movement. He saw that not far away from his 2 feet was a huge monster carcass that was over 20 feet tall. Its fur was luscious and its 4 limbs were extremely thick. It was actually a huge brown bear, which currently lay on the ground with its face down. It was covered in drops of blood, and seemed as if it had been dead for a long time. Lu Ming walked around the brown bear carcass twice and looked at the surrounding trees, which all seemed to have been pushed down with great strength. There were also a series of messy footprints nearby. Lu Ming raised his leg. With a pung, he kicked the carcass of the huge bear over, which revealed the huge blurry injury of flesh and blood at its neck, as well as its fierce expression right before it had died. Lu Ming could not help but knit his brows. However, after a flash in his eyes, he bent over and picked up an item from one of the big thick claws of the huge bear. Surprisingly, it was a faint purplish-red scale. Chapter 142, Battling the Dragon, 1/3. Chapter 142, Battling the Dragon, 1/3. Dragon Scale. Lu Ming scanned it with his mental power and immediately yelled out with a shiver at heart. The current him had already personally seen this scarlet dragon before, so it could be said that he had some impression of it. This was why he could recognize it with a single glance. However, the aura of this dragon scale has some differences compared to my memory. It has become much weaker and cannot be compared to when I saw it before. Lu Ming sensed carefully again, and a few thoughts of doubt appeared in his heart. The aura weakening was easy to explain. After all, it was heavily injured, but there was something a little too familiar within the aura. What was with that? However, before Lu Ming could think any more, his expression suddenly changed and his body suddenly flew forward at an unbelievable angle. So, a dragon claw that was covered in purplish-red scales attacked wildly from behind, flashing through where Lu Ming's chest had been before. Lu Ming's posture did not change, but with a sway of the whole body, he actually slid away by over 100 feet away with surprising speed. Only after this did he stand up straight again and look at the other side with anger and surprise. He only saw that where he was standing before, there was surprisingly an extra half-dragon monster. It had a head full of scarlet hair and was covered with purple scales with a dragon's tail on its back. It currently stared at him with its monster eyes coldly. However, looking at the shred of emotion in its eyes, the monster obviously was surprised that its attack had actually failed. Scarlet Dragon. No, Senior sure. Seeing the half-dragon monster, Lu Ming was naturally greatly surprised. But after carefully looking at the somewhat familiar appearance in the monster's face, he cried out involuntarily. However, the opposing half-dragon monster obviously did not have the idea of reminiscing about the past with Lu Ming, and with a sudden movement of its body, it disappeared from where it was before with a blur. Lu Ming was a person that had extremely rich battle experience, so after seeing what had happened, he admittedly felt gloomy at heart. However, with a flash of his hand, an azure short sword appeared. At the same time, his body spun around, chopping wildly with the sword in all directions. Several waves of azure sword chi immediately rushed out in the surroundings. Pooh! Faint red shadows appeared in an area 30 feet away. Raising its dragon claw, it destroyed the sword chi flying toward it with a swing. After an ominous flash in its eyes, it suddenly stomped and rushed to an area close to Lu Ming with a sway. It spread its two arms as if it was about to hug Lu Ming. Leave. Lu Ming definitely would not let the monster in front of him get close, so with an angry yell, a black chain immediately shot out from his sleeve, causing the scarlet dragon which was rushing up to stop slightly. After a blur with the azure short sword in his hand, he shot forward 3 waves of sword chi at an unbelievable speed in one breath. After 3 ping noises, the 3 waves of sword chi all firmly hit the body of the monster at such a close distance. However, what Lu Ming saw next almost made his eyes pop out. Although the Sichuan-looking monster took 3 consecutive steps away due to the sword chi slashes, only 3 faint, white marks appeared on the scales on its chest with no blood at all. Not only did nothing happen, but Lu Ming's 3 slashes seemed to anger this half-dragon monster. With a deep roar, scarlet-red flames appeared on its body, and with a twisting action, the flames transformed into a wall of fire, shooting forward. At the same time, the monster swayed its body again and disappeared in the firelight with a blur. Lu Ming's pupils constricted, and even though he seemed to have done nothing, his body slid back again. At the same time, the azure short sword in his hand suddenly disappeared before being followed by 2 loud sounds of "chi." Over a dozen wind blades flew in all directions with a flash. A muffled ping sounded. One of the wind blades broke apart and the half-dragon monster immediately appeared with a flash once again. In this period of delay, the surging fire wall appeared near Lu Ming in a flash. It seemed that with one more spin, it would swallow Lu Ming inside. However, at this moment, Lu Ming shook his wrist and the bronze bracelet on it began humming loudly. An extremely distinct tiger head appeared and rushed out with a wave of white sound waves. It pierced through the wall of fire, creating a big hole. With his current cultivation level, he could completely use all of the power of the tiger's bite bracelet. With a twist of his body, he transformed into a shadow and flew through the hole. With another flash, he appeared in an area over 100 feet away from the half-dragon monster like demon. This time, Lu Ming did not wait for the half-dragon to attack again and patted the leather pouch on his waist as if he was facing a tough opponent. A ray of black light shot out and the white-boned scorpion appeared on the ground with a flash out of nowhere, blocking in front of him. He then formed a hand seal with one hand and countless green lines flashed wildly on the surface of his body. His face twitched a little and it actually transformed into a fleshy jade green vine armor, protecting the top half of his body from danger. Subsequently, azure lights flashed in front of him and densely packed wind blades appeared. With the shake of his sleeve, they transformed into a dozen or so green lights, shooting at the half-dragon. Lu Ming then brought his hands together and separated them. A huge wind blade vaguely appeared and trembled slightly as it grew larger. The monster had failed twice in a row to kill him. It originally was already very angry. Seeing the opponent actually attack itself before it could, it became even more furious at heart. After a twist of the body, it shot forward in a series of shadows. After a series of messy clanks, the wind blades that were blocking in front of the monster were broken apart by a series of blurs from its claws. Its body stopped a little before deciding to once again rush at Lu Ming. However, at this moment, a glimmer of excitement flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. With the shake of the wrist, the huge wind blade shot forward with an explosive sound. The half-dragon monster only saw a flash of azure light in front of itself before the giant wind blade had appeared very close to itself at an astonishing speed. Even with its intelligence, it would not be able to dodge in time. It could only helplessly move its 2 arms, crossing them and blocking in front of its chest. Hong! The body of the half-dragon monster shook as it took 7 to 8 consecutive steps back before standing firm again. Drops of ink-green blood flowed out. The 2 arms the dragon had used to block each had a narrow, long cut, but after a flash of red light, they quickly shrank and healed up. Almost like the dragon had never been injured in the first place. Seeing this, Lu Ming could not help but be extremely startled. The monster was actually able to block the huge wind blade with its bare hands. It seemed like normal attacks could not injure it at all. At this moment, the half-dragon monster was completely angered, and with a sudden blur of its body, it became 3 clones that were exactly the same. With another movement, they transformed into 3 scarlet-red shadows, rushing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not even think and raised one hand. 3 wind blades shot out with a flash. With 3 muffled "pu" sounds, all 3 wind blades hit the scarlet shadows, but were all reflected at the same time. With this, Lu Ming could not help but be slightly startled. During this period of delay, the 3 scarlet shadows had already reached an area not far away with a blur. However, they suddenly paused and each opened their mouth, spitting out 3 purplish-red fireballs. At the start, the fireballs were only the size of a fist, but after flying through the air for a foot, they gave off a ting sound and transformed to the size of a car tire. Although they have not hit Lu Ming yet, the hot temperature could be felt from afar. Lu Ming focused his attention and the azure short sword in his hand suddenly flashed. With a slight swing, it shot forward 6 waves of sword qi in a breath. After a few hong noises, the 6 waves of sword qi all arrived in front of the 3 huge fireballs. After a slight pause, they all disappeared like mud in water. The 3 purplish-red fireball continued to rush forward in a very threatening manner. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lu Ming immediately moved his body and shot off to one side with a blur. Since he had no way of stopping it, he naturally could not stay where he was and forcefully withstand the attacks. As for the white-boned scorpion that was in front of him, it entered the ground before him. However, what happened next made Lu Ming extremely surprised. The 3 giant fireballs gave a rumble and actually changed direction, continuing to chase him. With this, Lu Ming's expression changed dramatically. Only now did he realize that although the 3 blurry scarlet shadows stood where they were, without moving, they all had an arm raised, constantly pointing at something mid-air. It was as if they controlled the 3 huge fireballs. Lu Ming gave a deep grunt and twisted his waist. He then firmly stepped on the ground with one foot, suddenly changing the direction he was advancing in, shooting toward the 3 scarlet shadows. The 3 fireballs naturally made a turn and continued to follow him closely. Wanna die? Seeing this, not only did the 3 scarlet shadows not dodge, they opened their mouths at the same time and released an extremely hard-to-understand sound. Subsequently, they lowered their arms and then opened their mouths again. 3 narrow and long purple shadows shot out with a flash. They hurled at Lu Ming's neck from different directions. As for the speed, even Lu Ming could not imagine it. Lu Ming was greatly surprised and shaking his head crazily, he managed to dodge 2 of the shadows with great difficulty. As for the other one, it hit the layer of jade-green vines that protected Lu Ming's neck with a flash. Surprisingly, it was a narrow, purplish-red tongue that was unbelievably long. Pooh! Although the vines blocked a large portion of the power of the tongue, it still pierced through it in a blink. Just when it was about to pierce through Lu Ming's throat, a layer of faint yellow inscriptions suddenly flashed and blocked it. Lu Ming had immediately activated the practitioner armor that he carried on him. Taking advantage of the opportunity, his arm grabbed the long purplish-red tongue with a blur. However, he immediately felt pain in his palm and fresh blood flowed without stop. The long purplish-red tongue was actually covered in countless flesh spikes. Without preparations, he could not protect himself in time. It pierced through his hand, making it bleed. Looking at the center of his palm, where the small holes were, they all started to darken and purple blood started flowing. Surprisingly, the flesh spikes were extremely poisonous. Although it was like this, Lu Ming did not even blink and did not try taking his hand back. Instead, with a movement of the short sword in his other hand, an azure light flashed past and cut off the long purple tongue. From the 3 scarlet shadows, the middle one immediately gave out a shrill cry. The 2 shadows next to him transformed into rays of red light with a blur and scattered apart. Chapter 143, Battling the Dragon, Middle? Chapter 143, Battling the Dragon, Middle? However, at this moment, the 3 purplish-red fireball behind him exploded as if they had lost control. A rolling sea of fire spread out in all directions. A stern expression flashed across Lu Ming's face and he completely ignored the flames behind him. Instead, he leaped before the half-dragon monster. With a movement of the short sword in his hand, 6 or 7 azure sword qis flew out. At the same time, the black, long chain shot out from his sleeve with a loud sound. Although the half-dragon monster felt extreme pain in its mouth, after seeing what had happened, it immediately moved its shoulder. It seemed to want to evade Lu Ming's attack with speed. However, just at this moment there were 2 pu sounds from below its feet. 2 giant claws appeared with lightning speed to clamp onto the 2 small legs of the dragon, much to its surprise. Afterward, there was a loud sound and a dozen or so black lines shot out from the ground, piercing one of its thighs with a flash. Seeing this, the half-dragon monster was naturally startled, but as it was extremely confident in its own body defense, it completely ignored the dozen or so black lines. It only suddenly raised a leg and forcefully pulled the white-boned scorpion out of the soil before raising its other leg and stomping at the white-boned scorpion. Just at this moment, there were a dozen or so muffled pang sounds, and the black lines all hit the thigh of the monster forcefully. However, they were all reflected and only left behind a dozen or so shallow holes. The half-dragon monster only felt a slight pain in its leg before it stopped caring and stomped the white-boned scorpion forcefully into the ground. This caused the scorpion to cry out wildly. It was unable to escape from under the foot of the dragon for a while. At this moment, Lu Ming's attacks followed the monster closely. However, the monster only placed its arms in front of its body horizontally and decided to forcefully block the attacks. In the end, after a few flashed, the several waves of sword chi all transformed into balls of azure light, slashing the two arms of the monster. With the shake of its body, it took several steps back consecutively. Its arms also could not help but open up a little. In that moment, the black chain shot forward with a blur, like a poisonous snake, shooting at the monster's chest and smashing forcefully into it. The monster was not even scared of the sword chi released by the totem, so how could it be scared of the attack from a mere soul-shackling chain? The chain shot forward with a flash, but the monster only moved lazily. It only puffed out its chest and wanted to reflect the black chain away with that. Seeing this, a slightly weird expression appeared on Lu Ming's face, and with a sudden movement of his body, he actually shot back. At the same time, he used the other hand to pat his chest and a light shield appeared out of nowhere in front of his body, protecting him the moment he entered the sea of flames. Under such a weird situation, Lu Ming did not wait for the monster to think after being startled. The black chain in front shook slightly, and with a blur, 3 black round beads shot out from it, all landing on the chest of the monster with a flash. The half-dragon monster was surprised and was not able to retreat because of its foolhardy approach from before. The 3 round beads only spun a little before they all exploded with a flash. Without any warning, 3 red balls of light appeared. After a flash, they fused into one, transforming into a scarlet-red blazing sun. It expanded and swallowed the half-dragon monster in a blink. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound echoed out of the blazing sun. Waves of red shockwaves spread out in all directions, forcefully flattening everything they passed nearby. At the same time, the unbelievably high temperature caused all of the vegetation nearby to instantly turn into ash. Under the shockwaves, the sea of flames near Lu Ming was immediately extinguished. Lu Ming, who was hiding behind a light shield, could only pour his Fa Li wildly into the black light shield in front of him. However, with this, he only held the light shield for a few breaths of time before a crisp crack sound could be heard. On the surface of the shield, a faint white crack appeared. With a single glance, it did not seem to be able to hold up any longer. Luckily, after releasing its power, the blazing sun had no way of maintaining its energy, so after a few crazy flashes, it suddenly disappeared. The only thing that was left was a blurry body that was burned black, giving off the nice vague fragrance of cooked meat. The half-dragon monster seemed to have been cooked by the blazing sun from before. Seeing this, Lu Ming relaxed a little at heart. The 3 black round beads shot from the soul-shackling chain were the scarlet flame beads Zhu Qi had given to him before to use in times for him to protect his life. He had to rack his brain to form a plan that put the 3 scarlet flame beads into the soul-shackling chain and attacked the monster when it was unaware. In the end, he had succeeded in the ambush. The attack from every bead was equivalent to the power of an attack from a spirit master, so with the 3 beads together, the power could be imagined. Although the half-dragon monster had surprising defenses, there was no way it could withstand it. Although it was like this, Lu Ming did not have the idea of relaxing now and immediately spun the azure short sword around in his hand. It transformed into a round azure moon, which shot forward, and with a sharp sound, it suddenly sliced toward the burned black monster far away. Since the half-dragon monster was so scary, unless it was cut in half, he could not relax by the slightest bit. However, in the next moment, his foresight was actually real. Ping! From the body of the burned black monster, which seemed to not move at all, a silver chain suddenly shot out and with a forceful strike, it deflected the azure full moon. Demon Subduing Chain. Seeing clearly what the silver chain really was, Lu Ming's expression immediately became one of surprise. However, at this moment, the burned black monster suddenly raised its head and gave out a long shrill roar. The silver chain immediately started dancing about crazily with a blur and solidly protected the monster. Subsequently, the monster moved its limbs. Its cooked flesh and burned meat cracked open at every inch, revealing pure white skin. After a while, the monster stood there completely naked. Except for a pair of red horns and the purplish-red tail on its back, it had no differences in its other areas when compared to an average human. The scales on its face had disappeared and it looked completely like Shi Chuan. Senior Shi Chuan. Lu Ming's expression changed several times before yelling out seriously. However, when Shi Chuan raised his head to look at Lu Ming, his pupils suddenly elongated once again inside his originally normal-looking eyes. After a fierce smile, scarlet-red scales once again started to appear on the surface of its body, forming brand new purplish-red scales. In a moment he once again transformed into the half-dragon monster. Lu Ming gasped and finally confirmed that the monster in front of him was transformed from Shi Chuan. No, what he should have said was that a part of the body was Shi Chuan but his soul had already ceased to exist. Otherwise he would have reacted from the call before. The weird dragon was able to recover in a moment even after suffering such heavy injuries, which was very troublesome for Lu Ming. After all, the attack from the 3 scarlet flame beads from before basically could be counted as his strongest attack. If even that was impossible to kill the opponent, then perhaps there were not many other tactics Lu Ming could use to win. Lu Ming thought gloomily at heart, but his hand did not stop moving at all as it controlled the azure full moon to circle and constantly attack the monster crazily. However, the demon subduing chain was really mysterious and actually solidly protected the half-dragon monster like a silver python, blocking all of the attacks from the azure moonsword. Seeing this, Lu Ming looked at the silver chain protection and then looked at the half-dragon, who stood where it was, not moving an inch. Lu Ming quickly thought a little and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Hee, although you reformed your body, it is still weak so you cannot move at all right now. Lu Ming suddenly yelled out gleefully and immediately focused his attention. He quickly formed hand seals with his 2 hands. The azure full moon immediately rushed into the sky with a clear sound and 3 layers of inscriptions flashed on its surface. It started spinning around crazily high up in the sky. Cold, azure light immediately scattered from the full moon and began to expand crazily in size. Seeing this, the half-dragon monster below revealed a shred of fear in its eyes. After a hum from the silver chain that orbited it, the chain grew longer inch by inch, while releasing more silver light at the same time. Ping! The white-boned scorpion suddenly jumped out of the ground and rushed directly at the half-dragon monster. When it was still mid-air, it suddenly spat out a cloud of purple fog, and with a movement of the stinger behind it, a dozen or so black lines shot forward crazily. However, in the next moment, the silver chain suddenly transformed into a layer of silver light, blocking the attacks of the scorpion. No matter whether it was the purple fog or the stinger attack, the chain had forcefully blocked all of them. Subsequently, a shadow of the chain shot out of the layer of silver light like lightning. It struck the white-boned scorpion and forcefully whipped it out of the air. The bone scorpion flipped several times mid-air before landing heavily on the ground. Shaking its head, its body trembled and it was not able to stand up again immediately. It was understandable why it was like this. Previously, the white-boned scorpion had been firmly stomped on by the half-dragon monster. After that, it had been slightly hit again by the shockwaves of the scarlet flame beads. After the current attack, it indeed was not lightly injured. During this period of time, the floating azure full moon had transformed to the size of a tire and the cold light it radiated downward even made the half-dragon monster reveal a shred of anxiety. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes flashed a little and immediately changed hand signs. Rays of blue light appeared in front of him and with them, there was an increase in cold air. A glistening icicle quickly appeared in front of him. At the start, it was only 1 foot long, but after the time of a few breaths, it had expanded to a length of 7 to 8 feet and it continued to grow. The fierce expression of the monster changed and suddenly gave out a low roar. Lowering its 2 hands, its 10 fingers actually moved slightly, slowly forming fists. Seeing this, Lu Ming's pupils restricted slightly and yelled loudly without hesitation. He pointed at the empty space with 1 finger and the azure full moon fell down with a long sound. At the same time, his other hand suddenly slapped the huge icicle in front of him. There was an immediate flash of cold light and the icicle, that was several feet long, transformed into a blurry blue light as it shot forward. At the same time, the white-boned scorpion who had originally been laying on the ground suddenly used its tail to hit the ground forcefully, once again transforming into a shadow that rushed at the half-dragon monster. Seeing this, the half-dragon monster instead revealed an ominous glint in its expression. With a powerful roar, all of the scarlet hair on its head stood on end while a huge, scarlet-red dragon head appeared with a flash behind the body of the half-dragon. Chapter 144, Battling the Serpent, 3/3. Chapter 144, Battling the Serpent, 3/3. The giant dragon head suddenly opened its big mouth and rushed at the white-boned scorpion. It then immediately spat out a sound wave. As soon as the white-boned scorpion came into contact with it, its body froze a little mid-air before being forcefully knocked back by the huge power. As for the long, dancing silver chain around the monster, it suddenly became a blur. The shadows of the chains intersected to form a huge silver net, receiving the azure full moon. The azure full moon entered the giant net in a threatening manner and immediately started spinning crazily as it released the unpleasant sounds of metal hitting metal. At this moment, the faraway blue light flashed and the huge icicle arrived close to the monster. The giant dragon head gave off a low roar and spat out a scarlet-red rolling fire pillar that smacked into the huge icicle. When the scarlet-red fire pillar and icicle hit each other, they immediately released a sharp, crackling sound. When the blue light and red flames converged and condensed, a white tornado that shot into the air was formed. The tornado emitted both cold and hot air, which intertwined within. At this moment, under the crazy spinning of the azure round moon, the silver net mid-air seemed to be unable to hold on anymore. With countless flashes of cold air, the huge silver net began to shake crazily without stop. Some areas had even begun to dim. Seeing this, the pupils of the half-dragon monster constricted slightly. However, the dragon head behind it suddenly let out a long roar, and with a blur of its body, it transformed into a huge creature over 100 feet long. It suddenly opened its huge mouth and ate both the azure moon and silver net. Seeing this, Lu Ming was naturally startled, but after immediately recovering, he formed a single-handed hand seal and spit out the word, explode. Hong. The azure full moon suddenly exploded in the mouth of the dragon head, and with a flash of cold light hundreds of waves of azure sword chi shot out. The huge, silver net and the huge dragon head immediately began flashing crazily without stop. After a while, the sword chi pierced hundreds of holes through them with muffled sounds. There was a portion of sword chi that immediately flashed and chopped toward the half-dragon monster below. Just at this moment, a harsh light flashed across the eyes of the monster, and with a sudden blur of its two arms, it formed countless claw shadows that shot into the sky. It had finally recovered its ability to move. A series of consecutive explosions sounded. A large portion of the sword chis were destroyed by the scarlet-red claw shadows. Even though a few waves had landed on the body of the half-dragon monster, the monster withstood the attacks like nothing. Seeing that, Lu Ming could not help but slightly change his expression. Only now did the half-dragon creature turn its head and grinned hideously at Lu Ming. With the swing of its 2 feet, it seemed to want to walk over. However, something that had greatly exceeded its expectations occurred. When the half-dragon creature had just taken a step, its 2 legs suddenly gave way and it fell over. If it were not for its fast reaction to use an arm to immediately brace itself, perhaps it really would have fallen down. It had a layer of black air around its face. At this moment, the dozen or so abnormally small holes on the thigh of the monster had completely turned purplish-black. The deadly poison of the stinger of the white-boned scorpion finally began to act. This was due to the fact that the body of the half-dragon had a high immunity to poison. If it was someone else who was poisoned, it would have begun to act much earlier. Seeing this, Lu Ming naturally became happy. He used one hand to point at the empty air in front of him without saying another word before forming a hand sign with one hand. Ping. The leftover half of the huge icicle exploded in the white, hot and cold tornado, and with it came a sudden increase in frosty air. There was a flash of blue in the center of the tornado and a small icicle of half a foot shot out like lightning. With a flash, it arrived near the half-dragon monster. This attack had clearly exceeded the expectations of the monster, but with a deep roar, the other arm of the monster became a blur and it grabbed the icicle that was only several inches away. Using power in its fingers, it crushed the icicle into pieces. However, at this moment, the front part of the icicle gave out a "so" sound and from within, a jade-green light flashed out. After the flash had died down, it pierced a hole between the eyebrows of the monster. It rotated in midair after it had shot through the monster. It then entered through one ear like lightning and shot out from the other ear. The half-dragon monster gave out a miserable shriek and the ferocious expression on its face immediately froze. Following that, its body softened and fell to the ground with a plop. From between its eyebrows and its ears, black blood flowed out with a gurgling sound. High up in the air, there was a humming sound and the huge silver light died down, transforming back into a chain as it fell down. As for the huge dragon head, it gave off a mournful cry before also transforming into red light and disappearing. Under Lu Ming's quick control from far away, the azure short sword immediately began spinning again. It transformed into the azure moon and chopped forward once again. With a flash of cold light, the half-dragon monster on the ground was cut into two pieces by the cold light. This time, it seemed to be dead to the point where it could not be dead anymore. No way of coming back alive. Only now did Lu Ming exhale deeply. With one hand he beckoned from afar. The azure full moon once again transformed into a short sword and shot over. As for the other side, there was a flash of jade light in the air and a thin jade-green needle shot over in the same manner. It was the Jade Shadow Needle. In the previous battle, not only did Lu Ming use a rare Mother-Sun icicle technique, when he hit the giant icicle to seemingly propel it forward, he had secretly pushed the Jade Shadow Needle into the Sun icicle. Mother-Sun means two things that are exact replicas except in size. Usually the Sun part is hidden within the Mother part. Only then could he grasp the opportunity to pierce holes one after another in the body of the half-dragon monster. Otherwise, even if the Jade Shadow Needle was powerful, if it had attacked areas of the monster that were covered in scales, it could only lightly graze the monster at most and would definitely not have been able to kill it. Seeing that the monster had really lost its life, Lu Ming naturally could relax properly. He put the two totems away at the same time before sitting down on the ground. He quickly pulled out a medicinal pill and after eating it he began meditating cross-legged. In this intense battle, not only did it force him to use all of his hidden cards, he also used 80 to 90% of all the FA within him. This was also the result of him reaching the stage of a peak spirit apostle. If he had met the half-dragon monster slightly earlier, perhaps the battle would have only reached halfway before Lu Ming would have used up all of his FA. He would have only been able to helplessly wait for death. The time it takes to eat a meal later. When Lu Ming's complexion became slightly better, he immediately stopped circulating the method without delay and walked toward the body corpse of the half-dragon. He could not stay here for long. If someone else came over and saw the corpse of the half-dragon, it would most likely bring trouble. With his current weakened state, he could not withstand another high-intensity battle. With two goo cries from within the ground, the white-boned scorpion crawled out of the ground dispiritedly. Its whole body was covered in cuts and injuries and the green flames in its eyes had dimmed. It seemed as though it did not even have the power to walk over. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and he patted the leather pouch on his waist with one hand. A black light immediately shot out and shrank the white-boned scorpion, sucking it back into the pouch. As a ghost, normal pills had no effect on the white-boned scorpion whatsoever. Luckily there was a great deal of miasma in the soul cultivation pouch. As long as it stayed in the soul cultivation pouch, the miasma would slowly nourish the white-boned scorpion, allowing it to slowly recover. Afterward, he took another few steps to arrive beside the corpse of the half-dragon. He first picked up the demon subduing chain that lay quietly to one side and examined it with a few glances. The totem had been chopped by the full power of the azure moon sword, but its silver surface remained smooth and shiny without a single mark of the sword. Lu Ming immediately felt excitement at heart and put the item away. This totem was personally gifted to Sichuan by Gui Quan. Although there was a large chance that he had to hand it up when he returned, he would definitely receive other rewards. Afterward, there was a flash in Lu Ming's eyes as he looked at the bare-looking corpse of the half-dragon. He knit his brows slightly. The clothes of the monster had already been burned to a crisp. As for the other items such as the Sumeru handkerchief, it most likely had already been burned to ashes by the power of the 3 scarlet flame beads. However, after looking over the corpse again he realized something else. Lu Ming thought a little and suddenly bent over. With one hand he grabbed one of the arms of the monster and quickly felt around. When his finger suddenly touched something that protruded slightly, Lu Ming's face immediately flushed with happiness. With the shake of his sleeve, the azure short sword appeared, cutting down at the protrusion. Pooh! Black blood squirted out. Lu Ming cut off one of the arms of the monster. After a few quick cuts, he used the tip of his sword to softly dig out a sparkling winkle conch the size of a soybean. It shined with a faint, white light. It was one of the treasures of the sea race, the Sumeru conch. This item was a naturally occurring space object. When the Scarlet Dragon had killed the Lan brother and sister, it naturally would not let this go by, so it took it. It had also pressed it into the flesh of its arms like the Lan brother. Under normal circumstances, this was covered by scales and clothes, so it naturally would not be discovered by anybody. However, in the previous battle, the scales and clothes of the monster were all burned to ashes. Lu Ming had good eyes and saw the slight, abnormal protrusion in the monster's arm. Now he had used the short sword to cut it open and indeed discovered the Sumeru conch. Although Lu Ming did not know what the conch in his hand was, the scarlet dragon had hidden it away prudently. Therefore its worth naturally would not be low. Lu Ming played around with it in his hand and examined it several times, but did not discover anything weird. He swung it around gently. It was like a feather, almost weightless. He could not help but slightly squint his eyes. After thinking for a little more, Lu Ming suddenly placed the conch by his ear. The result was that he immediately revealed an expression with a hint of surprise. He could actually hear the abnormally clear sounds of waves inside the conch. They grew louder and louder one after another, becoming more and more urgent one after another, as if he was currently in raging waves. In the next moment he pulled the conch away. After playing with it a bit more, he circulated the Fa Li in him and poured it little by little into the conch. After a short while, the conch immediately began to grow larger with wild flashes. Dense, silver inscriptions began to appear on its surface. Seeing this, Lu Ming was naturally surprised at heart. However, he did not stop the Fa Li at all. He also took this opportunity to scan the inside of the conch with his mental strength. Chapter 145, Escape. Chapter 145, Escape. In the end, he actually discovered a simple formula that was imprinted on the inner wall of the conch's opening. Lu Ming was surprised. After a moment of deliberation, he decided to silently use the hand sign that he had read about once. Pooh! A stream of white clouds spiraled out from the conch. A pile of objects appeared on the ground out of thin air. They were 10 or more boxes of different sizes, 3 totems, and a piece of unscathed scarlet dragon shell that did not seem to be longer than a few feet. Lu Ming at first stared blankly, after which he became overjoyed. He hastily inserted Fa Li into the conch and used his mental strength to lock onto the short shiny blade that was on the ground. The conch slightly shuddered, and when the white light flashed again, the short shiny blade disappeared into thin air. It really is a space object. I never thought that this scarlet dragon would actually carry this kind of treasure with him. It is a worthy for a crystal-level demonic beast who has lived for who knows how many years. Lu Ming murmured with a face filled with excitement. He naturally did not know that this Sumeru conch was also pilfered by the scarlet dragon from the sea race siblings. The dragon never thought that his spoils would profit Lu Ming today. He once again silently recited the incantation, injecting his mental strength to probe the Sumeru conch. Only then could he clearly see that there was a space which was not more than 10 feet in length and height. It was not very large. Even so, Lu Ming was overjoyed. After all, the conch was different than the Sumeru handkerchief in that the thing stored within held no weight once stored. Moreover, under the current circumstances, this Sumeru conch would be of immense use to him. Lu Ming tried to probe the short shiny blade from before and it was once again spat out into his hands. After using his fingers to touch it briefly, he realized that the blade was a low-grade totem that had 6 levels of restrictions on it. His eyes flashed toward the 2 other totems on the ground as he stored away the shiny blade in his hands. He gestured toward them with one of his bare hands, beckoning them into his grasp. A thin, long knife the color of blood and a pale blue token covered in intricate patterns, pressed into its surface, went to Lu Ming. These 2 objects both emitted a faint, exquisite glow. It was obvious that they were also totems. When he slightly injected his Fa Li into both objects respectively, a surprise occurred. The long blood-red blade was of the lowest kind of low-grade totems that only had a single level of restriction on it. Yet, that token revealed an 18-level restriction with a pop sound. Surprisingly, it was a medium-grade totem that was only a small step away from a high-grade totem. Lu Ming was secretly surprised. Despite how violently he directed his Fa Li into the token, it only became increasingly dazzling without showing any other functionalities. Although it seemed as though that totem was extraordinary, he would probably need a special method to activate it. Lu Ming's heart was filled with regret. Shaking his head, he stored these 2 totems in the Sumeru conch. For now he was content to have 1 totem of each type of totems. The short shiny blade and long blood-colored knife still did not possess as many restriction levels as the Cyan Moon Sword. He naturally would not have plans to switch it out. However, he looked at the Sumeru conch in his hands and after deliberating for a moment, his sleeve shook again, taking out the demon's subduing chain. With a shake he also stored it inside the Sumeru conch. Now that he had a space item which could store objects, he naturally dispelled the thought of giving it back to the sect. After all, this demon's subduing chain was different from the other sword-type totems. It was still extremely useful for Lu Ming. Not only that, Lu Ming turned his hand and took out the Sumeru handkerchief. Taking out the box which held the golden resting dirt, he similarly stuffed it inside the conch. As for the other objects, he had no intention of touching them. In the following time, Lu Ming simply picked up a jade box from the ground. After opening it, a small flower which was a few inches tall diffused its polished scent of energy. Silver night grass. With one look at the spirit grass, Lu Ming recognized its origin. It was an extremely rare spirit grass that was used as supporting material. It was needed when refining many different kinds of medical pills. Following that, he opened the rest of the boxes. The value of the spirit objects contained within were also not below that of the silver night grass. The scarlet dragon naturally seized the most valuable spirit objects from the bodies of the disciples of each sect that it murdered. His spoils even included a golden ginseng which was as thick as the arm of a person. This was a true 1,000-year spirit grass. Even a liquid level or spirit master would immediately experience a surge in strength when consumed. With immense joy, Lu Ming naturally used the Sumeru conch to store this 1,000-year spirit grass and other useful spirit medicines that he had chosen. As for the rest of the boxes, he used the Sumeru handkerchief to shrink them into a bundle. As for that serpent dragon shell, he circled it multiple times and used his finger to knock on it several times. In the end, he confirmed that it was left behind by that scarlet dragon. He naturally planned to leave it for his personal use, using the Sumeru conch to store it too. At this time, Lu Ming once again glanced at the corpse of the monster. He thought back to the scene where Shi Chuan personally went to receive him and a few other new disciples in his mind. He could not help but sigh lightly. He also did not know what this senior Shi encountered in the secret realm which led to his fate of being possessed by this scarlet dragon. The Fa of this half-serpent dragon was only at the spirit apostle stage. Half of its flesh was also from Shi Chuan, as such the flesh would naturally have no special effects. Thus, without hesitation, Lu Ming made a one-handed sign and launched multiple crimson fireballs at it. They turned into rolling flames that swallowed the serpent dragon's corpse. The monster's corpse quickly became charred and seemed as though it was going to turn into ashes in a matter of time under the flame. However, at this time the flame suddenly spiraled and fiercely surged into a certain spot on the monster's corpse. After a series of mad flashes, there was not a single lick of flame left. Seeing such a scenario, Lu Ming was naturally surprised and quickly retreated a few steps back. A cyan light flashed in his hands and the cyan short sword appeared out of thin air near his fingertips. It cannot be that this scarlet dragon has yet to be killed. He could not help but suddenly think in such a manner. Ping! The half-charred corpse of the serpent dragon ballooned somewhere and something actually flew out of it. A closer look made Lu Ming speechless. Flying head. This object had unkempt hair, black lips, and crimson eyes while it was baring its sharp fangs. This was the powerful demon rumored to be second to only the Nine Infant in the Nine Infants faction. For reasons unbeknown to him, this demon had been hiding itself in the body of the monster the whole time. Only after the death of the host body did it fly out slowly. As for the former flame, it was evident that it was sucked away by this demon. Seeing this demon now, Lu Ming was secretly complaining. His heart was anxious in a way that would not be inferior to the half-dragon reviving. He had already personally observed this flying head's power at the arena the other day. What more was that he only had 20 to 30% of his Fa Li left. Irrespective of whether it was mentally or physically, he was exhausted. He already knew the outcome of facing this demon now. The plus was that even though the flying head flew out, it did not immediately dash toward Lu Ming. Instead, it slowly dropped down, opening its mouth wide and taking a large bite out of the monster's corpse. It looked as though it was famished. Seeing that, Lu Ming's heart was slightly at ease. The upper half of his body had yet to move, but the lower half of his body had already soundlessly slid backward. At the same time, the Sumeru conch in his hands slightly came loose. A long silver chain that looped several times suddenly appeared on one of his arms. This demon subduing chain was used to restrain this demon. Even though he was still unfamiliar with its method of use, he might be able to scare the flying head by taking it out. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming regretted his actions. When the long silver chain appeared, the flying head, that was initially quietly biting the corpse, suddenly stopped feasting and turned toward Lu Ming, glaring at him vehemently. Lu Ming's expression changed. He no longer hesitated as he moved his body, transforming into a shadow as he shot back in flight. The flying head let out a sharp shrill yell. Immediately, it transformed into black gas and gave chase. The cyan short sword in Lu Ming's hand flipped backward and 3 streams of cyan sword chi spiraled outwards. Po, po, po. The 3 streams of sword chi cut through the black gas. It disappeared without a single trace, seeming to leave the demon unharmed. There came a chi-chi sound from within the black gas. It was the dense black hair from the flying head, and shot out at such a speed that only after a blur did it circle behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming was astonished. Suddenly, his sleeve shook and a pale green glyph shot out. It was the glyph that he had taken from the female disciple of the Firestorm Way that had ambushed him. Although he did not know its specific power, under the circumstances where he had insufficient Fa Li, he could only tentatively use it as a counterattack. It crashed into the dense long hair with a buzz. The moment it was ripped open, it suddenly burst with a flash. There was a huge bang. A cloud of explosive force which contained 2 different attributes of wind and fire scattered out. The violent wind and flames intertwined, forming a firestorm pillar which spiraled wildly toward the sky. The flying head was abnormally ferocious, but when facing the current situation, it could only retract its hair. The transformed black gas suddenly changed direction and bypassed the firestorm pillar by looping around it. It was this moment of hesitation that Lu Ming used to escape dozens of feet away, plunging into trees of different sizes. The flying head let out an elated shriek. The speed of the transformed black gas suddenly increased as though it had no intention of giving up as it followed in hot pursuit. The both of them, with one in front and the other behind, ran a few miles in a single breath. Lu Ming was exceptionally light, supported by the lighten technique. When both his legs exerted a little strength, he could jump a few feet away. As for the flying head, it seemed as though it was no longer a physical entity when it was wrapped within the black gas. It did not have to dodge or avoid the trees. When it charged in a tumbling motion, it could directly pass through the trees. The distance between the two did not increase. Conversely, it narrowed further. Suddenly, the black gas behind duly wrung out and burst open. The flying head, which was originally supposed to be hidden within, disappeared without a trace in an instant. Lu Ming's heart sank. His footsteps suddenly stopped atop the branch of a certain large tree. Inhaling deeply, traces of green glows appeared once more and a new pair of vines covered the upper half of his body. Chapter 146, Subduing the Demon. Chapter 146, Subduing the Demon. A lot of his mental strength had been consumed from the huge battle before and the skirmish earlier, causing his head to ache slightly in pain. However, Lu Ming still forced his mental strength to constantly scan nearby. With his previous negligence, he did not know what type of magic power the flying head had used to become invisible, but it was definitely still nearby. This could not be false. Under these circumstances, he naturally could not continue to flee recklessly. Otherwise, if he ran into a trap set up by the opponent, perhaps he would not even have the chance to make a comeback. Lu Ming currently wished that there would be disciples of other sects that would hurry over. As long as they could help delay the flying head just by a little, he could run away. However, this wish clearly did not happen. Not to mention people appearing at the current moment, there were not even the sounds of birds or beasts, only the sound of a soft breeze blowing through the trees. Lu Ming suddenly stopped and his body immediately flew up into the sky. At the same time, hundreds of black hairs shot out from the trunk of the big tree he was on without any warning, piercing through where he was standing moments ago. However, just when Lu Ming shot into the sky, there was a sudden weird laugh from above him and a cloud of black gas appeared. After rolling and condensing, it transformed into a fierce flying head. It opened an area on its face and a huge pitch-black mouth immediately appeared out of nowhere, biting down hard while screaming. Lu Ming was surprised and without any further hesitation he raised an arm, immediately shooting out several fireballs. However, after a few pew-pew sounds, the fireballs landed on the big mouth but did not explode at all. Instead they became dim and dispersed. However, in this period of delay, Lu Ming twisted his body and he shot downward. Peng. After standing firmly on the ground, Lu Ming's expression became serious. With a flash of cyan light in his hand, the short sword immediately disappeared. At the same time, the silver chain on his arm moved and transformed into loops of chain shadows, circling and dancing around his body. Since the cyan moon sword could not handle this flying head, he might as well put it away. After all, looking at his current Fa Li and mental strength condition, he could only control one totem. Although this demon subduing chain had not been refined and controlling it was extremely strenuous, he could only gamble with it. At this moment, the flying head came down with its giant mouth. At the same time, there was a flash of black light near a big tree and a strand of long hair shot toward it. After a flash, it enveloped the flying head, which disappeared. Lu Ming focused his attention and with two hands, a huge, scarlet-red fireball appeared out of nowhere. At the same time, there was a crisp sound from the silver chains on him as it transformed into countless chain shadows, rushing at the huge mouth in the air. However, the flying head that was mid-air gave out a series of weird laughs. After an immediate blur, it actually transformed into 2, which then transformed into 4, which then transformed into 8. In the blink of an eye, almost 100 of these head clones, that were completely the same, appeared. After a series of crazy movements, the silver chain pierced through and destroyed a dozen or so heads, but there were even more heads that covered the sky and flew around Lu Ming. They also flashed and made even more clones of heads appear. Lu Ming became slightly pale and before he could even think of how to break through them, all of the heads suddenly tilted. There was a huge sound capable of shattering the sky. Countless black hairs transformed into a dense black light, shooting at him from all directions. Lu Ming gave a cold snort and suddenly threw the huge fireball in his hand toward the sky. He then formed a hand seal with one hand and the silver chain began dancing around crazily as a blur, forming a faint silver wall all around him. In the next moment, the silver wall shook before sounds of explosions, like rain hitting banana leaves, were emitted from a certain direction. Lu Ming's body shook slightly, and he could not help but take half a step back. His eyes flashed and suddenly stared in a certain direction at the shadow of a head. At the same time he spat out the word "Go." The huge fireball in the air let out an immediate rumble and shot toward that shadow of a head. Seeing this, the male head instead revealed a fierce expression and with a poof, it surprisingly transformed into a cloud of black gas, disappearing mid-air. At the same time, the other flying head shadows that flew around covering the air all disappeared with a flash. A clever light flashed across Lu Ming's eyes, and with one finger he pointed at the giant fireball. He then said the word, "Explode," before suddenly shaking the silver chain, which transformed into a ray of silver light that shot out. Hong! The huge fireball in the air immediately exploded and transformed into several tens of smaller fireballs the size of eggs. They shot out densely, covering everything with a circumference of over 100 feet. Ping! A fireball seemed to burst apart somewhere mid-air, causing the flying head to stumble and reveal itself. Just at this moment there was a flash of silver light. The demon subduing chain had arrived nearby as if it had been waiting. With a blur, it transformed into countless shadows which fell down. It caught the flying head in a sturdy manner. Seeing this, Lu Ming was extremely exalted and with a sudden yank of the other side of the chain, the demon subduing chain immediately shook and pulled the entrapped flying head in front of him. Subsequently, he twisted and turned his hand without any hesitation. 3 yellow glyphs appeared between his fingers. With a shake of the hand, they were slapped onto the forehead of the male flying head like lightning. At this moment something unbelievable actually happened. When the flying head, which seemed to be unable to move, saw the glyphs that were about to be put on its forehead, it actually grinned and gave out a weird laugh. The layers of silver chains transformed into black gas with a muffled sound, and with another blur they rushed toward Lu Ming. They submerged into Lu Ming's body with a flash. The vine armor on Lu Ming's body seemed to be unable to stop the demon at all. The scene happened as quick as lightning and Lu Ming could not even react. When he moved his body again, he immediately turned pale after focusing and realizing what had happened. A few rumors of demons loving to eat spirits immediately flashed through his head. Although it was like this, Lu Ming could not just wait helplessly for death. Suddenly clenching his teeth, he formed a hand seal with one hand extremely quickly, and was about to use Fa Li to forcefully push the flying head out of his body. However, at this moment, it suddenly felt hot in his spirit sea and following the heat, there was a "pew" sound as a ball of black gas flew out of his body. After rolling and condensing, it once again transformed into the male flying head. However, the current flying head had an extremely frightened expression and stared blankly at Lu Ming's eyes. It then began to shiver and fell to the ground with a sudden "pew" sound, causing its face to be buried in the soil. It let out a hissing sound from its mouth, and was not brave enough to even raise its head. Seeing this, Lu Ming naturally was startled. However, after quickly thinking, he suddenly shook his sleeve and 3 yellow glyphs shot out with a flash. As a result, under his serious gaze, the 3 glyphs immediately exploded and transformed into 3 nets made of light with 3 bangs, catching the flying head below. As for the flying head, its face remained facing downward and continued to shiver. It did not have the idea of avoiding at all. With this, Lu Ming relaxed a little at heart. At the same time, he was also extremely puzzled. However, Lu Ming naturally could not miss such a good opportunity. After his face changed expression several times, he suddenly stuck a finger into his mouth and bit into it. He then began chanting. Although Lu Ming had never cultivated any methods relating to it, the 9 Infants faction was known for their ability of subduing demons. As a disciple of the faction, he knew some simple techniques of restricting and subduing demons. He had read about it in a lot of books and memorized quite a few. He used the bitten finger to constantly draw midair, and inscriptions formed from essence blood immediately appeared in midair. With an activation of Fa Li, it began to spin, forming a small glyph formation out of blood. Lu Ming gave a deep grunt and formed hand seals with his 2 hands. He activated them at the same time, and the blood-colored glyph formation immediately started flying slowly toward the flying head. The flying head seemed to feel the glyph formation fly over and finally raised its face out of the soil. However, it remained where it was without moving at all, displaying a terrified expression. The blood-colored glyph formation flashed and disappeared into the forehead of the flying head. Following its disappearance, the flying head gave off a sorrowful cry and revealed a pained expression. Afterward, rays of blood-colored light shot out from its forehead and a faint red, unknown inscription appeared. At the same time, Lu Ming felt a series of shivers in his consciousness and actually seemed to be slightly able to communicate with the consciousness of the demon. Lu Ming was exalted as he knew his technique had succeeded. The secret technique he casted just then was not very complex, however, it had one of the most stable effects on restricting demons. Once the technique succeeded, even if there was an existence like the 9 Infants, only the owner could control it. However, the prerequisite of using the technique was that it required the person who casted it to complete it in one go and without any resistance from the demon. Otherwise, there was almost no chance of succeeding. He only risked trying the technique after seeing the behavior of the flying head earlier, since it was so strange. Who would have thought he would actually succeed in subduing this demon? Otherwise, he would have taken advantage of when the glyph was still in effect to flee as far as he could. Lu Ming tested the ability of communicating with the flying head a few times with an expression full of happiness. He could clearly feel the relation of the restricting imprint on the flying head. Only after confirming that there indeed were no problems did he form a hand seal with one hand and point at the empty air. A muffled sound occurred. The 3 light nets disappeared with a flash. The flying head blinked a few times before flying into the air meekly and slowly. Lu Ming tested the control of the flying head by making it fly up and down a few times as well as getting it to fly around him a few times. Only after seeing that there were no faults did he truly relax. He did not dare to continue to remain where he was. He immediately left the area with the flying head with a movement of his body. Half a day later, when Lu Ming, who was meditating in a tree hole, opened his eyes again, the Fa Li consumed from the battles earlier was just about completely recovered. As for the flying head, ever since he started meditating, it always guarded the entrance of the tree hole quietly and did not seem to move at all. Seeing this, Lu Ming felt great satisfaction at heart. However, Lu Ming was still happy from the bottom of his heart for actually subduing the demon by himself. It was a pity that he did not cultivate any secret techniques like the spirit communication technique, which specialized in communicating with consciousness of demons, so other than feeling that the demon greatly revered him and that he could order it around for easy tasks, he had no way of understanding the reasons for its actions. It seemed that only after returning to the sect, finding and cultivating a communication secret technique could he find the true reason. Lu Ming looked and examined the meek flying head while thinking in such a manner. Chapter 147, Return. Chapter 147, Return. However, this flying head was also something that belonged to Sichuan, so he could not casually reveal it in front of people after leaving. Lu Ming thought like this before using his consciousness to communicate with the flying head. He gave a few simple instructions and slapped the leather pouch on his waist with one hand. A ray of black light immediately shot out, which sucked the flying head in. Although the cultivating soul pouch was specially made to hold ghosts under normal situations, it could hold the flying head inside temporarily. This matter would be easily handled after he left and found a special pouch made specifically for cultivating demons. Lu Ming continued to rest in the tree hole for a little longer. After feeling that his body had no other problems, he stood up without any hesitation and walked out. There were only a few days left until the deadline where the secret realm would close, so he did not dare to waste any time and climbed up the tree with his body as light as a feather. He then shot off into the distance like a crossbow bolt. As he did not need to pay attention to any spirit objects while he returned, his speed was naturally completely different than before. Of course, in order to pay attention to potential ambushes, he naturally did not put everything into traveling. Like this, he only spent around a day's worth of time crossing a large portion of the forest. There were actually no problems at all during the journey, and matters such as people ambushing or obstructing never occurred. At first, Lu Ming thought it was a little weird, but after thinking carefully, he understood the situation. It was very different now compared to the past 2 days. Seeing that the deadline was approaching, perhaps 80 to 90% of all the remaining disciples had already gathered near the entrance of the secret realm. Under normal circumstances, there would not be any more people ambushing him. What he did not know was how the situation was over there. Would the disciples of different sects fight against each other or maintain peace and balance with fear? When Lu Ming was thinking about this, there was sudden huge rumble from a certain area. It was as if there was something huge currently approaching very fast. Lu Ming was slightly startled and naturally stopped on a tree branch. He looked in the direction where the sound came from with his eyes squinted. He watched as a big tree on that side was suddenly pushed over, and from behind it a huge black ape puppet 30 feet tall rushed out from behind it. After a few movements, it suddenly stopped below the big tree Lu Ming was on. Afterward, there was a sound of surprise that came from within the body of the huge ape. "Junior Bai, it's you. It is such a coincidence." "So it is Brother Tai." Lu Ming looked at the huge puppet that was somewhat familiar and suddenly replied with a laugh. At this moment, the belly of the giant ape puppet suddenly revealed a square window with a flash, and a round, male face appeared from within. It was that 9 Enlightenment Sect disciple Taiyu that Lu Ming had met first on the day he entered the center area of the secret realm. "Haha, I just knew that with Junior Bai's intellect, nothing would go wrong for you in the center area of the secret realm. You are indeed safe and sound. Seeing that Junior Bai has also decided to go to the exit, why don't we travel together? Who knows, perhaps if something happens in the next part of the journey, we will be able to help each other a little." Taiyu suddenly focused his attention and spoke. "Okay. Since our sects have already formed an alliance, traveling together is naturally safer." Only with a quick thought, Lu Ming agreed with the sentence without any hesitation. "Fantastic. Since I have Junior Bai as company, I do not need to always hide in the body of this big fellow to travel." Hearing what was said, the round-faced young man was extremely happy, and immediately opened a tunnel in the belly of the puppet with some unknown action and slid out from within. "What? Did Brother Tai always use this puppet to travel before?" Hearing what was said, Lu Ming could not help but be slightly startled. It must be known that even though Lu Ming had not learned any puppet techniques before, he still knew that always controlling a puppet would constantly consume Li and mental strength, let alone controlling this huge puppet. It indeed was like that. Ever since I was ambushed by a disciple from the Hall of Blood in the forest, I could only feel slightly safer when I am inside this guy. However, this fellow is too cumbersome, and after traveling for this long, I almost cannot stand it anymore." Taiyu sighed and spoke with an expression of helplessness. "So it is like this. Looking at the power of Brother Tai's mental strength, perhaps you are ranked among the best in your generation at your sect." I only have my current mental strength due to a few fortuitous encounters in the past. However, if we talk about ranks, I am only 3rd in the Spirit Apostles at the 9 Enlightenment Sect." "3rd? Then the people in front are?" Hearing what was said, Lu Ming was somewhat moved. Lu Ming had the talent of doing 2 things at the same time, so his mental strength was naturally almost twice as strong as a normal Spirit Apostle's. However, if compared to the other person beside him, perhaps it was not as strong. And now he was hearing that there were actually 2 other people from the 9 Enlightenment Sect that had a mental strength above him. It naturally caused Lu Ming to shiver at heart. One of the 2 naturally is Senior Yuan. When Senior Yuan chose his cultivation method years ago, other than his main cultivation method, he also cultivated a high-level method from our sect that could increase mental strength at the same time. Every time a layer is cultivated successfully, it greatly increases mental strength. However, the pity is that the conditions to cultivate it are extremely harsh. Out of all the people in our sect, there are only perhaps 2 or 3 people that fit the conditions to cultivate it. As for the other person, his status is a little special, so I cannot tell you." Taiyu explained both of them. "I have met Senior Yuan in the center of the secret realm. However, I could not tell that his mental strength was also that strong. Lu Ming knit his brows slightly. Senior Yuan prefers body cultivation techniques. Any person that sees the way he fights will subconsciously neglect the power of his mental strength. Taiyu replied with a smile. So it is like that. Lu Ming nodded and obviously believed his explanation. At this moment, Taiyu formed a hand sign with one hand and the huge ape puppet transformed into a black round ball before it was put away. Afterward, he released a graceful-looking praying mantis puppet and sat on it with a sway. Looking at the familiar-looking praying mantis puppet a few times, Lu Ming spoke with Taiyu a few more times, before continuing along the journey. Lu Ming remained in the trees and advanced by leaping around like a ghost while Taiyu sprinted across the ground. A day later, in the underground cavern outside the secret realm, 6 crystal-level cultivators continued to sit on the stone pillars, all silently powering the items in front of them that maintain the stability of the secret realm entrance. However, a few dozen or so liquid-level echelons of each sect were slightly nervous and looked toward the slightly flickering ball of white light, floating in midair from time to time. Calculating the time, today was about the final day of the established deadline. However, until now no disciples had come out, naturally causing a large portion of the people in the cavern to be unsettled. After another while, the white ball of light that originally seemed calm suddenly began to flash crazily, and at the same time, a vague, oppressed rumbling sound could be heard from within. Someone is coming out. Someone spoke with joy and all of the glances of the people shifted with a schwa sound. They all stared at the white ball of light without wavering. A few crystal-level experts who were originally close-eyed immediately opened their eyes. A 5-colored light shot out and the shadows of 6 people appeared nearby at the same time. With everybody's gaze sweeping across, they realized that the 6 people were the disciples that had entered the secret realm before. It seemed that there was also one person from each sect. All of the people could not help but begin changing expressions. Huanyang, what has happened? Did all the people gather on the other side? Around how many are there? The barbarian ghost sect leader could not help but take a step forward and hurriedly ask a female in the group. Sect leader Martial Uncle, all the people have indeed gathered together. There are still around 25 to 26 people. Qin Huanyang hurriedly bowed and replied. 20 or so people. It looks like there is only a small half of people that survived. This is a natural secret realm, how can there still be so many people that have fallen? Hearing what was said, the sect leader of the Firestorm Way could not help but change slightly in expression. This secret realm does not seem to be a totally natural secret realm. Inside we suffered from a few accidents. Qin Huanyang paused a little before replying honestly. Accident? These words caused the barbarian ghost sect leader and the other people to knit their brows slightly. However, in the next moment, the high echelons of the other sects straightforwardly called all their disciples to them and asked a few concerning questions to their respective disciples. The results were naturally good and bad. When the barbarian ghost sect leader learned about the matter that Lei Zhen, Feng Chan, and some other people were missing, his expression naturally became a little gloomy. However, after hearing that Gao Chong was all right and that half of the people had survived, his expression became slightly happy again. At this moment, the white ball of light that was mid-air began rumbling again. Surprisingly, there were other disciples that were sent through again. When Lu Ming opened his eyes and became clear-headed again through the dizziness, he discovered that he once again appeared in the huge cavern where he had started off. As for the barbarian ghost sect leader and the other high echelons of each sect, they all gathered in front to receive the incoming disciples of each sect. At the same time they had extremely serious expressions. Lu Ming hesitated a little before walking toward the barbarian ghost sect leader with big steps. 2 days ago, when Taiyu and he had arrived near the entrance of the secret realm, the situation there was actually peaceful beyond their expectations. The disciples of a few sects had actually arrived a day or two earlier and all gathered and banded together, all stationed close to the entrance of the secret realm at the same time. With this, under the fear of the disciples of each sect, they had made it so that no one could fight near the entrance, otherwise everybody else would attack together to maintain the temporary peace. Just like this, Lu Ming and Taiyu returned to their own people with great ease, and after waiting for the final day, when no one else arrived, everyone decided to send a single disciple from each sect back at the same time, just like at the start. The whole process was actually abnormally smooth without any problems at all. At this moment, after walking out, Lu Ming bowed individually to the barbarian ghost sect leader and spirit master Zhang before respectfully standing to one side. On the side, Yang Chen Chen Huanyang were already standing there. Very good, you have done well. For you to be able to return from the secret realm safely already can be considered as doing great merit for our sect. This time, our sect has 5 people that have survived and should be stronger than the other sects by a lot. The barbarian ghost sect leader nodded at Lu Ming before revealing a smile and speaking to everybody. Chapter 148, Ancient Giant Demon. Chapter 148, Ancient Giant Demon. Chen Huinyang and the others naturally replied with words of humbleness. Just at this time, a noise transmitted from the secret realm's entrance and finally, the last few people appeared in the cave in a flash. Among them was a lofty youth who was wearing barbarian ghost sect apparel. It astonishingly was Gao Chong. Once Lu Ming saw him, a glint of coldness flashed across his eyes. As for the barbarian ghost sect leader, when he saw Gao Chong, the last thread of worry in his heart was finally relieved. He instantly beckoned him over. This disciple greets Master and Martial Uncle Zhang. Gao Chong walked over in a few steps and immediately bowed his body, paying his respects. Stand up. Nothing happening to you has let me be at ease. The barbarian ghost sect leader gestured with his hands and was extremely excited as he spoke. This is mostly due to Master's education, otherwise I'm afraid this disciple truly would have been unable to return alive. Gao Chong said in an exceptionally reverent manner. After listening to this clever speech, the barbarian ghost sect leader was very satisfied and let him stand, whereby he brought him to the side to speak some more. Gao Chong immediately stood among the other disciples. Seeing this, Lu Ming intentionally looked at the opposing party. However, the current Gao Chong had his head down and it seemed as if he hadn't seen Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyebrows slightly creased and he expressionlessly retracted his gaze. Earlier when he was at the exit of the secret realm, Gao Chong had already gathered with the others a day prior to him. Nonetheless, when he saw Lu Ming appear in front of him safe and sound, his expression was obviously extremely ugly. However, when Lu Ming appeared, they were in the presence of others. Even if the two of them wanted to get rid of the other by 120%, they could not start fighting the other. In each of their hearts, they naturally let out sighs of pity that they hadn't met in the secret realm, since it wouldn't have mattered if either of them had disappeared from the world. The sect's elders wouldn't have bothered investigating. Once they exited the secret realm, no matter who it was that wanted to get rid of the other, it was most likely going to be an extremely troublesome task. At this time, Spirit Master Zhang was extremely concerned and asked how the others perished. However, once Yang Chen, Jialan and the other disciples heard the question, they looked at each other and didn't know how to reply. Lu Ming's expression didn't change and he didn't have any intention of speaking. It ended up being Gao Chong who hesitated a while before speaking of Feng Chan being slaughtered by a monster which strikingly resembled Shi Chuan. What? You said that Feng Chan was killed by a monster in one strike. Moreover, this monster was extremely similar in appearance to Shi Chuan. Are you sure you clearly saw that the monster was actually Shi Chuan? The barbarian ghost sect leader's eyebrows creased. Reporting back to Master, this disciple isn't clear about this matter. Perhaps this monster was Senior Shi Chuan, but its strength was extremely strong. Its attacks were also as fast as lightning. It truthfully was not a strength that Senior Shi could possess. Perhaps it wasn't Shi Chuan, but its facial features and build were extremely similar to the former Senior Shi Chuan. Gao Chong hesitated before replying. Junior Zhang, what do you make of this matter? The barbarian ghost sect leader turned his head and asked Spirit Master Zhang a question. According to what Martial Nephew Gao said, there should be 2 possibilities. One is that Martial Nephew Feng's murderer was a monster extremely capable at the transformation technique. Moreover, the missing Martial Nephew Shi may have already lost his life under this monster's hands. Therefore, it was able to transform into Martial Nephew Shi Chuan's appearance. The second possibility is that Martial Nephew Shi Chuan encountered something when he entered the secret realm, causing his strength to undergo large improvements but also causing him to lose control over his state of mind. This would cause him to attack his fellow sect members in such a crazy way. I believe that the latter is the most probable. Don't forget that Martial Nephew Shi had a flying head on his body. This demon head may have lost control and devoured him, causing him to lose his conscience. Spirit Master Zhang muttered to himself for a while before speaking in a heavy manner. Yes, there could only be these 2 possibilities. I originally did not endorse Junior Brother Gui's decision to give the flying head to a Spirit Apostle disciple to use. Even if deep-sea cold light iron was used to forge a demon subduing chain as an aid, it was still slightly too much to handle. The barbarian ghost sect leader nodded his head and was rather gloomy as he spoke. Whatever, no matter how sure Chuan and Fengchan were murdered, we are already certain that they are no longer with us. As for Duan Qinzu, Shou Lai and Lei Zhen, although we don't know whether they perished, it's impossible for nothing to have happened to them. We also don't know if they can walk out of the secret realm in the remaining time. Spirit Master Zhang was somewhat regretful as he spoke. That's true. Especially Martial Nephew Lei. He has a 9 lightning spirit pulse body and is Junior Lei's nephew by blood. This time, if he truly did perish inside, I don't know how I can repay him when I return. The barbarian ghost sect leader let out a sigh as he spoke. Sect leader doesn't need to mind this matter too much. No matter which way we look at it, us being able to have half of our disciples exit the secret realm is already not a bad conclusion. As for the rankings of this trial, perhaps we will be able to acquire a pretty good achievement. Spirit Master Zhang condoled. I hope this is the case. Currently, there's still half a day before the secret realm's entrance closes. You guys should find a nearby place to have a good rest. When the secret realm closes, each sect will inspect the profits of the secret realm this time. The barbarian ghost sect leader nodded his head and straightened his expression as he spoke to the other disciples. Lu Ming and the others naturally bowed and uttered words of affirmation before finding their own respective places to sit down. Yang Qian was called out by the barbarian ghost sect leader and they found another area with Spirit Master Zhang where they held another detailed inquiry about what happened in the secret realm. This time, the 3 of them used a hidden message technique to talk and the others were naturally unable to hear anything. They could only see the eyes on Yang Qian's mask continuously swivel while the barbarian ghost sect leader and Spirit Master Zhang's expressions gradually became abnormally heavy. After a while, the barbarian ghost sect leader waved his hand and let Yang Qian leave first before having a close discussion with Spirit Master Zhang. However, this time, the 2 of them only spoke a few sentences before ending. Subsequently, the barbarian ghost sect leader moved his body and walked to the stone platform where martial ancestor Yan resided. There, in front of him, he spoke a few sentences in a low voice. After the gray-robed old man finished listening, his face underwent a sudden slight change. The same situation seemed to occur in the other sections. So much so that in front of Fusion Sect's Qian was a male Fusion Sect disciple who had also entered the secret realm earlier and was now reporting something in a hasty manner. After this Fusion Sect crystal-level man finished listening, his face suddenly turned extremely ugly. His gaze flashed around before he suddenly opened his mouth. Fellows, you probably heard that an unexpected ancient giant demon hand appeared in the secret realm. If I guessed correctly, this wasn't a natural secret realm but rather an ancient almighty ancestor who specially sealed a disintegrated ancient demon's body in this space. Although according to logic this large demon hand cannot leave this space, in order to ensure this, I propose that we immediately close the secret realm's entrance right now. Otherwise, if by any chance some mistake occurs, it will not only be one sect or one kingdom that bears the consequence. Instead, the entire Yunchuan continent will experience a large calamity. Murong Xian's voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. When the higher levels of each sect heard this, most of their expressions changed. As for most of the normal disciples, they were baffled. They clearly had no idea what the ancient giant demon was. Lu Ming's heart faintly shook and he couldn't help but involuntarily engrave the 3 words, ancient giant demon, into his memory. There might be disciples inside who have yet to come out. After all, we agreed to a half-month period of time and there currently still is half a day left. Spirit Master Ling Yu's eyebrows creased as he replied. Fellow Ling Yu, between a few mere spirit apostle disciples and that ancient giant demon, who is more important? Is there any need to say anything else? Moreover, our sect's most outstanding Lan siblings have also not come out. I also have to make a sacrifice. Fellow Ling Yu, what do you think? Murong Xian harumphed before speaking. He then asked a question to Spirit Master Ling Yu. Since this situation has involved the ancient giant demon seal, it's not bad to be overly cautious. Even if there are disciples that have yet to exit, I'm sure they'll also understand our way of handling the situation. I also approve of immediately shutting the entrance. Spirit Master Ling Yu's eyes squinted, but she unexpectedly coldly gave her endorsement. The remaining 4 people looked at each other. Among them, the blood-robed male and Qi Yang nodded their heads in consent. Although the other 2 didn't say anything, they clearly tacitly agreed. Seeing this, Murong Xian's expression relaxed. Without saying anything else, he performed a hand sign with one hand while thrusting the other hand into the large golden cauldron beneath him. Wung wung. In a flash, the enormous cauldron immediately became tiny. In another flash, It had become a few centimeters large and proceeded to shoot into Murong Xian's sleeve where it disappeared without a trace. Martial Ant Ling Yu and the other 5 to the side stopped the Fa Li in their body. Instantly, the discs in front all shattered into fine pieces, stopping the Fa Li support for the secret realm entrance. Since this was the case, the secret realm's entrance in the air violently flashed a few times before disappearing amid successive spatial ripples and a rumbling noise. Upon seeing this, Lu Ming's heart slightly froze. Fortunately, he had arrived at the exit a day earlier, otherwise if he had tried to wait until the last moment, he would have truly been trapped inside alive. It seemed that in the future he had to take anybody's promise with a grain of salt. He definitely could not believe everything to be true. The disciples of each sect also revealed their own expressions. Okay. Since the secret realm entrance has been shut, we can now let the juniors take out their profits and efficiently determine the ranking of the trial this time. After Martial Ant Ling Yu saw that the secret realm's entrance no longer existed, she nonchalantly spoke. Our fusion sect has no need to participate in this ranking process. I have other things to do, so I will leave with my sect first. Murong Xian's gaze slightly flashed. He suddenly stood up and spoke. Wait a minute. Fellow Murong has no need to be in such a rush. Although your sect doesn't have to participate in our great Shen Kingdom's trial ranking, why can't you share with us the profits of your sect? Ling Yu's eyebrows creased before he immediately called out to stop them. Fellow Ling Yu, what do you mean by this? The strength needed to use this has already been used. Could it be that even with fellow status, you still want to go back on our promise? After hearing him, Murong Xian's expression turned dark. Fellow Murong is mistaken. Although our sects cannot compare with Fusion Sect, we're still unlikely to break any promises. However, doesn't fellow feel that at the very least we should clarify into which sect's hands the Scarlet Dragon ended up? It won't be too late to leave after that. Martial Ant Ling Yu insipidly interrupted. Chapter 149, The Prophets of Each Sect. Chapter 149, The Prophets of Each Sect. It turns out that you fellows suspect that my sect's disciples obtained that Scarlet Dragon. What an enormous joke. There's no need to speak. I already asked and found that the Scarlet Dragon didn't end up in my sect's hands. Even if it actually ended up in our hands, could it be that you fellows have an objection? Murong Xian gave a grunt and spoke in a blunt manner. If that Scarlet Dragon truly did fall into your sect's disciples' hands, the few of us would naturally give our congratulations. However, that crystal-level Scarlet Dragon blood is of paramount importance to us. No matter which sect obtains it, us old geezers are willing to use an item of equal value to exchange for a bit of it. Martial Ant Ling Yu's gaze flashed before she spoke with a calm expression. In this way, if the Scarlet Dragon fell into the hands of one of our various sect's disciples, I would also be able to exchange something for a bit of pure blood then. When Murong Xian heard this, he rubbed his chin and let out a laugh. When the other people heard this, their expressions slightly changed. Yang exposed a pensive expression, but didn't object in any way. That is only natural. However, these few disciples of your sect must be personally checked by me. Martial Ant Ling Yu and the others silently transmitted messages to discuss a while. Ultimately they nodded their heads in a rather serious manner. Okay, then we'll do as said. Murong Xian unreservedly agreed to it. In this way, in the ensuing period of time, the higher-ups of the various sects began to bring the disciples that exited the secret realm to a nearby stone platform where the crystal-level cultivators resided. Each sect should check for their harvest from the secret realm individually. Xuanjing, our Heavenly Moon sect, will go first so as to avoid people maudlinly wasting time. Martial Ant Ling Yu's gaze swept over the remaining 6 disciples from her sect and her expression immediately loosened as she spoke. Heavenly Moon sect was the only sect with more disciples that returned alive than Barbarian Ghost sect, proving its worth as Great Shen Kingdom's #1 sect. The sect truly did have the strength to be above the other sections. As for the other few sects, the Fusion sect's disciple number was the same as Barbarian Ghost sect's, 5 people. 9 Enlightenment sect had 4 disciples and Blood River Hall and Firestorm Way each had 3 disciples that exited the secret realm. There was a reason for this. Hall of Blood and Firestorm Way primarily cultivated attacking methods while their survival abilities were somewhat lacking. Furthermore, adding on the unlucky moment when the enormous hand covered the sky, these 2 sects lost the most disciples. In this manner their numbers were naturally lower. The higher-ups of these 2 sects had a wretched expressions written all over their faces. They clearly were extremely disappointed with their sect's disciples. Yes, martial ancestor. Xuanjing, the person Martial Ant Lengyu spoke of, astonishingly was a courageous and vibrant female with the surname of Zhang. Subsequently, she walked a few steps to an empty spot in front of Martial Ant Lengyu and fished out a finely wrapped sumaru handkerchief from her sleeve. She then muttered an incantation and lightly shook the contents onto ground. Pooh! Immediately, a large pile of jade boxes and a few ores, all of different sizes, appeared on the ground. However, the most conspicuous item astonishingly were two massive spirit eggs that rolled to the side. What kind of demon bird eggs are these? Martial Ant Lengyu was somewhat taken aback when she saw these eggs. Martial Ancestor, these are iron-feathered hawk spirit eggs. I spent a considerable amount of effort to get a hold of these. Zhang Xuanjing bowed and responded. Iron-feathered hawks. Those are spirit birds with potential to cultivate to the liquid level. You did extremely well. These two spirit eggs will be gifted to you to breed. I will instruct the sect to help you as much as they can in breeding them. Martial Ant Lengyu's expression revealed a trace of excitement as she spoke. When the others saw this, their expressions were each their own. Fellow Lengyu, you're showing such profound love for this disciple. Could it be that she is the disciple with a sword communication spirit body? Qi Yang's eyes narrowed as he stared at Zhang Xuanjing before suddenly letting out a laugh and asking a question. That's correct. Xuanjing, this child, not only possesses a sword communication spirit body, but also has incomparable talent on the path of sword cultivation. She perhaps may not even be inferior to Junior Tianmei at the time. Showing a bit of love to such a disciple is only normal. When Martial Ant Lengyu heard him, she replied in an insipid manner. What? You're saying that this girl could become someone who stands next to us in the future? The crystal-level cultivator from Hall of Blood was somewhat shocked. Although he knew of the sword communication spirit body, he didn't imagine that someone like Martial Ant Lengyu would place such importance on a spirit apostle disciple. All of us went through a myriad of sufferings before we were able to enter the crystal realm. Reaching this level is so difficult that if we even failed to pass one of the challenges, we would have perished many years ago. I can only say that this child has a sliver of hope. Martial Ant Lengyu raised her eyebrows as she spoke. This already is an inconceivable evaluation. It seems that your sect truly is a galaxy of talent. Our sects are far from being comparable. Lengyu let out a word of praise. You guys must be joking. Other things ignored, among these disciples standing here, I'm afraid that I see a plethora with talent not under Xuanjing's. For example, Barbarian Ghost Sect's disciple with an Earth Spirit Pulse. His cultivation speed is extremely quick and perhaps is advancing even quicker than we had been when we were at his level. Besides this, in the future, entering the liquid level should be a cinch. Martial Ant Lengyu nonchalantly glanced at Gao Chong in the Barbarian Ghost Sect area. It was clear that Gao Chong, who possessed an Earth Spirit Pulse, had also already entered the eyes of the other sect's higher-ups. Gao Chong is at most only a little bit faster at cultivating than normal disciples. If it were to only be about fighting ability, how can he compare with your sect's sword cultivators that are at his level? When Martial Ancestor Yen heard this, he hastily yawned as he quickly replied. When Martial Ant Lengyu heard this, she let out a faint smile and didn't reply. However, when the other crystal-level cultivators heard this, most of them glanced at Gao Chong. At this time, the other Heavenly Moon Sect disciples all came forward and retrieved their harvests. Each of their piles was clearly smaller than Zhang Xuanjing's. At this moment, the various sects dispatched a liquid-level echelon to begin checking through the spirit medicines in the jade boxes. They followed some kind of criterion to convert the worth of the spirit objects into spirit stones. Ultimately, the harvests of the 6 Heavenly Moon Sect disciples were converted into spirit stones, which ended up astonishingly reaching 1,800,000 spirit stones. Those 2 spirit eggs alone were converted into 400,000 spirit stones. One must know that a liquid-level existence naturally had absolute core power within a sect. Furthermore, a spirit bird's life expectancy was something a normal cultivator couldn't compare with. If they were to be breed well, there was a good chance they could protect the sect for 1,000 years. Moreover, once a spirit bird reached adulthood, its flying speed was not something a normal spirit ship could compare with. It would to complete missions that many cultivators were unable to. Therefore, monster bird spirit eggs could be said to never appear on the Great Qian Kingdom's market. A price of 400,000 spirit stones probably was estimating the worth of the eggs to be a little low. If not for this, Zhang Xuanjing wouldn't have dared to take a risk and work with Xue Ci to kill those monster birds even with the knowledge that the iron-feathered hawks weren't easy to deal with. When the other sect disciples heard the final spirit stone conversion number, a large number of people sucked a breath of air. Such a large number was enough to completely pay for 2 to 3 years of Heavenly Moon Sect's expenses. Moreover, some of these spirit grasses and spirit medicines were so invaluable that they couldn't even be bought. However, when the few crystal-level cultivators heard this number, most of them creased their eyebrows. This number, compared to previous harvests from secret realms, actually wasn't enough to make them happy. When Martial Aunt Lengyu saw this, her gaze was even more sharp. She spoke to Zhang Xionyang, Lu Ming, and the other disciples. What? None of you saw that scarlet dragon? Martial Aunt Lengyu, we don't know where that scarlet dragon hid itself. Although I put extra care into finding it, I was unable to find its traces. After a few Heavenly Moon Sect disciples looked at each other, Zhang Xionyang instantly stepped forward and represented the others as she reverently replied. Whatever, since you were unable to find it, then it means it wasn't part of your luck. Take out the rest of the items. Fellows, if you're not satisfied, you can use mental strength to check if they still have summer handkerchiefs or storage glyph-type items. She listened to her reply, and although Martial Aunt Lengyu was somewhat disappointed, she didn't show it. Instead, she slowly looked over Zhang Huinyang and the other disciples once before closing her eyes and speaking in a nonchalant manner. Hearing this, Murong Xian and the other crystal-level cultivators didn't hold back and actually used their mental strength to sweep through Zhang Huinyang and the others' bodies. Subsequently, they all nodded their heads and didn't say anything else. Following Ling Yu's gesture, the next group to show their profits was 9 Enlightenment Sect's 4 disciples. The spirit medicines and spirit grasses revealed by the first 3 people were clearly much inferior to what Heavenly Moon Sect's disciples had obtained. They were thus naturally unable to even compare to Zhang Xionyang. However, when a Hall of Blood liquid level echelon confusedly took a light yellow gourd from Senior Yuan, he pulled the cork and sniffed the inside. His face suddenly changed. This is spirit wine. Moreover, its quality isn't inferior to natural spirit wine. Martial Nephew Yuan, where did you obtain this? The Blood River Hall middle-aged man hastily asked. When the other people heard this, they went into an uproar. The echelons of various sects who were in charge of investigating the profits proceeded to circle around and also examine the calabash spirit wine in shock. Various spirit masters, this was plundered from a monster ape's nest. It was probably brewed by them. The black-faced youth displayed a calm expression and bowed his body as he replied. No wonder. Monster apes truly like brewing certain types of spirit wine to drink. This spirit wine is exceptionally pure, and drinking it will not only recover one's Fa Li at lightning speed, but it also has an inconceivable improvement effect on one's body. It's something that cannot be compared with normal spirit wines that can be bought in the market. As for its price, the Hall of Blood's liquid-level middle-aged man gave praise before proceeding to discuss with the others in a low voice. He then gave it an exorbitant price of 150,000 spirit stones. One must know that this sort of spirit wine, that could instantly recover a large amount of Fa Li, still had enormous use to a liquid-level cultivator. After all, no matter who encountered a strong enemy, it was normal for this person to deplete Fa Li. Moreover, perishing because of carelessness was something that no one wanted. If one were to possess this gourd of spirit wine, it was the equivalent of having another life. Furthermore, this spirit wine also had other effects. Therefore, a price of 150,000 spirit stones could be considered fair. However, when the nearby Lu Ming heard this, he came to a sudden realization. Chapter 150 Ranking. Chapter 150 Ranking. It turned out that the person who raided the monster ape's nest before he did that day was this senior from the 9 Enlightenment Sect. As a result of this, all the harvest from the 4 disciples of the 9 Enlightenment Sect were eventually worthy 1,000,000 spirit stones. This number made Master Ling Yu scoff with an expression that showed obvious dissatisfaction. However, after the following Hall and Blood and the following few disciples from the Firestorm Way took out their harvest for checking, Ling Yu's expression softened considerably. It was because the harvest of resources of these 2 sects was not comparable to that of the 9 Enlightenment Sect. Among them, the Firestorm Way had the least, with only a harvest of 700,000 spirit stones worth of resources. Due to Xue Ci from Blood River Hall also taking out an iron-feathered hawk spirit egg, the harvest rose to around 900,000 spirit stones in an instant. Both the faces of the strong crystal-level cultivator from the Hall of Blood and Qiyang naturally turned sour. Thus, in the blink of an eye, only the Fusion Sect and the Barbarian Ghost Sect were left. Seeing this, martial ancestor Yen lightly coughed. Immediately, the Barbarian Ghost Sect leader understood and let Lu Ming, Yang Qian, and the 5 other disciples moved forward. Lu Ming himself had already previously tried to use his mental strength to scan the Sumeru mollusk and realized that it was completely useless. He had also learned from that half-serpent dragon monster to hide the conchit in the flesh of his arm. Even with this knowledge, going to face the crystal level's live inspection caused a slight nervousness to remain in his heart, but on the surface, his expression was not disturbed in the slightest. Only when he came forward to personally take out the Sumeru handkerchief did he slightly tremble. A big pile of things that was significantly a lot more than Yang Chen and companies immediately appeared on the ground. This attracted a confused cry from the barbarian ghost sect leader. Even martial ancestor Yan could not help but do a double take in Lu Ming's direction. The person whose amount of resources was second to Lu Ming's was Yang Chen. In addition, there was also a light yellow gourd atop his pile of items. The harvest of the others were obviously much less than the 2 of them. Seeing this, Gao Chong naturally felt greatly depressed. If he had not joined hands with Feng Chan and company to fight that lion-tiger beast and wasted so many days because of that, his harvest would not be this little. One of the echelons from the Blood River Hall that had already checked over some of the spoils immediately went forward in Yang Chen's direction to inspect the contents of that light yellow gourd. After which he exclaimed, "This is also a gourd of spirit wine and its quality is similar to that of the previous one. They probably originate from the same place." "That is correct. These spirit wines certainly are the ones that I and brother Yuan found together in the monster ape's nest, dividing them equally in half." Yang Chen replied respectfully. Since it is this way, these spirit wines need not be appraised and can be counted as 150,000 spirit stones. Do you other fellows have any opinions on this?" This liquid-level cultivator asked the others after a moment's worth of consideration. A few others obviously nodded their head in approval. So following that, a handful of people started inspecting the pile of resources on the ground. Due to the fact that there were not many resources, Gao Chong and the other 2 disciples had their harvest inspected and accounted for first. The total was less than 200,000 spirit stones and could not compare to the harvest of the other sect's disciples that went before them. What was most shocking was that the water Yuan lotus that Jialan had obtained from killing the 3 monster beasts in the secret realm had yet to appear amid these items. It is unknown as to whether she had directly swallowed it in consumption or had used other methods to store it away. 350,000 spirit stones. 380,000 spirit stones. Yang Chen and Lu Ming's harvest were also converted into spirit stones and checked out. The result was that Lu Ming actually had 30,000 spirit stones more than Yang Chen, who possessed a calabash of spirit wine. This result obviously stunned the barbarian ghost sect leader and a handful of others around him. Totaling the harvest of the 5 disciples from the barbarian ghost sect, it turned out that they collected far less than the Heavenly Moon sect but were still ranked above the 9 Enlightenment sect. It was no wonder. There was not one item that was not a rare spirit object from the 10 or so jade boxes that Lu Ming had harvested from the half-serpent dragon monster. Even though each object by itself was incomparable to that gourd of spirit wine, but if 7 or 8 items were added together, it was valued higher than the spirit wine. Spirit Master Zhang, who had come to participate in the checking, also went forward to inspect Lu Ming's harvest again. Finally, with a hint of excitement, he nodded in the barbarian ghost sect leader's direction to indicate that the calculation were accurate. Seeing this, the barbarian ghost sect was naturally overjoyed. Martial ancestor Yin heard this and directed a question to the barbarian ghost sect with a smile. "What is this child's name and which faction does he belong to? His current performance in the secret realm is not too bad. When we return, he must be greatly commended." "Martial uncle. This child's name is Bai Chong Tian. He just became Junior Zhong of the 9 Infants Mountain's personal disciple. This child's extraordinary performance this time was certainly out of my expectation. After we return, the sect is sure to heftily reward him." When the barbarian ghost sect leader saw that his own martial uncle showed an interest in Lu Ming, he immediately toned down and replied hastily. At the same time, he made a quick decision in his heart to instruct his disciple, Gao Chong, to not pester that outer sect disciple called Mu Mingzhu anymore in the future. It was not a big deal to switch a human cauldron's partner. Martial ancestor Yen listened and nodded approvingly, not saying anything more. As for Gao Chong, who had heard the number of Lu Ming's harvest, the color of his face slightly turned green. It was very clear in his heart that even though he was heavily doted on by the barbarian ghost sect leader, his intentions of relying on the sect's influence to coerce the other party were unlikely to ever come true based on Lu Ming's current established achievements. Of course, if he were able to advance to the level of Spirit Master, everything would naturally be different. After such consideration, Gao Chong bitterly decided to leave no stone unturned when he went back to advance to the level of Spirit Master before deciding anything. At this time, Martial Ancestor Yen, as per procedure, also allowed the few other strong crystal level members to use their perceptions to sweep through the bodies of Lu Ming and a few other disciples to see if they had anything hidden in their possession. Even though Lu Ming had a few disposable storage glyphs on him before, he had naturally taken them out beforehand and let the others inspect that they were empty inside. When there were stifles of perceptions brushing over his body, his heartbeat could not help but race faster. Fortunately, under the enormous spiritual pressure of these crystal levels' perception, the other disciples also did not perform exceptionally well. If he behaved as he normally would have, it would actually appear to be quite strange. When all of the perceptions were pulled back and the other strong crystal level members had yet to express a hint of irregularity, only then could Lu Ming be at ease. Since we few sects also did not manage to obtain that scarlet dragon. Fellow Morong, have the disciples from your fusion sect really not seen it before? That strong crystal level cultivator from the Hall of Blood could not help but direct his question to Morong Xian. If the scarlet dragon was not seen by your sect, would that mean the disciple from our sect must have seen it? Or is it that our fellow Xueling think that the disciples from our sect would fool me? Morong Xian listened and replied, rolling both his eyes. Ho, why must two fellows argue? We will all know the outcome in a small little while. Brother Morong, let your sect reveal their harvest too. Qiang said in a laughing manner to smooth things over. The lot of you reveal your items. Do not leave a single item behind. We do not need to provoke any kind of misunderstanding. Morong Xian displayed a somber expression, yet when he turned around to speak to the fusion sect disciples, he spoke his words with a low shout. The 5 disciples from the fusion sect heard this and naturally agreed respectfully. Moving forward a few steps, they all took out their sumaru handkerchief one by one. After a meal's worth of effort, Lingyu, Qiang and company had a ghastly expression on their faces. The harvest of the fusion sect disciples were also large enough to be above 1,000,000 spirit stones, but within them, they did not have half a hint of the scarlet dragon. From the time that the disciples from each sect emerged from the secret realm, these few strong crystal-level cultivators noticed that there was indeed not a single disciple that had secretly conducted any actions of transferring their harvests. After all, this cave was of normal size and any strong crystal-level cultivator's perception could cover every inch of the cave. Yet, with that scarlet dragon's queer scent, he was afraid that even if it was a scale that was taken out of the sumaru space, he was unable to completely conceal it from them. It seems that our sect really does not have any luck. No one actually bumped into that scarlet dragon. This is really a miscalculated event. Master Lingyu sighed and said. It might not be that they did not bump into it. If they had bumped into that serpent dragon, they might have died to his hands. Morong Xian said with a sneer. What is the use of saying all this now? After all, no one could get that scarlet dragon. This is actually for the better. It means that our luck has not come. Martial Ant Lingyu said with an expressionless face. The others could only remain speechless. That is right. The ranking for this trial is out. You fellows do not have any opinions on this, right? Martial Ancestor Yan's gaze flashed a few times, after which he asked this slowly. It seems that fellow Yan is very pleased with his sect's ranking in this trial. After all, I said earlier that the victory of this trial is determined by the harvest. Naturally there is no reason to regret. What do the other fellows think? Martial Ant Lingyu laughed mischievously, directing her question at the others. To this Martial Ant Lingyu, the Hall of Blood's abilities had developed tremendously in these few years and were already recognized as a threat by the Heavenly Moon sect. Naturally they were willing to suppress the other. Anyways, the trial is only to determine the ranking for these few years. Next time, we Hall of Blood will definitely regain our original ranking. Although Xueling was gloomy, it was obvious that this result was accepted. Even though the Hall of Blood was only second to the Heavenly Moon sect, it did not try to go back on his promise. Lingyu and the others naturally would not regret promises either now that the Hall of Blood had spoken. Thus, Martial Ant Lingyu immediately announced the results of this trial. As for the change in the controls of some resources due to the change in rankings, it was naturally not something these strong crystal-level cultivators had to worry about. Naturally, there were echelons from each sect that were going to find a different time to privately discuss business in greater detail. After half a day, from the middle of the suppressing dragon lake came a piercing sound. A large bone boat took flight, shooting off in the direction of the barbarian ghost sect, carrying Lu Ming and a bunch of people along with it. After half a month, the whole barbarian ghost sect was in an uproar. Almost all of the disciples knew that a disciple from their sect had revealed his abilities in this life and death trial and even managed to bring the entire sect to second place in the sect rankings. All the disciples who participated in trial had suddenly become well known within the sect. However, the individual that was discussed the most was not the inner sect senior brother Yang Qian, but rather the newly emerged core disciple Lu Ming. Chapter 151, Reward. Chapter 151, Reward. Everything was completely exposed in regard to the life and death trial that happened in the secret realm. Lu Ming, as a newcomer among the 10 disciples, had obtained much in the secret realm, actually achieving more than the veteran disciple Yang Qian. This naturally attracted the envious gaze of many. However, Lu Ming, who came back with the sect leader of the barbarian ghost sect, went to the Nine Infants Mountain. Other than going to visit Yuan and company once, he immediately returned to his residence and enclosed himself inside. This naturally and greatly disappointed those who wished to establish a relationship with him. Today Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged inside the house. Both his hands were continuously making incantation gestures, quickly refining the coiled silver chain on his arm. At the same time, the black gas around him tumbled, as if there were black-colored tentacles dancing madly. After an unknown period of time he exhaled deeply. Dispelling the hand sign, the black gas surrounding him was inhaled back into his body. Following that, he tapped the silver chain with one hand, and layers of inscriptions immediately appeared out of nowhere. Surprisingly, there were 17 layers. Seeing this, a hint of a smile could not help but surface on Lu Ming's face. Although this demon subduing chain was only a middle-tier totem, the inscriptions were obviously different from other totems he had seen before. They seemed to be more complex and mysterious while the whole chain was extremely tough. Even if the Cyan Moon sword were to cut it from above, it would be unable to leave any sword marks on it. There even seemed to be a hint of a strange chill emitted from it. It seemed the Heim was not simply just a middle-tier totem, if not, how would it control the flying head? When Lu Ming thought about the incident with the demon, his expression slightly faltered. After he returned to the sect, he went to the Spirit Spell Pavilion on that mountain and specifically looked for a few books regarding demons, researching them anew. Once he finished reading, he understood how lucky he was that day for defeating the flying head. In the history of the 9 infants, there were people that attempted to tame the flying head while they were spirit apostles. However, the outcome was always the same. All of them died from having their blood sucked dry. The reason why Sichuan was initially able to control that demon was in fact due to Yuan and his fellows' help in suppressing it. Plus the demon subduing chain, which was specifically created with restraining abilities for demonic beings. In essence, Sichuan did not truly defeat the flying head. Based on the records, a so-called demon was a being of extreme evil that came into emergence from the negative energy originating from the likes of miasma and other energy similar to that. Originally, it would not have a physical form. It would resemble demonic souls before subsequently changing through the means of swallowing one another and other methods. They would slowly be able to become powerful enough to manifest a physical form. Due to the fact that a demon's growth was unstable, it was only natural that its appearance was strange, taking any shape and size. However, there were certain types of demons that were more common, even frequently appearing in the human realm. Therefore, they were given names, and based on the relative strength of the cultivators, they would also be divided into 9 tiers. First-tier demons had the strength similar to that of an beginning spirit apostle. Second-tier demons possessed the strength of an middle spirit apostle. Third-tier demons possessed the perfect strength of an late spirit apostle. Fourth-tier demons had the strength of a liquid-level beginning spirit master. Fifth-tier demons had the strength similar to that of a liquid-level middle spirit master. And so on. The 9th-tier demons could fight on par with peak crystal-level existences and would not end up in a disadvantaged situation at all. When the strength of these demons immensely increased, it could be further advanced to a higher tier, but when that time came, its name and form would naturally be different. Based on the descriptions in the book, the flying head was among the 4th-tier demons. Rumor had it that in the barbarian ghost sect, the 9 infants was a 7th-tier demon evolving from the evolved form of the flying head. When Lu Ming saw the records in the books, he naturally felt aghast and confused. Even though the flying head's performance in the secret realm was extremely impressive, no matter how well it performed, it did not possess the strength of a liquid-level spirit master. There was a huge disparity of 2 tiers between the flying head and the 9 infants. However, the former could actually evolve into an existence as terrifying as the latter. However, before he was able to refine the necessary secret techniques to be able to completely communicate with the flying heads, he was unable to make sense of all of this. Lu Ming naturally would not idiotically ask these type of questions directly to Xue Ru Quan and company. Otherwise, once they knew that the flying head and demon subduing chain had fallen into his hands, they would most likely want them back. To him, these two objects could greatly enhance his strength. Great strength was life's fundamental guarantee. Naturally, he would not think to return it. Once Lu Ming's thoughts reached this point, his mind unconsciously recapped the situation where he was summoned by Xue Ru Yuan and his two juniors. When these three people learned that Shi Chuan failed to leave the secret realm, yet found out that Lu Ming was able to shine in the life and death trial, with his last harvest even beating Yang Chen by a mile, their expressions could be said to have been abnormally complex. However, on the whole, it was natural that their joy dominated a large part of their expressions. After all, with Lu Ming's performance this time, it was more than enough to let the Nine Infants faction emerge from the depths of the sect. The three of them rewarded Lu Ming with a few encouraging words. In addition, they gave medicinal pills for his extremely encouraging performance. They also implied that they would help him ask the sect for a tenth of the harvest that he was rightfully supposed to receive and that Lu Ming wouldn't need to worry about such matters. Originally, in the cave at the secret realm's entrance, the disciples handed over their resources along with the Sumeru handkerchief initially granted to them. Everything was kept by the sect leader of the barbarian ghost sect. The agreement to share the rewards equally by a tenth was naturally uniformly imparted after a round of discussion back at the sect. Lu Ming heard this and naturally thanked them endlessly. However, with regards to the secret technique of communicating with the hearts of demonic beings, he certainly discovered many techniques, but most of them required Xue Ru Quan and the others to personally impart their knowledge for him to learn. As a result, he could only focus his attention on the secret technique called Demonic Heart Method. This secret technique was considered a method to communicate with demons, but it could also be considered as a type of mental strength secret technique. Once used, not only does it enable one to communicate with demonic beings but also enables one to protect their conscience to a certain degree, allowing one to withstand mental attacks to a level. A normal person was naturally not eligible to study this kind of secret technique, one that perfectly encompassed these two areas. They had to spend a set amount of contribution points in the scripture pavilion in order to receive the technique. Lu Ming's current contribution points were at 0 and as such, this matter was naturally hidden. These few days, Lu Ming could only wait for the sect's reward to be sent down. At the same time, he busied himself with refining the demon subduing chain. Normal spirit apostles, since they were not spirit masters, were unable to condense their perception. As such, they could only operate one totem at a time. Think of perception as ESP with more uses. However, due to Lu Ming's talent in multitasking, he could operate two totems effortlessly at the same time. As a result, when he was facing opponents, he could operate both the Cyan Moon Sword and Demon Subduing Chain at the same time. Presumably, with these two totems, those below the level of Spirit Master who could be considered his opponent, would be extremely rare. As for the Jade Shadow Needle, due to the fact that its restriction layer count was so low in normal circumstances, it could only be used as a killer ace. When facing an enemy head-on, the effects it would have were not great. While Lu Ming was contemplating, a delightful sweet female voice came from outside of the house. "Is Disciple Bai here? Master Xue is summoning you to the mountain. It seems that the reward from the sect has arrived." Lu Ming noticed that the voice sounded familiar. After a moment of consideration, realization dawned on him and he quickly replied, "Is that Senior Gu outside? I'll come immediately." His tone dropped, and with a flick of his arm, the silver chain wrapped around him unraveled like a spirit snake, disappearing into his sleeves. At this moment he got up and pushed the door open to walk outside. Lu Ming saw a beautiful and voluptuous woman standing in the outer courtyard. It was Gu Mei Shan, the woman of the Nine Infants faction who attracted people's attention. "Junior Bai, I have yet to congratulate you. Ho Junior, this time it can be considered that you have established a great achievement for both the sect and us, the Nine Infants. Your future is undoubtedly promising. Perhaps, Master Xue will immediately promote you to the position of the top senior." Once the lady saw Lu Ming walk out, she immediately chuckled and spoke with praise. Her expression was still one of endearment. Lu Ming was at first slightly startled, but he immediately recovered and smiled, politely replying, "Senior is joking now. I'm only lucky this time to be able to provide some contribution. How can I dare to be on par with the esteemed senior brothers and sisters? Junior Bai, the words that you have spoken are not truthful. You are young, yet when dealing with people you are like a 70 or 80-year-old man. Would you not say that this is too boring? Xue Mei Shan replied, blinking with a look of some disapproval on her face. Lu Ming smiled and didn't continue saying anything. Xue Mei Shan couldn't do anything about his silence. Under such circumstances, she shot Lu Ming a glance before she took off first, flying toward the peak of the mountain. Lu Ming made a hand sign and followed close behind. A tea's worth of time later, he appeared in the large temple on the peak of Nine Infants Mountain. There, besides Gui Ruchuan, Spirit Master Zhong, and Zhu Qi, Spirit Master Zhang from Poisonous Spirit faction was also seated there. Master and martial uncles. Lu Ming first directed his bow toward Spirit Master Zhong and followed through with paying his respects to the others. Song Tian, get up. This time I've summoned you because the rewards that the few of you received have arrived. What more is that martial uncle Zhang has personally delivered them. Spirit Master Zhong looked at Lu Ming with a kind glance. It was no wonder since it was not long ago that Lu Ming had been accepted as her personal disciple. Yet, he had already accomplished such a great achievement for the sect and the Nine Infants, greatly raising her reputation. Spirit Master Zhong was immensely pleased, causing her to unconsciously be a little more warm-hearted toward Lu Ming. This time, the disciples from our sect that participated in the Secret Realm trial increased the face of our barbarian ghost sect. Presumably, the sect leader will not be too stingy with his reward, right? Gui Yuan said with a smile, directing his words at the middle-aged spirit master. Senior Gui is joking now. Disciple Bai was nominated by martial uncle Yan as the disciple that should be greatly rewarded. How could the sect leader not add to the reward? Do not worry. As far as I know, disciple Bai's reward is plentiful. I am afraid that it is in no way inferior to martial nephew Yang's. The middle-aged spirit master replied in a positive manner. If it is like this, let me first extend my gratitude to the sect leader on behalf of Song Tian. When Spirit Master Zhong heard this, her face lit up. Hehe. Nevertheless, words of thanks still should be said after martial nephew Bai has seen the reward. To say it after is not too late either. The middle-aged spirit master responded with a chuckle. Chapter 152, Wall of Shadows and Nihou. Chapter 152, Wall of Shadows and Nihou. The middle-aged spirit master flipped one hand and pulled out two jade boxes the size of a fist, giving them to Lu Ming with a smile. Lu Ming said his thanks and immediately received the jade boxes with some anticipation. He opened the lids as soon as possible. Inside the jade box was a jade bottle that was as black as ink, and in the other one, there was a faint silver token with the word Spirit engraved upon it. This is... Lu Ming could not help but reveal an expression with some doubt. Seeing it, Gui Ruchuan instead smiled lightly and began to explain. Martial nephew Bai, these two items are objects you need for breaking through to the realm of Spirit Master. If you were to use contribution points to exchange for them, it would be a matter you would not even think about unless you had tens of thousands of contribution points. Inside the black jade bottle is pure aura chi. This object is absolutely necessary if you want to condense the aura into cultivation chi to create your own chi that protects your body and allows you to become a spirit master. As for the token, it is the object of authentication for entering our sect's spirit pool. Since it is a silver token, it means you can enter for the time of a month. So it is like this. Many thanks to martial uncle Zhang. Hearing what was said, Lu Ming was extremely happy and carefully put the two items away. Junior Zhang, these items are all rewards our sect has given from previous life and death trials. It doesn't really match the heavily rewarded, spoke of earlier. At this time, Zhu Qi also joined the conversation with a smile. Junior Zhu, don't worry. Other than these items there are naturally other rewards. Martial nephew Bai, as for the other rewards, the sect has specially rewarded you 3,000 contribution points and a chance to enter the Ancestor Hall to spend a night to comprehend the Wall of Shadows. The middle-aged spirit master spoke again without hurry. What? A chance to spend a night to comprehend the Wall of Shadows. With this, Gui Ruchuan and the other two were all greatly surprised while Lu Ming's teacher, Spirit Master Zhong, even cried out involuntarily. Senior Gui, you also know the power of the Wall of Shadows left behind by the 16 ancestor all those years ago is low. If it were not for the fact that martial nephew Bai and martial nephew Yang managed to bring extremely great merit for the sect, martial ancestor Yan definitely would not have allowed the sect leader to use two chances at the wall. The spirit master Zhang also spoke with a little jealousy. Lu Ming, on one side, was extremely confused and did not know what this so-called Wall of Shadows was at all. However, since the Spirit Master Zhong did not even talk about the 3,000 contribution points mentioned before, the wall was obviously worth far more than that. It looks like this time the sect leader really has heavily rewarded the two of them. That Wall of Shadows is controlled personally by martial ancestor Yen, and according to the rules, only when disciples break through to become a Spirit Master can they be allowed to comprehend it for a night. As for the matters regarding the Wall of Shadows, Junior should personally tell martial nephew Bai later. Don't waste this chance for nothing. Only after the surprised expression on Xue Ruchuan's face dissolved did he speak to Spirit Master Zhong with a serious face. That is obvious. I will explain the matter regarding the Wall of Shadows. Song Tian, come to where I live tonight. I have other things to talk to you about. Now take your identification slit and let Martial Uncle Zhang transfer 3,000 contribution points to you. Spirit Master Zhong nodded her head seriously before instructing Lu Ming in such a way. Hearing her, Lu Ming nodded his head, and took off the nameplate around his neck to pass to Spirit Master Zhang. The middle-aged Spirit Master pulled out a short, golden stick from his chest. After pointing it at the slit a few times, he returned it to Lu Ming. He then said, "Those items from before are all rewarded to you from the sect. As for the reward of every sect for this life and death trial, it is 1/10 of all the resources you have brought out from the secret realm. Now the sect has two options for you. One is that no matter what spirit items you have brought out, you keep 1/10 of each object. If some objects cannot be separated, they will be broken into spirit stones of the same value. The other choice is, the resources are given to you as spirit stones with the price slightly above the current market price. My personal suggestion is that martial nephew Bai should choose the latter. After all, most of the spirit medicines and resources from within the secret realm are items that the sect urgently needs. Only with the power of the sect can they be put to their real use. On the other hand, if these spirit items are in your possession, it might cause some unthinkable problems. There are still people within the sect that want to rob my disciple?" Hearing what was said, Spirit Master Zhong immediately gave a cold snort. This might not be true. However, if they are people not in our sect, it cannot be determined so easily. Also, martial nephew Yang and the few others all chose the spirit stones. If martial nephew Bai chooses the spirit medicines all by himself, perhaps that is not too good. The middle-aged Spirit Master replied with a cold laugh. Whatever, since Junior Zhang has spoken like this, we should let martial nephew Bai also choose the spirit stones. Xue Ruchuan creased his brow a little and spoke with resolution. Since Senior has spoken like that, I have no opinion. Song Tian, what do you think? Spirit Master Zhong sighed before asking Lu Ming a question. I will naturally listen to everything teacher orders. Lu Ming replied without any hesitation. Very well. Here is 42,000 spirit stones that have already been converted. Martial nephew Bai, please take them. Hearing his response, the middle-aged Spirit Master's expression changed. From his bosom, he pulled out a cloth bag and threw it across to Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his hand to catch the bag. After examining it a few times, he saw that there were 20 middle-tier spirit stones. In addition, there were surprisingly 4 bluish-white spirit stones that were like jade. Their surfaces were extremely smooth and released a surprising aura that far exceeded a middle-tier spirit stone's aura. These are high-tier spirit stones. It was Lu Ming's first time seeing spirit stones at such a level, therefore, he could not help but brighten up. He gave the cloth bag a few extra glances before putting it away in the same manner as before. Good, the current matters have been completed then. I will take my leave first. At this moment, the middle-aged Spirit Master stood up and said his farewell with a smile on his face. Xue Ruchuan and the other two naturally all stood up to see him off. However, when they turned around again, Lu Ming took his leave discreetly. After waiting for Lu Ming's shadow to disappear from the area near the entrance, Zhu Qi retracted his gaze and suddenly gave out a sigh. Such a pity. If we could use spirit stones to exchange for the spirit medicines from martial nephew Bai, I myself could also use spirit stones. Why should we have to hand it all over to the sect? I have seen the spirit medicines that martial nephew Bai brought out from the secret realm this time. Within them there are many spirit medicines that are of great use to us. Even if he only received 1/10, who knows, we might have the chance to borrow their power to break through our current bottleneck. Forget about it. The spirit medicines martial nephew Bai brought back this time are indeed extremely precious. Martial ancestor Yen and senior sect leader would not allow them to be kept within their respective factions. However, on the other hand, if our sect really does use these resources, we will not necessarily miss the chance to gain some of these benefits. Xue Ruchuan heard this and shook his head. I hope so. However, now our 9 Infants faction can be ranked in the top 5 factions because of Martial Nephew Bai's performance. With this, for several years in the future, our faction will receive at least twice as many resources from the sect. We can relax a lot. However, the pity is that Martial Nephew sure did not survive in the secret realm, otherwise our faction may have been ranked even higher. They were participating in the life and death trials. Having people die is an extremely common matter. We can only say that Chuan did not have enough luck. However, this time we have also lost the flying head. This is a little unfortunate for Junior Zhong. The flying head was originally supposed to be given to Junior to use after it recovered its vigor. Hearing what was said, Xue Ruchuan's expression became gloomier, and he spoke to Spirit Master Zhong in a somewhat apologetic manner. No problem. It is just, the flying head had been heavily injured years ago, and after being sealed for so many years, its strength has already fallen to below the liquid level. Waiting for it to recover its strength is a matter that would take an unknown amount of time. Otherwise we would not dare risk it and give it to Martial Nephew Sure to use. Spirit Master Zhong instead replied without a care. Even if the strength of the flying head fell even more, it is a demon of the 4th tier. It also has the potential to become a 9 infant, so how can you speak in such an uncaring manner? How about this, Junior Zhu Qi and I will go try to release the seal of that Nihou later. Although its strength is not as great as the flying head, it is still a demon of the 4th tier. However, it may take some time to remove the seal, and when it will be tamed, Junior will experience great risks. Xue Ruchuan hesitated a little and spoke to Spirit Master Zhong with such words. Nihou is another type of demon and has not deteriorated as much as the flying head. What, Senior is willing to give that demon to me? Hearing what was said, Spirit Master Zhong was slightly startled. This is not the question of willing or not willing. Now that our faction has come out of a low state with great effort, the 3 of us, the seniors, definitely need to quickly increase our strength. Only by taking such measures can we maintain our current rank. The people in our sect that can control a demon of the 4th tier, other than me, is only you, Junior. The reason why I was not willing to give that Nihou to you before was because I feared that your cultivation was not high enough and you would be injured. Xue Ruchuan explained with a cold smile. Relax, Senior, although I cannot say that I have 100% confidence in subduing that Nihou with my current strength, it is still above 70%. Spirit Master Zhong replied with a light laugh. Junior having such confidence is naturally the best. Anyway, matters regarding Martial Nephew Bai will be handled by Junior. Although we do not like his chances of becoming a Spirit Master, he has brought great merit to our sect and faction, so Junior should encourage him a little more. Zhu Qi chimed in while standing to one side. Senior Zhu does not need to say that. I know to do that myself. Spirit Master Zhong replied without hesitation. At night, Lu Ming once again left his sleeping quarters and returned to the area near the peak. He arrived in front of a building which had an elegant feel. Before he managed to knock on the door, Spirit Master Zhong sent out a soft message. Have you arrived, Song Tian? You can come right in. I have already removed the restrictions on the door. Yes, teacher. Hearing what was said, Lu Ming's heart shivered a little. He replied respectfully and pushed open the door to walk in. He saw, in the hall of the 1st floor, Spirit Master Zhong sitting in a chair with a book covered in white in her hand. It seemed like she had been waiting already. Message from author and me. Demon's Diary, Motng, has finally entered the 2nd book. Lu Ming will also return to the world of mortals again and begin searching the mysteries around his identity. Chapter 153, Pure Aura Qi. Book 2 Chapter 153, Pure Aura Qi. Lu Ming stepped forward with respect before indifferently standing to the side. Very good, you came somewhat early. The reason why I called you here, aside from talking about the Walls of Shadows, was to discuss entering the Spirit Master realm. We have all discerned that you should have obtained something good from the secret realm as your cultivation has drastically increased since you entered the secret realm. It's so noticeable that you are having FA fluctuations. They are being dispelled because you cannot control the FA well. Spirit Master Zhong warmly explained. Teacher is all-knowing. I truly did eat a bunch of spirit fruits in the secret realm, and my FA has already increased to the peak of the Spirit Apostle realm. However, when I removed these spirit fruits, their effectiveness continuously leaked out and I was unable to bring them out of the secret realm. Lu Ming hastily replied. There's no need to explain this. Whatever benefit you obtained in the secret realm was due to your own destiny. Us elders and the sect will not question you. This is a tacit agreement between every sect. After all, there was an extremely high probability of you perishing in the life and death trials. However, with your current situation, it's best to wait a while and consolidate your new FA before trying to break into the Spirit Master realm. Spirit Master Zhong waved her hands as she gave her reply. Many thanks for teacher's pointers, I know what to do. Lu Ming's heart relaxed and he spoke respectfully. Okay, I will discuss the matter of breaking into the Spirit Master realm a little bit later with you. Right now, I'll talk about comprehending the walls of shadows. Before this, have you ever heard of this treasure? Spirit Master Zhong composedly asked. Teacher, this is truly the first time disciple has heard of such an item existing in the sect. Lu Ming blinked his eyes before replying. Yes, this is quite normal. Aside from us elders, only a handful of disciples that are not greater than 10 within the sect know about the walls of shadows' existence. Moreover, before being told of its existence, everyone is prohibited from speaking about it. In order for me to give you a detailed explanation of the walls of shadows, you also cannot tell anyone else about this. Otherwise, there will be sect punishments. Spirit Master Zhong said with a serious expression. Yes, I understand. After hearing her, Lu Ming's heart shivered. Okay, Master will first talk about the walls of shadows' history. This object was originally an unknown strange stone in the deep sea. Later, it was salvaged from the sea floor by the sea race before eventually falling into 16 sect founders' hands that year. It is said that sect founder went into seclusion for a few years before finally comprehending the function and history of this object. He then searched out and found the most famous formation master on Yunchuan continent at that time. He then had him engrave a set of mysterious restrictions on it. Next, he left this wall in his normal cultivation room, no longer showing it to anyone else. This lasted until a few hundred years ago when 16 sect founders' life was about to end and he finally gathered his sect's disciples in front of him. In front of everyone, he illustrated his own history and the true usage of the walls of shadows. Spirit Master Zhong suddenly stopped here. Sect founders' history and the true usage of the wall of shadows? Lu Ming revealed an expression of suspicion. That's right. According to what sect founder said, he had actually come from another continent's large sect. Due to a special circumstance, he began wandering Yunchuan continent and didn't return to his original sect. Without any better options, he started a sect, which is our barbarian ghost sect. Sect founder was limited by his sect's oath and couldn't pass on his true teaching to his sect's disciples. What he passed down instead were methods that he learned. However, when sect founder's life was about to actually end, he was not willing to bury his teachings with him. They ultimately became part of the walls of shadows. He used the walls of shadows to place a special restriction and leave a few secret method inheritances on it. In the future, if a disciple had the chance, he or she could comprehend some things from this wall by oneself. In this way, sect founder didn't technically break the oath he made before. You should now understand the value of the walls of shadows, right? Spirit Master Zhong seriously questioned. Sect founder originally was from another continent. Nonetheless, teacher should have comprehended the walls of shadows before. What can be obtained from it? Lu Ming was shocked for a long while before he finally opened his mouth and asked a question. According to the sect's rules, this wall of shadows can only be controlled by the person with the highest cultivation within the sect. Moreover, a provision was laid down by sect founder which stated, aside from disciples who reached the Spirit Master realm or completed great merit for the sect, no one else has the right to comprehend this wall. This was because the walls of shadows has a finite amount of uses. Each time it is expedited to be seen by others, it will use up a portion of the energy inside it. When all of its energy has been depleted, that day will be the day when this treasure falls apart. After so many years, the remaining energy inside isn't too much. As for when it will fall apart, only the heavens know. Perhaps after you and Yang Chen view it, there may be a large chance that it will no longer exist in the next second. The year when I became a spirit master, I really did view this wall for one night. However, aside from a few indistinct shadows that flashed on the wall and feeling quite refreshed the morning after, I didn't obtain anything. When Martial Uncle Zhu looked at it that year, he had pretty much the same outcome. Actually, when your Martial Uncle Gue looked at it, he gained some insight and managed to resolve a large cultivation problem. As for others, they all achieved virtually the same results. A large portion of them were like your teacher and managed to see only a few indescribable shadows. A small portion of them were able to receive a few words. From this, they were able to resolve large cultivation problems. There have only been 3 to 4 people that have been able to find complete cultivation methods or secret techniques from the walls of shadows. The secret techniques or cultivation methods they received are all included among the sect's most paramount secret techniques. With each generation, there are only a few people who can cultivate these techniques. Even the sect's so-called greatest 3 secret techniques cannot compare with these. Therefore, what you obtain from the Walls of Shadows will completely depend on your own luck and destiny. Spirit Master Zhong spoke prudently with Lu Ming. Lu Ming was naturally somewhat baffled after listening. However, after thinking a while, he couldn't help but ask, since there have been this many elders who have looked at the Walls of Shadows and further obtained something, there must be some sort of rule for things to look for. This is what I'll advise you on now. Having so many people look at it before, the rules are out of the question. However, there really are a few publicly known methods to those viewing the Walls of Shadows in order to give them a better chance at comprehending things. Remember these methods well. First, before looking at the Walls of Shadows, one must be at peak mental condition. If his or her heart is somewhat pure, he or she can even take a bath and not eat for 3 days prior to the viewing. The second, Spirit Master Zhong's firm words gave Lu Ming an understanding of methods and rumors to tackling the Walls of Shadows. Finally, if you truly do obtain a cultivation method or secret method from the Wall of Shadows, there's no need for you to let the sect know about it before you have finished cultivating it. Spirit Master Zhong finally came to a stop, letting Lu Ming think about what was just said. Why is this? He asked in an astonished manner. Because previously there have been people that looked at the Walls of Shadows and went somewhat insane, obtaining useless methods that couldn't be cultivated. Therefore, no matter what kind of comprehensions you gain at the Wall of Shadows, there won't be anyone who immediately questions you closely. When you can confirm that it is of some value, you can exchange it with the sect. Of course, as an equal exchange, you can learn another Wall of Shadows secret technique from the sect. Spirit Master Zhong explained it like this. So it was like this. Thank you for your guidance. After listening, Lu Ming suddenly understood a bit. Okay, I will speak about the matter regarding the Wall of Shadows up to here. Right now, I should talk to you about breaking through to the Spirit Master realm. How much do you know about liquefying true Yuan and condensing aura into cultivation Qi? Spirit Master Zhong nodded her head before changing the topic with a question. With regard to liquefying true Yuan, I have read a bit about it in a few ancient books. It seems to be completely liquefying the gaseous true Yuan in one's spirit sea. From here, the amount of Fa Li that can be held will increase by over 10 times and thereby allowing one to become a spirit master. As for condensing aura into cultivation Qi, this is a method of liquefying one's true Yuan. Only by dissolving pure aura Qi into one's true Yuan can one change the gaseous state of true Yuan into a liquid form. From here, cultivation Qi will naturally come to fruition. Cultivation Qi is the most distinct indicator of a liquid-level cultivator. Lu Ming pondered a while before saying most of what he knew. Yes, although you didn't say much, it was all extremely insightful. It's clear to see that you spent quite the effort beforehand. However, you should know what pure aura Qi is and that it can be divided into many different kinds. After hearing him, Spirit Master Zhong showed a slight smile on her face as she spoke. I truly am not too clear on this matter. Lu Ming hesitated before replying truthfully. Pure aura Qi actually should be called earthly aura Qi. Its origin is a unique aura Qi that was born in the ground and it possesses myriads of inconceivable, unique effects. It can also be divided into hundreds of thousands of different kinds. Dissolving true Yuan to compress Fa Li is the only common use of all these types of pure aura Qi. Therefore, the final cultivation Qi you condense will be different depending on the pure aura Qi you dissolve. There are a few cultivation Qis that when condensed, possess defensive abilities that are stronger than normal cultivation Qis. There are some cultivation Qis that, from the day they were born, possess the ability to corrode other cultivation Qis. There are even some cultivation Qis that act as great amplifiers to certain attributes of methods. As far as I know, there even exists a cultivation Qi that defies natural order. It is able to slowly and voluntarily purify Fa Li, so it has inconceivable effects on helping cultivation. Spirit Master Zhong was extremely serious as she spoke. Lu Ming was naturally dumbstruck as he listened. Although there are many different kinds of pure aura Qis, there are actually an extremely few number of pure aura Qis that can be found in the world. Moreover, once they have been used, a few thousands of years have to pass before a new pure aura Qi is born. Pure aura Qis that have extremely strong effects in the cultivation Qi state are even more rare. Places where pure aura Qi can be born are normally called aura pits. When us sects choose where to set up, most of the time we will choose to build it on an aura pit in order to guarantee the sect's long-term flourishment. Spirit Master Zhong explained in an informative manner. Chapter 154, Demonic Heart Method. Chapter 154, Demonic Heart Method. From the way you are speaking, there should also be a aura pit under the barbarian ghost sect. Then the pure aura chi spirit master Zhang left is. After listening to her, Lu Ming realized something. Correct. It is because of the huge aura pit that our barbarian ghost sect was picked to be built here. The pure aura chi the sect gave to you before was taken from this aura pit. However, this pure aura chi is the most common type of Yingwu pure aura chi. After it has been refined into cultivation chi, it is only slightly denser than normal, and other than the ability to use slightly cold energy to injure your opponent, it does not have a wide range of uses. However, even if that is the case after so many years, there is not much pure aura chi left in the aura pit at our sect. Now, only disciples that are especially outstanding by reaching the peak tier of spirit apostle can have their faction ask the sect for a serving of pure aura chi for them. As for the other people, they can only use a huge amount of contribution points to exchange for their own pure aura chi from the sect before receiving a chance to attempt to break through to become a spirit master. Only because the life and death trials this time were extremely tough, did the sect decide to make it a reward for a few of you. Spirit Master Zhong replied with a slight smile. With such an explanation from teacher, I finally understand. From what teacher has said, if I find other pure aura chi from somewhere else outside, I can refine a cultivation chi that is even better for protecting my body. Lu Ming thought quickly and asked such a question. That is naturally allowed. However, this is very unlikely to happen. Do you know how many spirit stones this portion of Yingwu pure fiendish chi can be sold for outside? Spirit Master Zhong at first nodded her head before shaking it. Please tell me, teacher. Lu Ming was stumped and asked. You would need 30,000 spirit stones, and it is impossible to buy under normal circumstances. Pure aura chis that are slightly better are commonly sold at a price that is several times higher. After all, there are too many cultivators that need pure aura chi. Also, if you fail in attempting to break through to Spirit Master, you will need to find a new portion of pure aura chi to attempt to break through next time. Additionally, when people attempt to break through to Spirit Master, if they can use an extra portion of 2 of pure aura chi, their chances of success will also increase. The demand of this item can be imagined because of such a factor. Spirit Master Zhong explained in such a way. 30,000 spirit stones. Lu Ming did not even pay attention to the words spoken after the 30,000 spirit stone price was mentioned. By that time, he had already forced a smile to appear on his face. All of the spirit stones he gained from the life and death trials while risking his life was just enough to buy one portion of Yingwu pure aura chi. Looking at his own talent, he did not believe that he would be able to break through to Spirit Master with one attempt. This price is already cheap. After all, who knows how many loose cultivators, not in sects and older disciples of various sects are willing to fight for a chance to break through to the realm of a Spirit Master. Anyway, I will stop explaining the matters regarding the pure aura chi. Now, I will explain a few other matters that you must pay attention to when you attempt to break through to the realm of a Spirit Master. First of all, cultivators under the age of 30 have the highest chance of breaking through to become a Spirit Master. Once you have exceeded that age, one cannot say that you have no chance to become a Spirit Master successfully, but the situations in your Spirit Sea, meridians and other places inside the body will be extremely different from before. Therefore, the likelihood of succeeding becomes extremely low. Also, whether you can condense the true Yuan into liquid has a huge correlation to the purity of your Fa Li. If your Fa Li is at a certain level of purity, combining your true Yuan with your pure aura chi is naturally easier for you than other people. This is also the reason why your martial uncle Gue and I requested you to avoid using Fa Li increasing pills and other such medicines as much as possible, and instead take one step at a time to steadily cultivate your Fa Li. A few special spirit medicines or spirit fruits, objects that are transformed from heavenly and earthly essence, give extremely pure Fa Li when taken and do not cause great problems. No matter if it is other pills or the flesh of monsters, they will all cause you great troubles in breaking through the bottleneck later. When that happens, it will be too late for regrets. If you spend a large portion of time to increase the purity of Fa Li, the time spent can easily exceed the 30-year-old limit. Spirit Master Zhong spoke with some depth to him. The levels of cultivation are Spirit Apostle then Spirit Master liquid level. Think of it like the change of state. True Yuan is a gas gathered at the Spirit Apostle stage before being condensed into a liquid to reach liquid level. Hearing his teacher's explanation, Lu Ming could not help but reveal a slightly awkward expression. It was obvious that this teacher still believed that the reason why he could cultivate at such a speed was due to consuming Fa Li increasing pills. Also, even if you have not become a spirit master by the age of 30, don't be too depressed. I can think of thousands of spirit apostle disciples in our sect, but there are only 30 or so people that have become a spirit master. This is enough to show how hard it is to break through. It is almost 1 in 100. Even if you are a genius disciple like Yang Chen or Gao Chong, they are not 100% confident in becoming a spirit master, and only have a slightly better chance than other people. It is not like it has not happened in the history of our sect, where many genius disciples, that all the elders in the sect are optimistic about, do not even reach liquid level at all and can only spend their final years as a spirit apostle. Our sect has even once had a crystal level elder before, who had a fortuitous encounter at 30 years old, breaking through into the liquid level realm. Afterward, his cultivation level increased greatly, actually becoming an ancestor like martial ancestor Yuan in the end. Spirit Master Zhong spoke a few sentences to Lu Ming to comfort him. Many thanks for what teacher has said. I will definitely remember it. Lu Ming replied respectfully. Very good. Other than those two important conditions, there are a few other areas that you cannot ignore to break through to liquid level. For example, when you attempt to break through to Spirit Master, there must be no disturbances. At the same time, the thicker the heavenly and earthly Yuan Qi in the location you attempt to break through, the better your breakthrough will go. After nodding her head, Spirit Master Zhong explained a few other unignorable problems to Lu Ming in detail. Lu Ming naturally paid attention and memorized them. An hour later, only after Spirit Master Zhong had explained everything to Lu Ming, did she allow him to leave. On the morning of the second day, Lu Ming left where he lived and went to the scripture pavilion to use almost 1,000 of his newly gained contribution points to exchange for the demonic heart method. He then went to the gray market to buy a pouch for demons that was of average quality from another disciple. This pouch could naturally not be compared to the cultivating soul pouch, but at least it was better than having the flying head and the white-boned scorpion squished together every day. The following month, Lu Ming did not go anywhere at all and spent all the time practicing his newly gained technique. After all, the situation created when he subdued the flying head from before was just too abnormal. Every day Lu Ming could not find out the reason would be another day where he could not really relax. Although the contribution points needed to exchange for the demonic heart method was a lot, it was actually an extremely easy method for him to cultivate. Lu Ming cultivated to initial spell mastery in such a short period of time, which was enough to communicate with the consciousness of the demon according to what was written down. As a result, on the morning of this day, he made sure his mental strength was in good condition. He then slapped the newly bought leather pouch with one hand and a cloud of black air immediately emerged out of it. After rolling and condensing, it transformed into the flying head. The flying head originally had an extremely frightening expression, but after moving its eyes and seeing Lu Ming, it immediately became extremely calm. With a slight movement, it flew up close to Lu Ming in a well-behaved manner and lay on the ground without moving. Lu Ming squinted his eyes a little before quickly forming hand signs with his two hands without saying anything further. Black gas immediately rolled out of his body, and at the same time, technique seals shot out from his fingers, all disappearing into the male head with a flash. At this moment, Lu Ming raised his hand and moved it away. The black air wrapped around the flying head, and with a blur, Lu Ming pressed his hand onto the top of its head, causing it to slowly close its eyes. In the next moment, the blood-colored inscription on the flying head's forehead began to flash crazily and its eyes became blank. Exactly the time it takes to drink a cup of tea later, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes and removed his hand from the top of the flying head. What is this? What do you mean there is another extremely strong owner inside the body of the owner? Lu Ming mumbled while staring at the flying head. However, he had an extremely unsettled and bewildered expression. His casting of the technique before should have been extremely successful, but from the results of the communication of consciousness, he only received half an answer that was relevant to what he had asked, other than the fact that he had felt that the demon was wholeheartedly respectful of him. Lu Ming thought for a while with his brows tightly furrowed and once again cast the technique to communicate with the consciousness of the flying head. He was slightly unwilling to accept the answer. However, he received the same answer. Luckily, the two times when he had cast the technique, he came to understand why this demon of the fourth tier had such a low strength. The demon was actually heavily injured in the past years and was always sealed. It had only recently regained its freedom, which was why it had become so weak. However, Lu Ming was extremely happy with its unfortunate situation. As long as the demon could recover its former strength, he would immediately have an additional liquid level helper. It was a pity that he never obtained the method to recover all of the demon's injuries in those communications. Sleeping for a long time could help its recovery become slightly better. It had also named a few weird names which Lu Ming never even heard of, so it was needless to mention that they would not be of help. It seemed like this matter could only be discussed in the future when there was a special encounter or chance. Lu Ming thought like this, and with another hand sign formed with one hand he pointed at the flying head. With a ping sound, the demon transformed into a cloud of black gas again, disappearing into the leather pouch. In the remaining time, Lu Ming thought hard about what the meaning of the sentence the flying head had said actually meant. The pity was that this matter really had no start or finish. After thinking for a while, there was no end result, and he could only throw it to the back of his mind with a cold smile. Afterward he thought a little more. He then pulled out a silver token and a black jade bottle from his sleeve. These two objects naturally were the objects of authentication for entering the spirit pool within the sect and the portion of Yinwu pure aura qi that had been rewarded to him. Lu Ming played around with the two items in his hands separately before falling into deep thought. According to what he had originally thought, as long as his cultivation level reached the peak of the Spirit Apostle realm, he would naturally immediately attempt to break through to the Spirit Master realm. After all, the earlier he could become a Spirit Master, the earlier he could really stand up in this world of cultivation. However, after hearing what Spirit Master Zhong had said, Lu Ming could not help but begin hesitating in his heart. Chapter 155 Dragon Scale Armor. Chapter 155 Dragon Scale Armor. He very clearly knew that his Fa Li was much more pure than an average disciple's. However, the fact that he was a 3 spiritual pulse disciple who cultivated this dark bone method of unknown origin, possibly caused his chances of successfully breaking through to a spirit master to lessen. The spirit C would be heavily injured every time there was a failure when breaking through to become a spirit master. It was one of the topics his teacher had mentioned. Even if one could obtain more pure aura qi, one would not have the chance to attempt to break through again for 7 to 8 years. He became even more hesitant at heart because of this possibility. After all, he could not be counted as being very prepared. Especially when the few methods Spirit Master Zhong talked about, the ones that increased the chance of breaking through to the realm of a spirit master were lacking. Even if he really could break through on his first try with luck, the Yinwu pure aura qi provided by the sect was just too ordinary. If he really used it to form cultivation qi, it would definitely greatly affect his future strength. On the other hand, he had greatly offended Gao Chong, who was an earth spiritual pulse disciple. If Gao Chong became a spirit master early on, perhaps his future days at the barbarian ghost sect would be too good. For official matters, Gui Ruchuan, Spirit Master Zhong, and the other people would definitely shelter him, but Gao Chong only needed to perform some actions in secret to be enough to cause Lu Ming to find it extremely difficult to cope. However, if Lu Ming tried to tackle becoming a spirit master too hastily and he failed, his situation would be much worse than right now. Lu Ming played with the thing in his hand as he quickly thought of everything and carefully weighed the consequences. If he had enough time, he could definitely prepare 1 or 2 more portions of pure aura qi. Then, he could use much of his wealth to buy a couple of pills that could help break through any cultivation bottlenecks. Or, he could risk it and wait a couple of years for the mysterious bubble to purify his Fa Li by a large amount again. With the fact that he had Fa Li that was much more than a normal peak spirit apostle, he could probably withstand the extraction from the mysterious bubble. The purity of his Fa Li could jump up with another Fa Li purification. It could at least make the success of his breakthrough rise by at least 10 to 20%. He had enough time to find other and more suitable pure aura qis with a couple years' time. If Gao Chong became a spirit master first, Lu Ming could take a patrol or guard mission that took a couple of years and gave him a chance to leave the sect. Missions like these were quite simple but gave an incredible amount of contribution points. The only trouble was that during the timer period that Lu Ming was away from the sect, the resources that he would have access to and the Yuan Qi needed to train would be incomparable to when he was in the sect. This would greatly affect his cultivation. Thus, those disciples that wanted to become a spirit master under the age of 30 were not willing to take such missions. However, this all was not a factor for Lu Ming. His Fa Li was already at the peak spirit apostle realm and he didn't need to cultivate again to increase his Fa Li. Thus, no matter how bad the cultivation environment was, he didn't need to care. Instead, he could use this time to slowly purify the Fa Li in his body. Then, when the mysterious bubble exploded, the purity of the Fa Li would be at a purity that was impossible to believe. From there, breaking through to the Spirit Master realm would be much more probable. Lu Ming thought left and right and finally came out with that solution. With a gnash of his teeth, he decided to pursue it. If I really have a couple of years, perhaps I can go look at that secret. Although it wouldn't be without worries, my current abilities should be more than enough to explore that place while staying alive. In addition, it's time for me to end the business with Bai Clan and Uncle Qian, Lu Ming muttered to himself as a flash of cold light appeared on his face. With Lu Ming's status as someone who just made a large contribution to the sect, his act of impersonating the Bai Clan person would not be punished too hard. However, he couldn't delay in confessing to his crime since his contribution to the sect would also be forgotten as more time passed. After Lu Ming closely thought about his plan, he felt that there were no problems. With that, he let out a light breath and suddenly patted a protruding spot on his arm. Pooh! A wound opened up, and a milky white mini-conch came from within. It was the Sumeru conch. Lu Ming took the object and placed it at the center of his palm to look at it closely. Suddenly he smiled and said to himself, Sumeru conch. I never knew that this would actually be a treasure of the sea race. I wonder how it fell into the hands of that scarlet dragon. Whatever, no matter what happens, it has profited me. Lu Ming had investigated the origins of the object by flipping through many ancient records, and finally understood the origins of this object. With that, he was naturally overjoyed. Next, Lu Ming took out a glyph from his body, and with a wave, it turned into a thin white light barrier that covered everything within a dozen feet from Lu Ming. Then Lu Ming made a technique and expanded the Sumeru conch. With a flash of the silver inscriptions on the conch and a white light, a jade box and the well-preserved dragon shell that was a couple feet long began floating in front of Lu Ming. With a wave of his hand, the jade box shakily landed in the hands of Lu Ming. Lu Ming then opened the lid of the jade box to reveal a light gold piece of dirt. It was the gold resting dirt that he had found. Lu Ming then carefully took the dirt from the jade box. After a close examination, he seemed to have thought of something as he put it back. The gold resting dirt was worth more than a couple 100,000 spirit stones. It could be said that the worth of this object was only second to the scarlet dragon shell. However, Lu Ming did not know what to do with it. After all, trying to sell such a treasure through regular markets or basic stores would naturally be impossible. He had heard someone say that there would be some markets that did some auctions periodically. Normally, these auctions had good reputations and would not inquire about the identity of the seller. If Lu Ming really wanted to exchange the resting dirt for spirit stones, such an option was definitely not a bad choice. In addition, there was no way Lu Ming could think of taking this object to the rumored sea race market. However, if he was lucky, he would be able to exchange it for something that he needed. Lu Ming thought like this, and the Sumeru conch flashed in white light as it was once again stored in the jade box. Lu Ming then turned his gaze to the scarlet dragon shell. After gesturing with his hand, the shell lightly flew over and landed in his hands. Lu Ming's fingers started to move and slowly slid across the shell. He clearly felt the toughness within each scale. In terms of value, the gold resting dirt was chump change compared to the shell. A complete crystal-level serpent dragon shell, it could be said that there wouldn't be a second one of these in the entire Yunchuan continent. What was unfortunate was that this could not see the light of day. If this shell was auctioned off here or even sold at the sea races market, the barbarian ghost sect, along with the other large sects of the country, would all suspect the disciples that participated in the secret realm. In addition, they would be furious and immediately start searching for answers. If the crystal-level cultivators decided to use some techniques that could draw one's soul out, he could not guarantee that he could still keep the secret. Although the scarlet dragon shell was quite precious, what the crystal-level cultivators looked more closely at was the essence blood of the dragon that could help them increase their FA and break through bottlenecks. However, Lu Ming had no such thing. Once the cultivators found out that Lu Ming had the shell, they would definitely think that Lu Ming had other parts of the dragon. At that time, he would be stuck between a rock and a hard place without being able to explain anything. Lu Ming thought of these possibilities, and even though he was quite strong-willed, his heart could not help but feel a chill. While he did not have the power to contend with crystal-level monsters, he could not take the shell out to show anyone. In addition, the scarlet dragon shell was an incredible treasure. Even without special refining, the defense that came with it was almost unreal. Normal spirit masters couldn't even pierce through it. It would be a big regret if Lu Ming didn't take advantage of having such a great treasure. Lu Ming thought about it some more and kept looking over the dragon shell in his hands. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he stared at the individual small scales that were sparkling red. Although he couldn't take out the entire dragon shell, he could definitely take advantage of the scales. Without hesitation, Lu Ming twisted his wrist and the cyan moon sword appeared. Immediately he flicked it at one of the scales on the shell. Pooh! A scale that was the size of a grain jumped off of the shell. The moment it came off, red light flashed as the scale expanded to become 10 times larger than before. It was now the size of a thumbnail. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming became excited. With flashes of his short sword, he flicked off more than 30 scales from the shell before stopping. Lu Ming then took one of the scarlet scales. With a light flick of his finger, the sword in his hand sliced at the scale. Dang! With a flash of cold light, the cyan moon sword actually bounced off of the scale, and was not able to cut it open at all. Lu Ming became much more excited with this discovery. Lu Ming then put away the short sword and took off his clothes. He also took off the glyph armor that had already served its use and was no longer useful. Then he measured the scale on his chest and placed it onto his skin. With that, he furrowed his brows, obviously not too comfortable. However, Lu Ming obviously disregarded this idea. Thinking, he stood back up again and started searching through the wood chest that was in the corner of the room. He actually found an incredibly soft hide of an unknown animal. Lu Ming placed the hide over him and stick the scale on the hide. After shaking around somewhat, he showed a satisfied expression. Lu Ming then found a thin animal tendon from the chest and took out the cyan short sword again. He then started slashing at the hide with great proficiency. Chapter 156, Marriage. Chapter 156, Marriage. In a couple of moments, the hide was cut into a simple shape. Then Lu Ming stored away the sword as he grabbed the hide. With his other hand he took the animal tendon and slightly shook it. So. The front end of the tendon trembled as it became completely straight. Then, a slight black gas twirled around it before the tendon immediately started to weave through the edges of the hide like a snake. With a couple of breaths, Lu Ming pinched the remaining animal tendon off. He grabbed one corner of the hide and shook the entire thing. Surprisingly, the hide transformed into a crude hide armor. Although the hide armor shape was quite odd, it protected the heart along with a couple of vitals. Lu Ming then wore the armor tight on his skin. After trying it, he showed an expression of content. This kind of a simple hide armor creation was something that he had learned while surviving for many years on Savage Island. He was surprised that despite not using it for years, he still remembered the process. Then Lu Ming tugged the hide off of him and with a beckon he grabbed another scale. His other sleeve suddenly waved as a green light shot out. After circling around Lu Ming once, it obediently fell into his hands. It was the Jade Shadow Needle. Lu Ming's finger moved as he tightened his grip onto the needle. After taking a deep breath, he stabbed the needle at a scarlet scale in his other hand. An ear-piercing sound was emitted from the scale. All that Lu Ming was able to see were green flashes that sparked from between the needle and the scale. It was as if the needle was stabbing steel. In the time it took for to drink a cup of tea, the Jade Shadow Needle finally pierced through the scale with a "pu" sound. Lu Ming cracked open his mouth and shook his slightly sore finger. He then threaded the animal tendon through a hole in the scale and started to sew the scale onto the hide. Moments later, the scale was tightly attached to the animal hide. Lu Ming used his finger to lightly tug the scale. When the scale showed no sign of falling off the hide, he revealed a satisfied expression. Using the same method, Lu Ming used the Jade Shadow Needle to pierce through all of the scarlet scales. Even though these scales were the weakest on the entire dragon shell, it still took Lu Ming quite a bit of effort to pierce through every single one of them. A couple of hours later, Lu Ming sewed the final scale onto the animal hide and a crude, simple scaled armor was before him. This hide armor was slightly different from other armors in that the density of scales was greater in regions around vitals. In other places there were only a couple of scales. It wasn't that Lu Ming was not willing to use extra dragon scales, but rather because if there were too many scales on the hide armor, they would definitely affect the mobility of Lu Ming. After all, this wasn't a true armor that was refined by a blacksmith. The scales on the hide had not been specially treated, which meant that they were rigid rather than flexible. However, even like this, Lu Ming was very satisfied. He believed that this armor was essentially another life for him. Even if he met a strong opponent, one he couldn't defeat, he did not have to fear losing his life because of the armor. However, the aura of the dragon had yet to be cleansed. Otherwise, once Lu Ming wore the armor out, a lot of people would sense the aura and immediately hone in on him. Thankfully, Lu Ming knew a spirit liquid that specialized in eliminating the aura of monsters. The formula of the spirit liquid was also extremely simple. All Lu Ming had to do was find a couple of medicinal herbs and mix them together to create the liquid. It was so simple that some people even sold completed versions of the liquid in the gray market. It looked like Lu Ming had to run to the gray market tomorrow. Lu Ming thought like this as he stored the hide armor and the scarlet dragon shell back into the Sumuru conch. With another flick of his sleeve, the light barrier that surrounded him started to shatter into pieces. Then Lu Ming simply closed his eyes and went back to cultivating. By the morning of the next day, Lu Ming had already gone to the gray market, and in his hands was a completed spirit liquid. Lu Ming had quite great luck, and as soon as he got to the market, he found a disciple selling the spirit liquid. However, when he excitedly flew toward the Nine-Infant Mountain to go back to his dwelling, another gray cloud flew up and came straight for him. Shocked, Lu Ming paused and focused his gaze on the gray cloud flying at him. In moments he showed a face of understanding. Junior Bai, it has been a long time. You are truly a busy person now. For us to go the Nine-Infant Mountain to meet you is quite difficult, seeing how your faction's disciples all stop us from doing so. The person incoming shook a couple of times before flying near Lu Ming. With a smile, the person spoke with some blame. It was actually Mu Xianyun. Senior Mu must be joking. I only recently got back and had some things to take care of, which was why I told my seniors that if someone came looking for me, they should tell them to check back at another time. Lu Ming cupped his hands and replied in an apologetic tone. So it's like that. No wonder. Junior took the entire sect by surprise this time and definitely gained some benefits from the secret realm, which would naturally mean that you are busier now. However, this time, I have quite urgent matters that I must tell Junior. Do you have some time right now? When Mu Yunxian heard this, her expression was quite complex as she looked at Lu Ming and slowly spoke. Senior, why are your actions so foreign? How about this? This place is a little too obvious. Why don't we go down and discuss this? Lu Ming slightly smiled and made a response without the slightest hesitation. Mu Yunxian naturally had no objections, and thus both of their clouds landed among a rocky region below. Junior Bai, did you know that Mingzhu had been taken to the Mu clan a couple days ago by my brother? The moment Mu Yunxian opened her mouth, she gave a big shock to Lu Ming. What do you mean by this, senior? Lu Ming's smile faded as he asked. Looks like Junior really is unaware of this matter. Did you know that after Gao Chong came back from the secret realm to the sect, he has been in secluded cultivation? It is rumored that he is making preparations for breaking through to the spirit master level. Ever since he went into cultivation, the sect leader did not allow Mingzhu into the blood control mountain. In addition, he sent word to the Mu clan saying that Mu Mingzhu's servitude to the sect has been released. Mu Yunxian said with an odd glint in her eyes. Lu Ming did not respond after hearing these words. Instead, her brow furrowed. Junior, relax. Even if Gao Chong really wants to go to the spirit master level, he won't be able to be ready so quickly. I estimate that it will be 3 months to half a year before he can truly start trying. In addition, the whole process of transforming true Yuan into liquid will take at least a year. Mu Yunxian smiled as she said. I naturally understand this argument. However, Senior Mu trying to find me this time wasn't only because of this matter, right? Lu Ming asked calmly. Of course not. Even if I didn't say those things, I believe that Lu Ming would have figured them out soon enough. What I wanted to talk to you about is that after the Bai Clan figured out you gained a spot among the top 10 core disciples in the sect, they contacted the Mu clan to set a time for the marriage between you and Mingzhu. It will be in half a year. Mu Yunxian stated with a bitter smile. What, set a date? Did your Mu clan accept? This time Lu Ming's face really changed. Originally, my brother was quite hesitant. However, once he heard you entered the life and death trials, he immediately agreed, and the two clans used the quickest speed possible to send out wedding invitations to friendly clans. Truth be told, once you became a top 10 disciple in the sect, I thought that your Bai clan would reject the marriage. After all, with your status in the sect, Mingzhu is a couple levels away from you. Bai clan could definitely find another female disciple that has a spiritual pulse as their daughter-in-law. However, your clan seemed ever more hurried than our Mu clan with how they set a wedding date. Junior Bai, is there something that I don't know? Mu Yunxian's face was slightly strange as she asked. Something hidden? Of course there is something, however, it is not too convenient for me to tell Senior. For now, looking at the situation, it seems like I have to go back to the Bai clan. After hearing what Mu Yunxian said, Lu Ming could neither cry nor laugh in his heart. He could only keep a calm expression on his face as he replied. Since Junior has trouble telling me, then I won't be forcing it. However, I want to ask Junior one thing, will you really marry Mingzhu as your wife? Mu Yunxian was silent for a moment before asking with some seriousness. Probably not. After all, the person Mingzhu wants to ask is not me, and I similarly don't have many feelings toward Mingzhu. Lu Ming winced his eyes before lightly replying. I understand. That's a pity. I originally really looked forward to you and Mingzhu's marriage. However, for the marriage I really can't say much to the Mu clan side. You will have to deal with this yourself, Junior Bai. Mu Yunxian didn't seem too surprised after hearing Lu Ming's words and instead lightly sighed. Alright, since Senior can understand my situation, that is for the best. In addition, I may possibly leave the sect for quite a while very soon. Senior Mu should take care of herself. The time is not early and I'll be heading back. Lu Ming saw how calm the girl was and was quite surprised. He nodded before saying words of leave. Mu Yunxian naturally did not obstruct him and watched Lu Ming summon a gray cloud to fly toward the Nine-Infant Mountain. At this time, Mu Yunxian also flew into the sky and headed in the opposite direction. This time, she only flew a small distance before landing inside an area of small forests. Yunxian, how is it? Did Junior Bai agree to marry to Mingzhu? A youth with a grim face walked out of the forest and showed a lot of concern on his face. It was Du Hai from the Balefulin faction. As expected, Junior Bai would not marry Mingzhu. Mu Yunxian gave a bitter smile as she replied. What? That Bai Chongtian thinks that his status is greater than before. He actually dares to do something like going back on the marriage agreement. Du Hai heard this and immediately showed some anger. This is something that we can't blame Junior Bai for. The marriage was originally forced onto them by our two clans, and he had never spoke of something like marrying Mingzhu. Imagine if it was you probably wouldn't want to marry a girl that had someone else in her heart. In addition, this girl's status and yours don't even match up. Mu Yunxian shook her head and replied. Chapter 157, Leaving Sect Mission. Chapter 157, Leaving Sect Mission. Even if that is the case, this marriage was also agreed to by the other party's father. Whatever the circumstances, the Bai Clan also has to take responsibility before resolving the matter. Du Hai replied with a scoff. Based on Junior Bai's current position in the sect, I am afraid that the whole Bai Clan is going to rely on him. As for whether this engagement is going to be broken off, it all falls on his words in the end. Moreover, speaking of this matter, I am actually the one who is greatly indebted to Junior Bai. After all, if I had not forcefully dragged him into Mingzhu's matters, he would not have been forced to leave the sect and prepare to temporarily avoid Gao Chong. Mu Yunxian replied with a bitter smile on her face. What? Junior Bai wants to leave the sect? This time it was Du Hai's turn to be shocked. That is correct. This small junior of ours is actually a smart person. Lu Ming knew that he was definitely unable to fight against Gao Chong once the latter advanced to become a spirit master. Only then did he prepare to distance himself from this place. Mu Yunxian said with a hint of seriousness in her tone. That is also true, but as a result of that, Junior Bai might have to neglect his cultivation for a while. He should have just achieved the later stage of Spirit Apostle not long ago. For him to cultivate to the stage where he could break through the peak Spirit Apostle, I fear that it would only be possible in many years' time. Du Hai slowly spoke after the color of his face changed multiple times. Yes, I also think so. However, even if Junior Bai has cultivated enough, based on the qualifications of the three spiritual pulse, the probability of becoming a spirit master is still extremely uncertain. If he fails to break through to the realm of a spirit master, Junior Bai cannot possibly wander outside his whole life and never return to the sect from then on. When it comes to that time, it will really be the worst of his times. Mu Yunxian sighed. The state that Junior Bai is indefinitely is not as optimistic as I thought it would be now that I've heard your words. No wonder you are not bothered about him breaking off the engagement. But this way it would not have an effect on Mingzhu, right? If Junior Bai breaks off the engagement, will Gao Chong look for Mingzhu once he comes out of training? Du Hai nodded and asked a question. You do not have to worry about this. I will urge brother to immediately find another marriage partner for her if she does not get married to Junior Bai when she returns to the Bai Clan this time, so that she can be married off in the fastest time possible. Gao Chong would not do something like stealing the wife of others after he becomes a spirit master, unless he really has no sense of shame. Mu Yunxian suddenly said with a sneer after hearing what Du Hai had to say. So this is the idea that you have come up with. This is not all too bad. However, with that Gao Chong going into secluded cultivation this time, are the chance of him breaking through to the realm of Spirit Master really that great? Everyone thinks that after he is done with the cultivation he will definitely advance into the realm of liquid level. After Du Hai slightly pondered for a while, he suddenly retorted with a question. Disciples such as you and I cannot comprehend the frightful talent of an earth spiritual pulse. Since the higher-ups in the sect believe that it is so, most people would not doubt such authenticity. There should be at least more than a 70 to 80% chance in his breakthrough. After thinking about it, Mu Yunxian replied in this manner. A 70 to 80% chance that he can become an advanced liquid-level spirit master. TSK, if you and I are also able to progress up to this point, our life expectancy will also immediately be greatly increased. A color of envy could not help but flash across Du Hai's face. Based on your qualifications, there might be a shred of possibility in the future. In my case, however, I have been stuck as a middle spirit apostle for many years and there surely is no hope for me in this life. Mu Yunxian listened, but her face turned gloomy. Seeing this, Du Hai immediately regretted his words and quickly rushed forward to put his arm over Yunxian's shoulder while streams of comforting words came from his mouth. Only then did Mu Yunxian feel a little better. The duo continued to discuss a few things, and then proceeded to take flight, flying away from the forest. Once Lu Ming returned to the Nine Infants Mountain, he landed in the area of his dwelling and entered his room, tearing open a glyph. A light immediately flashed and a layer of separating light barrier appeared once again. Lu Ming sat down within the light barrier and started to quietly consider the contents of what Mu Yunxian had previously told him. Once the Bai Clan knew that Lu Ming had become one of the top 10 disciples of the barbarian ghost sect, they even dared to establish the marriage between Lu Ming and Mu Mingzhu without even greeting them. Unless the head of the Bai Clan and that daughter of the head had a problem in their heads, something had to have happened to the Bai Clan that he did not know about, forcing the Bai Clan to do such reckless things under the circumstances. Especially thinking they could tie the knot between him and her. Comparing both scenarios, he felt that the probability of the latter happening was slightly greater. However, the matter was still quite simple. He believed that he could resolve any problem with the clan with his current abilities. He had already decided that he would completely resolve the matter with the Bai Clan after he left the sect this time, and the other party had merely given him a formidable excuse. Lu Ming had already devised a strategy and pushed that matter to the back of his mind. Using one of his hands to reach into his sleeves, he took out a small bottle that was a few inches tall. He then stood up and went to the nearby corner to find a rather large wooden basin and pointed at the inside of the basin with a one-handed sign. Small dots of blue light appeared in the basin as water balls poured out of thin air. They turned into half a basin's worth of clear water. Only now did Lu Ming remove the bottle cap and pour out a small ball of gray liquid from within. The moment it came in contact with the clear water inside the basin, a pungent smell was discharged. At the same time, the clear water turned strangely cloudy. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face conversely revealed a pleased expression. Only now did Lu Ming pat his arm, once again taking out the Sumeru conch. He then recited an incantation, directing his Fa Li into it. After a moment, the Sumeru conch flashed with a white light and a dragon's scaled hide armor immediately spiraled out, falling into the basin. Lu Ming moved both his hands and shoved the hide armor deep into the turbid liquid. After that, he retracted his arm, closed his eyes and began cultivating at the side. After 6 whole hours, Lu Ming opened his eyes and took the hide armor out of the wooden basin with one hand. His other hand made a hand seal and clumps of water appeared in the air, washing the hide armor clean of any impurities. A strange scene appeared. Following the disappearance of that pungent smell, the scales on the hide armor that radiated the Scarlet Dragon's aura actually disappeared without a trace. It was as if the aura had been washed away. Under these kind of circumstances, even if there were people who had personally seen the hide armor, they would not be able to link this somewhat ugly and simple armor with dragon scales from the Scarlet Dragon. Lu Ming was naturally ecstatic. Steaming hot gas was emitted from the hide armor after he directed a portion of Fa Li into it. The Fa Li actually dried the armor that was originally wet. Lu Ming then shamelessly removed a few outer layers of clothing and wore the hide armor on his body. After that, he put his clothes on again and stood up, moving his limbs. Once he felt that there was nothing hindering his movement, he was immensely pleased with the result. On the second day, Lu Ming went to the duty hall and spent a few contribution points to request to head out for a period of time. He then immediately left the sect quietly, heading for the nearest Weizhou market. Time passed from one day to the next in this manner. After a month, Lu Ming returned to the sect after being worn out from his journey. The 2 unusable totems in the Sumeru conch had been turned into a few tens of thousands of spirit stones, only leaving behind the light blue token of unknown usage. Meanwhile, the leather pouch at his waist that had been initially used to temporarily store the flying head, had also been exchanged for an abnormally exquisite black-colored leather pouch. On the whole, It appeared that there was a hint of black gas radiating from it, indicating it was obviously not a treasure lower in grade than the cultivating soul pouch. There were even more glyphs, pills and other consumables in his arms and in the Sumeru conch. These items had nearly cost him more than 10,000 spirit stones. This time, when Lu Ming returned to his residence, he rested for multiple days. After resting, he went to the duty hall one morning. Lu Ming stood under the crystal mission monument located in the large hall on the second floor. He seemed to be undecided as his gaze constantly scanned the bottom 10 or so missions that seemed to have been there for a long time. Even though he had purposely picked a very early time to come, there were still 7 or 8 disciples here to receive their missions. In fact, it was obvious that some people had recognized Lu Ming. His presence amazed them and they could not help but whisper to their nearby companions. Soon after, all the disciples knew of Lu Ming's identity. They looked at him with envious and awestruck expressions as well as different kinds of gazes, which all gathered on his body. Lu Ming naturally felt these searing gazes. He suddenly turned around and he swept a glance over all of the disciple with a precise glow in his eyes. Once these disciples came in contact with Lu Ming's gaze, they suddenly felt a slight chill run down their spines. This greatly shocked them and one by one they averted their gazes. Only then did Lu Ming once again turn his head around, still standing in front of the crystal monument as he pondered in silence. Among the long-term missions offered and out of the ones that required him to leave the sect, he could only consider 3 of them. One was that the barbarian ghost sect had recently received a spirit stone mine from the Hall of Blood and needed a few inner sect disciples to guard it for a few years. The other was that there was a temple on the border between the kingdom of Qian and the Blackwater country. The temple master was quickly approaching his life expectancy, and a new disciple needed to go over to take over the role as the master of the temple. The last mission was in the capital of the Qian country. A supervising disciple representing the barbarian ghost sect had suddenly disappeared and cut off all contact with the sect. Therefore they needed a new supervising disciple to take care of these duties and find the former's whereabouts at the same time. Among these 3 missions, the first mission was unquestionably the easiest. Since the Hall of Blood had taken the initiative to hand over the Spirit Stone mine, they would naturally not send their men over to create a disturbance before the next competition. If he was to hold the position of a guard for the mine, the 4 years would pass by peacefully. If he made this decision, his plans of handling his own matters and accumulating pure aura chi would mostly be crushed to smithereens. Any spirit apostle disciple could assume this position. However, the second mission was considered to be somewhat risky. After all, the various sects in the kingdom of Qian and the sects in the Blackwater country have always been hostile to one another for a long time. Even though a large-scale battle had yet to break out between both parties, the cultivators from both countries battling each other at the border was a common occurrence. However, with risk came reward. If Lu Ming could become the temple master of the temple, he could be considered quite high-ranked. As long as he carried the name of the barbarian ghost sect, not only would he have a considerable amount of underlings, but even dominating that section of the country would not be a difficult mission. If he really secured the position of temple master, even Gao Chong would not be able to openly confront him for a long period of time, even if he became a spirit master. Naturally, this position was very popular and the expectations for the disciple who held the post were also extremely high. Not only did it seem to accept only late spirit apostles, but the disciple was also required to pay an enormous amount of spirit stones to the sect every year. Failure to do so would mean that the disciple would be unable to keep their position, on top of having to face severe punishment from the sect. Finally coming to the last mission. Once Lu Ming's gaze fell on said mission, there was a thoughtful expression on his face. Chapter 158, Supervising Disciple. Chapter 158, Supervising Disciple. The risk with the last mission was the largest. This was because Xuanjing was a place where every kind of person was present. In addition, the various sects had an agreement with the royal family of the Qian country where no sect would control Xuanjing, the capital of the Qian country. As well as another agreement that stated, any cultivators above the liquid level were not allowed to step within the city. In order to ensure that these rules were enforced, each sect would leave a supervising disciple that would keep other sects in check and find out if any of the rules were broken. With these rules, Xuanjing became the perfect place for loose practitioners and cultivators from other sections. Even some demonic cultivators and cultivators that had run away from their sects would change their identity to enter Xuanjing. In addition, they would form groups and conceal themselves within the city. Thus, the supervising disciples of the sects were seen as a threat to them and would frequently experience things such as assassinations or mob attacks. They were so bad at one point that quite a few of the supervising disciples of the sects died in just a single year. Things like this caused the sects to be extremely angry and joined together to comb through the entire city of Xuanjing quite a few times. Although they were able to kill all of the demonic cultivators and killers, the supervising disciples did not dare to flagrantly appear within Xuanjing. They also changed their identities and concealed themselves within Xuanjing. By taking precautions, the supervising disciple of each sect naturally ensured their life. However, even like this, the supervising disciples of Xuanjing were still in a very dangerous position. It was natural for a disciple to die every 1 or 2 years, and there were very few people that could last all 4 years of the position to return to the sect unharmed. Of course, with such a dangerous mission, the rewards from the sect were also quite plentiful. As long as one finished his or her 4-year tenure, one would get over 10,000 contribution points, enough to exchange for a portion of pure aura chi. Furthermore, a requirement for this position was that the disciple had to have a cultivation of at least a middle spirit apostle. After all, the main purpose of the supervising disciple was not to fight with others, and instead was meant to observe the movements in Xuanjing. The main reason that Lu Ming was tempted by this mission was because the location of the mission actually corresponded with the secret place that he needed to explore. Also, once he entered Xuanjing as a supervising disciple, not only would he have freedom of movement, but all sect influences on him would disappear, so he would have absolute secrecy in what he did. Although Xuanjing was full of demonic cultivators, the most famous illegal market and some extremely private auctions of the entire Deshen country were situated within the city because of people like that. There would often be treasures that would make the hearts of spirit masters beat faster. There might even be the pure aura chi that Lu Ming coveted. As for the danger of being the supervising disciple, Lu Ming trusted that as long as he changed his identity again and was slightly more careful, he would not be in danger of becoming the target of others. Plus, as long as his opponent wasn't a spirit master, there weren't many cultivators that could defeat him with his current strength. As for the first and second mission, the restrictions on them were slightly too large and would hinder his future plans. Lu Ming quickly thought through things and weighed the pros and cons of the missions before finally deciding. He immediately walked to the stone desk to accept the mission. What? Junior Bai wants to take the 4-year Xuanjing supervising disciple mission. The enforcer behind the stone desk knew Lu Ming, and after hearing what Lu Ming wanted, his mouth opened wide. At the same time, his face was full of shock. What? Can I not meet the requirements? Lu Ming smiled as he asked. It's not that. However, with Junior Bai's current status, why would you need to take such a mission? Although Junior is powerful, if you really go to Xuanjing, it will still be extremely dangerous. The middle-aged enforcer could not help but remind Lu Ming. The danger of this mission has been outlined on the mission monument. It is all right, I think that I can handle these things. Lu Ming would not back down because of such words, and he insisted with light words. If Junior Bai really wants to pick this mission, I naturally cannot stop you from doing so. However, the position of supervising disciple is not a normal position. Once Junior takes this mission, you must also go meet Martial Uncle Lei from the Heaven's Secret faction. Martial Uncle Lei is the person who specializes in being responsible for the supervising disciples in each region. If he feels that you are not fit, then Junior will still not be able to take this mission. In addition, information about the previous supervising disciple and the token that represents your status will be given to you by Martial Uncle Lei. The middle-aged enforcer said this and took Lu Ming's nameplate. He then tapped it lightly a couple of times with a short stick and handed it back to Lu Ming. Thank you, Senior, for your reminder. I'll go to Martial Uncle Lei right now. Lu Ming took back his nameplate and thanked the enforcer. In the following time, Lu Ming left the duty hall, and summoned a gray cloud to rush to Heaven's Secret Mountain. In a little while, Lu Ming appeared at the bottom of Heaven's Secret Mountain and was stopped by 2 disciples that were patrolling the mountain. Junior Bai wants to meet Martial Uncle Lei? The 2 disciples were both spirit apostles with not bad cultivations that obviously participated in the large competition. Immediately they recognized Lu Ming, and after hearing the request, they showed a difficult expression. What, is Master Lei not on the mountain? Lu Ming asked with confusion. That's not it. Recently, Master Lei has not been in a good mood and would not easily entertain guests. A Heaven's Secret disciple paused for a second before he responded. Oh, if that's the case, could I trouble you 2 seniors to go tell Master Lei? Just say that I have recently taken the supervising disciple mission, which is why I've come to meet Master Lei. Lu Ming's heart slightly dropped after hearing that and was still extremely courteous in his words. If it was someone else we would not dare to take the risk of offending Master Lei. However, Junior Bai has made a large contribution to the sect and Master Lei might make an exception. The two Heaven's secret disciples looked at each other and one of the disciples immediately smiled as he replied. Hearing this, Lu Ming voiced his thanks. Thus, a Heaven's secret disciple flew to the peak of the mountain while the other started chatting with Lu Ming about what happened in the secret realm. Lu Ming naturally gave half-truths as to the things that he had found in the secret realm and left the Heaven's secret disciple quite interested. In the end, the disciple that flew up the mountain came back down after the time it took to drink a cup of tea and replied with a smile toward Lu Ming, Junior Bai has quite large face. When Master Lei heard that it was Junior coming, he quickly accepted. Hearing this, Lu Ming was extremely happy. In the following time, Lu Ming followed this Heaven's secret disciple and flew to the mountain top. Heaven's secret mountain was much steeper compared to the Nine-Infant mountain with many areas full of steep cliffs. Normal paths didn't work and outer sect disciples could only scale the mountain with ropes. Lu Ming curiously watched these outer sect disciples before looking to the peak of the mountain. In moments, he and the Heaven's secret disciple landed before a silver hall at the peak of the mountain. Directly above the door of the hall was a large plaque which had the golden ancient words of Heaven's secret. Beyond the silver hall, there were quite a few towers of varying size that were vaguely visible. Master Lei is already inside. All Junior Bai needs to do is enter. I still need to patrol the mountain and won't be accompanying you. At this point, the Heaven's secret disciple turned around as he spoke with a smile. Thank you very much. Senior can go back to your work. Lu Ming slightly bowed and once again thanked the disciple that brought him. As the Heaven's secret disciple went back down the mountain, Lu Ming tidied himself and walked through the doorway with a calm expression. The entire hall was 50 to 60 feet wide, and at the end of it was a chair. A man wearing a colorful robe currently had his back to Lu Ming and was watching a huge silver sword that was used for decoration purposes. His unmoving body actually gave people a feeling of a strong and solid mountain. Disciple Bai Chongtian greets martial uncle Lei. Lu Ming walked close and made a deep bow as he greeted his martial uncle. However, the colorful robed person simply kept watching the huge sword on the wall as if he didn't hear anything. Lu Ming secretly opened his mouth as he maintained his bow with a respectful expression kept on his face. Time slowly passed by and the two of them stayed still as if they were statues. The whole hall kept quiet also. In the time it took to eat a meal, the colorful robed male's shoulders lightly twitched as he finally turned around. It was that martial uncle Lei. However, after Spirit Master Lei took a couple of glances at Lu Ming, he sat down and lightly said, "Not bad, no wonder you are one of the disciples that was able to rise above within the trials. As expected, your state of mind is quite good. However, with only a good state of mind, it probably wasn't enough to walk out of the secret realm." Martial uncle Lei is correct. My luck was also quite good to have been able to safely leave the secret realm. When Lu Ming heard martial uncle Lei's tone being faintly ill-willed, his heart skipped a beat. However, he still kept a reverent attitude. Your luck is quite good. Are you saying that my nephew Lei Zhen's luck is not good? That's the reason why he was not able to walk out of the secret realm? When Spirit Master Lei heard this, his face immediately darkened. Of course not, I would never dare to think that way. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. On the surface he kept his humble demeanor. If it was only strength, then my nephew's lightning attribute cultivation method does not lose to any of the top 10 disciples. However, the 5 people that walked out of the secret realm did not include him. I'm very curious, as the Nine-Infant Mountains disciple who has the highest praises in the sect, how much strength do you have? Spirit Master Lei narrowed his eyes as he coldly said. Martial uncle Lei's meaning is? Lu Ming slightly furrowed his brow as he carefully asked. It's very simple. My mood during these past few days has been quite bad, and I need to find someone to test my attacks. I don't care why you have come to find me. If you cannot take my next attack, run back to wherever you came from. Spirit Master Lei displayed a violent expression on his face as he roared out. When Lu Ming heard this, his face immediately changed. After a couple of seconds, he gave a bitter smile as he said, Martial Uncle must be joking with me. With Martial Uncle's cultivation, I could never take a single hit. Chapter 159, The Third Month. Chapter 159, The Third Month. Relax. I will definitely not use Fa Li that is in the realm of a spirit master for this attack. If you are not willing to accept it, I will not force you to either. You can leave now and I will take it as if you had never come to find me. Spirit Master Lei listened and spoke in a cold manner. Once Lu Ming heard these words being spoken, his heart went cold. He naturally understood that by saying, "had never come to find me," the other party was obviously not going to agree to any further requests. Thus, his mind quickly spun a few times in thought, and in the end he slowly straightened his body while speaking in an extremely serious manner. Since martial uncle must test this disciple's abilities, then this martial nephew only dares to request for martial uncle to make his move. Very good. This is the right way to go. If you manage to receive my attack without any problems, I will first agree to it regardless of what the task is that you have come to find me for. Spirit Master Lei said with a sinister laugh. His arm moved and a finger suddenly slowly moved toward Lu Ming. Watching him closely, Lu Ming did not dare neglect any of his movements and quickly formed a one-handed technique. Countless black gas surged out of his body, forming countless tentacles that were wildly dancing about. At the same time he used his other hand to pat his chest and 3 black dots of light appeared in a flash, forming a black light shield in front of him. It was during this time that the faint lightning on Spirit Master Lei's finger flashed and what seemed like a thin electrical thread shot out from the tip of his finger. In the next moment, a lightning sound rumbled out and it turned into a huge lightning python the thickness of a bowl, heading straight for Lu Ming. The lightning python had yet to actually attack, but there was already a burnt smell in the air. Without any further thought, a green light appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The Cyan Moon Sword appeared in an instant and wildly hacked out 3 sword qis in a blur. Lu Ming's other hand cut through the emptiness and 6 green wind blades simultaneously appeared. They flashed again and produced chi-chi sounds as they shot out. After a few dull sounds, multiple wind blades sliced the lightning python's body. Other than making the lightning python freeze for a moment, the wind blades shattered amid a crackling sound. At this moment, 3 misty green sword qis combined into one and struck the lightning python's body. After a loud rumbling sound, both of them burst apart in the empty sky at the same time. The green sword qi intertwined with the silver lightning arc in an instant. After the thunderous sound rang out, the lightning arc tore the green sword qi to shreds amid the frenzied flashings of light. The remainder of the lightning flashed again, cutting at the black light shield in front of Lu Ming. The color in Lu Ming's face changed. Raising his arm, he spread his fingers out and pressed the shield of light. At the same time the Fa Li in his body madly surged out. Even so, the black shield of light could only be sustained for 2 breaths, after which it shattered open with a crisp sound. However, it was during this time that the remainder of the lightning arc became the thickness of a thumb, whereas the protective black gas on Lu Ming's body, that was once tentacles, had turned into wildly dancing ghosts all of a sudden. When the sound of lightning once again rang out, the remaining lightning arc and all of the tentacles were destroyed as they simultaneously fell to pieces. Lu Ming could not help but pale significantly. It was obvious that the series of actions had consumed most of his Fa Li. Even so, he had finally managed to receive this attack from Spirit Master Lei. Not bad. As expected, you have some skills. No wonder you dared to incur the wrath of Gao Chong for a woman. It counts as a pass this time. Speak, what is it you have come to see me about? Spirit Master Lei watched the scene before him and his expression gradually softened. There was even some hint of appraise within his words. Many thanks to Martial Uncle Lei. I have come forward this time because I have accepted Xuanjing's supervising disciple post. Hence, I have specially come forward to pay my respects to Martial Uncle. Lu Ming heard this and his heart relaxed. Even so, he dared not be discourteous and replied respectfully. Xuanjing's supervising disciple? That position is extremely difficult and hard to execute. Seeing as you accepted this mission, it means that you have no intentions of breaking through to the realm of a spirit master anytime soon. If that is the case, leaving the sect is a wise move. If not, once Gao Chong has successfully broke through the liquid level, your days in the sect will indeed not be pleasant ones. Spirit Master Lei listened to what Lu Ming had to say. Not only was he actually not too surprised by it, he instead nodded his head and replied as such. Then Martial Uncle Lei has agreed to this my request? Lu Ming naturally asked gleefully. Since you were able to receive this attack of mine, it was enough to believe you can fend for yourself for more than a few years in Xuanjing as long as you are careful. However, if you really want me to agree to your request, you must also agree to a condition of mine. Spirit Master Lei pondered for a while before responding. Please state it, Martial Uncle. If it is something that I am able to do, I will definitely do my best. Lu Ming paused for a moment and quickly replied after a change of mind. It is very simple. Once you go to Xuanjing, I need you to do me a small favor. In my former years before I had become a spirit master, I owed an old friend a great favor. That old friend has long since passed on, but his descendants have moved to Xuanjing and have met with some trouble lately. They have asked for assistance with something, bringing a keepsake that I left with them when they helped me. I am sure that you are clear about the agreement that our sect made with Xuanjing many years ago. As a higher up in our sect, I am unable to break the rules and personally go to Xuanjing. In addition, the few disciples by my side are either preoccupied with other businesses or have not cultivated to a high enough level, hence I equally do not feel safe sending them to Xuanjing. Therefore, you could help me resolve the trouble faced by the descendants of my old friend if you assume the role of supervising disciple in Xuanjing. Spirit Master Lei slowly said. I see. Martial Uncle need not worry. If it is within my capabilities, I will definitely help Martial Uncle repay this favor. After Lu Ming heard this, he pondered the request for a second, and without further consideration he made a promise. Very well. I'm also very optimistic about your abilities. This is the Xuanjing Supervising Disciples token and a few pieces of information regarding this post. Yes, even the information about the previous supervising disciple that went missing is contained within. You should have a good look at it once you get back. Moreover, once you have received the token, you must rush to Xuanjing within 3 months to assume the post. If you do not, you will be heavily punished by the sect. Spirit Master Lei nodded his head and took out a white square jade token as well as a jade slit from his sleeve, handing them over to Lu Ming. Yes, I will definitely rush to Xuanjing within 3 months. Lu Ming received both items and replied with a serious look on his face. There is nothing else. You can head down first. I still want to be left alone. Spirit Master Lei finished talking and leaned against the back of the chair, once again closing his eyes as he ignored Lu Ming. Even though Lu Ming thought it was slightly strange. After bowing, he respectfully left the big silver hall. Senior Lei, are you really planning to hand Xuanjing's supervising disciple post to Martial Nephew Bai? If Gao Chong becomes a spirit master, it is uncertain as to whether he might hold a grudge against Senior because of this. A silhouette swayed from a pillar in the corner and a graceful figure actually walked out of it. That figure was the spirit master Lin Xiu from the Dancing Ghost faction that had the beauteous appearance of a 20-year-old. Junior Lin, I know that you wish to recommend a disciple to assume this role, but Xuanjing's previous supervising disciple is also considered to be capable among all the disciples. But he actually disappeared without a trace. We can only see that the waters in Xuanjing are deepening. Does Junior really think that the disciple that you recommend will be more suitable than Martial Nephew Bai? Spirit Master Lei opened both his eyes and glanced at the beauteous woman, only replying to the first part of the question. That is also true. The disciple of mine is also approaching 30 years of age, and decided to go to Xuanjing in order to fight to obtain a portion of pure aura qi. Since Senior Lei had fixed his mind on Martial Nephew Bai, please think as if I had not mentioned such a thing. Rather, it is Senior who has been cooped up in this mountain because of the matter with this child, Lei Zhen, even not attending the sect leader's regular meetings. This is probably not too good. Lin Xiu said with a small smile. It seems that recommending a disciple is secondary to Junior Lin. The truth is that you have received orders from the sect leader to help me. Spirit Master Lei lightly spoke with a grumpy voice. Our relationship within the sect is the friendliest. If the sect leader does not make me do it, who else would they get to do it? Lin Xiu asked without feeling mistaken in the least. Then Junior Lin should reply to the senior that there is nothing wrong with me at all. Even though Lei Zhen's fall has made my mood sour, it has not led me to put off proper matters with regards to the sect. After all, if I was really unwilling to do it in the first place, I could have come forward and prevented Lei Zhen from entering that secret realm. Since I have lost the bet, I naturally have to bear responsibility for the outcome that occurred because of it. The Lei clan will definitely not languish because of one genius disciple's fall. Spirit Master Lei said indifferently. Good, Senior's words will do. I will first reply like that to the sect leader. Lin Xiu heard this and her face brightened up. That is right. How did the sect leader treat the matter between his proudly placed disciple and Martial Nephew Bai? Seeing as the lady was about to leave, Spirit Master Lei opened his mouth and asked this one question. The sect leader has actually raised this matter with me once before because Senior Gue, Senior Zhong, and company have been dragged into this matter. It is not right for the sect to interfere directly with this matter, hence they could only send the female disciple who brought about this conflict between the two back to her clan. The remaining matters can only be resolved by their own accordance. Lin Xiu's pigmented eyebrows frowned as she replied. It seems that no matter how much martial nephew Bai has contributed to the sect leader still choose to favor his own disciple. What is this let things flow by their own accordance? If Gao Chong becomes spirit master in the future, marital nephew Bai simply will not have the power to oppose him. Spirit Master Lei listened and said with ahem, this matter is quite difficult for sect leader. After all, the chances of Gao Chong becoming one of us are quite high with his qualifications, to the point where there is a shred of possibility that he might become a crystal-level cultivator. Even though martial nephew Bai has established great success for the sect and the sect has already rewarded him handsomely, the fact that he only has a 3 spiritual pulse means that his talent is a little too low. Even if he does have the heavenly spirit body of intelligence, if he does not become a spirit master, there is no future for him in the end. The sect leader cannot suppress a disciple that has the capability of becoming the sect's powerhouse in the future just because of a spirit apostle. Therefore, what the sect leader is doing now is already the limit of what he can do. Letting martial nephew Bai leave the sect now might also be a good thing. Perhaps, after Gao Chong advances into spirit master, this resentment between the both of them will be quickly stashed to the back of his mind. Spirit Master Lin explained with a stern look on her face. If you are talking about the Gao Chong from 3 years ago, I might not have believed it. Based on his current temper. Forget it. I similarly do not wish to get too deeply involved in this matter. However, if Gao Chong really holds some sort of grudge against me because of the small matter with the supervising disciple, does Junior think that such a small thing would bother me? Spirit Master Lei sneered and replied. Chaoter 160, observing the wall. Chaoter 160, observing the wall. With senior status in the sect, Gao Chong would still have to be obedient before you even if he becomes a spirit master. However, the reason for Gao Chong's drastic attitude change was due to 2 things. One was himself and the other was because he cultivates the cultivation method of the sect leader. Although the method is quite intricate and can allow one to have a great foundation at the spirit apostle level, it has a very violent effect on one's temper. One can only wait until the spirit master realm where one passes the human cauldron stage before their temper slowly recovers, and the new human cauldron is being picked out by the sect leader right now. Lin Xiyu smiled as she explained a couple of things. Junior, you do not have to explain any more. How Gao Chong turns out to be in the future does not have that great of a relation to me. Even if he really cultivates to the strength of a crystal level in the future, that would be the time that I would most likely not exist. It is getting late and Junior Lin should really be heading downhill. I really do need to be properly left alone. Spirit Master Lei waved his hand and spoke indifferently. Hearing his response, Lin Xiyu could only laugh bitterly as she took her leave. Lu Ming, who had returned to his residence, was playing with the square jade supervising token in his hands. The token had delicate spirit inscriptions at the edges of it and the word Supervising was printed on one of its faces. The other face had Barbarian Ghost Sect printed on it, and when Fa Li was inserted into it, there would be 6 different colors of restrictions that would float up. The object was actually a low-tier totem. However, there was a hint of a contemplating look that appeared on his face after Lu Ming saw the vision presented by the object in his hands. This token looked extremely similar to the light blue token that he had obtained from that half-serpent dragon. The only difference was that their grades were nothing like one another. Lu Ming concluded that the light blue token was an item that was usually used to represent some sort of identification. However, why would such an object appear on that half-serpent dragon monster? Even though Lu Ming was ever so cunning, he did not think that there would be those from the sea race appearing in the secret realm. In addition, he wouldn't think that the light blue token of theirs would coincidentally fall in the half-serpent dragon's hands after they had been killed by it. After he played with said token for a while, Lu Ming took out the jade slip and stuck it on his forehead. He started to use his mental strength to have a look at what was stored inside the jade slit. 15 minutes later, Lu Ming removed the jade slit from his forehead and on his face was an exceptionally serious expression. I would have never thought that Xuanjing would actually be this complicated. Even the figures of foreign races have appeared within the city before. However, since I have already made my preparations, there is naturally no reason why I should cower when the time comes. Lu Ming muttered a few sentences before proceeding to ponder silently for a long time. After pondering, he put away both the token and the jade slit. He made a hand seal with both his hands and closed his eyes, regulating his breathing. 3 days later, before the mountain valley located behind the main peak of the Barbarian Ghost Sect that was marked as a prohibited area, Lu Ming stood with his hands behind his back at the entrance with a serious expression on his face. There was a 5-foot-long snow-white leopard lying on a haystack not far away, curled into a ball as it snored loudly, deep in sleep. After an unknown period of time, there was the sound of footsteps coming from within the mountain valley. A yellow-gowned boy who did not seem to be older than 11 or 12 years old walked out. He walked in front of Lu Ming while smiling and saying, "Senior Bai, Martial Uncle has given you permission to enter the valley tonight to comprehend the walls of shadows. However, you must wait outside the mountain valley during the day. When it is night, I will guide you to where the walls of shadows is located so that you can observe it." "Many thanks. I will be waiting nearby during this time." Lu Ming listened with glee, and after he thanked the boy, he found a big tree near the mountain valley and sat cross-legged beneath it. Since he had already decided that he was not going to return to the barbarian ghost sect for many years, it was naturally impossible for him to forego the opportunity to comprehend the walls of shadows. Therefore, after many days of recuperating and building up his energy, he went to the prohibited area where martial ancestor Yuan was at to request for a night of comprehending the walls of shadows. However, the only pity was that Lu Ming had originally wanted to conveniently pay his respects to this martial ancestor Yuan, but he seemed to have no intention of seeing a spirit apostle disciple alone and had only sent this boy who was guarding the valley to agree to Lu Ming's request. At this moment, the yellow-robed boy sat down beside that snow-white leopard and pressed himself against the furry body of that beast. Not long after, he actually fell sound asleep. Lu Ming was secretly amazed by what he saw. That leopard gave Lu Ming a kind of extremely dangerous oppressive feeling, while this yellow-robed boy's cultivation level did not seem to be that high. The fact that the duo could actually interact in such an intimate level was really unbelievable. However, Lu Ming quickly gathered his thoughts and closed his eyes as he started cultivating. Time slowly passed, and when the sky was finally about to darken, the boy who had slept soundly for a whole day finally turned his body and climbed up from the leopard's body. After drowsily stretching himself, he grinned and waved to Lu Ming, "Senior Bai, it is almost time. I will now guide you to where the walls of shadows is located. However, Senior must stick close to me when returning to the valley. If you do not, and if by chance you touch the restriction that martial ancestor has personally set up, there would be great trouble in store." "Naturally. Junior should feel free to lead the way." Lu Ming listened and immediately opened his eyes, standing up as he replied. Even though the boy before his eyes seemed to be young, there was an extremely abnormal feeling coming from him. As a result, Lu Ming did not dare to slight him. Soon after, the boy brought Lu Ming along a white pebbled path to the mountain alley, but he left that snow-white leopard outside the valley to keep watch. All that could be vaguely seen from both sides of the path was gray-colored fog. Within that fog there were many things that resembled trees and mountains. If one were to look close and hard, they would feel that these things were a patch of black and could not be clearly seen at all. Lu Ming followed the boy as they seemed to pass through a pond and a jungle. After turning and twisting many times, they finally arrived in front of a cliff that was as straight as a pencil. At the lowest point of the cliff, there was a green-colored stone door that was wrapped in a faint white light. The boy raised his hand and retrieved a token from his arms. After lightly swinging it in the direction of the stone door, a silver light shot out, and with a flash the light merged with the stone door. After a moment, a white light on the surface of the stone door suddenly appeared as the door hummed loudly. After flashing madly a few times, the light disappeared into thin air with a PU sound. "Senior, please remember that you only have one night's worth of time. When the restriction on the stone door disappears once again tomorrow morning, you must come out. Also, the martial ancestor has already activated the walls of shadows. You can immediately observe it once you enter, but please remember that the walls of shadows is the sect's treasure and you absolutely cannot use your hands to touch it. If you do not keep your hands off, and if by chance they are damaged in the slightest, you will be severely punished by the sect." The boy's expression changed and he spoke with an immeasurably serious expression on his face. "Relax, Junior. How could I dare to violate the rules?" Lu Ming solemnly replied. The boy listened and nodded with a pleased expression. He walked one step forward and slowly pushed the stone door open. He then turned around and directed a please in Lu Ming's direction. After Lu Ming took a deep breath, he strode through the stone door. When he entered within, the stone door automatically closed behind him. At the same time, a light flashed across its surface. When the white light disappeared, the stone door was restored to its original state. After Lu Ming shook his head, he carefully sized up everything in his surroundings. He was suddenly in a stone house that was more than 300 feet wide. The floor and four walls were made out of white rocks that seemed to be immeasurably solid. Other than a blue crystal wall that resembled a screen located in the middle of the room and a light yellow futon that was left in the corner, there was nothing else in the room. Lu Ming's expression faltered as he headed straight for the crystal wall at once, slowly circling it multiple times. This crystal wall was not too big, for it was not over 20 to 30 feet wide and was only around a foot thick. However, once Lu Ming glanced at it with both his eyes, he suddenly felt that his vision was filled with a light blue light. When he wanted to look at the wall in greater detail, he immediately felt a strange dizzy feeling. Lu Ming was slightly surprised and quickly shut his eyes to cut off eye contact. Only after he felt slightly better did he reopen his eyes. Learning his lesson, Lu Ming did not dare to look at this walls of shadows again. Instead, he walked with a few steps to the front of the stone wall nearby and continuously sized it up. There were many strange scratch marks that differed in depth on this wall. Not only that, there were some that were straight while others were curved. There were even some strange symbols that resembled words, yet were not words. They seemed to cover the whole stone wall. Lu Ming frowned and stroked a few of these incisions and symbols with his finger. Only after that did his gaze sweep across the other 3 stone walls. Only then could he clearly see that the other stone walls also had strange incisions on them, all of which looked the same. These incisions were naturally left behind by those from the barbarian ghost sect that had come to comprehend the walls of shadows in the past. Most of them were left by the predecessors when they suddenly understood something from the crystal wall, and because they were afraid that they were going to instantly forget it, they conveniently carved these incisions and symbols nearby. This was also the most important thing that Martial Ant Zhong had repeatedly warned Lu Ming about when bringing up matters regarding the walls of shadows. Lu Ming also helped himself to these carvings and spent an exhausting hour hurriedly remembering the things that were carved into each and every stone wall. He then closed his eyes to consolidate it to memory before walking to the corner to grab the futon. After that, Lu Ming threw it in front of the crystal wall that was a few feet away and stepped forward in an unhurried manner, sitting down cross-legged on the futon. At that moment he followed according to how he usually cultivated. He placed both his hands on his knees and raised his Fa Li to his eyes, slowly infusing them with it. He then widened both his eyes as he stared endlessly at the crystal wall, never taking his eyes off of it. After a meal's worth of time, both his cheeks had turned a crimson red and beads of sweat started rolling from his forehead even though Lu Ming's eyes still flashed with an energetic glow. There was even steaming hot gas emerging from his back. Suddenly, Lu Ming let out a low cry and the energetic glow in his eyes faded as he quickly closed his eyelids. Only then did the expression on his face relax and he spat out a long breath, murmuring, "What an impressive walls of shadows, it actually possesses the effects to charm. If it were not for the fact that my mental strength is sufficiently strong, I would have sunk deep within its illusions and would have been unable to pull myself out. Other than that, what exactly is the meaning represented by those blurry shadows?" Chapter 161, Ball of Light. Chapter 161, Ball of Light. Although Lu Ming had only looked at the crystal wall for a short amount of time, he managed to see blurry silhouettes that Spirit Master Zhong had mentioned. However, these silhouettes only appeared after Lu Ming fell victim to the charming power emanating from the crystal wall. This caused him to be unsure of whether these scenes actually came from the crystal wall or were just illusions formed in his own mind. According to what Spirit Master Zhong had said, these blurry shadows were indeed in existence that was neither real nor fake. There once were some people who had comprehended a few things from these silhouettes, but there were even more people who ended up diving in too deep, wasting a night of comprehension. As to how the shadows could be inferred, it was naturally up to the person's own choice. However, this walls of shadows was indeed extremely mysterious, and even with his level of mental strength he could not stare at it for too long. Otherwise, he would actually fall into the illusion or become unable to hold back the evading sleepiness and fall asleep without knowing. It was his great mental strength which allowed him to escape before. Lu Ming thought silently for a little bit. Only after feeling his mental power had recovered to a certain extent did he form another hand sign with one hand. He then poured his Fa Li into his eyes to look at the crystal wall again. Like this, time passed bit by bit. A large portion of the night passed and Lu Ming did not know how many times he had tried to comprehend the wall. However, other than seeing the blurry shadows at the start, he still did not receive any harvests. He had also tried to study the blurry shadows closely, but they were too hazy and could not be seen clearly. He also could not understand their connection with the marks on the surrounding stone walls. After looking at the walls of shadows so many times, his mental strength was almost depleted too. Although he really could do nothing about it, he did not really feel depressed. After all, who knew how many barbarian ghost sect spirit masters had attempted to comprehend the wall of shadows here and still received nothing? Those who had really comprehended a full set of cultivation methods or secret techniques were even rarer. For him, a spirit apostle, to return with nothing was an extremely ordinary thing. Lu Ming thought like this and immediately stopped forcing himself. He stood up again and walked around the crystal wall. If it were not for the special warning from the child telling him that he was not allowed to touch the object and him worrying about any other restrictions on it, he really wanted to use his finger to poke at the object and see if there would be any reactions. In the end, he shook his head and returned to sit down at the futon. He simply closed his eyes and began to circulate the dark bone method to start cultivating. Since the walls of shadows was not destined for him, he decided not to demand insistently and rather take advantage of the time to properly cultivate for a while. Threads of black air immediately emerged from his body and transformed into tentacles, dancing crazily around his body. As the circulation of the dark bone method became faster and faster, the black air around his body churned out quicker. As more of the black gas appeared, the black tentacles also began to become thicker. However, what Lu Ming, who currently had his eyes closed, did not realize was that the blue crystal wall that originally seemed peaceful actually began to flash slightly without a sound the moment the black air appeared out of his body. At the start, it was extremely slow, but as more and more black air appeared around Lu Ming, the flashing on the wall also began to increase in frequency. When the end of the largest and thickest tentacle on his body was wriggling only a few dozen feet away from the wall, there was a sudden flash of blue light from the crystal wall. From within, a ray of blue light suddenly shot out, and with a flash, it crashed into the black tentacle. The light only flashed and the front part of the tentacle disappeared with a tremble. Afterward, the blue light shook again and transformed into a blue wire net, covering Lu Ming with lightning speed. The moment the black tentacle disappeared, Lu Ming naturally opened his eyes in surprise. The result was that he only witnessed the blue light in front of him flicker as all of the black air and tentacles on his body completely disappeared. Like ice melting, it disappeared with a flash of blue light. For every cloud of black air that the blue air swallowed, it would glow brighter as if the black air was an object of great nourishment to it. Seeing this, Lu Ming paled with great surprise. He wanted to change his hand sign to something that he could use to defend himself, but it was completely too late. As the last layer of black air on his body disappeared with a flash, all of the blue light entered his body silently. It quickly condensed in his spirit sea, transforming into a ball of blue light the size of a bean. With a blur, it began to spin quickly. Lu Ming, at this moment, felt his whole body become numb, and could no longer control his Fa-Li or body at all, to the point where he could not even move a finger. At the same time, a chilly air appeared in his consciousness and a book with a black cover suddenly appeared. With a blur, it began to slowly open and flip through its pages. However, the words in it were extremely blurry. I triggered something in the walls of shadows and it seems like it is also a whole cultivation method. Only at this moment did Lu Ming realize what was occurring right now, and immediately became happy and astonished. He instantly stopped thinking about other matters and just wanted to read clearly what was in the book as if his life depended on it. However, no matter how much power he used, the words in the book remained blurry. He was unable to see what was written clearly at all. Not good. This type of situation seems to be due to the fact that I don't have enough Fa-Li. No wonder the 6 martial ancestor left a message for the spirit apostles who broke through to the liquid level to be allowed the chance to view the walls of shadows for a night. Only under great worry did Lu Ming realize that it was actually like this. Even though it was like that, he could not do anything with the situation in front of him. After the book in his consciousness flipped past the final page, it gave a ping sound and disintegrated into blue light. At the same time, the ball of blue light in his spirit sea stopped spinning with a tremble. With a blur, it flew out of his body and shot straight toward the crystal wall. Lu Ming could only smile bitterly at heart. Just when he believed that he had missed a fortuitous encounter, his spirit sea suddenly became extremely hot and the mysterious bubble actually appeared without a trace. It flashed slowly with glittering light. The next moment, Lu Ming felt all of his surroundings suddenly become extremely silent. At the same time, all of the scenery became extremely slow. The ball of blue light, which had originally shot out to return to where it came from, slowed to the speed of a snail. He noticed the ball of blue light in front of him was surprisingly comprised of countless inscriptions that had been shrunk numerous times. Lu Ming could clearly see every line of inscriptions. Such a weird situation naturally caused Lu Ming to become overwhelmed with surprise. He wanted to blink or open his mouth to say something, but suddenly realized that his own movements had also been slowed down an unknown number of times in the same way. With a blink, his eyelids only closed 10 to 20% for quite a while. This caused him to gasp at heart. Thinking quickly, he understood his situation slightly. This type of situation was obviously not that his surroundings had become extremely slow, but rather his five senses had become countless times as fast as normal. Only this reason could cause such a weird scene to appear. At this moment he used his perception to sweep around. He immediately discovered the mysterious bubble that was currently flashing slightly in his spirit sea. Only with this did he gain some understanding. Without a doubt, for such an unbelievable thing to occur, it was definitely the doing of this mysterious bubble. Lu Ming just did not know when or why it suddenly appeared. Just when Lu Ming was filled with doubt, the bubble in his spirit sea suddenly trembled. Densely packed silver threads suddenly shot out from within, and with a flash they wrapped around the ball of blue light and suddenly tugged it back. Although the ball of blue light struggled for its life as if it were alive, it obviously could not combat the power of the silver threads, and was pulled little by little toward Lu Ming. Just when Lu Ming was dumbstruck, there was a sudden wave of humming from within the walls of shadows. Following that, the crystal wall released a large amount of blue light and another dozen or so balls of blue light appeared from within. With a flash, they all expelled blue threads, wrapping around their buddy who was caught, using their power to pull it toward the crystal wall. The silver threads on the other side remained stretched out and did not move in the slightest. The ball of blue light that was caught gave out a series of extreme trembles and actually stopped where it was mid-air without moving for a while. However, Lu Ming felt his spirit sea immediately become hotter by a few levels. The glittering light on the surface of the mysterious bubble grew slightly brighter and suddenly expelled even more silver threads. After a blur, these silver threads shot into the crystal wall, wrapping around the dozen or so balls of blue light one by one. Afterward, the mysterious bubble rotated once and pulled all of the balls of light from the crystal wall, tugging them forcefully toward Lu Ming. It seemed that even after working together, the power of the balls of light were not enough to fight with the power of the mysterious bubble, and were actually pulled toward Lu Ming's body inch by inch. After another series of blurs, they all entered Lu Ming's spirit sea as if they had immediately fused together. The next moment, Lu Ming's head felt heavy and his eyes darkened. He actually appeared in a glittering room formed with blue light. No matter where he looked, the surrounding walls, flooring, or roofing, it was made out of the exact same material as that of the walls of shadows. As for the corners of the room, there were stone tables. Every stone table was covered in a blue light screen, and inside each of them, there were different-looking books. Within one of them was a book with a light black cover. It was the exact book he had seen in his consciousness. However, all of this was no longer important to Lu Ming. This was because in the center of the room, in an area less than 10 feet away from him, there was actually a man in his 30s in green robes standing there. The person's face was pale without a beard. On his back was a sword in a scabbard and he was currently looking at Lu Ming with an extremely weird expression. "You are?" Lu Ming naturally stepped back 2 steps with a sway and asked with extreme surprise. At the same time, he felt a somewhat familiar feeling from this green-robed person as if he had seen him somewhere before. "You are a disciple of the barbarian ghost sect? How can you only have a cultivation level of a spirit apostle?" The green-robed person replied with a question. "Correct, I indeed am a disciple of the barbarian ghost sect. Elder, you are? You are the 16 martial ancestor." Lu Ming replied slowly. After thinking quickly, he suddenly thought of one of the portraits that was hung high up in the ancestral hall. Chapter 162, The Great Symbol Sword Technique in the Dragon Tiger Hell Method. Chapter 162, The Great Symbol Sword Technique in the Dragon Tiger Hell Method. Although the portrait of the 16 martial ancestor was taken from the back, he was dressed exactly like the person in front of him. How could that be possible? The 16 martial ancestor was the founder of the barbarian ghost sect and had already passed away several thousand years ago. How could he suddenly appear in this weird place? You are indeed very smart to actually be able to recognize me with a single glance. However, I am not the 16 martial ancestor himself. I am only a sliver of consciousness left behind all those years ago before I died. Hearing what was said, the middle-aged man in a robe revealed a slightly surprised expression, but still smiled as he spoke. So it is like such. However, the name of 16 martial ancestor is not necessarily incorrect. However, do you know what this place is? Perhaps it is inside the walls of shadows? Lu Ming was somewhat surprised and asked again with some weariness. This is not in some walls of shadows, but rather inside a fake consciousness room for me transformed from a small portion of mental strength from 16 when he fell years ago. As for how you entered, I am unsure. After all, I am only a sliver of consciousness left behind by 16 years ago and have no way of knowing everything that has occurred outside. Only when I feel a few disciples nearby, that are deemed capable of inheriting the legacy of 16, do I give them some small benefits. As for you, who is a mere spirit apostle, to be able to enter this area is just a little too weird. Tell me exactly what happened outside a moment ago. The middle-aged man in a robe stared at Lu Ming with his eyes shining and spoke slowly. Hearing what was said, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He naturally could not reveal the matter regarding the mysterious bubble to the sliver of 6 Yin's consciousness in front of him, but using some other excuse to hide it was perhaps also impossible. After all, he did not know what this consciousness room was at all. Elder. Lu Ming's eyes flashed slightly a few times. Just when he wanted to say something, the whole room suddenly trembled and the crystal walls in all directions let out a crisp jibeng sound at the same time. Afterward, dense cracks appeared out of nowhere from above as if the whole crystal room was about to break apart. Impossible, this consciousness room is actually about to collapse. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man in a robe, who was originally calm, immediately exclaimed as if he could not believe what was happening. What, this place is about to collapse? Hearing what was said, Lu Ming was also scared witless. How is this possible? It is the power of the consciousness. Although this consciousness room was not created with all of my mental strength years ago, its strength is at a level where even an expert of the golden pill level would not be able to crush it just through the strength of their conscious. The middle-aged man in a robe stared at the threads of gray air that leaked in from the cracks and his face immediately became extremely pale. Lu Ming stared at the gray air that leaked in with an extremely weird facial expression. The aura released by this gray air is on such a familiar level. It seems like it really is the aura from the grayish room inside the mysterious bubble. Perhaps this is. It seems like this time I cannot escape from my doom. Oh well, I have stayed here for thousands of years after all. The energy of the walls of shadows was almost consumed anyway, so I would cease to exist in the same manner just a little later. Right now is just a little earlier. However, it means that you really do have the destiny of meeting me since you are able to enter this place, and perhaps you can even leave here alive. Here I have an item to give to you. It is a sword spirit embryo that I once spent half of my life refining, yet still did not refine completely. Promise me that if you have the chance, you will give this item to a descendant of mine on the Mid-Heaven continent. Remember, this item has been refined by my essence blood and only those who have my blood can continue the refinement and use it. The sect I originate from is the Supreme Purity sect that is located in the eastern part of the Mid-Heaven continent. As a reward for helping me, I will pass the flying sword secret technique that is related to that spirit sword embryo. You must know that even in my original sect, this flying sword secret technique was a forbidden technique, so you must remember to not show it to people rashly. Seeing the surrounding crystal walls falling apart piece by piece, the middle-aged man in a robe calmed down, and quickly told Lu Ming a bunch of things. Afterward, he suddenly closed his mouth and spat out a light yellow, small sword made of light before suddenly grabbing it and pressing it to Lu Ming's chest. He then waved one hand at a golden book that was on a stone stand in one of the corners of the room. With a pew, the green light barrier on the stone stand broke open and the golden book immediately transformed into a golden rainbow that shot over. After a flashing action, it stopped quietly near Lu Ming. Lu Ming naturally caught the golden book without even thinking. However, after a blur, it actually burrowed into his hand without warning and disappeared. He was first startled but then immediately spoke quickly as if he had thought of something. Elder, what Junior cultivates is the dark bone method. Perhaps the latter part of the method may be here. What? You cultivate the dark bone method? No wonder that method flew out by itself before. The dark bone method was an ancient ghost cultivation method that I accidentally found. I only received the first half of it years ago. You will need to rely on your luck to find the latter part. However, according to what I know, it seems that there are already people who have found traces of the latter part in the Mid-Heaven continent. Whatever, since it is like this, I will also gift you this cultivation method. After you reach liquid level, you can change your cultivation method to this one. The middle-aged man in a robe hesitated slightly before speaking with a sigh. He once again waved his hand at another stone stand that had a black book, the one Lu Ming had seen before. The green light barrier immediately broke in the same manner and the black book also shot out. After a flash, it also disappeared into Lu Ming's body. The body of the middle-aged man in a robe, who had done such things began to blur, as if taking out a book from that light barrier was an extremely burdensome matter. Seeing this, Lu Ming naturally hurried to say his thanks. The middle-aged man in a robe waved his hand at Lu Ming. Just when he wanted to say something he had thought of, the surrounding crystal walls finally cracked and broke apart inch by inch with a loud sound. The rolling gray air immediately rushed to the center like huge waves, submerging both Lu Ming and the middle-aged man in a robe. Lu Ming felt his heart suddenly skip a beat and his consciousness blurred again. Surprisingly, he discovered that he had once again appeared in front of that blue walls of shadows, and even had a single hand sign formed, as if he was about to make a hand sign to defend himself. Although this situation was somewhat familiar, Lu Ming still could not help but suspect whether everything that had happened before was real or an illusion. He swept his gaze across the walls of shadows and only saw that the wall still radiated blue light. He could not tell any differences when compared to before at all. Lu Ming sucked in a deep breath and shot his consciousness into his body to have a look. His expression immediately changed several times. He saw, in his spirit sea, the mysterious bubble continue to flash slightly, and there was actually an extra tiny small sword that was faintly yellow. However, it seemed to greatly fear the mysterious bubble and only floated in the spirit sea, unwilling to approach the mysterious bubble by the slightest. Lu Ming suddenly closed his eyes and swept across his own sea of consciousness. Two balls of blue light immediately appeared out of nowhere, and using his mental strength to touch them, the two balls of light spun a little. They then transformed into two books, one gold and one black. Great Symbol Sword Technique. Dragon Tiger Hell Method. Although it was Lu Ming's first time hearing the names of these two cultivation methods and techniques, it was obvious that these were no small matter. He became happy at heart and immediately pointed his mental strength at the golden book, reading it page after page. At the same time, in an extremely well-hidden secret room on the other side of the valley, martial ancestor Yan, who was originally cultivating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them for some apparent reason. At the same time, he revealed an expression with a sliver of doubt. He immediately flipped a hand and a light blue formation disc suddenly appeared in his hand. Patting it with one hand, layers and layers of restrictions immediately appeared. After another blur, it transformed into the scene where Lu Ming sat quietly cross-legged in front of the crystal wall. Martial ancestor Yan looked at the scene of Lu Ming and the crystal wall several times carefully before patting it with one hand again, causing the blue formation disc to return to how it was before. Weird, what was that sudden outflow of blood pressure in my heart about? Perhaps I have been overly worried with my cultivation lately and my mind was not stable. He mumbled a few words before shaking his head and putting the formation disc away. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate again. The morning of the second day, Lu Ming, who was currently sitting in front of the crystal wall, opened his eyes and immediately stood up when the boy pushed open the stone door on time. "Senior Bai, your time is up. You must immediately leave the valley." The child in a yellow shirt walked in before speaking to Lu Ming with a smile. "Many thanks to the warning from Junior. I also felt that the time was about up and wanted to leave." Lu Ming also spoke while speaking. "Oh, looking at how Junior Bai is like, perhaps you have some harvest from the walls of shadows?" Seeing this, the boy could not help but brighten up and ask. "There are some harvests, but it is just solving a hard problem that I had thought a lot about. Also, I do not know whether it really is effective or not, so I still need to return to confirm it by trying it out personally." Lu Ming replied with an ambiguous answer. "Hee, it can be considered good as long as Senior was able to gain something. There are many martial uncle who have entered for a night and did not gain anything." The boy in a yellow shirt replied with a laugh. "Kiki, I also believe that it is like that." Lu Ming also laughed plainly. As a result, in the remaining time, Lu Ming followed the boy as he led the way, walking out of the valley. Once the boy led Lu Ming out, he returned back to the valley and once again arrived at the stone hut. He walked around the walls of shadow several times and used his hand to touch and check it in an exaggerated manner. Only after discovering that there seemed to be no problems did he leave the hut again, shaking his head. 2 days later, Lu Ming appeared in the Great Hall on the peak of Nine Infants Mountain. He stood in front of Spirit Master Zhong Ruchuan and Zhu Qi with his hands together. "Since you have already made a personal decision that you must leave the sect for several years, the three of us will not stop you. However, the fact that you chose to not attempt to break through to Spirit Master right now is indeed a sensible act. We believe that after a period of training, you definitely will have a better chance than now if you attempt to break through to liquid level again years later." Ruchuan spoke slowly to Lu Ming. Chapter 163, Fantasy of 1,000 Faces and Interchangeable Bone Technique? Chapter 163, Fantasy of 1,000 Faces and Interchangeable Bone Technique. I believe so, therefore, I don't plan on being impetuous. Lu Ming deferentially replied. However, Xuanjing can be considered an extremely dangerous area for you. Before leaving, I will confer 3 scarlet flame beads to you in case you encounter a strong enemy in the future. Zhu Qi hesitated before speaking. He shook his sleeve and from within, a small bottle flew out. Lu Ming grabbed the small bottle and delightedly spoke a word of thanks. Last time, the 3 scarlet flame beads helped him heavily wound the half-dragon monster. With another 3 of these, they truly did suddenly increase his confidence. Since your martial uncle Zhu has gifted you something, I cannot let you walk away empty-handed. How about this? I purchased an expensive treasure back in the day that helps one alter his or her face. It should be very useful for your travels in Xuanjing. Martial Aunt Zhong let out a light laugh and felt out a flimsy mask-like object from her bosom. She then presented it to Lu Ming. Thank you, master. This is... Lu Ming respectfully received the item, but after meticulously examining it, he couldn't help but stare blankly. I can't believe junior sister unexpectedly gave this fantasy of 1,000 faces to martial nephew Bai. This is an unusual treasure. As long as one puts it on his or her face and they use a bit of Fa Li, one can change one's face to his or her heart's content. Moreover, the expression can change without constraint. There isn't even the slightest difference from a normal person's face. The only downside is that the price of this mask is dozens of spirit stones and it is only a one-time use object. Once it is used, it will only last for 4 to 5 years. Seeing the object, Xue Nu revealed a face riddled with surprise as he spoke. I can easily hide my identity with this item. Hearing him, Lu Ming was very moved and deeply bowed to his master. Since you are my disciple, I cannot be too petty. Senior Xue, Senior Zhu and I have already given our gifts. Surely you aren't stingy enough to not give anything. Master Zhong shot a glance at the scholar before suddenly letting out a smile and speaking. There's no need for Junior to say such a thing. As a martial uncle, I also cannot present nothing. However, martial nephew Bai shouldn't lack a normal practitioner weapon-type item. How about this? I have a self-created interchangeable bone technique. It's a small technique that can change one's skeletal structure for a fixed period of time. If it's cultivated and used with the fantasy of 1,000 faces, I'm sure that hiding your identity will become even more flawless. Are you willing to cultivate it? Xue Nu smiled at Lu Ming. Thank you, martial uncle, for your gift. I naturally would like to learn it. After listening to his words, Lu Ming was delighted and bowed his body as he replied. Good, the technique is recorded on this page. Take it and memorize it before destroying it. Xue Nu nodded his head and fetched a light yellow page filled with writing. He handed it over. Lu Ming hastily stepped forward and received the page. Another thing, I also have a high-level detoxification pill. As long as you don't encounter one of those legendary absolute poisons, I'm sure it is enough to shield you from most poisons. Xue Nu flipped over a hand and produced a small, dark green bottle. He then tossed it at Lu Ming. Lu Ming respectfully grabbed the small bottle and continued to speak words of thanks. In the remaining time, Xue Nu and Zhu Qi spoke to Lu Ming before leaving first. In an instant, only Lu Ming and Master Zhong remained in the large hall. Song Tian, earlier you said that you wanted to tell me something alone. What is it? Why wait until you are about to leave? Once Martial Aunt Zhong saw that the other two had left, her expression turned serious as she asked Lu Ming a question. Truthfully, I want to speak about a matter regarding the origin of my identity. Lu Ming hesitated before slowly speaking. Origin of your identity? What does this mean? After hearing him, Martial Aunt Zhong's face was full of astonishment. Truthfully, I am not a Bai Clan disciple. My actual name isn't Bai Tian, it's Lu Ming. This matter stems from when I was born. Lu Ming's expression turned heavy as he began to narrate his story. After a while, Lu Ming revealed a trace of relaxation as he flew from the mountain top. Martial Aunt Zhong, who was still sitting on the chair in the large hall, had a bitter smile etched all over her face. I really did not think that this child had this sort of a complicated history. This affair isn't large or small. It seems that as a master, I must use a bit of my prestige to make this large affair into a small one. It's a good thing that this child has just recently done great merit for our sect. Moreover, he was forced to leave the sect, so I don't think those fellows can grasp tightly onto the matter. Martial Aunt muttered to herself before sinking into silence. She then stood up and walked out of the large hall. Currently, Lu Ming had already returned to his dwelling. After doing a bit of cleaning, he nimbly left Nine Infants Mountain. 6 hours later, Lu Ming was sitting on a gray cloud, flying 50 kilometers away from Barbarian Ghost Sect's main gate. Presently, his hand was clasped around a map and he was meticulously studying it. A while later he finally muttered to himself, "I must take a slightly longer detour to go to the Bai Clan. However, as long as I can quickly resolve this matter, I can go to Uncle Chen's hometown and complete this matter. Next, I can go to Xuanjing and not even be late." After speaking, Lu Ming retracted the map and retrieved a compass-like object. He then compared the map to the compass and nodded his head before putting it away. He then grabbed the interchangeable bone technique page that Gui Ruchuan gifted him, and put it in front of him where he began reading it. This technique didn't bring any useful amplifications aside from easily changing the length of one's bones. Therefore the entire technique wasn't complicated. With Lu Ming's intelligence, it didn't even take half a day before he had completely comprehended the technique. Subsequently he put away the page, formed his two hands into hand seals and followed the incantation to abruptly expedite Fa Li. Instantly, his spirit sea began to spin around. A warm flow suddenly and rapidly rushed forth. It spread over every part of his body. In the next instant, Lu Ming let out a low yell and a firecracker-like sound immediately rang out. His shoulders flashed and his body astonishingly grew a head taller. His figure instantly turned rather tall and sturdy. Lu Ming stood on the gray cloud and examined his own body. He moved his arms and legs and after feeling that they weren't uncomfortable, he performed another hand technique. An identical explosive noise resounded and his body shrunk by a large margin. His body had become a lot smaller and skinnier. A trace of excitement appeared on Lu Ming's face, and after he returned his body to normal, he looked over the page twice more. He then slapped it with his two hands. Pooh! The page suddenly caught ablaze and transformed into ashes. Subsequently, Lu Ming calmed his mind and swept through his spirit sea. He saw that the mysterious bubble was astonishingly flashing in his spirit sea without stop. Lu Ming's eyebrows slightly creased. Ever since this bubble had appeared a few days ago, it hadn't mysteriously disappeared like before. It also didn't begin devouring his Fa Li. Instead, it continued to incessantly flash in his spirit sea. This naturally caused him to feel uneasy. When he returned to his dwelling, he had tried to use his Fa Li and mental strength to touch the bubble. However, it was to no avail. When he thought of that day when the consciousness room constructed by 16 Masters' mental strength was devoured by the gray space, his heart was even more bewildered. He truly had no idea what kind of history the mysterious bubble and the hazy gray space had. They unexpectedly were able to do such things. However, he hadn't solved the problem in the past few years, so he clearly could not understand the situation in the present short period of time. Thus, Lu Ming shook his head and rested his eyes on the quiet, unmoving, small light yellow sword in his spirit sea. Having taken the past few days to study it, he understood that this so-called sword spirit embryo wasn't an actual object. Instead, it was a collection of some sort of energy. Moreover, it was like 16 martial ancestor had said, he would be unable to force it out or expedite it. Fortunately, this object didn't pose any threat to him, so it was better to leave it in his body for now. He had hastily looked through these two ancient books, Great Symbol Sword Technique and Dragon Tiger Hell Method. Nevertheless, the things written down within the two books were too profound and definitely not something that he could comprehend in a mere few days. However, the Great Symbol Sword Technique seemed to be the written account of some sort of flying sword technique. This was true. The Dragon Tiger Hell Method seemed to be an extremely tyrannical body cultivating method. It seemed to faintly resemble the Dark Bone Method and seemed to also be able to restrain ghosts. Unfortunately, according to what was written down, one had to have advanced to the Spirit Master realm from the liquid level before cultivating and comprehending it. It was the Great Symbol Sword Method that had no restrictions. After thoroughly comprehending it, Lu Ming would be able to choose and cultivate a bit of its foundations. However, this step had to wait until he reached Xuanjing. He needed to be completely undisturbed before proceeding. What he had to do right now was hastily go to the Bai Clan and completely resolve the issues regarding his identity and his marriage with Mu Mingzhu. He had already explained the matter of him impersonating someone else to Master Zhong before he left. His master had also agreed to help him resolve this matter. In this way, he had already assumed an invincible position. Going to the Bai Clan to resolve the related issues would naturally be success after these perfect conditions. With his current identity and strength, the Bai Clan with a mere spirit apostle had no way of dealing with him. Lu Ming thought like this in his heart and instantly expedited his technique. The gray cloud underneath him instantly sped up and rushed into the distance. The sky had begun turning black when night arrived. Even though Lu Ming was very audacious, he wasn't willing to take a risk and continue his journey. He immediately found a mountain top on a mountain ridge in the wilderness and descended. Subsequently, he then created a simple cave and sat inside, preparing to continue his journey on the morning of the second day. However, when midnight arrived, the seated Lu Ming suddenly felt the mysterious bubble in his spirit sea heat up. Subsequently, a tremendous mental strength rushed forth and instantly arrived at his head without even the slightest warning. Chapter 164, Bai Clan. Chapter 164, Bai Clan. Lu Ming was naturally alarmed, and before he had time to react, this mental strength violently rushed into Lu Ming's sea of conscious, causing his mental strength to swell at a frightening speed. This is. Almost instantly, Lu Ming recalled his past absorption of Fa Li and contemplated the extraction of Fa Li. This scene seemed familiar, but it wasn't a feedback of Fa Li this time and rather an infusion of mental strength. A quick spin of Lu Ming's mind gave him the answer to why such a thing happened. He suddenly recalled the consciousness room and the scene of 16 Masters' mental strength being forcibly crushed and devoured by the ash-gray room. In a flash, Lu Ming understood everything. However, these thoughts were merely a flash of past matters. Because of the violent surge of mental strength, he was unable to analyze deeply and was forced to cast techniques with all his might. As he chanted the words to his newly learned demonic heart method, he tried strenuously to protect what little consciousness he had left in his mind. Without his efforts, this towering, enormous mental strength would have broken through and collapsed him. Yet the more he maintained his consciousness, the more he sensed his mental strength furiously expanding in multitudes. In a small period of time, his mental strength shockingly doubled and tripled in size. Even seeing such an enormous amplification of his mental strength, he still used his demonic heart method to protect his state of mind. Lu Ming's body trembled ever so slightly as he let his head endure the pressure of the force. With his face pale and ghastly, veins popped out from the sides of his forehead with faint signs of black blood trickling down his face. In a moment of desperation, Lu Ming used his talent of doing two things at once. With too conscious, he concurrently expedited his demonic heart method to barely shield the impact of the enormous current of mental strength. A moment later, Lu Ming let out a huge shout, causing the entire cave to buzz and shake. Then he fell to his back and unexpectedly fainted. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ming finally slowly regained his consciousness, tasting something faintly acidic in his mouth. The moment that he opened his eyes, he was shocked to see that all he saw took on an insipid curtain of blood red. Alarmed as he was, it immediately became clear to him what had happened. Weaving signs with one hand, a huge ball of clear water suddenly appeared above Lu Ming. Pointing his finger down, a waterfall of water gushed down in an instant. Raising his head, the water rinsed out all the blood within Lu Ming's eyes. Using one hand to weave signs again, hot steam rolled from Lu Ming's body, drying his clothes. As he let out a long sigh, he used his fingers to massage the two sides of his faintly aching temple. The scene before him was still quite frightening. If it weren't for his efforts to strenuously sustain his mental strength before he passed out, which caused flow of mental strength to finally stopping, Lu Ming's head possibly could have forcibly exploded under the pressure. Lu Ming felt that the size of his sea of consciousness had probably tripled or quadrupled in size from the mental strength. The enormous amount of mental strength seemed to flood every inch of his consciousness. Each small movement he made caused his whole head to ache dully. It looked like in order to control this current of mental strength with ease, a short period of time was not sufficient to learn to do so. The amount of frightening mental strength he possessed was perhaps not too inferior to that of a spirit master. Lu Ming thought of this and suddenly remembered something. He immediately had his mind sink down toward the inside of his body as he scanned his spirit sea. Sure enough, the mysterious air bubble had vanished once again. Bringing his mind back, Lu Ming stroked his chin with the palm of his hand, letting a thoughtful expression escape his features. His original guess was probably correct and the strong mental strength feedback was probably from the consciousness room of the 16 Master. Yet this type of feedback occurred only after many days, which was much different to the purification of Fa Li. He made a mental note to be very careful if he were to run into such a situation again. This time he was lucky that the force did not make his head explode. If he were to run into this situation again, perhaps he would not be so fortunate. Anyhow, if this method were made use of and done well, it would increase Lu Ming's mental strength by unimaginable magnitudes. He couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster as he thought of this attraction to such a method. However, when Lu Ming recalled the previous situation where mental strength flooded the entirety of his head, he felt a chill seep through his heart and quickly let that thought go. Additionally, he didn't even know if he would come across another so-called consciousness room. Even if he really had the chance, if he did not have a fail-safe plan, he was afraid to say that it would result in nothing more than suicide. In the time that followed, Lu Ming examined parts of his body in search of wounds. Seeing no signs of other wounds, he relaxed a bit and started chanting words and making one-handed signs. The Finyun state was one of the 72 states in the Dexian country, with Lushui city being one of the 3 biggest cities within Finyun. In the Dexian country, Lushui was said to be a meeting area for well-known practitioners. Built along a river, the city possessed large patches of land suitable for growing rice crops just outside its walls. It also controlled a nearby region where considerably valuable metals could be mined from ore veins. All of this let the city of Lushui flourish and prosper. It was unknown how many powers of different sizes inhabited this city. Yet one of the oldest practitioner clans in Lushui, the Bai Clan, became increasingly active in the recent month. Not only did the famous eldest daughter of the Bai house return, the clan also opened its doors to recruit practitioners. It also started to expand at a frightening speed, tearing down quite a number of opposing forces. In the eyes of the perspicacious, the last time the Bai Clan had expanded in power was years ago, when a descendant of the Bai Clan, Bai Tian, became a disciple of the barbarian ghost sect. This allowed the Bai Clan to jump from being a third-rate clan to suddenly become one of the most respected practitioner clans within the city of Lushui. Yet this time Bai Clan tried expanding without any signs of having the power to do so, while some of the biggest practitioner clans within the city of Lushui did not try to restrain such actions. It was as if the Bai Clan did not violate their radii of power, the other clans would turn a blind eye to its advances. Not after long, there was news of Bai Clan's young master, Bai Tian. He was to marry the widely known daughter of the Mu clan many months later. Rumors that the Bai Clan's young master was ranked in the top 10 rankings of the barbarian ghost sect gradually imbued themselves in the world of practitioners and practitioner clans. As a result, other practitioners and small clans suddenly realized the meaning of the Bai Clan's moves. In a flurry, they rushed to attach themselves or become guests of the Bai Clan. In one single night, the Bai Clan had enough power to keep the other practitioner clans under its control, since it now occupied almost half of the city of Lushui. At this time, the Bai house could be said to be the culmination of Lushui. Yet at this day, before the now enormous Bai Clan, a youth in a green robe suddenly appeared. He tilted his head back to read the horizontal board that was suspended from the top of the main gate. After faintly sweeping his eyes to the burly-looking guard in front, he walked without hesitation in the direction of the main gate. "This is the Bai Clan. Who are you to dare enter?" Before the door were 4 guards. Naturally, it was impossible to let this stranger enter in this fashion. At once, all 4 guards abruptly blocked the gate, refusing to let this stranger through. The one in charge was obviously the tall fat man of dark complexity. Glaring down at the youth with his beady little eyes, he let go a low growl. If it had not been for his ability to read people, he would have already called out the others to pile the rude youth. Yet in a quick glance, he was certain that this youth before him was no ordinary being. This youth was naturally Lu Ming, who had just hastily arrived. Seeing this scene before him, he did not speak but tossed a light yellow piece of jade into the man's hand. Without showing any emotion, he spoke, "Give this to the master of the clan. Just tell him that I'm here." In those days, this piece of jade was the exact pendant that Bai Tian had. At that time, he took it with him while keeping under cover in the barbarian ghost sect. Now the pendant was again put to use. "I'm here? What does that mean? Are you playing with me?" With his reflexes, the chubby, dark-skinned man caught the jade pendant. Yet after hearing Lu Ming's unmannerly request, his face turned bright red. Knowing of the huge increase of power for the Bai Clan during the past 2 months, it was common knowledge that these guards naturally were not people one wanted to provoke. To think that the boy who had just come out of nowhere was so ill-mannered filled the man's heart with anger. Hearing his disgusted response, Lu Ming stared icily at the fat, dark man and suddenly took a step back. "What do you think you're doing? Do you really think if you step back that I won't?" "Okay. Sir, please wait a moment. I will pass along your jade pendant to the house." Just as the fat, dark man was viciously responding, his eyes wandered to the ground where Lu Ming once stood. his face suddenly became a few complexities paler. Feeling quite bewildered by their leader's change in tone, the other 3 guards turned their gazes to the ground. In the same manner they jumped in astonishment. The once smooth limestone on the ground now had 2 deep footprints engraved in it. The footprints looked about 1 inch deep and were as pristine cuts as one could get, almost like a stonemason had cut them with utmost care. Being guards of the Bai Clan, it was natural that they came into contact with some practitioners over the years. Seeing that the youth before them was no ordinary being, all of them now became respectful toward the boy. Observing the fat dark man taking the jade penchant in hand and running inside, Lu Ming waited quietly before the main gate. It didn't take long. In fact, it was the time it took to make a cup of tea. Suddenly drums started playing within the Bai Clan, which were followed by beautiful music. From the main house marched 2 columns of servants with an elderly man of snow-white hair walking from the back. Scanning forward, he immediately spotted Lu Ming, who was standing straight as a ramrod. With a smile hanging from his face, he hastily hurried over and bowed to show his respects. "Young Master Tsongtian, you are finally back. Old Master and young Miss were talking about you recently, saying that there was a possibility for your return to the Bai Clan. I myself did not expect to meet young Master today. If Old Master and young Miss knew, who knows how overjoyed they will be." "Who are you? You know me?" Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he slowly asked. "Young Master must be joking. I was your old slave Bai Pan. I watched young Master as you grew up." The old man remained smiling as he replied. Chapter 165, Secret Discussion. Chapter 165, Secret Discussion. Bai Pan? Lu Ming looked at the elder, who did not have a single expression on his face. Immediately, he nodded and without further words, he walked through the doorway. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he was able to see that the elder in front of him was a practitioner that was quite powerful. However, with Lu Ming's cultivation, he need not pay any heed to the other person's power. Bai Pan quickly walked in front to show the way. At the same time, he respectfully said in a hurried manner, "Old Master and young Miss are outside of the city and talking about a couple of things. However, I have already had people leave through the back door to notify them of the news of the young Master's return. I believe that Old Master and young Miss will be back by tomorrow. For now, I'll first have young Master living at his old residence." "Not within the city? Then who is in charge of things at the Bai Clan right now?" Lu Ming asked. "Young Master, right now, it's the 2nd Old Master that is within the clan. The 3rd Old Master has been in secluded cultivation for the past few days." Bai Pan responded honestly. "Okay, no matter who is in charge in the clan, I hope that I can meet someone that can truly take care of things around here. Or else, looking at you, you seem to know my true identity, so I won't have to talk more useless words." Lu Ming gaze coldly swept over the elder, and with a slight grunt, he talked to Bai Pan. "Young Master must be joking, how could I know anything? However, be at ease young Master, I believe that Old Master and young Miss will be here personally to meet young Master Tsongtian tomorrow." The elder's face slightly changed after hearing his words, but he immediately gave a smile as he responded. Lu Ming's face did not reveal any emotions as he followed the elder around. Soon after, he arrived at an exceptionally quiet courtyard. At this moment, before the courtyard were 2 beautiful maids that were wearing yellow and red clothing. They both seemed to be about 15 to 16, and as soon as they saw the elder come over, they immediately came over and gave their respects. "Greetings to the great butler. Mei Zhu, Mei Lan, quickly come and meet young Master Tsongtian. In the future, you two will be in charge of young Master's clothing, food, residence, and travel. If there are any slights to young Master, you both will be punished. Young Master Tsongtian, are you satisfied with these 2? If they aren't to your satisfaction, I can immediately change them to 2 new people." Bai Pan first let the 2 of them stand up before asking Lu Ming with a face full of smiles. "They are fine." Lu Ming's gaze swept across the 2 and responded without emotion. "Okay, then young Master can go in and rest. I will first take my leave. If you need anything, feel free to order the 2 of them to get it," Bai Pan respectfully said. Lu Ming nodded and bluntly walked into the courtyard. Under the directions of the elder, the 2 girls immediately followed behind Lu Ming. Bai Pan watched as the door of the courtyard closed and his smile slowly faded. With knit eyebrows, he paused where he was before turning around and leaving. However, before he walked a decent distance, a shadow flashed behind a large tree in a nearby road. A middle-aged man that seemed quite shrewd appeared, and after a few steps, he respectfully said, "Great butler, I have already set up all of the people. As long as this person leaves the courtyard, We will immediately know. What do you mean by this person? He's young Master Kong Tang. Before Old Master and young Miss personally changed their pronunciations, he is our Bai Clan's true young master without a doubt. In addition, tell your people to retreat. Who do you think young Master Tsong Tian is? A couple of normal people would not be able to hide in front of him. Although you are also a butler within the clan and luckily know of this matter, you definitely cannot decide on what to do on your own. Bai Pan looked at the middle-aged man and coldly chastised. Yes, I'll immediately have them retreat. Hearing this, the middle-aged man gave a shiver and quickly bowed as he walked away. The elder then gave a few words of instruction before walking away with his 2 hands behind his back. The middle-aged man then straightened himself and used a gaze that had some envy to look at the elder's back. With he walked to a small path. Moments later, the elder passed through a couple of courtyards and lines of guards before arriving at a seemingly ordinary room. Walking forward, he gave a slight knock on the door. Bai Pan, is that you? Come in. A male's voice suddenly sounded from within the room. Yes, old master. The elder gave a reply before slowly pushing the door open to enter. In the small space, there were already 2 males and a woman waiting inside. The 2 men's faces were quite similar, but one had a face that emitted a sense of books and papers and was about 50 years old. The other male was only about 40 years old and had a savage aura about him. In addition, he kept a long blade that was 3 feet in length at his waist. The woman was quite old and seemed over 60 years old with a face full of wrinkles. However, she held a bronze walking stick and had the appearance of being quite alert and attentive. Greetings to Old Elder, Old Master and Second Old Master. Bai Pan walked up a couple of steps and gave the 3 a respectful bow. Butler Bai, you aren't an outsider. At this point, why take so many courtesies? Has that person already been situated? What did he tell you? The man with an aura of books waved his hand and quickly asked. Old Master, that person has already been situated in young Master Bai's original residence and I have already directed Mei Zhu and Mei Lan over to take care of him. As for the words, besides saying that Old Master and young Miss needed to meet him tomorrow, he did not say anything else. Bai Pan respectfully replied. The man with the aura of books was obviously the current clan head of Bai Clan, Bai Xinliu. Did he only mention these things and not talk about the marriage between Mu clan? The other man with a savage aura had his eyes flash. Second Old Master, no. The elder replied without any thought. The savage aura man was the second Old Master of the Bai Clan. Then how is his expression and the like? Are there any abnormal signs? The old woman slowly asked. Old Elder, the person seemed quite calm and I couldn't see what he was thinking. Bai Pan replied with a bitter smile. Oh, if that's the case, then we can say that this young man has a strong temperament at such a young age. He won't be easy to fool. When the man with the aura of books heard this, his brows creased. This person was able to use one of our Bai Clan's places to enter the barbarian ghost sect as an inner disciple. Now he has even become one of the top 10 core disciples. There is no way he is someone ordinary. I just don't know if our original conditions will be enough to persuade him. The savage man let out a small breath as he spoke. If we can't persuade him with that, then we'll just have to add a couple extra things. Our Bai Clan has waited so many years to finally grab a hold of this opportunity. We definitely cannot allow ourselves to be reduced to our original state. The old woman gave as she replied. Mother, this person is a spirit apostle with sizable status within one of the top sects in the country. Under this absolute strength, we practitioners would have trouble talking to him directly. Thus, I decided to not meet him and instead told people to notify Yaner. Although Yaner is only a normal disciple within the Heavenly Moon sect, the influence that the Heavenly Moon sect has is much greater than the Barbarian Ghost sect. Thus, with Yaner we can start discussions with that person. Bai Xinliu slowly explained. Did Yaner go to meet people? It is merely a messenger from the Mu clan. Why did we need Yaner to personally go meet him? The savage man asked with some dissatisfaction. Second brother, you don't understand. This time, the messenger from the Mu clan was no ordinary practitioner. Rather, he's a spirit apostle that is under the 9 enchantment sect. Thus, our Bai Clan could not slight him and had to have Yaner personally go meet him. The old woman gave the savage man a glance before calmly replying. That's why. I don't know. Can Yaner hurry back by tomorrow? The man with a savage aura showed a face of understanding as he quickly asked another question. Relax, I heard from Yaner yesterday. She was accompanying the messenger from Mu clan to explore the surroundings with flying cranes. As long as she gets the message from us, I believe that she will be able to quickly come back. Bai Xinliu said with confidence. That's the best. However, at that time, won't the messenger from Mu clan also come to the Bai clan? If he meets that person, wouldn't that cause some problems? The man with a savage aura still had doubt in his heart. There is nothing to be worried about. Although we did not predict that the messenger would reach the Bai clan so soon, just keeping the messenger at bay for a couple of days can be easily done. After all, the alliance marriage between the Bai and Mu clan is something that benefits both parties. Otherwise, the Mu clan would not send a spirit apostle. Even without the marriage, this alliance would not crumble easily. However, the most important thing right now is that our Bai clan only has a single spirit apostle, Yaner, holding up everything. Although we have the heart, we don't have the means to expand. Thus, no matter what we do, we must be able to use the name of one of the top 10 core disciples of the barbarian ghost sect to be able to maintain our current status. The old woman said with a serious tone. If that's the case, then the rise or fall of the Bai clan will reside with our discussions with that person tomorrow. Hearing this, the man with the savage aura couldn't help but start bitterly smiling. There's no way around that. If Kongtane was able to become one of the top 10 core disciples of the barbarian ghost sect, that would be great. At least, he would be able to ensure our prosperity for at least 100 years. The old woman said slowly with an expression of extreme regret on her face. Don't talk of that useless cripple. He actually died to some thief as a practitioner. Even if he participated in the opening spirit ceremony, he probably would have died within it. Bai Xinliu said with some anger. However, if we want that person to become one with the Bai clan, that isn't impossible. The man with the savage aura stroked his chin as he suddenly popped up with those words. Second brother, you mean? When Bai Xinliu heard this, he could not help but still. If it were not for the fact that our Bai clan needed Yanner's status as a spirit apostle to maintain our status, keeping her from marrying, she should have been married to someone by now at her age. The man with the savage aura said with a smile. What? Second brother, you want to use Yanner to win over that person? No way. Hearing this, Bai Xinliu roared with anger as he declined the suggestion. Chapter 166, Bai Yaner. Chapter 166, Bai Yaner. Why is that not possible? That Lu Brat is one of the top 10 disciples of the barbarian ghost sect. No matter his strength or status, it's more than enough to be paired with Yaner. If he does not think that the Mu clan practitioner is good enough because of her status, I believe that that brat would be moved with Yanner's beauty and status as a spirit apostle. More importantly, didn't we inquire into his background? He has no relation to any practitioner clan and is only an exile that escaped from Savage Island. If Big Brother can really recruit him as a son-in-law into our Bai clan, then would we not have any fear of him not working for our Bai clan? The second brother of the Bai clan said with some excitement. Hearing up to this point, the old woman didn't say anything, but her face showed a sliver of anticipation. Mother, second brother, don't forget that we promised Yaner that as long as she became a spirit apostle, we would not interfere with her marriage and not force anything on her. Seeing her reaction, Bai Xinliu made a bitter smile as he replied. Senior brother, this is a completely different time from then. If we aren't able to make that brat change his mind, then the whole entire Bai clan would be beat until its original state. In fact, under the wrath of so many people, our Bai clan might be destroyed. After all, the expansion before has stepped on the profits of too many factions. The man with a savage aura said with some urgency. Bai Xinliu could not help but have his face change multiple times after hearing those words. He was at a loss for words for the next few moments. Yes, second brother's words do have some credibility. However, we really cannot force anything onto her like a marriage because Yaner has her status as a spirit apostle. How about this? We can discuss this matter with her. If Yaner does not disagree, then we can have the best of both worlds where we won't have to do anything that we wouldn't like. The old woman finally made her decision as she spoke. Okay, since mother has said that, we can talk to her about it once Yaner comes back. With the old woman also in agreement, Bai Xinliu could only gnash his teeth and respond in such a manner. In the other courtyard, Lu Ming was currently sitting on the bed as he silently cultivated with closed eyes. It was as if he did not care for what happened tomorrow. The morning of the next day, Lu Ming, who was still sitting down, had his face slightly twitch and he immediately opened both of his eyes. He gave a slight glance toward his roof before he regained his composure as he began cultivating again. At the same time, a few hundred feet above the Bai clan, a male and a female were each standing on a gray cloud side by side. Their 4 eyes looked down at the courtyard where Lu Ming was sitting in. The entire Bai clan only has one person with the aura of a spirit apostle. Looks like your brother really has returned to the clan. The young man was exceptionally handsome and had a long blue robe on. Suddenly, he turned his head and smiled toward the slim figure that had a green cloak around her. Yes, when I left the clan a couple of days ago, this courtyard was still empty. Looks like it is true that Song Tian is within there. In a couple of days I'll introduce brother to you. The green-cloaked lady let out a pleasant laugh as she replied. Okay, the main reason as to why I came was because I wanted to see you, Yaner, again. At the same time, I am also curious about what my younger sister's future husband looks like. Ever since my younger sister was imprisoned in our clan, she did not say a good word about your brother. However, my young aunt's letters held nothing but praise for your brother. Also, being able to become one of the top 10 disciples of the barbarian ghost sect is definitely something your brother is better at than others. The blue-robed man smiled as he spoke. Speaking about this, I must thank Brother Mu. If it weren't for the fact that Brother Mu Ling brought back the news that my brother became one of the top 10 disciples of the barbarian ghost sect, it is very likely that the Bai Clan could not take advantage of this chance to expand our sphere of influence. The cloaked lady responded softly. The blue-robed man was the messenger from the Mu clan who was also a spirit apostle under the 9 enchantment sect. In addition, from the tone, he seemed to also be the older brother of Mu Mingzhu. As for the cloaked lady, it was Bai Yaner from the Heavenly Moon sect. For us practitioner clans to know what is occurring within the sects is quite hard. It is quite common for us to have to wait a couple months to half a year before we know what is going on. My young aunt had to use a special method to send information for the Mu clan to know what happened in Barbarian Ghost Sect. However, even if I didn't tell you, your brother would have brought the news to the Bai Clan slightly later. Thus, it was not that big of a deal. In addition, my sister is about to marry your brother, and at that time the Mu and Bai Clan will almost be one. Mu Ling said with a smile. I would naturally want our 2 clans, one east and one west, to finalize this alliance. Thus, no matter what faction wants to fight us, they would need to be much more cautious. Time was not enough this time, and I won't be able to accompany you on a tour outside the Lushui city. If we find an opportunity next time, I will definitely accompany Brother Mu Ling. Now let's first go down. I'll first arrange for Brother Mu's residence, and in these 2 days, we might have to closely talk about the kinks of the alliance of the 2 clans. Bai Yaner smiled as she slowly descended to the Bai Clan. The blue-robed young man stared at Bai Yaner's back with some infatuation and also landed below. In a quarter of an hour, Bai Yaner appeared within the main hall where the Bai Clan welcomed their guests. The Bai Clan clan head, second brother of the clan, and the old woman were all sitting squarely on chairs and discussing something. Yaner, you have finally come back. I thought that you would take longer. When Bai Xinliu saw his own daughter, he was quite happy as he hurriedly said, Hello grandmother, father and second uncle. Bai Yaner bowed slightly to the 3 of them before taking off the cloak on her face. This girl was at most in her 20s with fair skin and a face like a peach tree blossom. Her pair of eyes were vibrant and always moving. Between her brows, a sense of an enchanting aura emanated as she seemed to be so beautiful that she couldn't be looked at. Don't ask me what a peach tree blossom face looks like. Quickly stand up, you must have been exhausted this time. That's right, did the messenger from the Mu clan come with you? The old woman seemed to be quite caring of Bai Yaner and quickly let her stand. Then the old woman asked her a question in a timid manner. Grandmother can relax, I have already arranged everything. In addition, we have taken the whole day to travel and he should already be asleep by now. Bai Yaner gave a small smile as she answered. That's good. Before we talk things through with that brat, we definitely cannot let the 2 of them meet. When the old woman heard this, she let out a sigh of relief. However, our time isn't too long. We must rope in that person in the least amount of time possible. At the very least, we can't allow him to publicize his identity or else the trouble that our Bai Clan will receive will be very great. However, why did that Lu brat come here so suddenly? Wasn't the custom that the new top 10 disciples of each sect would stay within the sect to use the resources that the sect awards for a couple of months? The man with the savage aura worriedly wondered. According to common sense, that is what should have happened. After all, they should be preparing for the life and death trials to take place 1 year later. However, something might have happened within the barbarian ghost sect that we do not know about. Bai Yaner's eyes flashed as she slowly replied. What could have happened? Will it affect our plan? The Bai Clan head's face changed as he asked. That's hard to say. After all, the news that we received last time was only that this person became one of the top 10 core disciples in the barbarian ghost sect after the large competition, and the news was even given to us by the Mu clan. However, father, you need not worry. We have learned our lesson and placed people around the barbarian ghost sect. As soon as any information leaks out, they will use birds to convey it back. Right now, what we need to do is discuss how we are going to rope in this person. Bai Yaner said unhurriedly. Yes, that is correct. However, Yaner, you are also in spirit apostle. Do you think that the conditions that we set out earlier will be enough to influence this brat? The old woman kept a serious face as she asked after some hesitation. If it was before, that was more than enough. However, this person has become one of the top 10 disciples, which complicates matters. If he were to speak of the fact that he impersonated Bai Tian to the higher echelons of the sect with his current status, he would most likely be punished very slightly and we will no longer be able to threaten him with that. However, what is more likely is that after that person had a huge gain in strength, he would not want to have any more connections with the Bai Clan and would want to cut ties with us in one fell swoop. If that's the case, then the conditions that we put out earlier are a little too shallow. Bai Yaner sighed as she spoke. However, the conditions that we discussed earlier are the maximum that the Bai Clan can take out. After all, our Bai Clan was only a third-rate practitioner clan and doesn't have too many accumulated resources. The second brother of the Bai Clan said with some anxiousness. The person we are dealing with is one of the top 10 disciples of the barbarian ghost sect. Compared to what the sect gave him, I doubt that the resources the Bai Clan is able to offer will be in his sights. Bai Yaner shook her head as she replied with a serious expression. If that's the case, Yaner, do you think it's possible to re-rope this person into our Bai Clan with another method? The old woman's brows were knit for a while before she suddenly asked. Oh, grandmother is saying? Bai Yaner blinked before letting out a few words. Yaner, I will not lie to you. Yesterday me, your father, and your second uncle discussed a little and thought that there might be some other method to tempt this brat. However, this matter regards you, so as your grandmother, I'd like to ask you one thing. If I betrothed you to that person, are you willing to do so? The old woman waved the bronze walking staff in her hand as a glint appeared in her eyes. Oh, grandmother and father want to have this person as a son-in-law? As for this matter, I cannot give a reply so soon and will have to see the person first before making my decision. When Bai Yaner heard this, she actually did not become enraged and rather seemed to fall into deep thought before she earnestly replied. He, of course. Yaner should meet this person and test him before having your father and second uncle come out to discuss the details. I am an old geezer with many years behind, so I won't be showing my face. After seeing that Bai Yaner did not refuse immediately, the wrinkled face of the old woman could not help but show a smile. Chapter 167, Transaction. Chapter 167, Transaction. Lu Ming suddenly heard a flurry of footsteps outside of his door. Immediately, he stopped cultivating and all the black gas around him retreated back within his body. At the same time, he emotionlessly asked, "Who is outside?" "Young master, the time is not early. Do you need me to go to the kitchen and bring something over?" A timid young girl's voice came from outside the door. It sounded like one of the two maids assigned to him yesterday. "No need, I won't be eating anything these few days," Lu Ming replied without any hesitation. Lu Ming had just eaten a pill of fastening yesterday and would naturally not eat anything from a foreign environment. "Yes, then I'll be taking my leave." The maid outside the door seemed quite scared and immediately left with soft footsteps. However, after Lu Ming closed his eyes again for a short while, unrestrained footsteps sounded outside the door. At the same time, a foreign and sweet female voice rang out, "Brother Lu, I am Bai Yaner. Could I meet fellow?" "Young Miss Bai, please enter." When Lu Ming heard this, his expression changed. He immediately opened his eyes and spoke. Thus, the door to the room was pushed open and from outside walked a beautiful girl with a graceful figure. This girl currently wore a green-colored dress, and as soon as she saw Lu Ming, she suddenly revealed a sweet smile. "Brother Lu does indeed look like Tsongtang. No wonder the Guan and Gu practitioners forged the wild dream of letting fellow take over as my younger brother and join the opening spirit ceremony." "Really? Even though I have never seen your brother, young Miss Bai's words must be true. The current appearance that I have is my own without any disguise. However, I have heard quite a bit from practitioner Guan about young Miss Bai's achievements." Lu Ming winced his eyes and unhurriedly stepped off of the bed. With a slight cup of his hand, he respectfully replied. In his mind, this girl's appearance was quite shocking. "Oh, Brother Lu must have heard quite a bit. There is only me as a spirit apostle and sometimes, I had to do things that would show my face." When Bai Yaner heard this, her face could not help but display some awkward expressions. "Really? If young Miss Bai does not like doing things like that, you could definitely participate less with clan matters." With your status as a spirit apostle of the Heavenly Moon Sect, can the Bai Clan really force you to do anything? When Lu Ming heard this, he held some doubt as he asked a question. Brother Lu must be joking. Unless we are like fellow who is alone, us clan disciples cannot give up on our clans and ignore matters such as these. However, for Brother Lu to suddenly come to our Bai Clan, they must be quite important matters. Bai Yaner made a slight smile and seemed to carelessly ask Lu Ming a question. My identity has to have been carefully investigated by the Bai Clan. However, these are all small matters. The reason I have come here is because of the matter with Mu Mingzhu. I have heard that the Bai Clan has even decided on the date of the marriage and is preparing to start mass sending invitations. Is that true? Lu Ming asked 2 sentences before his face darkened. That is indeed something that has happened. Are there any problems? I have personally seen Mu Mingzhu and she is indeed pretty. Since Brother Lu and her have already agreed to make the engagement, all you would need to do is take her as your wife on the marriage date and everything would be good. Bai Yaner smiled as she responded. I have already seen what that Mu Mingzhu looks like in the sect. However, I don't remember agreeing to this engagement, let alone taking this marriage date. If the Bai Clan really wants to marry this girl in order to ally with the Mu Clan, the Bai Clan can find another Bai Chong Tian and not involve me in this. Lu Ming said without courtesy. Brother Lu, you must be joking. Mu Mingzhu is about to marry Brother Lu, so how can anyone else replace you? Although this marriage did not have your approval, you never disagreed to it either. Now that you want to go back on it, our Bai Clan will be in a very tough spot. Bai Yaner blinked as she replied. Fellow Bai, you have no need to use sharp words. Do you know how many problems this marriage between Mu Clan has brought me? Because the Bai Clan saw profits to ally itself with the Mu Clan, I had to offend someone in the sect that I didn't need to. Now, I have no choice but to leave the sect and avoid the opposite party for a while. Lu Ming gave a grunt as he responded. What? This marriage has made fellow offend someone who could make you leave the sect. Brother Lu, are you talking about Gao Chong, the Earth Spiritual Pulse disciple? When Bai Yaner heard Lu Ming's words, she seemed to have thought of something as her face changed. Young Miss Bai only needs to know this. Maybe Gao Chong does not care about the Bai Clan. However, he has his gaze fixed on me and I don't know how long I will be carrying the blame for this. Thus, no matter what angle I see this from, I can think of myself as having repaid my debt to the Bai Clan. I don't have time to waste on this and I'll get straight to the point. The reason for me coming to the Bai Clan was because I first want to remove this marriage between me and Mu Mingzhu. Second, I will be restoring my original identity and from now on won't have any more relationships with the Bai Clan. As for the profits the Bai Clan has gained earlier using the name of Bai Chong Tian, I won't look over them. That will also be counted as a form of repayment for the position in the opening spirit ceremony. That's right, the Bai Clan should not try to use my name to do anything more in the future. I have already talked about everything related to my identity with the sect. Once I return to the sect, the name of Bai Chong Tian will eternally disappear within the barbarian ghost sect. Lu Ming spoke harshly. When Bai Yaner heard these words of Lu Ming, the last traces of her smile finally disappeared. After her eyes flashed a couple of times, she formed her reply. Brother Lu, please calm down. Everything can be discussed. The Bai Clan never thought about telling the upper echelons of the sect about your identity. If Brother Lu is not satisfied with the marriage between Mu Mingzhu, I can go to our clan head and have this engagement pushed off. However, Brother Lu cutting all ties with the Bai Clan is a little too harsh. I do not like to reveal this to Brother Lu, but this is now a crucial point in the expansion of the Bai Clan, and if we lose Brother Lu's title of being one of the top 10 core disciples of the barbarian ghost sect, the results of the Bai Clan hurriedly expanding will collapse on us. Our expansion will become a great threat to us. Bai Yaner's face changed and seemed much more pitiful as she talked. What does this have to do with me? I think that I have already said that from now on, I am myself and the Bai Clan is the Bai Clan. We won't be interfering with each other. There are countless practitioner clans within the Deshien country. Would I be lending a helping hand to every one of them when they are in times of trouble? Lu Ming crossed his arms in front of his chest as his face became expressionless. Seeing this, Bai Yaner was at a loss for words. Although her cultivation was not too strong, only at a beginning spirit apostle, she relied on her beautiful face to have a bit of fame among the spirit apostles in the Heavenly Moon Sect. Even some of the males that were outside of the sect were engrossed with her. However, she did not believe that the person who replaced her younger brother would be absolutely unfazed by the pitiful expression of hers. It was as if he had a heart of steel and organs of rock. Toward this person who didn't even flinch at her face, Bai Yaner's thoughts turned as she could not help but think of someone else. That person was also impassive to her tenderness and instead focused his entire mind on cultivation. Thinking of this, Bai Yaner's expression became slightly strange. However, she quickly stilled herself and said something that made Lu Ming pause. Brother Lu, if you really want to cut all ties with the Bai Clan, then I don't have much to say. However, would it be possible for our Bai Clan and Brother Lu to make a new deal to gain the support of your name? A new deal? What can your Bai Clan take out? As if he had already expected it, Lu Ming didn't show any strange emotions and instead lightly asked back. Yes, this matter is quite important. How about this, Brother Lu? Please wait for a moment. I'll go bring my father and second uncle over and have them personally discuss a deal with Brother Lu. How does that sound? Bai Yaner spoke with a serious expression. All right, I'll listen before deciding. Lu Ming raised his brows and replied nonchalantly. Bai Yaner gave a slight smile before taking her leave. In the time it took to have a meal, footsteps outside of Lu Ming's door sounded again. This time, Bai Yaner brought the Bai Clan's clan head and second brother Bai before Lu Ming. Mr. Lu, I am quite ashamed. I did not realize that the marriage with the Mu clan would cause so many problems. To have resentments in your heart is normal. Second brother, first bring that thing out. It will be our Bai Clan's apology. When the Bai Clan's clan head saw Lu Ming, he put his attitude very low, and with an ashamed face, he ordered his brother to do something. When second brother Bai heard this, he immediately took out an intricate jade box. I have already said so earlier. The connection between me and the Bai Clan are completely done. Without any achievement, I wouldn't be taking anything from the Bai Clan. Fellow Bai said that the Bai Clan wanted to make another deal with me. Why don't you talk about that? Lu Ming gave an emotionless glance to the jade box as he shook his hand. When the Bai Clan's clan head saw his reaction, the smile on his face stilled. The second brother of the Bai Clan displayed a slightly ugly expression. However, Bai Yaner's eyes flashed and she revealed a smile as she said, Father, I have already said that Lu Ming does not like doing roundabout things. Why don't you talk about the deal? That might leave Brother Lu with a better impression of the Bai Clan. That would be my fault. If that's the case, I will be forthcoming. Earlier, my daughter should have already talked about the current situation of the Bai Clan where we can neither go forward nor backward. Thus, we would hope that you could still use the name of Bai Tian and not be in a hurry to restore your true name. As for the price of this, our Bai Clan will be giving a heavy gift to Mr. Lu. These are the details. Is Mr. satisfied with it? Bai Xinliu gave a forced smile and took out a piece of paper before handing it over with both hands. Chapter 168, 7th Blue Pure Aura. Chapter 168, 7th Blue Pure Aura. Lu Ming took the list with a single hand without any politeness. After a quick glance at the list, he gave a slight smile as he said, This is what your Bai Clan is willing to offer? Everything on here added up is merely a couple thousand spirit stones. Do you really think that I would take trouble onto myself for this measly amount of spirit stones? I know that these resources are a little scarce for Mr. Lu. However, our Bai Clan really can't compare to other large clans and can only gather so much in such a short time. However, the Bai Clan can promise Mr. Lu that as long as you can wait half a year, we can give another portion that is equal to what's on the list. Bai Xinliu took a deep breath and spoke in a strong tone. What, big brother, how can you do that? Second brother Bai, who was to the side, immediately exclaimed in surprise. If the Bai Clan can't maintain its current status, even if we had an infinite amount of resources, they'd be useless. The Bai Clan's clan head shook his hand as he solemnly explained. Sorry, if you can only offer that, I really don't have interest in making this deal. Before the brothers of the Bai Clan could argue further, Lu Ming shook his head. Hearing his words, the two brothers of the Bai Clan's faces changed. Brother Lu, aren't you taking things too far? If we add these two portions of resources together, they are over 10,000 spirit stones and we Bai Clan are only asking to use your name. You won't have any losses. Bai Yaner finally spoke up from the side. If you will really be just borrowing my name, then the resources that amount to over 10,000 spirit stones are indeed enough. However, I don't believe that the Bai Clan won't pull in my name in the future once they hit a rough patch. In addition, after I agree to this deal, I'll stay Bai Tian, and if any of the other practitioner clans want to edge off the Bai Clan, they would first target me before they start fighting the Bai Clan. That isn't a simple borrowing of my name. When Lu Ming heard this, he gave a response that was biting. When the clan head and the second brother of the Bai Clan heard this, they could only look at each other. Although both of them had fully known what Lu Ming had just said, now that it was out in the open, they could not help but reveal awkward expressions. When Bai Yaner heard Lu Ming's words, her face also started changing. Lu Ming simply stood in the same spot and gave the three time to think. Yaner you. Alright, second uncle, I know what you mean. However, this condition most likely will be useless. The second brother of the Bai clan looked at Bai Yaner before wanting to say something. Before he could get anywhere, he was cut off by the girl. If you don't try, how do you know that Mr. Lu is not willing? Unwilling to give up, the second brother of the Bai clan muttered. Although Lu Ming kept a still face when he heard this, he could not help but start becoming more curious about what they were talking about. Alright, fellow Lu, what if I add myself onto the resources that we have stated before? If I marry you, will that be enough for you to help our Bai clan through this hardship? Bai Yaner sighed as she nonchalantly spoke to Lu Ming. Fellow Bai must be joking. When Lu Ming heard this, he was stunned. Although I, Bai Yaner, am only a beginning spirit apostle inside the Bai clan, my word is absolute. If you are willing to take me, I would also be willing to marry you. Bai Yaner gave a charming smile to Lu Ming before speaking unhurriedly. Miss Bai is indeed incredibly beautiful and few men can say no to you. However, I have already decided to put my heart in cultivation and hope to one day advance to the stage of spirit master. Thus for now, I don't have any plans for marriage. Lu Ming thought about it for a second and then looked at the beautiful face of Bai Yaner before replying with a hint of regret. Hearing Lu Ming put things that way, Bai Yaner merely smiled and did not speak any more. The Bai clan brothers to the side became enormously disappointed, but they could not think of anything else that they could offer to the young man before them to change his mind. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming did not want to wait anymore and said, if the Bai clan can only take out so much, then I can't stay. I still have other things that I must attend to and will be taking my leave first. Once he finished, he cupped his hands toward Bai Yaner and started taking large strides to the door. When the Bai clan brothers saw this, their faces changed drastically for the worse. Bai Yaner also furrowed her brow. At this time, a slightly hoarse voice came from outside of the door. Looks like ordinary conditions aren't enough to keep Mr. Lu on the side of the Bai clan. However, since Mr. has great aspirations and wants to become a spirit master, I have something that might be to your satisfaction. Once the voice fell, a figure flashed in the doorway and an old woman with a bronze walking staff soundlessly appeared there. Mother. Grandmother. When the two brothers and Bai Yaner saw this, they immediately went forward to pay their respects. So it was Elder Lady Bai. Elder stayed outside for quite a while now and I had thought that you wouldn't show yourself. Lu Ming did not seem surprised at this and instead cupped his hands toward the old woman. So Mr. Lu knew that I was outside. TSK, Mr. is truly worthy of being one of the top 10 core disciples of the barbarian ghost sect. I have practiced a hiding secret technique and most spirit apostles would not be able to discover me. When the old woman heard Lu Ming's words, a flash of surprise showed on her face. Lu Ming gave a small smile as he said nothing. With his mental strength that did not lose to a spirit master, no matter how intricate the old woman's secret technique was, she would not be able to hide under the power of his mental strength. You three leave for now. I will be talking to Mr. Lu alone for a second. Seeing this, the old woman did not inquire further and instead ordered the two brothers and Bai Yaner out. Yes, mother. The two brothers of the Bai clan quickly gave their consent. Grandmother, even I can't stay? Bai Yaner asked with some confusion. What I am about to talk to Mr. Lu about is something that will have no benefit if you hear it. It's better if you don't hear it. The old woman hesitated for a moment before speaking in such a manner. Although Bai Yaner felt that it was a little strange, she could only agree and leave. Once the room's door was closed, there was only Lu Ming and the old lady from the Bai clan left. Old lady, you can say whatever it is that you wanted to say now. Lu Ming stared at the old woman as he slowly said. Why so hasty, Mr. Lu? I have something here that you should first take a look at. The old woman gave a slight smile before fishing out a light blue bottle from her sleeve. With an unwilling look at the bottle, she gave it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not afraid of any tricks that could have been done with the bottle, and after taking the bottle, he gave it a small shake. Then he opened the lid and took a peek. After seeing what was inside, Lu Ming could not help but say, Pure aura chi, how can the Bai clan have something like this? However, it seems that the amount is a bit low and is only a third of the normal portion. Lu Ming was truly surprised. Mr. Lu is truly quite well knowledgeable. What's within this bottle is not only pure aura chi but rather the 7th blue pure aura, which is quite famous within all of the pure aura chis. It was discovered by our ancestors by accident and all we have is this 1/3 of a portion, the old woman said seriously. If it really is the 7th blue pure aura, that is indeed quite rare. However, with only a one-third portion, what use do I have in having it? Lu Ming stared at the small bottle for a while before creasing his brows and asking. Please relax, Mr. Lu, this one-third of a portion for the 7th blue pure aura is merely an advance for Mr. Lu. If Mr. is willing to promise to look after the Bai Clan for the next few years, I am willing to reveal the aura pit in which my ancestor found this pure aura qi. From what my ancestor left in his will, the aura pit was extremely small and remote, but had enough 7th blue pure aura to make another portion of the pure aura qi. The old woman said without haste. If that was really the case, wouldn't your Bai Clan have taken away all of the pure aura qi? Lu Ming's mind turned before he said with a grunt. As for this point, Mr. Lu does not know that the aura pit is not only hard to find but its location is also extremely dangerous. My ancestor was a late spirit apostle and had found the pit by accident. After risking his life, he was able to take away this small fraction of a portion of pure aura qi. Although our Bai Clan sent out quite a few spirit apostles to take the remaining pure aura qi, they died before they even reached the aura pit. This reason is why the prosperous Bai Clan was left without spirit apostles and declined until the state you see it today. In the future, we did not dare to send people to find that aura pit. This can be considered the Bai Clan's largest secret. The old woman gave a bitter smile as she said. Looks like that place is extremely dangerous. Then old lady's meaning is, when Lu Ming heard this, his eyes flashed as he asked. It's quite simple. As long as Mr. Lu can promise the well-being of the Bai Clan for the next 5 years, I will immediately give the map to the aura pit to you. However, I must say that the surroundings around the aura pit are extremely dangerous, and even if Mr. Lu goes, I cannot ensure that no harm will befall you. So this deal is entirely up to Mr. Lu. The Bai Clan really doesn't have anything else, and as long as Mr. Lu agrees, all of the resources from before are still in this deal. The old woman said without hesitation. Dangerous. As long as the Bai Clan ancestor that took the 7th blue pure aura was truly a late spirit apostle, I will have no fears. Alright, I agree to this deal. However, I can only be Bai Chongtian for another 4 years and not a day more. Lu Ming looked at the old woman before glancing at the light blue bottle in his hands and replied after giving a cold sneer. 4 years, that should be barely enough for our Bai Clan to stand among the first-rate practitioner clans. Alright, then it's a deal. The old woman said after gnashing her teeth in decision. She then shakily extended out a dried and skinny hand. Lu Ming was at first stunned by her movement, but immediately realized what this meant with a smile. He also extended out a hand to clap with the other hand. This is not an error. People used to clap hands instead of shaking hands. Chapter 169, Temple. Chapter 169, Temple. Half a day later, Lu Ming quietly left the Bai Clan. As soon as he left Lushui City, he immediately summoned a gray cloud to fly in a certain direction. As for his marriage with the Mu clan, he had left it for the Bai Clan to handle. This was also part of the deal. As for the Mu clan messenger, Lu Ming had no interest in meeting him and naturally would not want to waste time on such a thing. After all, he had something that he had to do. After 7 to 8 days, Lu Ming left the state of Fengtian and his whereabouts became hazy. 2 months later, on a government road that was a couple hundred miles away from Xuanjing, the capital of Dexian country, 30 or so black-armored cavalrymen were protecting 3 horse-drawn carriages as they slowly inched forward. Government road/path are roads/paths that are built by the government. In the old days, most roads were actually just people walking a certain path over and over again, while a government road had specifications on the width etc. so that carriages and horses, most importantly troops, could travel the road easily. Every single one of the black-armored cavalrymen wore thick armor and they all were equipped with spears and blades. With their murderous appearance, it wasn't hard to distinguish them as the famous Black Tiger Guards of the Dexian country. One of the armored guards wore a light red tassel stuck to his helmet and a faint green huge bow behind his back. He was the lieutenant that was in charge of these Black Tiger Guards. The group was not more than 30 people because of rules. However, since the Black Tiger Guards were stationed at important points around each state and were the eyes of the government, even a simple lieutenant was a decently ranked official position. Now, these Black Tiger Guards had been deployed with their lieutenant to protect a couple of carriage. It could be seen how important the people within the carriage were because of them. Sir, the sky is about to turn dark. Let's find a place to rest before picking up the pace tomorrow to arrive at Xuanjing. One of the sturdier Black Tiger Guards at the front suddenly turned his horse as he arrived before the lieutenant and spoke softly. Yes, I know. However, the closest inn to here is at least 30 to 40 miles away. Why don't you take 2 people and hurry ahead to see if there are any places suitable for us to stop? the lieutenant said with a cold voice. No one could see his face clearly because of the cold, black helmet that he wore. Yes. Ox, third tie, all nicknames, you two come with me and scout ahead. The sturdy man immediately replied before yelling at two of the black tiger guards within the group. Immediately, two men rushed out of the crowd and the three cavalrymen rushed ahead. Lieutenant Du, is something amiss? In the carriage that was at the front, a female voice that sounded quite magnetic came out. Lady Me, you have nothing to worry about. I have merely sent a couple of my men to find a place to rest up ahead. The lieutenant that wore the black helmet turned his head after hearing her question. Oh, it's good that there's not a problem. We have really relied on Lieutenant Du and your men during this journey. As soon as we get to Xuanjing, I will definitely heavily reward everyone. The woman in the carriage seemed to relax as she spoke with a grateful tone. Thank you for lady's generous offer. We are only serving orders by the general. The lieutenant gave a slight bow and seemed unwilling to say more. The woman in the carriage also smiled before also not talking. After the group went forward for another 15 minutes, the clop of a horse going fast once again sounded. It was the sturdy man coming back. When he arrived before the group, he pulled his reins and slowed his steed. Lieutenant, 5 miles from here on the government road is a temple that was abandoned. Ox and third tie are currently there cleaning up things. The sturdy man came to the lieutenant before respectfully starting to speak. Thus, the group moved quicker and started running alongside the sturdy man. In a quarter of an hour, the entire group arrived at a dirt-yellow temple that was about a mile off of the government path. Outside of the temple were 2 horses from the Black Tiger Guard along with a small black horse carriage with 2 green-colored donkeys tied to a stake. The 2 donkeys were even leisurely eating at the grass near them. Flashes of fire light came from the dirt temple and one could faintly hear voices. What is this? When Lieutenant Du saw this, he immediately questioned the sturdy man beside him. Lieutenant, when we found this place there were already 2 people at here. However, I have already asked the 2 and found out that the 2 are going to Xuanjing. One of them is a scholar without the strength to even catch a chicken and the other is only a young girl. The sturdy man quickly took a step forward and explained. Really? This matter is quite important. Let's first look at these 2 before deciding. Lieutenant Du seemed to not be too comfortable and replied in an emotionless manner. He immediately dismounted and started walking toward the temple. There were 2 bonfires already lit within the temple, one big and one small. Next to the larger bonfire were the 2 armored guards where one was short and the other was tall. The smaller bonfire had a scholar with a green robe and a weak young girl that was 7 or 8 years old. The young girl had a pretty face but also had a yellow and skinny appearance with half of her body lying on the scholar. She seemed quite attached to the young scholar. The scholar was 27 or 28 years old and had an ordinary appearance. He was currently absorbed in an unknown thick book while facing the bonfire. When the 2 guards next to the bonfire saw Lieutenant Du walk in, they immediately stood up with shock and quickly came over to pay their respects. It's fine. What is your name? Do you have any road recommendations? Where are you going and where are you from? The lieutenant looked at the scholar for a couple of seconds before asking coldly. Road recommendation is something that people had to have when traveling in the old days. It's actually a soldier. I am Chen Ming and am going to Xuanjing with my nephew to find relatives. As for my road recommendation, please wait for a second. When the scholar heard the question from Lieutenant Du, he seemed to awaken from the world of his book and subconsciously answered. Then he started searching about him and finally took out a crumpled piece of paper to pass over. One of the guards quickly walked up and took the paper before handing it to Lieutenant Du. Lieutenant Du looked at the piece of paper with a couple of glances before nodding and giving it back to the guard to return back to the scholar. Without another word, he turned and left the temple. Moments later, the voices of people and horses sounded outside of the temple before a dozen guards rushed in to clean the temple. They then found stacks of firewood and started another few bonfires. At this time, a fragrant wind rose as a beautiful young woman around 30 years old entered the temple. With one hand she held a 7 to 8-year-old boy. Behind them was a rough-handed servant woman and a young, pretty maid that was not more than 15 or 16. Once the beautiful woman and boy walked into the temple, the servant woman immediately spread out a snow-white fur around the bonfire. Afterward, she placed 2 low wooden stools for the woman and boy to sit upon. Then the pretty maid placed an incense cauldron and stuck an incense stick in it before lighting it. With that, a faint sandalwood scent spread inside the temple. When the other guards entered the temple, Lieutenant Du gave them an order. Thus, 5 or 6 men guarded the door while the other guards took off their armor and placed down their weapons. It seemed like they were preparing for a nice rest. When Lieutenant Du took off her helmet and armor, the lieutenant turned out to actually be a pretty girl that had a long and handsome appearance. However, there was a light red scar on the forehead of the girl which hurt her appearance to a certain degree. At the same time, her face was extremely cold without any smiles. In addition, she placed her light green bow and a barrel of black arrows behind her. She then sat across from the beautiful woman and boy and spoke of nothing else. At this time, the other guards started taking out things that looked like rice balls and started silently eating. The Black Tiger Guard was indeed worthy of being the elite soldiers of the Qian country with their well-trained manners. The servant woman by the beautiful woman's side left the temple. She then took a bamboo basket out of the carriage. She pulled out some intricate dishes out for the beautiful woman and the boy from within. "Lieutenant Du, we still have a lot of food. Why don't you come eat with us?" The beautiful woman found an intricate dessert from the basket and fed it to the boy next to her. Then she looked at the lieutenant across from her, who wasn't moving, and asked a question. "Thank you, Lady Me, but I learned some fastening technique so I don't have to eat for 2 to 3 days without any problems." The vigorous lieutenant looked at the beautiful woman for a quick second before indifferently shaking her head. "If that's the case, then I won't force Lieutenant to do so." When the beautiful woman heard the lieutenant's response, she was not angry that she was denied, and instead made a small smile before continuing to feed the boy. However, once the boy ate another few bites, he shook his head and no longer ate. Instead, his eyes curiously turned to the scholar and the young girl next to the other bonfire. The young girl had taken out a slightly yellow steamed roll that was quite warm and was currently biting it mouthful after mouthful. She seemed extremely intent on swallowing the roll. "Slow down, don't choke." The scholar still had his book in his hands, but after seeing the girl make a lot of effort to swallow, he made a smile. At the same time, his arm moved as he took out a leather pouch that was slightly warm and passed it to the girl. "Thank you, Brother Ming." The girl obediently took the pouch and drank 2 sips while her face was full of smiles. At the same time, a light scent floated out of the leather pouch. It was not as dense as the sandalwood scent, which meant that no one noticed it. However, the beautiful woman, who was trying to feed the boy more food, seemed to have smelled the light scent. Her face immediately changed and she looked at the girl's pouch with some confusion on her face. "This, sir, what is in this pouch?" Lady Mu's eyes flashed a couple of times before giving a small cough and starting to speak to the young scholar. Suddenly, at this time, a piercing scream came out of the temple before the sound of air splitting also sounded. The Black Tiger Guards that were outside of the temple gave awful screams as they were suddenly pierced by dozens of arrows that came shooting through the black night. All of the resting Black Tiger Guards immediately became alarmed, and without time to put on their armor, they grabbed the weapons near them and stood in guarded positions. Some of the guards also fetched a couple of thick leather shields. After a couple of human figure flashes, they stood in front of Lady Mu and the boy. Chapter 170, Intense Battle in the Temple. Chapter 170, Intense Battle in the Temple. The young scholar at the side of the other fire seemed to be shocked by this sudden change, but still kept the book in his hands as he looked toward the temple door. The little girl at his side was not afraid. Her 2 small hands held tightly onto the shirt of the young scholar while her huge eyes watched the Black Tiger Guards, constantly blinking. No fear could be seen in her eyes. The moment the handsome woman saw the change, she said nothing and immediately grabbed the huge bow beside her. As soon as she had the bow firmly in her hand, she placed 3 dark arrows upon it. Afterward, she stared outside the temple with an expressionless face. Besides the sudden arrows shot from before, the outside of the temple was entirely quiet without any people visible. When the handsome woman saw this, her brows slowly straightened as the huge bow in her hands suddenly moved. Chi. 3 black arrows shot out as blurs toward the roof of the temple. With a flash they pierced through. Immediately, 3 screams rang out as things rolled off the roof. Moments later, 3 corpses with their faces covered by black cloth appeared in front of the doorway of the temple. At this time, the lieutenant grabbed toward the quiver near her. With a shake of the huge bow in her hand, another 3 arrows appeared knocked before being shot out. This time, the target was toward a particular section of the temple's walls. The arrows buried into the wall with a flash and another few screams rang out. "Not good, this stupid woman's arrows are strong. Fight your way in and kill them all." A voice that was filled with anger sounded behind another wall of the temple. When Lieutenant Du heard this, she immediately shot 3 more arrows that turned into black lines. However, this time, some dong-dong sounds rang out after the 3 arrows shot into the wall. It was as if the arrows had been blocked by something. With another hong-hong sound, the two walls of the temple suddenly broke apart. From within these two openings came almost 100 black-masked men. Immediately they fought with the Black Tiger Guards who were already on their guard. Lieutenant Du didn't use the huge bow to shoot. She instead knocked 3 arrows before looking at the door to the temple with a cold gaze. I have heard that among the Black Tiger Guards of the Southern Sea, there was a female lieutenant that was known for her archery skills, and she has even killed a practitioner. I never would have thought that I would meet her today. However, do you think your godly arrows will be able to take us down? A wild laughing sounded outside the temple, and 3 men walked out from the night without any guard. The 3 were vicious, black-clothed men not too unlike the other black-masked men already fighting. When Lieutenant Du saw this, her face became cold as the huge bow in her hand started to buzz. The arrows within the quiver started to jump up by themselves and shoot forward like rain. Although the 3 of them seemed quite powerful, they were scared when they saw this many arrows shooting at them. Quickly they each took out yellow leather shields, and a white light faintly shone from them. These were actually low-tier practitioner weapons. The next moment, explosions like rain splatters came from the 3 shields. Even though these 3 were low-tier practitioners, they all felt their giant shields shake as they were forced back under the constant stream of arrows. Although they had heard about her fame before, they had thought that the handsome woman was still merely immortal. However, they did not believe that even with practitioner weapons, the 3 of them who were together would still be forced into such a tough position. However, the arrows next to the handsome woman quickly ran out. Because of the quick flurry of attacks, the 3 practitioners felt their shields lighten as if their opponent's attack had finally stopped. All 3 showed expressions of glee. However, at this time, a sharp, breaking sound came from behind them, and 3 black arrows that were at most 5 to 6 inches long suddenly shot over. With a flash, the heads of the 3 men were pierced through. The 3 practitioners actually died because of their carelessness. The Black Tiger Guard that was currently fighting let out a cheer as they saw this. Although the black-masked men had the advantage of numbers, they started to show signs of fear and allowed themselves to lose the upper hand. Lady Mi, who was currently protected by a couple of Black Tiger Guards, had a slightly pale face, but she also let out a smile. What 3 useless fellows. Looks like I'll have to take things into my hands. At this time, an old voice suddenly sounded above the temple. With a large sound, the ceiling of the temple suddenly exploded while countless broken rocks rained down like pouring rain, covering Lady Mi and the boy. The Black Tiger Guards with shields immediately gathered around the 2 and raised their shields to the sky in order to block most of the falling broken rock. At this time, a shadow flashed down from the ceiling. At the same time, the shadow patted each of the shields. With ping-ping sounds, the Black Tiger Guards were knocked away with their shields and started screaming. At this time, the shadow gave a spin mid-air and shot down toward Lady Mi. When Lieutenant Du saw this, her face changed. The huge bow in her hand moved. She wanted to block this attack, but it was obviously too late. Although a fear flashed in Lady Mi's eyes, she still tightly held onto the boy and did not even try to avoid the attack. Hong. The shadow twitched and then flew back with a flip. After stepping back a couple of steps, he finally stopped, allowing his appearance as an eagle-nosed old man with a gray robe to be easily seen. The old man stared at the person that stood before Lady Mi with a face full of shock. The person who had suddenly attacked was actually the thick-handed woman who seemed like the maid of the 2. Who are you? To actually be a maid while you are a middle-tier practitioner. Aren't you afraid of being a disgrace? The eagle-nosed old man gave a low roar. If you, as a middle-tier practitioner, can be an assassin, why can't I be a maid? With me here today, don't you dare even touch a hair of lady and young master. The well-built woman took out a silver, short trident and replied with a cold grunt. When the eagle-nosed old man heard her response, his face was extremely dark. However, he glanced at everyone within the temple and let out a wild string of laughter. All of the cards from the opponent have been revealed. You all don't need to hide anymore. Quickly take care of them. What, you still have people? The well-built woman asked with some panic. Lady Mi also showed true fear in her eyes. When Lieutenant Du heard this, her pupils also dilated. Her hands tightly gripped the huge bow and did not easily shoot the 3 black, small arrows knocked. The Black Tiger Guards, currently fighting with the black-masked men, also felt something amiss and crowded together to stop fighting with the masked men. The black-masked men were originally at a disadvantage. They were more than happy to stop fighting. They only slowly encircled everyone. At this time, the 2 sides of the walls of the temple that were still fine, both exploded to make holes in the walls. From within each of the holes walked out strange people. One of the people was only 3 feet tall. His head was extremely big while his 2 eyes were extremely narrow. It was actually a midget with a very fierce appearance. The other person wore a big red cloak and had makeup smeared on his face. However, he had a huge beard and seemed to be neither a male or a female. Rusha Zudu, how can it be you two? Weren't the 2 of you incarcerated in the prison of the Law Enforcement Board by Silver Scale Guards? When the well-built woman saw the 2 new people, her face immediately changed. Hee, our master is extremely powerful beyond the imagination of you people. Letting us 2 go was a very simple matter. The person who was neither male nor female gave a laugh and replied with a sharp voice. Zhulauda, why are you wasting words with him? Since we have appeared, everyone here cannot live. Tsk, no bad, there are actually 2 cute prey. Those 2 small fellows are mine. Don't you guys dare fight for them with me. Damn it, I can't hold it in anymore. I must first love one of them. The midget looked at the boy next to Lady Me and the young girl next to the scholar before a fierce expression appeared on his face. Suddenly, he turned into a shadow as he pounced toward the young girl not too far away. His movements were so quick that with just a flash, he neared the young girl. His 2 fingers moved and were about to dig out the eyeballs of the young girl. Ahem, I didn't want to make trouble, but why does trouble always find me? What a weird situation. The young scholar, who seemed to have been shocked senseless, saw this and actually sighed. His arm then seemed to move. Ping! The midget gave out a horrible shriek as his body shot backward several times quicker than before. With a muffled sound, he solidly knocked into the temple's already crumpled walls. In fact, he was already dead by the time he hit them and slid down the wall while blood was pouring out of him. Then no other sound came out from him. This scene caused everyone to be stunned. You. Who are you? Do you know who we work for? The eagle-nosed old man seemed to recover his senses and questioned with anger and surprise. Whoever you work for, I have no interest in knowing. Therefore you can rest assured in leaving. The scholar looked at the eagle-nosed old man before replying. Then he moved his arm and with a so sound, a green light flashed and disappeared. The next moment, the eagle-nosed old man felt his neck grow cold as his head fell off. His corpse without a head shook a couple of seconds before falling with a put-on. At this time, a blood column a couple feet tall shot out from the neck of his corpse. Spirit Apostle, you are a Spirit Apostle. The remaining practitioner that was neither a male nor female saw this and screamed out with surprise. Afterward, he turned into a blur of a red shadow that shot back. Chapter 171, Chen Ruping. Chapter 171, Chen Ruping. However, the sharp sound of wind breaking rang out and 3 small black arrows shot forward with piercing shrills. It was actually Lieutenant Du who had shot the 3 arrows on her huge bow. The practitioner that was neither male or female became enraged. Although the practitioner was still mid-air, his sleeve shook and a soft sword that was like a snake shot out. With a wave, it turned into 3 sword shadows that flew toward the 3 small arrows. Hong! The 3 small arrows exploded like ceramics when they came into contact with the sword shadows. At the same time, black liquid splashed out from the arrows. The practitioner that was neither male nor female could be considered to have plenty of combat experience, but he couldn't react in time from such a sudden change. He was immediately splashed by that black-colored liquid. With one flip of his body he landed on the ground. Quickly, he moved his sleeve below his nose and smelled a fishy smell. He could not help but scream with anger and surprise, "What did you hide within the arrow?" "There is no need to ask, you will soon know. I don't want to waste words with a dead person." Lieutenant Du placed her huge bow down and replied without an expression. "Even if I die, I will first kill you." The practitioner that was neither male nor female screamed as his skin started eroding away. With another scream, the soft sword in his hand twitched and was thrown toward Lieutenant Du. With a flash of silver light, the soft sword became a streak that flew above the head of the woman and violently cut down. Lieutenant Du was quite shocked and did not think that her opponent would possess such powers. She could only desperately push the huge bow up and try to use it to block the streak of light. However, the lieutenant seemed to underestimate the power of a dying middle-tier practitioner. Although the huge bow in her hand was not something ordinary, it couldn't compare to a practitioner weapon. With a ping, the huge bow's thick bowstring was cut apart. After another cold flash, the streak of light seemed about to cut the lieutenant in 2. However, a so sound came through and a green light flashed from the other side to intercept the streak of light. Dang! The green light dispersed into dots of spirit light and the streak of light fell back, changing back into a soft sword that lay on the ground. Lieutenant Du paused before she turned her head to look at the young scholar. All she saw was the young scholar slowly put his hand down. Obviously, it was him who had saved her. Lieutenant Du thought about this and nodded to the scholar without saying any words of thanks. Instead she roared to the Black Tiger guards, "What are you all waiting for? Take these bandits down." The other Black Tiger guards were originally in a daze with the series of events, but after hearing her words they immediately snapped out of it. With a shout, they charged those wearing black masks with momentum that was greater than ever. On the other hand, now that all of the practitioners on the masked men's side had died, they began to hurriedly fall back. Some even turned tail and ran without hesitation. A mixed battle ensued and a small portion of the men were killed at the scene while most were able to run away. Throughout this process, Lieutenant Du and the well-built maid stayed by the side of Lady Mi and the boy. However, they had no intention of fighting and were obviously still wary of other people that might still be waiting in ambush. However, their worry was unnecessary. Even when the Black Tiger guards defeated the final black-masked man that couldn't run away in time, no one else appeared. Seeing this, the maid gave a long sigh and suddenly looked toward the young scholar. Afterward, she whispered into the ear of Lady Mi. Lady Mi nodded with a flash in her eyes. She pulled the boy by her side until he started walking toward the young scholar with the accompaniment of the maid. Lieutenant Du had already begun instructing the Black Tiger guards to clear the scene and started interrogating two black-masked men that they had captured. "Thank you for saving us, otherwise my son and I would have had a hard time staying alive." Lady Mi got close to the scholar and bowed as she respectfully thanked him. "That's right, if it weren't for fellow reaching out, my lady probably would not have been able to make it to Xuanjing alive." The maid also paid her respects. "There is no need to thank me, I didn't attack to save you. It is only that they attacked me first." The young scholar used a wood stick in his hand to poke at the bonfire before him as he answered back without any emotions. This attitude was completely different from before. Immortal Master must be joking. We are alive because of Immortal Master, that is without a doubt. Could I ask what Immortal Master's name is? Will you be going to Xuanjing? Lady Mi displayed a smile as she asked. "I am only a spirit apostle and cannot bear the title of Immortal Master. You can call me Mr. Qian, and I do indeed need to go to Xuanjing to perform some matters." The young scholar replied lightly. "So it's Mr. Qian, my family name is Mi and my husband has some influence in Xuanjing. However, we offended some small people while leaving and have been the target of multiple assassination attempts. If Sir is willing to escort us until we get to Xuanjing, I will definitely have a huge reward prepared." Lady Mi spoke with a pleading tone. "Escort you? I don't have an interest. The only reason for me going to Xuanjing is to find medicine for my niece. I don't want to be involved in some mess." When the young scholar heard this, he immediately declined without thinking. These words made the smile on Lady Mi's face change. However, the maid beside Lady Mi spoke without skipping a beat. "If Mr. Qian is really going to Xuanjing to find some spirit medicine, my lady will be able to help. Mr. might not know, but my lady's husband is the owner of the famous 100 Spirit House, and the 100 Spirit House is a shop that collects all kinds of spirit medicines and ores. Even in other states, there are branches of the 100 Spirit House, so if Mr. can't find what you are looking for in the store, my lady can ask other stores to help you find what you need." "Oh, I have heard of the 100 Spirit House before. Are you really the wife of the owner of the 100 Spirit House?" When the young scholar heard this, his expression changed as he reappraised Lady Mi, trying to determine if the maid's words were true or not. "If Mr. can escort me and my son safely to Xuanjing, no matter what you need, I will personally find it." At this time, Lady Mi knew that she had to make some promises, so she gnashed her teeth as she offered. "If that's the case, alright, I'll believe you for once. However, I must say that once we get to Xuanjing and Lady is not able to make true of the promise, don't blame me for being merciless." The young scholar thought about it for a while before he finally nodded. Fellow, rest assured. As long as you aren't trying to find the true spirit objects that are only in legends, normal spirit medicine is no problem." The maid quickly smiled as she replied. "The spirit medicine I'm looking for might not be extremely expensive, but it is very rare and few people have uses for it. Thus it's very hard to find." The young scholar seemed to hear the hidden meaning within the maid's words and gave a grunt. "Then there's no problem. That's right, could I know what sickness your niece has taken? I am quite proficient in medicine and can help take a look." Hearing this, the maid let out a sigh of relief, and after looking at the skinny and yellow-skinned young girl next to the scholar, she could not help but speak again. "There is no need. If fellow is really proficient in medicine, then you should probably first get rid of the poison within your young master. The young scholar shook his head as he replied. What young master has been poisoned? No way, how could my son have been poisoned? The maid and Lady Mi shouted out in surprise after hearing the scholar's words. Hee, if you two don't believe me, feel free to take a look at yourself. There's some dark air between his brows which shows that he's had this poison in him for at least a month. The scholar looked at the boy before replying emotionlessly. Hearing the scholar say such words with such affirmation, Lady Mi and the maid looked at each other and believed that the scholar was not lying. Lady Mi quickly excused herself and brought the maid back as she quickly walked toward the boy. The maid then talked to the young servant. Afterward, the latter ran out of the temple. Moments later, the young servant brought back a bulging bag. The maid quickly took the bag. After quickly digging through it, she took out a box of silver needles and a couple of glyphs. Under Lady Mi's concerned eyes, the maid quickly put one of the glyphs on the boy and stuck a couple of silver needles onto the elbow of the boy. Brother Ming, did he really get poisoned? At this time, the young girl next to the young scholar couldn't help but raise her head and ask. Yes, he is indeed poisoned. In addition, it is a very troublesome, strange poison. If it weren't for me, they would not have been able to find out until the day before the poison exploded. The scholar gave a small smile and he patted the hand of the young girl with pity. The scholar that seemed to be about 27 or 28 was obviously made up by Lu Ming. As for the young girl, Lu Ming went to a small city within another state after he left the Fengtian state. There, he found the only successor to Uncle Qian, the granddaughter of Uncle Qian. On Savage Island, Uncle Qian was a half-teacher, half-father figure to Lu Ming. The only dying will of his was for Lu Ming to take care of his descendants if Lu Ming got the chance to do so. However, once Lu Ming left Savage Island, he was chased by the authorities. After that, he cultivated within the barbarian ghost sect as a spirit apostle. Only now did he get the chance to go to Uncle Qian's hometown in order to find his descendants. After looking around, he found out that Uncle Qian left a single son before getting forced to Savage Island. This son made a family, but a couple years later the son and his wife both died to a pandemic. They left behind one young daughter who was 3 to 4 years old called Chen Ruping. The girl who didn't have her father or her mother was taken advantage of by her relatives to the point where she was even kicked out of her own house, ending up as a beggar on the streets. Chapter 172, Removing the Poison. Chapter 172, Removing the Poison. Lu Ming finally found the small girl in a dilapidated wooden house in the city. The girl looked to be suffering a serious illness as she lay there before death's grasp. If it weren't for the occasional care and attention that the kind beggars nearby gave to the small girl, Lu Ming was afraid to say that this young girl, Uncle Chen's granddaughter, would have had her life quickly slip away. Alarmed by this sight, Lu Ming rushed to her rescue. He naturally did all he could to save her. However, he soon discovered the illness that clung to this girl was an odd and rare condition. In fact, few in the world had witnessed or heard of its existence. The illness was incessantly feasting on the girl's strength and life. It was as if she contracted tuberculosis. Fortunately, Lu Ming's experiences with the prisoners on Savage Island taught him how to treat hard cases with home remedies. Additionally, he had brought spirit medicine along which could temporarily reverse the illness, and at the same time, barely keep the illness from worsening. Yet, in order to completely bring the illness under control, he needed an extremely rare spirit medicine to do so. He waited for Chen Ruping's physical state to stabilize a bit as a result. That night, Lu Ming burned to dust the homes of those who had seized the property of Uncle Chen's son, setting all of their property ablaze. Later in the morning, he rewarded the kind beggars that had taken considerable care of the girl with some silver and gold. Carrying the girl on his back, Lu Ming left her hometown, heading straight to Xuanjing. Though the spirit medicine he sought was rare, there was a good possibility of finding it due to the sheer size of Xuanjing. Besides, it wasn't too long before his allotted time ran out. It wouldn't be easy to continue to roam about outside of Xuanjing. During the journey to Xuanjing, Lu Ming had used his transformation technique to change his facial appearance. Under the effects of his bone transformation technique, he was now 2 inches shorter, shrinking his taller-than-average figure to that of a normal person. What would happen after curing Chen Ruping of her odd illness was something Lu Ming would consider later. At the very least, the girl would have to stay with him for the duration he was in Xuanjing. Being saved by Lu Ming from death's grasp, the young girl, Chen Ruping, suddenly became exceedingly attached to her newly appeared brother Ming. In the first few days, the attachment became so strong that she grasped onto Lu Ming's shirt tightly before falling asleep. Protruding her lips outward, she took on an pitiful look as if she was scared that this brother Ming would abandon her. Naturally, Lu Ming took pity on this feeble-looking girl as she was related to Uncle Qian. During the journey he agreed to many of her small requests, even showing off some basic spells from time to time. As a result, the whole journey was filled with incessant laughter. In order to take care of Chen Ruping, it was natural that Lu Ming would not be able to use his flying technique. Instead, he rented a carriage for the journey and started driving the cart with the young girl inside to Xuanjing. What Lu Ming did not anticipate in this temple not far from Xuanjing was that he would meet the Black Tiger guards. The guards who had chased him into a tight corner where he was eventually forced to slaughter the guards chasing him. Yet, it was just like what he had once said. If that midget didn't put his hands on Chen Ruping, he wouldn't have felt the urge to lend his hand to rescue them. After all, this kind of matter was definitely linked to the powers within Xuanjing. However, before investigating the situation in Xuanjing, Lu Ming did not want to reveal his true identity as a spirit apostle. Of course, now faced with such circumstances, everything naturally changed. As he had already undertaken such a task, Lu Ming decided to simply ask for help from this Lady Mi by using the identity of a loose practitioner to blend into the city of Xuanjing. According to his knowledge, many loose practitioners appeared within Xuanjing every year, making his disguise unnoticeable to the unpracticed eye. The odd poison the young boy had contracted was not simply some dark air accumulated between his brows. Only by using his powerful mental strength to scan the body of the boy, did Lu Ming discover the abnormality that lingered within. In order to stay within his disguise, he spoke of a fake symptom. At this time, the maid pulled the silver needle out from the boy's upper arm. The bottom half of the silver needle was stained black. Surprised by this, Lady Mi cried out in alarm. The maid then hastily fastened the rest of the glyphs onto the young boy's body. In a cup of tea's time, the maid decided to pull out another silver needle. Seeing the black stain same as before, she grimaced as if in pain. Lady Mi, however, looked terrified. After quickly exchanging some words with the maid, she took out a small, delicate-looking bottle. Carefully pouring out a dark green pellet, she inserted the medicine into the boy's mouth. After a short period of time, the maid pulled out yet another stained, silver needle, causing both women to become very anxious. After talking in hushed tones to each other, they brought young boy to where Lu Ming was standing. "Mr. Qian, my child indeed does have an odd poison inside his body. The maid and I have tried our hardest, but there seems to be no way of getting rid of this poison. If Mr. could see this poison, I think it is certain that you can remove the poison. Please save my child's life." As Lady Mi walked near Lu Ming, she pulled the young boy over in an attempt to pay respects to Lu Ming. Seeing this, Lu Ming scrunched his eyebrows, and a gust of invisible strength rushed out with only a shake with his wrists. The kneeling Lady Mi suddenly felt a huge force pull on her body, and became unable to keep on kneeling down. "No need to be so polite, lady. Even though this poison is strong, it will not spread in a short period of time. Although it is in my capabilities to cure the poison, it is not something that can be done in one day. I must use acupuncture and let some of the poison blood flow out before I can pull out the rest of the poison. After all, your son has had this poison for some time." Lu Ming replied in a calm and unhurried tone. "It doesn't matter. As long as there are signs of improvement, it does not scare me to wait longer. Mister, can you start drawing out the poison?" Having heard what Lu Ming said, Lady Mi replied in delight without much thought. "How about this? I'll give it a try, but I do not wish to let others watch as I carry out my work. So, I will ask Lady and the others to leave for a bit." Lu Ming calmly spoke as he shot his gaze over the boy. "Leave? Mister, how do you want us to leave?" The maid did not feel surprised and instead carefully tried to clarify what Lu Ming said. "You don't actually need to go anywhere. I can separate you with my spell." As he muttered to himself, Lu Ming smiled as he replied. Shaking his wrists once again, a black cloud emerged in a flash, cloaking the young boy in its curtain. The young boy who previously had his eyes wide in wonder suddenly fell into a deep slumber. As his body collapsed, an invisible force wrapped around him and brought him to float in midair. Watching the scene before her unfold, the unprepared Lady Mi revealed a look of astonishment. Anxious and frightened, she was about to say something when the maid abruptly tugged at her sleeve. Changing her tone of voice just in time, she spoke, "This being the case, I thank Mr. Qian for your generosity. I'll just wait here then." Lu Ming nodded and turned to the young girl beside him. After giving her some orders, he weaved a sign with one hand and moved the young boy to a corner of the temple. As his shadow flashed through the air, he appeared like a ghost at that corner of the temple. Weaving another sign with his other hand, clouds of black gas emerged from his body. After congealing for a while, the clouds transformed into layers and layers of black fog that covered up everything within a few feet to Lu Ming. As a result, they looked at each other in dismay. Lady Mi and the maid could only wait as they were told to. At this time, Lieutenant Du had finally finished interrogating the captives and walked over in big strides. Lady Mi, I have finished the interrogation. These people are only bandits from a nearby village. They were taken under the control of those practitioners a few days ago and were forced to attack us. Yet they do not have knowledge of who we are or any clue of the origin of those practitioners. Lieutenant Du spoke icily as she informed Lady Mi. Lieutenant Du, this is nothing to be baffled about. Our 100 Spirit House only has a few competitors in the business. Besides them, who else would hire people to go after us? Anyway, I did not consider the fact that they would strike so close to Xuanjing. If I did, I wouldn't have sent the Ba brother to Xuanjing with a letter 2 days ago. Hearing the report, Lady Mi clenched her teeth as she replied as her eyes flashed with anger. If this is the case, then I won't keep the 2 captives anymore. In order to prevent the unexpected, I will split my people in 2 shifts to guard us against any unexpected threats. Having heard what Lady Mi said, Lieutenant Du outlined her preparations. Sounds good. I'll leave everything to you. It's been an exhausting night for you, sister. Go ahead and get some rest. With half her mind still lingering on her ill son, Lady Mi still managed to disguise a smile as she spoke. Lieutenant Du nodded, glanced to the black fog that covered the corner of the temple and walked silently to sit next to the bonfire. A quarter of an hour later, the previously dense fog finally dispersed after the sound of a long inhale. In his hands, Lu Ming carried the body of the young boy. His face failed to conceal a hint of weariness that blatantly appeared on it. On the ground nearby was a pool of black poisoned blood that emitted a foul smell, almost enough to make one vomit. Mr. Qian, my boy, Lady Mi rushed over and gently lifted the young boy into her arms. Seeing that he was still in a deep slumber, she couldn't refrain from voicing her concerns. Don't worry. I have removed part of the poison already. The poison will not spread in at least a few days. Lu Ming faintly smiled as he gave her the good news. The maid also walked over. She carefully poked a silver needle into the boy's elbow and pulled it out. She couldn't help but feel relieved to see only a faint layer of black where the needle went in. Lady Mi also saw this and felt relieved as well. At once she rushed to thank Lu Ming. We were fortunate this time that we met Mr. Had we not, I'm afraid to say that my son would have died even if we had repelled those assassins. After we arrive in Xuanjing, I will definitely prepare other gifts in addition to the spirit medicine to fully express my thanks. I don't care much for other gifts, but the spirit medicine for my nephew is something I need to get hold of as soon as possible. By the way, your son's body is weak after releasing a lot of blood. After he wakes up, there's no harm to add some supplements to his food. Of course, don't give him too much at once as there is a possibility of his body not being able to take in so much. Also, I will have to draw out the poison once every 3 days. It should take about a month to completely release all of the poison. Shaking his head slightly, Lu Ming answered nonchalantly. All right, Mr. Trust me. Just wait until we arrive in Xuanjing. I will personally order someone to find that spirit medicine as soon as possible. For my son's poison, however, I will still need Mr. to aid me in releasing the poison. Without much thought, Lady Mi replied. Chapter 173, Entering Xuanjing. Chapter 173, Entering Xuanjing. This time, Lu Ming simply nodded without saying anything else. Lady Mi and Aunt Hong brought the boy to their original bonfire and began preparing some supplements for the boy, who had lost a lot of blood. The morning of the second day, the Black Tiger Guards once again escorted the carriages toward Xuanjing. Among the carriages was a smaller carriage with a donkey pulling it. Compared to the other carriages, this carriage did not fit in at all. After the fight last night, 7 to 8 of the Black Tiger Guards had died while most other guards were wounded. However, the corpses were burned in the night and the wounded merely had their wounds dressed before donning their armor again. Besides having a paler face, one could not tell that these guards were wounded. The huge bow behind Lieutenant Du also gained a new bowstring. She traveled next to the carriage of Lady Mi, wearing her armor. Like this, the group traveled farther and farther on the government path. Soon they had put the temple behind them. Inside a lavishly decorated hall in Xuanjing, a person in a colorful robe, no older than 30 with a scholarly face, had just finished looking at a secret letter sent from outside of Xuanjing. With a sudden change in his expression, he slammed the table next to him. How dare they? To actually try to assassinate my wife and son so close to Xuanjing. Do they really think that I, Chen Xiao, won't retaliate? Come in. The man who just finished reading the letter gave a loud shout. Owner, what do you have to order? A sturdy man immediately walked in from outside of the door. After entering, he immediately gave a respectful bow. Immediately send the Ba brothers out to personally escort my lady to Xuanjing. In addition, send someone to the third marquis saying that I want to borrow his ghost shadow guards to investigate a matter. The colorfully robed person commanded without hesitation. Yes, I will handle those things. The sturdy man quickly answered as he respectfully backed out. I, Chen Xiao, only have this one son. No matter who wants to touch him, I won't forgive them. The colorfully robed man gave a grunt as he spoke to himself. At the same time, in a secret room, also in Xuanjing, a fat person with silk and satin clothing was also in a fit of rage. Useless. A bunch of idiots. 3 middle-tier practitioners with so many people attacking at once and they still didn't complete the job. Instead they were completely wiped out by them. Those 3 practitioners were borrowed from Master after quite a bit of effort. Now they've all died in this. How will I go back to Master? Scram, I don't want to see you again. The fat person was actually over 7 feet tall and the fat on his body made him seem like a big ball. At this moment, both of his eyes were completely open as he scolded a skinny man that seemed like a butler. The butler-looking man had a face full of fear and did not dare speak up to justify himself. However, when he heard the final sentence of the fat person, he gave a sigh inwardly and immediately backed out of the secret room. Brother Mu, you are really too lax with your subordinates. If someone by me made such a big mistake, he would have already been fed to the dogs. In a corner of the secret room was a blurry shadow that was seated on a chair. This butler has followed me for quite long. In addition, he is a distant relative of my wife. Even though he messed up this time, I can't punish him too hard. The fat person let out the air in his chest as he responded with some reluctance. How you treat your subordinates is not my concern. However, now that the matter has failed and even the 3 practitioners have died because of it, I won't be able to report back to Master easily. The blurry shadow gave a sigh as he replied. These words can be used to trick others, but why use them on me? Although the 3 middle-tier practitioners are hard to come by in Xuanjing, they are merely normal guards by the side of Master. If Master really wants people of that strength, they would be extremely easy to find. As long as you put in a good word for me, I won't treat you too shabbily. When the fat person heard these words, he rolled his eyes. Afterward, he took out a full pouch with some hardtack and threw it to the corner. I knew that Brother Mu would not be stingy. Alright, you can leave this matter with me. However, you should be careful. With this move of yours, you can be considered to have officially dropped all appearances with the 100 Spirit House. That person also has quite some influence within Xuanjing and will soon track the matter down to you. The blurry shadow caught the bag and after a slight check, he gave a satisfied tone as he spoke. Even without your warning, I know that. However, our 2 houses have fought in the dark for who knows how many times. As long as I don't leave Xuanjing, there is nothing that he can do. The fat person with the surname of Mu said without worry. Alright, as long as Brother Mu knows. I'll first go back and report to Master. The blurry shadow nodded as he made a single-handed technique. With a flicker of his shadow, he actually disappeared into the wall behind him. This person was actually a spirit apostle. After the blurry shadow left, the fat person paced around the secret room a couple of times. Suddenly, he grabbed one of the teacups on the table and smashed it against the ground. At the same time, he said hatefully, Chen Xiao, all of the humiliations that you have given me earlier, I definitely won't forget them. This time you can be considered lucky, but next time I, Mu Yingqing, will definitely not miss. 3 days later, the envoy, which Lu Ming was part of, arrived before the huge city gates, which were abuzz with people. Above the huge city gates that were hundreds of feet tall, there were 2 words, Xuanjing, painted in silver. The line to enter the city was over a mile long, and was still growing with many people joining at the back. At the city gates were nearly 100 guards in white armor. They would immediately question and search people as they walked up. On the city's tall and wide walls, one could faintly see more guards holding weapons. In addition, there were many huge crossbows over a couple of yards long lined up. Faintly, one could see thick black crossbow bolts on these crossbows that emitted blue glows. Obviously, they weren't normal crossbow bolts. Although the distance was quite far, Lu Ming could still easily see every detail of the huge crossbows and their bolts. The huge crossbows were nothing out of the ordinary, maybe slightly larger than normal ones. However, the crossbow bolts had colorful spirit inscriptions on them and were in fact one-time use glyph arrows. Seeing this, Lu Ming was quite shocked. From what he could see, there were at least dozens of these huge crossbows. If they all were shot at one person, even a late spirit apostle would perish. Among the guards at the city gate, under Lu Ming's mental strength, he found that quite a few of them were emitting a practitioner-like aura. Xuanjing was truly worth of being the capital of Deshen country with its security. Even the city guards had a strength that was much stronger than the normal person. Normal spirit apostles would probably quietly enter and not cause a fuss. As Lu Ming was pondering the security, the envoy of Black Tiger Guards finally reached the city gate. Lieutenant Du urged her horse forward and threw a token at one of the guards while saying in one sentence, "Nanhai State Black Tiger Guard, escort mission back to Xuanjing on the orders of Governor. Check the token if you would like." So it's a lieutenant of the Black Tiger Guard and the token is correct. Then we won't need to search you. The white armored guard checked over the token before throwing it back while replying with a deep voice. With this, the envoy of carriages slowly entered the gates. 4 hours later, Lu Ming was within a hall in Xuanjing. Chen Ruping was seated beside him in a chair of smaller size. In the middle, the scholarly-faced colorful robed person was currently thanking Lu Ming. "For my wife and child to arrive safely, Mr. Chen really had a great hand. Mister, you can rest assured. I've already told someone to go look for the ice silver grass that you need in our shop. If we have any, we will immediately send it to Mr. If I can find the ice silver grass that easily, then it's for the best. Although I have controlled my nephew's sickness, I cannot wait for too long." Lu Ming nodded as he answered without a change in his expression. "Husband, besides the ice silver grass, the Chen family has to also thank Mr. Chen. After all, who heirs the name of her son? Poison was found by Mr. Chen and delayed." Lady Mi was seated across from Lu Ming. She also chipped in with a smile. "Yes, that is the case. I know that Mr. Chen is a spirit apostle and isn't in need of normal objects. How about this? In about a month, our 100 spirit house will be presenting an auction. If Mr. takes a fancy to any one of the items on the auction, I will only take half of the original price no matter what the price was. However, we entreat Mr. to keep removing who heirs poison." Chen Chao was silent for a moment before he responded. "Since I have stuck my hands in this matter, there is no way I am going to stop halfway. Owner Chen, don't worry, as long as I can get the chance to remove the poison within your son's body a couple of times, he shouldn't have any worries after that." Lu Ming nodded as he replied without spirit. Hearing this, the colorfully robed person became quite excited and quickly gave his thanks. "That's right, from what I heard from my wife was that the purpose of Mr.'s visit to Xuanjing, besides trying to find a medicine for your nephew's sickness, was to find relatives. Since Xuanjing is so large, finding someone won't be easy. How about first staying at my house? Although my house is not one of those lavish mansions or deep courtyards, finding a place for Mr. and your nephew is a small matter." The colorfully robed person changed the topic and spoke with enthusiasm. "House is used loosely here to mean a maze of houses. http://a1 att com/21/31/01300002413581277973189823110 JPG. Temporarily staying at your house. Alright, then I'll be disturbing you both for a while." Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he spoke without any courtesies. When the colorfully robed person heard this, he became even more excited. After talking for a couple more sentences, he ordered a middle-aged maid in to lead Lu Ming and the young girl to the wing where guests could stay. "Wife, how did you meet this person? Say everything and try not to miss any detail." When Lu Ming's figure disappeared out of the hall, the smile on the face of the colorfully robed person disappeared as he asked Lady Mi with a serious expression visible on his face. Chapter 174, Elder Mian. Chapter 174, Elder Mian. "Is something amiss with Mr. Qian that you have seen?" When Lady Mi heard this, she was quite surprised. "It's not that. It's just that this person took action at such a time, and it's a busy time for the 100 Spirit House right now. I can't help but be more careful." The colorfully robed man shook his head. "So it's like that. If that's the case, there shouldn't be any problems with Mr. Qian. After all, if he had been sent by opponents of the 100 Spirit House, no one within the temple would have been able to stop him as a spirit apostle. As soon as he captured me and my son, you would be in a very disadvantaged position. I think that this person is most likely a loose practitioner, and we can pull him in as a guest to have the strength of 100 Spirit House increase. Although there are many Spirit Apostles within the 100 Spirit House, they are mostly in branches in other states. The strength we have in Xuanjing on the other hand isn't too strong. Lady Mi gave a smile as she replied. Yes, that is a possible reason, however we should take some time to inspect him. Let's go, we should go check on the situation of Huer. Elder Mian should be done with his diagnosis. The colorfully robed man still retained a bit of caution in his words as he changed the topic to their son. Elder Mian is the person with the best medical skill in 100 Spirit House. If he can cure our son, it would be for the best. When Lady Mi heard this, she gave a nod. With this, the two people stood up and walked out by a side door, heading beyond the room. Moments later, the two people appeared within an extremely quiet room that faintly emitted a smell of medicine. The boy called Chen, who was currently asleep on a bed. Beside him was an old man with a black robe and a benign face. The old man was currently pulling on his beard in thought. The maid, who was called Aunt Hong, was also in the room with an expression of reverence. Elder Mian, how is the poison within Huer's body? It's not too bad, right? As soon as the colorfully robed man saw the old man, he immediately asked a question with some respect. Owner Qian, I am very ashamed. The poison in your son's body is quite strange and I'm afraid that I am helpless against it. The black-robed old man stood up as he shook his head. What? How is that possible? Elder Mian's medical skills are among the top 10 within Xuanjing. Hearing this, the colorfully robed man exclaimed in surprise. If we were talking about medical skills, I can be quite confident in saying that I do indeed possess quite some skill. However, detoxification and medical skills are two separate matters. There are countless rare and strange poisons in the world. One of such poisons appearing which I can't cure is nothing special. However, I did inspect your son and his poison seemed to have been released slightly by someone. If that person can do the same thing a couple more times, your son should have no worries. The black-robed old man thought for a moment before replying. If that's the case, then there is no problem. The person that removed the poison is going to be living in the Chen house for quite some time. However, for my son's care after he recovers, I'll have to bother Elder Mian on that. After hearing the second part of Elder Mian's response, Lady Mi gave a sigh as she replied. Oh, you can relax about that. Since I am here, I naturally cannot do nothing. I'll write up a prescription for recovery. That's right, I heard that the person who did the detoxification is a spirit apostle. Is it possible for me to meet him? I am very interested in such detoxification techniques and would like to see if we can exchange medical experiences. Elder Mian gave a small smile as he spoke up again. That is naturally not a problem. Aunt Hong, could you lead Elder Mian to meet Mr. Qian? The colorfully robed person's heart relaxed as he gave an order. Yes. Aunt Hong naturally agreed. There's no rush. I'll first make the prescription and then go meet Mr. Qian. When Elder Mian heard this, he responded unhurriedly. Afterward, he sat down beside the table and took out a writing brush from the brush pot. http://www.asianbrushpainter.com/media/catalog/product/cash/1/thumbnail/9df780335250 in memory of Weijing3_27. JPG. Aunt Hong quickly walked forward and helped pull out a piece of paper as she started to grind the ink. Lu Ming made a couple of rounds around the wide room. Suddenly, he took out a couple of colorful formation flags and carefully placed them into each of the corners of the room. Afterward, he made a single-handed hand sign. All of the formation flags gave a buzz and disappeared into balls of mist. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face showed a smile. These formation flags were bought from the market and required quite a bit of Lu Ming's spirit stones. In addition, they only had the effect of isolating and warning those within the formation. However, they were useful when one was constantly moving around. With this formation set up, Lu Ming did not need to fear someone else listening in on his conversations or someone setting up an attack from afar. Although this wasn't the first time that Chen Ruping had seen Lu Ming cast spells, she could not help but open her eyes wide, while watching the marvelous scene as her mouth slightly opened. Brother Ming, what was that? Was that also a spell that you talked about? The young girl could help it no longer and asked questions. This isn't a spell, it's a formation. Hearing this, Lu Ming smiled and explained. He had already inspected Chen Ruping's body and found that she had a spiritual pulse. Although he was unable to determine what quality her spiritual pulse was, he taught her the most basic condensing Yuan Qi methods and wasn't afraid to cast spells before her. Now that Chen Ruping had heard the word of formation, she immediately became interested and started questioning Lu Ming. However, her questions were incredibly naive. They left Lu Ming with bitter smiles and he didn't know how to answer. At this time, an old voice sounded outside of the door. "Fellow Qian, are you in the room? I am Mian Songshan and would like to talk with you in the room." "Fellow Mian, please come in." When Lu Ming heard this, his eyes flashed and after a slight hesitation he agreed. Quickly walking forward, he opened the door. He saw Elder Mian and Aunt Hong outside of his door. "Mr. Qian, Elder Mian is a senior guest of the 100 Spirit House." When he heard that Mr. was also a spirit apostle, he came to visit Mr. Seeing Lu Ming's confusion, Aunt Hong quickly explained the situation. "So it's like that. Since I've recently come to Xuanjing, I also want to meet more people on the same path as me." Lu Ming smiled when he heard this and moved aside. "I did not think that fellow Chen was so young. It has really been out of my expectation. Then I won't be too courteous." When Elder Mian saw how young Lu Ming was, he showed a surprised expression. However, he quickly hid it as he replied. Immediately afterward, the black-robed old man moved and walked into the room. Aunt Hong gave a word of apology as she took her leave. "This should be your nephew. She really does have a sickness on her. I know quite a bit of medical knowledge and if fellow does not mind, I can help take a look at her pulse." Once Elder Mian entered the room, he naturally saw Chen Ruping who was staring at him with curiosity in her face. With a twist of his mind, he quickly made a suggestion. "Oh, if fellow Mian is willing to lend a hand then it is Ruping's luck. Ruping, sit tight and let brother Mian take your pulse." Although Lu Ming did not know what Elder Mian's intention by doing so was, he still agreed after a slight pause. When the young girl heard this, she obediently sat down on a nearby chair. Elder Mian beckoned with one hand and a chair was sucked to his side. Immediately sitting down beside the young girl, one of Elder Mian's hand was stroking his beard as his other hand started feeling the young girl's pulse. Time went by slowly and the black-robed old man slowly became serious. After an unknown amount of time, Elder Mian let out a deep breath as he said serious. "So it's actually the burning blood sickness, a rare syndrome that is only in legends. It's really due to fellows' controlling of the sickness to this stage that there is a chance for a cure. Is it that the ice silver grass that fellow is trying to find to be ingested a part of the cure? Brother Mian is truly extraordinary, to actually be able to guess my treatment method so soon." When Lu Ming heard this, his expression changed. "Fellow, please don't blame me but earlier when I saw how young fellow Qian was, I was doubting fellow's medical and detoxification skills. I naturally have no such reservations now. Besides cultivation, I am also quite engrossed in the art of medicine and my reason for coming over this time is to hopefully be able to exchange experience with fellow." The black-robed old man stood up and cupped his hands toward Lu Ming. "Hee, brother Mian is overestimating me. My medical skills are indeed not too deep and I've only learned a couple of cures to strange and rare illnesses from masters at the art. If fellow doesn't mind my lack of knowledge, I have no reason to disagree." When Lu Ming heard this, he gave a laugh as he replied. The black-robed old man was overjoyed with his response and began discussing problems in the art of medicine. The young girl, under instruction from Lu Ming, returned to an inside room to rest. Lu Ming and the old man had just started talking for a short time when Lu Ming realized that the elder Mian before him was truly talented with his medicinal skills. He made some concepts that Lu Ming had barely grasped easy to understand with his eloquent way of speaking. This made Lu Ming quite excited as he started a wholehearted discussion of his medicinal knowledge. The elder Mian was also encouraged by Lu Ming's unique take on medicine and cures to rare illnesses. The two talked for almost an entire day. When the sky started turning dark, Elder Mian reluctantly took his leave. As soon as the night passed, the black-robed old man had once again appeared before Lu Ming with smiles. Seeing this, Lu Ming was at a loss for words and could only prop himself up to start discussing with Elder Mian. This situation continued for 3 days. On the third day, Lu Ming and Elder Mian had just finished discussing a medicine problem while Lu Ming suddenly asked the old man, "Brother Mian, I have only recently arrived at Xuanjing and may live here for a while. Could I ask if Xuanjing is peaceful right now and if there are any things that I need to be aware of?" When Elder Mian heard this, his face slightly changed as his hand instinctively stroked his beard. After pondering for a moment, he slowly said, "Me and Brother Chen can be considered to be good friends even after such a short period of time. I can't say too much about anything else, but I do have a piece of advice. When Brother finishes his matter in Xuanjing, he should quickly leave." Chapter 175, Black Spirit Group. Chapter 175, Black Spirit Group. Since Brother Mian isn't willing to speak of it, you must have your own difficulties. However, fellows' good intentions are not lost on me. The reason for me coming to Xuanjing, besides finding spirit medicine to cure my nephew, is to resolve some personal matters, so I won't be able to leave soon. In addition, I can't stay too long at the Qian house. Does fellow have a suggestion on a place for loose cultivators like me to live at? Lu Ming gave a slight smile as he disregarded the old man's tone. Since Brother Chen has something that needs to be done here in Xuanjing, I won't impress my will. In fact, the situation in Xuanjing is slightly strange and I have promised someone else to not leak information about Xuanjing. However, if Brother really wants to understand the situation within Xuanjing, all you need to do is simply spend a couple spirit stones and you should be able to get what you need from various places. As for where you will stay, I have two suggestions. From what I see, Owner Chen wants to recruit you and the 100 Spirit House does have some influence within Xuanjing. If Brother is willing to become a guest of the 100 Spirit House, you can move near my place. Me and another 2 guests are currently residing there and once you're there I can introduce them to you. Of course, if you have no intentions of joining the 100 Spirit House, you can go over to the Immortal Dawn Mountain and rent a dwelling. The Immortal Dawn Mountain is owned by the government and has a nice environment with lots of Yuan Qi. In addition, they don't allow anyone to fight so it can be considered a very stable area. The only problem is that the prices for the dwellings there are quite high and loose cultivators like me can't afford to stay there for too long. As for places where the price is cheaper, there are a few other places. However, most of them have a large faction backing them so they're much more chaotic. The Yuan Qi there also can't compare to the Immortal Dawn Mountain. For example, the Virtuous South Pavilion is supported secretly by the First Prince and the Lucky Cloud Courtyard has the Black Spirit Group behind it. Elder Mian explained to Lu Ming in detail. Dwelling equals somewhat like a cave but a lot better. Black Spirit Group. When Lu Ming heard these words, his expression changed. Before he left, the lay spirit master had given him a lot of material and in there was much information about the Black Spirit Group. This group appeared about 30 years ago and its members were very mysterious. In the legends, the people running the group were all demon cultivators with strong strengths. Normally they would appear in masks and didn't know each other. Instead they used nicknames for each other. When this group first appeared in Xuanjing, they were naturally pushed out by various factions. The first group to go against them was the Blood Lin Pavilion, that was one of the top 5 underground factions within Xuanjing. The spirit apostles within the pavilion were killed in the matter of one night by very vicious means. Immediately, all of the other factions within Xuanjing were shocked and stopped trying to push out the Black Spirit Group. Once the Black Spirit Group took over all of the Blood Lin Pavilion's resources, they seemed to be content and did not expand any further. With this, the factions that were planning on joining hands let out a huge sigh, silently accepting the place of the Black Spirit Group within Xuanjing. With the strange appearance of the Black Spirit Group, many of the supervising disciples within Xuanjing wanted to figure out the exact origin of the group. Unfortunately, the group's members appeared at random and rarely showed their face before others. Thus, no one was able to find out much, let alone find out who the founder of the group was. Now that Elder Mian had talked about this group, Lu Ming's heart naturally could not help but move. Brother Qian has heard of the Black Spirit Group's name? Oh, that's not too weird. For us loose cultivators, the Black Spirit Group is one of the 3 factions that we absolutely cannot offend. After all, most of the members are quite secretive and demon cultivators that specialize in assassinations. If we do offend these people, we might not even know how we died. When the black-robed elder heard this, he could not help but smile. Oh, besides the Black Spirit Group, what other 2 factions can we not offend? Lu Ming asked back with curiosity. It is obviously the government and the 5 sections. If you offend other large factions, you can just escape Xuanjing through the night and they can't do much against us, loose cultivators. However, if you offend the government and the 5 large sects, even if you leave Xuanjing, you might not escape their attacks within Deshen country. As for the 5 sects, they are the true masters of this country. As for the supervising disciples that are in Xuanjing, they are all extremely mysterious figures that normal people can't see. Although the government is a faction that the 5 sects have created and no spirit masters are allowed within, the silver scale tier practitioners within the government number in the tens of thousands. As for the gold spirit tier spirit apostles, there are over 100. The government could easily wipe out all of the factions within Xuanjing with a single sentence. The only reason that there are so many factions within Xuanjing is because the government allows it. Elder Mian said with some hidden meaning. Thank you, Brother Mian, for your warning. I think I understand it somewhat. Lu Ming nodded and seemed to be thinking something. In the remaining time, the two of them talked about some things before Elder Mian stood up to say his farewell. However, after the old man left the room, he immediately headed to the main hall of the Qian house. Over there, Qian Chao, the owner of the 100 Spirit House, and Lady Mi were talking about something. On his face was slight anger, but once he saw the black-robed old man, he immediately started revealing a smile. Elder Mian, you have finally arrived. Have you found out the intention of Mr. Qian on whether he would like to become a guest of our 100 Spirit House? I am very ashamed. I will have to disappoint owner. The meaning within fellow Qian's words did not reveal the intention of joining the 100 Spirit House. However, he seems to want to stay in Xuanjing and won't be leaving in the short term. That's unfortunate, but it's not a big deal. As long as Mr. Qian does not immediately leave Xuanjing, we still have a chance to recruit him to 100 Spirit House. Unfortunately, we don't have that ice silver grass and need to find it in other stores. We might have to take a bit more time. Lady Mi first creased her brows before relaxing them after hearing his words. I've already put someone on the matter about the ice silver grass, and as long as Xuanjing has this spirit medicine, we will be able to find it. The most important part is that the shadow guards of the Third Marquis have helped us find the culprits behind the attack on Yuan and Huer. As expected, it was directed by the Gathering Wealth Building's Fatty Mu. The colorfully robed person spoke with a grunt. Gathering Wealth Building is our opponent in terms of business, and the 9th Prince behind them is against the 3rd Marquis behind us. To be able to do something like that is not anything special. When Elder Mian heard this, he stroked his beard as he chimed in. I have already ordered someone to keep an eye on Fatty Mu, but he has been quite alert, not leaving his house for days. However, I have already ordered our state branches to start attacking the businesses of the Gathering Wealth Building. We definitely cannot let this go so easily, or else how would our 100 Spirit House stand within Xuanjing? The colorfully robed man responded with a serious expression. Husband, please don't be mad. Besides our revenge on the Gathering Wealth Building, what is most important right now is the success of the auction. Don't forget that we paid a huge sum of money for the right to host this auction, and we definitely cannot fail. However, until now we haven't found anything worthy of being the last item to auction. Lady Mi said with some agony. Hearing the pretty lady's words, the anger on the colorfully robed man's face disappeared. However, after a slight pause, he said with confidence, Relax, I received the news yesterday that the final item has been found in a branch office. In addition, it is currently being escorted to Xuanjing with the other items and definitely will make it for the auction. What? We've already found it? That's great. However, won't the Gathering Wealth Building attack again? Lady Mi heard this and was excited for a moment before asking with some caution. You don't need to worry about the envoy. Not only have I sent 2 guests outside of Xuanjing to protect it, the 3rd Marquis has also sent out a team of shadow guards. There is no chance of any problems. The colorfully robed man spoke confidently. The 3rd Marquis shadow guards are indeed truly strong people, and with 2 fellows there really is no need to worry. When Elder Mian heard up to this point, he also nodded. Yes, however, the security for this auction is extremely important, and I have to discuss a couple more things with you. For the restrictions near the auction site. The colorfully robed man's expression relaxed as he discussed details about the auction with the black-robed man. At the same time, Lu Ming left the girl in the room and headed to the back door of the Qian house. The 2 guards at the back door of the Qian house recognized Lu Ming and did not dare stop him. Instead, they quickly opened the door to allow Lu Ming to pass. The moment Lu Ming left the back door of the Qian house, he immediately looked left and right before following a small path. Then he traveled toward a large road and quickly mixed into the crowd. Before arriving at Xuanjing, Lu Ming had already memorized all the main paths within Xuanjing. Thus he did not feel foreign walking down the roads. With left and right turns he passed through many streets. Finally he arrived before a silent alley and disappeared within it. Not long later, a gray-robed person with a normal-looking face casually appeared at the entrance of the alley. His gaze seemed to pass over the alley and his face suddenly changed. The alley, which was a dead end, was completely empty without any shadow within. The gray-robed man became quite anxious as he rushed into the alley, hoping to find a clue. However, at this moment, a gust of wind sprung up behind him. His vision was lost and he landed on the ground with a pain on his neck. Chapter 176, Small Clear Temple. Chapter 176, Small Clear Temple. At this time, a light flashed as Lu Ming appeared at a spot behind the gray-robed person, that seemed void of any presence. With a flash of his eyes, he muttered to himself, to actually not be able to see through such a simple illusion. Looks like he is merely a normal person. Immediately after making his observation, he grabbed at the air in front of him. The originally motionless man immediately flew up and landed in Lu Ming's hand. Afterward, Lu Ming's other hand searched the man but came up empty-handed. Lu Ming's brows creased together before he opened his mouth, releasing a breath of black gas on the face of the man. The originally knocked-out gray-robed man seemed to slowly wake up. However, the moment he opened his eyes, he met another pair of eyes that emitted a white light. Immediately, the conscience of the man sunk as his two eyes became lifeless. At the same time, a voice which seemed to come from far away sounded in his ear. "Who are you? Who set you to follow me out of the Qian house?" After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Lu Ming's hand loosened as the gray-robed man fell to the ground unconscious. Gathering wealth building. Looks like they are the opponents of the 100 Spirit House. However, it does not make much of a difference to me and I don't have to worry about this matter. Lu Ming muttered as if he had thought of something. The white light in his eyes was also gone and his eyes were back to normal. What he had done just a few moments ago was not some soul-searching technique. He instead merely relied on his strong mental strength as a hypnotizing method. Although this method would have no effect on spirit apostles, against normal people or low-level practitioners, it would be quite effective. At this time, Lu Ming made a one-handed technique and firework-like sounds came from within his body. His body stretched to be taller than before by at least 2 heads while the rest of his body became quite well built. Immediately those changes, his hands rubbed his face and his face changed into that of a burly man. Lu Ming slapped his elbow and the Sumeru conch appeared. Putting a slight bit of Fa Li within the conch, a black robe appeared with a flash. Taking off the green robe on him, Lu Ming shoved the robe into the conch and he immediately put on the black robe. Afterward, he walked onto the street with large strides. After 2 hours, a normal-looking carriage ran out of the east gate of Xuanjing and quickly arrived before a small mountain outside the city. The moment the carriage stopped, the door to the carriage opened up. The black-robed man that Lu Ming had transformed into jumped down from the carriage. After turning his head and throwing a silver at the coachman, he walked along a small path up the mountain. After the time it took to eat a meal, he arrived before a small and quiet Taoist temple. The Taoist temple took up no more than an acre with its door completely shut. In addition, there was a blood-red wall that surrounded the temple. Looking from afar, it seemed like there were 5 or 6 houses in the temple. Lu Ming looked up and saw 3 words, "Small clear temple" above. Immediately, he gave a slight smile and walked before the temple, giving a couple of knocks on the bronze handle. "Who is it? If it is someone trying to give incense and answer some dreams, our temple doesn't take any visitors for the time being. The temple owner is currently in secluded cultivation and cannot welcome any guests." The door didn't open but a crisp boy's voice sounded behind it. When Lu Ming heard this, his expression didn't change as he expressionlessly said, "I am a distant relative of the temple owner and am coming on some business." "What? A relative of the temple owner? Then please wait." The boy seemed quite surprised. A jogging noise sounded as the door slowly opened. From within walked out a 12 to 13-year-old boy. He had a confused expression on his face as he looked at Lu Ming. "I have a token right here. If you bring it to your temple owner, he will naturally know who I am." Lu Ming looked at the temple boy before taking out a half-jade ornament and passed it over. "Please wait for a moment, I'll be back soon." The temple boy paused for a second before taking the jade ornament as the door closed back up. When Lu Ming saw this, his eyes winced but he kept quiet. He stayed in the same spot without moving. After a short period of time, the door was once again opened. The temple boy appeared again and bowed before saying with an apologetic tone, "Please come in. The temple owner has already left cultivation and waiting in the wing of the temple." Lu Ming's eyes scanned over the temple boy as he walked forward. Thus, he walked into the temple following the temple boy. After passing through the main hall, he came to a courtyard. The courtyard seemed to be a quiet wing of the temple. "You can enter alone. The temple owner is inside." The temple boy walked to the wing of the temple and moved aside as he spoke respectfully. "All right, didn't you forget something?" Lu Ming nodded and walked forward. However, before entering, his feet paused and he asked the temple boy a question. "Ah, that's right. This is the token from before. Please take it." The temple boy first stilled after hearing Lu Ming's words but immediately realized something. He quickly took the jade ornament from his pocket and gave it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and his arm moved. A kacha noise sounded. Lu Ming's arm suddenly extended by a huge margin and grabbed the temple boy's neck. With a shake, Lu Ming broke the neck of the boy. The temple boy immediately died before even making a noise. Lu Ming's 5 fingers loosened as the temple boy's body lifelessly slid to the ground. At almost the same time, countless small holes suddenly opened from the 2 side walls of the temple. Immediately after they opened, an air-piercing sound came out. Countless arrows shot out and turned into many cold streaks of light that shot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's brow twitched and he flashed the cyan moon sword that he had ready. With a slight shake, waves of sword shadows appeared which covered Lu Ming's body. Once these arrows hit the sword shadows, they all exploded apart and turned into balls of scarlet flames. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming, within the sword shadows, gave a roar and the sword qi around him surged to engulf and extinguish the flames around him. Immediately afterward, a cold light appeared within the sword shadows and a couple lines of cyan sword qi shot out from within. They slammed into the walls on the both sides of Lu Ming. "Not good, run quickly." Immediately many voices sounded behind the walls. With a flash of green light, the sword qi disappeared within the walls. Afterward, violent screams sounded as 7 to 8 white-robed people came jumping out of the walls which had now crumbled in half. The 2 walls were empty on the inside and were made to be able to hide people within them. Each of these white-robed men held a faint yellow crossbow, but in the next moment they all were cut in 2. Lu Ming had just released a couple of sword qis to not only cut through the wall but to also kill all of the white-robed men within. At this time Lu Ming stamped his foot and rose into the sky. At the same time the ground below Lu Ming's feet opened up and a pair of steel claws appeared. They barely missed Lu Ming's feet. Lu Ming's cyan moon sword slashed down and a foot-long sword qi came out. So, the ground beneath opened up and a yellow-colored figure shot out from the ground, trying to escape to the side. Lu Ming's expression didn't change. He suddenly pointed a finger at the sword qi below him. The cyan sword qi suddenly changed direction mid-air, and followed the yellow-colored figure. In an instant, it engulfed the figure within cold light. It was actually Lu Ming using his immense mental strength to forcefully change the direction of the sword qi. After a scream, the yellow-colored figure turned into a rain of blood. However, Lu Ming did not seem to pay attention to what happened and instead held his sword as he remained floating mid-air. He turned his head and emotionlessly said to the wing of the temple, "To actually hide so long and not come out. Do you really think that I will let you live? Fellow really does have an impressive amount of power. It seems that you should be the supervising disciple of barbarian ghost sect. I know that I am not your enemy and would like to ask, what conditions are there for my life?" A hoarse voice sounded from within the wing of the temple. "Hee, since you know that I am the new supervising disciples, how dare you ambush me? Looks like my sect's previous supervising disciple disappearing was most likely due to you guys. Do you think I would let you go?" Lu Ming replied with a laugh. "Looks like it's either my life or yours. I still have one question that I hope fellow can answer. I personally think that all of the ambushes were done perfectly, so how did fellow find out about them?" The hoarse voice paused before slowly beginning again. "Did you think that I would talk about these kind of things? If you aren't willing to come out, then don't blame me for not being nice." Lu Ming gave a cold grunt. He did not want to waste words with the person within the house. With a single-handed technique, green wind blades started to appear before him. 7 to 8 green lights shot out with a shake of his sleeve. Pung pung. The wind blades that had shot into the house seemed to have been blocked off by something. Seeing this, Lu Ming's gaze stilled. His current strength paired with his perfect wind blade technique meant that the strength contained within each wind blade was much stronger than anything a normal spirit apostle could summon. Even a middle-tier spirit apostle would not take the attack lightly. Thus, the enemy within the house was at least a late spirit apostle. Lu Ming's mind thought like this, but the movements in his hand did not stop. With a change of technique, many scarlet fireballs appeared. Under the roar of Lu Ming, all of the fireballs shot down. Before these fireballs truly landed, a hot gust arrived. Hong! A figure shot out from the roof of the house. After a twist, it began fleeing toward the mountain peak. However, Lu Ming seemed ready for such a reaction, and after a sweep of his sleeve, a silver chain shot out like a snake. With one flick, it turned into countless chain images as it pushed down on the figure. Chapter 177, Black Shadow. Chapter 177, Black Shadow. The figure raised one of his hands and a blood-red streak flew out, piercing toward the chain images. Delang. The powerful blood streak made contact with the chain images, but did not break through. Instead, the chain images gave off a huge silver light and bounced the blood streak off. The figure was shocked but immediately made a hand sign. With a ping, his body turned into 7 to 8 blood figures that shot out in all directions. Seeing this, a hint of ridicule floated onto Lu Ming's mouth. This person was looking to die by using his illusion techniques against Lu Ming's strong mental strength. With another wave of his sleeve, the chain images all condensed into a single net that went after one blood figure. The blood figure was shocked and suddenly yelled out, "Fellow, don't force me to have to take you down with me." When Lu Ming heard this, he replied with a cold sneer. Without talking anymore, he urged the silver chain on. Suddenly, the huge silver net gave off a buzzing sound. It tightened with a flash of silver light. The blood figure gave an angry roar as he spit out a purple-red bead. It became as big as a bowl with a breeze and went straight for the silver net. At the same time, he waved his hand and threw out a light green, small shield. With a blur, it became a thick light barrier that protected the figure within. In the next moment, the purple-red bead hit the huge net. It turned into rolling purple flame that exploded apart with a loud sound. In the huge net, one could faintly see a huge purple fire lotus appearing from within. With just a twist, more purple flames came pouring out from the net and lit up half the sky. Lu Ming watched this scene unfold and became a little more cautious. His opponent was indeed worthy of being a late spirit apostle with 1 or 2 aces up his sleeve. However, if he thought that this bit of fire could break the suppressing demon chain so he could escape, he was in for a surprise. Not only did the silver chain have other special abilities in terms of toughness, it could match a high-tier totem. However, with the huge commotion that his opponent had created, other cultivators would definitely come over to check everything out. Thus, Lu Ming could not waste any more time. Right after Lu Ming decided on a plan within his mind, he flicked his wrist. Immediately, the Fa within him started pouring into the suppressing demon chains. In the next moment, the huge net that was made from the silver chain gave a buzzing sound as countless silver inscriptions started to appear on it. After they appeared, the net tightened. The purple fire lotus was wrapped tightly by the chains, and it disappeared into mere sparks after the net tightened. The blood figure that was hiding beneath the purple fire lotus became alarmed upon seeing this. He was about to twist his body and escape, but it was too late. One of the chain images flashed down and knocked into the figure without warning. The attack was so forceful that it forced the figure to fall forward as the bloody light around was dispersed to show the figure's original appearance. It was actually a 50-year-old white-robed old man with constantly moving eyes, showing his deceitful nature. The chain images from all angles flashed before wrapping around the old man. Lu Ming then pulled heavily on the chain to get the old man near him. However, just as he was about to say something, he saw strange spirit inscriptions appear on the face of old man. Alarmed, Lu Ming punched the wrapped old man away by dozens of feet. Hong! The old man's body exploded into many pieces under the restriction from the silver chain. The blood mist that his body transformed into covered an area 30 to 40 feet wide. If it weren't for the fast reaction of Lu Ming, he probably would have ended up within the mist. Although he did not know what strength the blood mist had, he could imagine that it wasn't something simple. After the old man exploded himself, the items on him were destroyed, so even if Lu Ming wanted to find out more clues, he had no leads. As Lu Ming's heart was slightly annoyed, his expression changed as he looked in a direction. From the direction of Xuanjing, there was the sound of breaking wind and there faintly seemed to be someone flying over. Without another word, Lu Ming made a hand sign and flew behind the small mountain. After flying for about a dozen miles, he stopped at another mountain peak and followed the mountain path down. As he walked, he thought about what had just happened. In the Sect information, the small clear temple was a secret base that could communicate with the Sect. All of the members of the temple were all outer barbarian ghost Sect disciples and were there to help the supervising disciple as well as to pass information back to the Sect. Under normal circumstances, even if the supervising disciple met trouble, this location would be safe. Originally, Lu Ming wanted to use the small clear temple to report back to the Sect that he had arrived in Xuanjing as well as find out more information about the disappearance of the last supervising disciple. However, he did not think that this place had been wiped out and set up as a trap. If it were any other middle spirit apostle to late spirit apostle supervising disciple, not Lu Ming, they probably would have fallen to the ambush. After all, the trap consisted of many practitioners with glyph arrows and a middle spirit apostle and late spirit apostle at the same time. As for how Lu Ming found out that it was a trap, it all started with the jade ornament. According to the Sect rules, if a new supervising disciple appeared, the person currently in charge of the temple would have to take out the other half of the jade ornament. If they fit perfectly together, the two of them would meet. At that time, the temple people would also inspect the sect token that represented the status of the supervising disciple. Only then did they finish all of the procedures mandated. However, the temple boy took the jade ornament, and when the door again, the temple boy didn't have the other part to the jade ornament. This made Lu Ming quite suspicious. When he was brought to the yard, Lu Ming noticed the people in the walls and the person below him due to his outstanding mental strength. Then he could attack freely without any hesitation. However, the fact that no spirit masters were allowed in Xuanjing meant that a late spirit apostle was an extremely strong being. The people behind the ambush not only dared to attack barbarian ghost sect disciples, but were also easily commanding a late spirit apostles as one of their underlings. From this it could be seen how strong they were. What made Lu Ming shocked was the fact that after being caught, the white-robed old man blew himself up without hesitation. This was a late spirit apostle. All cultivators that got to such a level should in theory be very cherishing of their lives and would not easily do something suicidal. With this, it could be seen how strange and terrifying this faction was. Looks like Lu Ming's actions in the future would have to be more careful. Before he found out the exact details of the faction, he couldn't let his identity be exposed. Lu Ming quickly made this decision in his mind. At the same time, in an abnormal dark hall within Xuanjing, 3 black shadows were sitting by a table. Among them, one of the shadows was quite big and tall. The shadow was currently stroking a split blood-red wooden token. The shadow was using a strange voice as he slowly said, "The 9th emissary has been forced to self-explode. Looks like the supervising disciple that the barbarian ghost sect sent out this time is quite strong. If we had known this, we would have sent more emissaries." According to the past strengths of the Xuanjing supervising disciples of the 5 sects, 1 emissary with so many people would be more than enough. In addition, some of the factions have started to become suspicious of us. The others are also on missions. The reason why we have sent number 9 over was as a precaution. According to what we've seen before, once a supervising disciple of the 5 sects disappears, it would take at least half a year before someone else is sent over. Who would have guessed that he would have come so fast? The other shadow said coldly. Whatever, even if the supervising disciple of the barbarian ghost sect has come early, number 9 revealed his appearance before he exploded. All we need to do now is be a little more careful and he won't be able to find anything. Instead, we need to be vigilant about the other sect's supervising disciples. We have already confirmed the identities of the 9 enchantment sects, Firestorm Ways and Hall of Blood's supervising disciples. However, we don't know the identity of the Heavenly Moon sect's supervising disciple. I don't want things to get to a critical point and the disciple pops up to mess everything up. Number 3, how are things on your side? Can we push up the schedule? The time remaining for us is not too much. We need to finish within half a year. The tall shadow was silent for a moment before speaking. Relax, my progress definitely has no problems. For this, we have prepared dozens of years and we can't fail now at the final step. However, number 1, your identity is extremely important to cover us. No one has discovered that you are a fake, right? The final shadow spoke with confidence as he asked a question back. During these years, anyone who has discovered a problem with my identity has been killed and everyone in the house are my people. There are no problems. The tall shadow replied without hesitation. Alright, that's for the best. However, now that number 9 is gone, let's find a clever subordinate and open the essence blood pool to raise his cultivation, become a late spirit apostle to replace number 9. That's right. Do not forget to plant a restriction within his body and conscious in order to ensure that he doesn't spill our secrets. Besides us 3, the others are mere tools and we cannot let them have a chance to betray us. The final shadow spoke coldly. Even without you saying so, I understand this. However, there isn't much essence blood within the essence blood pool and we need to store a bit more. The second shadow replied. The essence blood is an easy matter. During this time there have been some loose cultivators entering Xuanjing. All we need to do is pick a couple of the ones without backgrounds to capture. I can handle this. The last shadow informed without hesitation. Chapter 178, The Spy in the Immortal Dawn Mountain. Chapter 178, The Spy in the Immortal Dawn Mountain. No. It is different now than compared to the past few years. The larger factions have already begun to pay attention to us. If any other loose cultivators disappear, perhaps they really will raise their alert levels. It is better for me to use my real identity to attract a group of loose cultivators before causing them to disappear without anyone knowing. The tall shadow shook his head as he rejected the idea. Since there is an even more secure way of resolving this matter, I naturally do not mind. Also, there shouldn't be any problems with the government, right? How come I hear rumors that there are a few gold spirit tier guests that have also begun to investigate our matters? The last black shadow spoke seriously after nodding his head. Gold spirit tier guests, this really is somewhat troublesome. As soon as we touch a single one of those guests of the government, it is like provoking the whole hornet's nest. Rather than working for the government, the truth is that the gold spirit tier guests belong specifically to the people of the imperial family. However, if the people within the imperial family really paid attention to us, I would hear some rumors. It should just be the personal actions of those guests as of right now. How about this? I'll find other people to see what they have right now when I get back. Before this, do not provoke those gold spirit tier guests. The imperial family is not the same as the 5 great sects which are thousands of kilometers away. If they hear anything about our plans, they will take action immediately and be very happy about taking over our operation. As for the strength of the imperial family of the Deshen country, perhaps they have already secretly raised their own spirit master and are just unwilling to reveal him. The tall shadow spoke in such a way. What, the imperial family already has a spirit master? Where did you get this information from? Hearing what was said, the second shadow seemed to be in great shock. I do not have solid evidence for this just yet, so it is only a guess. The tall shadow replied while shaking his head. Even if it is true, those spirit masters of the imperial family are not worth being scared over. Otherwise, as soon as one spirit master leaves behind a mark, perhaps the first thing the 5 great sects would do is exterminate the entire imperial family. How about this? When I return, I will let my underlings avoid the gold spirit tier guests to the best of their ability for now. Luckily, we only need to endure this for half the year and everything will be resolved. The last shadow stayed silent for a little before speaking with a sneer. Yes, we can only do this first. The second shadow sighed and spoke. The 3 shadows continued to talk during the remaining time, before they all stood up and left the hall one by one. When Lu Ming returned to Xuanjing again, it was already the afternoon. As for the current him, he had already transformed into a middle-aged cultivator with a long beard. He walked on one of the streets in Xuanjing as if he was just looking around. Suddenly, with a movement of his body, he turned into a seemingly normal alleyway. The alleyway could not be considered long. There were 7 or 8 stores that had different signs lined up. After taking a few steps, Lu Ming stopped in front of a coffin store, which had a white banner hanging in front of it, and walked in unhurriedly. Customer, are you looking to order a coffin? A middle-aged, hunchbacked male was currently painting black paint on a new coffin. Seeing that Lu Ming walked in, he immediately put down what he was doing and walked over. He asked with a slight cough. Lu Ming glanced at the hunchback a few times and did not say anything. He instead pulled out a silver token from within his sleeve and swiped it in front of him. Seeing the medallion, the hunchback, who was originally calm, suddenly changed his expression. With a sudden movement of his body, he quickly closed the doors of the shop. Afterward, he returned to where he had been before, in front of Lu Ming. With a flash, he also produced a black metal token on him. Looking at just the size and shape by ignoring the color, it was actually extremely similar to the silver token in Lu Ming's hands. Lu Ming raised a brow and with a flick of his wrist, he tossed the silver medallion across. Seeing this, the hunchback also threw the black metal token seriously. Lu Ming caught the metal token, glancing over if indifferently before he channeled Fa Li into it. A layer of black inscriptions immediately appeared after a flash on the metal token. They revealed a few more weird black inscriptions. Only after looking carefully at the runes did Lu Ming nod and withdraw his Fa Li. The glow around the black metal token dispersed and returned to how it was before. At this moment, that hunchback took out a small bottle. He poured and rubbed some unknown liquid onto the silver token. Only after looking at the item in his hand for a while did he relax a lot and toss the silver token back. The identity of the emissary has been verified. As a reserve spy, I thought that I would not come in contact with anybody from the sect at all for my whole life. I am the new supervising disciple for Xuanjing. Do you know about the manner regarding the previous supervising disciple's disappearance? Lu Ming also returned the black metal token back to the other person and asked without changing his expression. There is no need for Sir to probe me. As a spy for the sect, my Fa Li has already been crippled, so I do not investigate anything normally or get close to any spirit apostles. I can only live in Xuanjing like a normal person. My only use is that in times of need, I can provide Sir with a channel to communicate with the sect. Since Sir has found me, it seems that the other communication channel does not exist anymore. The hunchback spoke slowly. Very good, you actually have kept to your part very well. Otherwise perhaps you wouldn't live until now. Hearing what was said, Lu Ming was not angered and instead nodded and praised him. Come with me, emissary. The formation for communicating with the sect is buried deep under and is inspected once every 2 years. However, the last time it was used was 20 years ago. The hunchback breathed in deeply and spoke. Lu Ming nodded and followed him to the back of the store. After walking through a small yard, he walked into a normal-looking side room. The room was not big, and other than a bed, a table and 2 chairs, there was no other furniture. The hunchback walked to the bed with a few steps and suddenly used his 2 hands to powerfully pull some sort of mechanism under the bed. The wooden bed immediately gave off a bang sound and split in 2 to open up. It revealed a dark tunnel and a flight of simple stone stairs that seemed to lead straight down. The hunchback pulled out a torch and waved it in the wind to light itself. He then followed the stairs down. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly before following the hunchback down as well. Not long after the 2 walked in, the wooden bed which was originally split once again gave out a mechanical sound and actually joined together by itself. The 2 continued to walk down around another 300 feet before finally arriving in an enormous underground stone room. In this stone room, which was only 100 or so feet in length, there was a huge formation that was already set up on the ground. The grooves outside of the formation had already been filled with pieces of white spirit stones. In the center of the formation there was a round stone platform 10 feet tall. It was covered in numerous spirit inscriptions. Surprisingly, it was also a small-scale formation. This is the communication formation. Even though the distance apart is great, it is enough to immediately send information back to the sect. However, the amount of space crystals expended is also extremely shocking. If the circumstances allow it, it is best to shorten the message transferred as much as possible. The emissary must have learned how to use it, so I will not continue to ramble on. The hunchback spoke from outside the formation. Yes, before I came, I indeed learned some ways to use it. Lu Ming looked at the stone platform and furrowed his brows slightly. Afterward he replied emotionlessly. Since it is like this, I will go out first and guard. After the emissary has finished using it, you can just come up. There is no need to worry about the fluctuations of the formation being detected. This stone room is carved out of a special material. It is enough to absorb the fluctuations. The hunchback nodded and explained the situation before minding his own business. He returned to the top of the stone steps. Only after walking around the formation a few times did Lu Ming form a one-handed seal. Many rays of green light shot out and disappeared into the formation with a flash. That moment, the entire formation began to hum loudly, and the surrounding spirit inscriptions began to flash. 2 hours later, Lu Ming left the coffin shop and walked out of the alleyway. He appeared on the street again. In the remaining time, he strolled casually around the nearby streets. Just before the sky grew dark, he once again entered a desolate alley. However, when he walked out from the other end, he had turned into the appearance of the young 27 or 28-year-old scholar again. He walked slowly in the direction of the Qian house. The morning of the next day, Lu Ming, who had rested for a night, once again left the Qian house from the back door. This time he beckoned a carriage on the street. After instructing the coachman, he traveled toward the Immortal Dawn Mountain. The Immortal Dawn Mountain was different than the other small mountains outside of Xuanjing. Xuanjing itself had a portion of buildings that were built on the mountains, and the entire Immortal Dawn Mountain belonged to the government. Not only were a large number of government soldiers garrisoned there year-around, it was even a location where Yuan Qi was densest, which was directly given to those gold spirit tier guests that the government had. The dwellings that were rented out were the locations on the Immortal Dawn Mountain where the Yuan Qi was the least dense. Even like this, the rent for the dwellings was frighteningly expensive. It was enough for the average loose cultivators to feel constant pain. As such, the renting business was not doing very well. There really were not many loose cultivators living on the Immortal Dawn Mountain. When Lu Ming arrived in a hall on the Immortal Dawn Mountain and said that he wanted to rent an intermediate-level dwelling for a long time, the middle-aged manager who stood in front of him could not help but beam with joy. He immediately opened a map in front of Lu Ming, which showed the locations for the various dwellings, allowing him to pick his own dwelling. Looking at the map, Lu Ming casually asked about a few places that interested him. After a series of nods or shakes, he finally chose a remote location with a small river that just happened to pass outside of the dwelling. With the manager leading the way, Lu Ming personally went to the dwelling and checked it. Feeling rather satisfied, he immediately paid a year's rent of several thousand spirit stones. Only after that did the beaming manager hand over the token for the dwelling in his hand. Almost all of these dwellings had a few simple formations cast outside. If someone did not have a token and charged in recklessly, they would alert the patrolling soldiers lower on the mountain. Compared to other places, the Immortal Dawn Mountain could be considered an extremely safe place. Lu Ming, who left the Immortal Dawn Mountain, did not immediately return to the Qian house, and instead continued to roam around Xuanjing for most of the day. At night, when he returned to the Qian house again, there was actually somebody waiting within his residence. Chapter 179, Virtuous Lord. Chapter 179, Virtuous Lord. It is so late, why is owner Chen here? Perhaps you have some urgent matters? Seeing the person within the residence, he immediately asked with surprise. This person was the owner of the Qian house, Chen Chao. Mr. Chen, the reason why I am here is actually to tell you some good news. The people underneath me have finally bought a stock of the ice silver grass that Mr. wanted from another store. However, it would be best for Mr. to see it personally and see if it is really of use. Chen Chao immediately stood up and spoke with smiles. If your words are true, then I will really have to have a look. Hearing what was said, Lu Ming was naturally very happy. Only then did Chen Chao pull out a wooden box from his sleeve and pass it over with a smile. Lu Ming received the wooden box and opened it. From within, a faint silver spirit grass with 3 leaves could be seen. It seemed to give off a slight cold air. Seeing this, a few serious expressions flashed across Lu Ming's face. With a flash in his hand, a silver needle of several inches appeared. Lu Ming used one hand to hold the wooden box and 2 fingers of his other hand to hold the silver needle. He stabbed into one of the leaves of the spirit grass. The moment the silver needle pierced through the light silver leaf, a cold feeling immediately traveled through the needle and to his fingers. After a blur of his fingers, Lu Ming pulled the silver needle back out of the spirit grass and swept his gaze in front of him. The front half of the silver needle was surprisingly covered in a layer of frost. Not bad, this is at least an ice silver grass with 50 years of aging. It is enough to treat my niece. This time I have really troubled owner Qian. I will be impolite and take it. After observing the situation on the needle carefully, Lu Ming relaxed and spoke. At the same time, the needle between his fingers disappeared with a flash. As long as this spirit grass is useful, it's great. This item was the reward the madam promised you when you saved her. I only found it now, so I still need to apologize to Mr. Chen Chao spoke with a laugh. Owner Chen is too polite. What I did before was just a convenient matter in the passing. Lu Ming replied modestly. After putting the lid back onto the box, he put the ice silver grass away carefully. Actually, I have another reason for coming this time. I don't know whether I should mention it or not. Seeing Lu Ming put the wooden box away, Chen Chao could not help but have his smile grow wider. Oh, there is no harm if owner Chen says what he wants. Hearing what was said, Lu Ming quickly thought a little and spoke without his expression changing at all. From the madam, I heard that Mr. Chen also knows a few things about our 100 Spirit House. However, I wonder how Mr. feels about them? Chen Chao suddenly became serious and asked a question. What owner Chen is saying is, Lu Ming squinted his eyes and asked a question. Not hiding anything from Mr. I learned from Elder Mian that not only is Mr. Chen's FA-ly impressive, even his medical knowledge is not below the elder. Mr. is a man with such talents, the 100 Spirit House seeks these talented people. So the reason why I have personally came over this time was to formally invite Mr. to become a guest of the 100 Spirit House. All of the costs and expenditures can be compared to the highest treatment. Chen Chao spoke the truth directly and frankly. Join the 100 Spirit House? Perhaps I will be disappointing owner Chen, I still do not have this idea. Hearing what was said, Lu Ming furrowed his brows and replied. Why is that? Mr. wants to spend a long time living in Xuanjing. Perhaps joining one of the factions within Xuanjing is going to occur sooner or later since you are a loose cultivator. I am not boasting, even if the treatment of 100 Spirit House to their guests is not the best within the entire Xuanjing, we are ranked at least in the top 5. As long as Mr. joins the 100 Spirit House, not only will you receive a decent amount of spirit stones as an offering, but our house can also help you collect any poles or weaponry if you lack any. Also, our constraints of the guests can be considered very loose. If the guest feels that the mission he has received is too dangerous and may die, he has the power to deny it. I will not make any guest do something that is absolutely impossible. After all, looking at my personality, the reason a power like us requires guests is mainly used to scare people. The occasions of actually having guests personally act are actually not frequent. Qian Chao did not feel surprised at all and instead spoke with a smile. Since owner Qian is so sincere, I will not hide anything anymore and say everything I want to say. Regarding the treatment of the 100 Spirit House to its guests, I have also heard a little from fellow Mian. It is indeed not bad. The reason why I am unwilling to agree is that the 100 Spirit House has just provoked a powerful enemy, otherwise the lady and the young master would not be attacked near Xuanjing. The reason I came to Xuanjing this time was to manage some private affairs. I do not want to be purposely involved in trouble so I can avoid wasting a large portion of my energy. Lu Ming replied slowly. So it is like that. It seems that it is because Mr. Chen still does not really like the situation of our 100 Spirit House as of right now. If that is true, then Mr. Chen will not have to worry too much. I have already found out who is behind all of the enemies against the 100 Spirit House recently. It is all due to the gathering wealth building who are against us. As the old saying says it well, two of a trade are enemies. Also, if you put our businesses together, perhaps it is enough to be responsible for around 20 to 30% of all the cultivation resources in Xuanjing, so we naturally fight a lot. I myself also have a deep grudge with the manager of the gathering wealth building, Mu Yingqing. However, even though it is like this, we two businesses were unable to get rid of each other in so many years. It is true that one of the reasons is because our powers are almost equal, but the main reason is still that our two businesses have other backings that will not allow either business to fail. So Mr. does not need to worry about the problems the 100 Spirit House encounters at all. As long as we wait for the great auction next month to begin successfully, our house will have the power to suppress the gathering wealth building. I believe that the opposition will not come provoke us in the next few years. Chen Chao began to explain in detail in a flash. There are backings? For such a powerful force to still have a backing, I think that person must have a powerful background. I wonder if owner Qian is willing to tell me a little? After hearing what was said, Lu Ming asked with some surprise. That naturally is not a problem. Actually, for a force in Xuanjing to survive, it must have some backing. Otherwise, how could it really stand firm in Xuanjing? Since the 100 Spirit House and the Gathering Wealth Building are opponents, the backings behind us are something everyone knows, so there is no need to hide them. The person backing our 100 Spirit House is actually the younger brother of the current emperor, the third Marquis. A third of all of our profits must be handed over to the third Marquis. As for the Gathering Wealth Building, their backing is the current-day 9th Prince. However, they are different than our house. On the surface, it is the manager Mu Yingqing managing everything, but he is actually just a servant of the 9th Prince. The entire Gathering Wealth Building is actually just the 9th Prince's private property. So no matter how hard we two businesses fight, we will never destroy each other. Even our backings would not let such a matter happen. Chen Chao explained seriously. The third Marquis, perhaps you are talking about that third Marquis who helped the current-day emperor ascend to the throne and is known as the Virtuous Lord? Lu Ming's heart suddenly skipped a beat. However, he asked without revealing anything on his face. Oh, who would have thought that Mr. Chen has also heard of what the third Marquis was known as years ago? Then this should be easier to handle. It is indeed this Virtuous Lord. Has Mr. Chen changed his mind and become willing to become a guest of our house? Chen Chao asked with some surprise. Since the troubles that the 100 Spirit House are facing against are temporary and you also have the backing of the third Marquis, the Virtuous Lord, if I still say that I decline, perhaps I really will make owner Chen unhappy. I can agree to join the 100 Spirit House. However, before I do, there are two conditions that I hope owner Chen will agree to. Lu Ming whispered to himself silently a little before focusing his attention and speaking softly. Feel free to speak of any conditions Mr. Chen has. Hearing what was said, Chen Chao was delighted and hurriedly asked. First, I can only join the 100 Spirit House as a guest for the period of time I am at Xuanjing. If I leave Xuanjing one day, my identity as a guest will naturally become invalid. However, owner Chen does not need to worry, I will be in Xuanjing for at least 2 to 3 years, possibly even 5 to 6 years. Secondly, for the payment as a guest of the 100 Spirit House, other than spirit stone offerings every month, I also want to learn some alchemy. So, I hope you can recommend me to an alchemist for me to learn some alchemy. Of course, I also understand that real masters of alchemy do not normally accept disciples, so all I want is the recommendation of the 100 Spirit House. I personally have ways of persuading the alchemist. However, the alchemist recommended by the house must have great attainment in alchemy and can create pills that can be used by spirit masters or above. Lu Ming spoke slowly. What? Mr. Qian wants to learn alchemy? Lu Ming's word made Chen Chao greatly surprised. What? Am I not allowed to learn? Hearing such, Lu Ming raised both of his eyebrows. That naturally is untrue. It is just that even though I am not a spirit apostle, I know that alchemy is almost the hardest skill a cultivator can learn. As for the cultivators that are really willing to spend time in practicing such a skill, there are almost none. However, if Mr. is really interested in alchemy, our 100 Spirit House really does have some connections with a few alchemists and can recommend you. However, for an alchemist who can create pills that are for Spirit Master or above, they are rare even in the various great sections. As for inside Xuanjing, perhaps there is only one person with such skill. However, this alchemist has an extremely weird temperament. Even though our house has done business with him several times, such as helping auction his pills, we really do not have too big of an assurance that he will be willing to teach Mr. the art of alchemy. Qian Chao replied after hesitating a little. That does not matter. As long as owner Qian can let me meet him once, that will suffice. I will handle the matter of learning alchemy myself. Lu Ming instead beamed after hearing what was said. Good, if it is like that, I am able to agree with the two conditions Mr. has stated. This time, Qian Chao only thought for a moment before agreeing with his teeth clenched. Then Qian Ming pays his respects to the owner. Lu Ming smiled a little and bowed to Qian Chao. Chapter 180 Yuan Spirit Flying Sword. Chapter 180 Yuan Spirit Flying Sword. Haha, Mr. Chen need not be so polite. Tomorrow I will have someone send over a guest token, and as for your residence, Qian Chao said with excitement. The matter of residence doesn't need to trouble owner. I like peace and serenity and have already rented a place, a cave at the Immortal Dawn Mountain. Once the auction ends, I will take out the poison within your son and move over. Lu Ming replied without hesitation. If that's the case, then Mr. will need quite a bit of spirit stones per month. How about this? The spirit stones given to Mr. per month will increase by 10%. Qian Chao was first surprised before he replied as such. Then I'll thank owner for your generosity. Hearing this, Lu Ming gave his thanks. Afterward, this owner of the 100 Spirit House chatted with Lu Ming for a couple of minutes before taking his leave. Lu Ming followed the owner to the door before returning to his room with a thoughtful expression on his face. In the remaining time, Lu Ming immediately used the ice silver grass to make the medicine for Qian Ruping. Then he began using other methods to completely get rid of the sickness. At the same time, Qian Chao returned to the main hall. There, Elder Mian was seated and currently tasting some tea. Owner, you're back. Looking at the happiness on your face, was the talk successful? Will Mr. Qian be joining the 100 Spirit House? The black-robed man looked at Qian Chao's expression and gave a slight smile. Hee, Elder Mian has always been able to discern everything even if I try to hide it. With the talk, Mr. Qian agreed. However, he had 2 terms and now I am going to have to use a huge favor to someone. Qian Chao said, smiling. Oh, waste a big favor. Owner is saying, Elder Mian said with some surprise. The first term that Mr. Qian made was not too bad, but the second term he wanted to have Master Fan teach him alchemy. The happiness on Qian Chao's face simmered as he spoke with some seriousness. Alchemy, Master Fan. Is owner talking about Master Fan Baizi? Hearing this, Elder Mian's face slightly changed. Right, besides Master Fan Baizi, is there anyone else in Xuanjing worthy of the name of Master? Qian Chao replied without hesitation. However, Master Fan Baizi doesn't take visitors normally. How is it possible for him to teach fellow Chen the art of alchemy? Elder Mian was quite surprised. I naturally know that. However, Mr. Qian merely wants a recommendation and seems to have his own plans to convince the master. Qian Chao sighed as he replied. A recommendation is possible with owner's relationship with Master Fan. So that's why owner was talking about using up a favor. However, the actions of fellow Chen might be wasted. When Elder Mian heard this, he replied with a sudden realization. As long as this Mr. Chen is like you and also a late spirit apostle, such a price is more than fair. However, this Mr. Chen looks really young. Does he really have that astounding of a cultivation? Qian Chao nodded before showing some worry on his face. What? Does owner not trust in my judgment? Hee, although this fellow Chen has never stated anything but from what Aunt Hong said and my personal observations during the past few days, I can say confidently that his cultivation is definitely above mine. Even if owner paid a larger price, as long as you can recruit him to the 100 Spirit House, it would be worth it. Elder Mian smiled as he replied. With Elder Mian's words, I can relax. A late Spirit Apostle guest is a huge help to the 100 Spirit House right now. Even if we merely use some rumors, Elder Mian will be able to use the opportunity to attend to some other matters. Qian Chao's expression relaxed as he responded. That's right, have you found anything about the origin of fellow Qian? For him to be a late Spirit Apostle at such a young age, he should be quite a famous loose cultivator. Elder Mian thought of something else as he asked. I have naturally already sent someone to find out information. However, they haven't found anything yet. From what I think, Mr. Chen might not be someone from this country and instead a cultivator from another country. Otherwise, how else could there be no information about him? Qian Chao's expression became serious once again. That's hard to say. Most loose cultivators aren't able to join sects, and thus use the path of bitter cultivation in isolation from the outside world. As long as there are enough resources, it is not strange for them to cultivate for over 100 years without coming out. However, from the manner of this fellow Qian, he doesn't seem like someone who has been secluded. Rather, it is more probable that he is a cultivator from another country. With his cultivation at such a young age, he might even be a sect disciple of another country. Elder Chen said with some thought. What? Does Elder Mian think that Mr. Chen is a cultivator from another country that betrayed his sect? When Chen Chao heard these words, his face changed drastically. Owner Chen does not need to worry. Even if he really is a cultivator from another country that betrayed his sect, this is the capital of Deshen country, so what fear is there? In addition, there are other cultivators from other countries that are serving as guests for other factions. Elder Mian gave a laugh as he replied. That's true. As long as this person doesn't have any ill will toward our 100 Spirit House, I don't need to worry about anything. 3 or 4 out of 10 of cultivators within Xuanjing have some problem with their identity. Chen Chao spoke his thoughts out loud before also smiling. Elder Mian held his beard in his hand as he made a small smile. In the next 5 to 6 days, Lu Ming left during the day and randomly wandered the streets of Xuanjing. In addition, he bought some information about Xuanjing from some hidden factions in the city and finally got a basic understanding of the current situation. On the night of the final day, Lu Ming pulled out the final silver needle from Chen Ruping and looked at the smiling, round, healthy face with a small smile. He softly covered the girl with the bedding next to him and left the side of the bed to enter the adjacent room. In this room he climbed up to his bed and calmly sat down. He thought about what he had done during the past few days. After a couple days of work, Chen Ruping's strange sickness was finally completely cured. As long as she took care of herself in the future, she could live like a normal person. At this time he could finally focus his mind on his real missions in Xuanjing. Lu Ming entering Xuanjing to find out what had happened to the previous supervising disciple was secondary to his missions of waiting for his Fa Li to purify, find enough pure aura qi, and also discover the truth behind the secret that his father left. The first 2 points were definitely things that took a lot of time and effort, therefore they could not be completed quickly. The third point related to a specific place, the house of the third Marquis. According to his father's last words, he had left Lu Ming a thing in an extremely secret position within the house of the third Marquis. His father could only enter the house before he could find out the truth about the secret he had uncovered. Lu Ming had originally wanted to wait until he had lived within Xuanjing for a while before finding a way to sneak into the house. However, he had never thought that the 100 Spirit House, a group he had randomly linked up with, would be related to the house of the third Marquis. Otherwise, he might not have agreed to be a guest of the 100 Spirit House. After all, with his strength he could successfully become a part of any faction. There was no need for him to choose so quickly. However, he could naturally not let this chance pass by. Lu Ming knew that as long as he was slightly patient, he could easily get into the house of the third Marquis through his relationship with the 100 Spirit House. This was much safer and more stable than trying to sneak into the house by force. Lu Ming thought like this as a slight smile appeared on his face. His 2 eyes closed for a second as a faint gold light ball appeared within his conscious. With a slight touch of his mental strength, the light ball turned into a faint gold book that opened up slowly page by page. It was the great symbol sword technique from the 16 master. This sword technique was extremely dense and hard to understand. Even with Lu Ming's intelligence, he could only learn about 10% to 20% of the entire technique. What Lu Ming had learned turned out to be the most basic portion of the technique. In fact, it was simply a method of drawing in the gold-attributed spirit air around one's body, and how to begin cultivating one's own sword spirit embryo. Lu Ming finally understood what a sword spirit embryo meant. It was an important prerequisite to refining a Yuan spirit flying sword. According to the sword technique, there were 2 types of true flying swords. One of them was a normal sword-type totem that was refined to be able to be used with one's thought. The power of these flying swords were not too different from normal totems, and if they were destroyed there wouldn't be too much of an impact to the owner of the flying sword. However, high-level sword cultivators would look upon these flying swords with disdain. One would need to use their own essence blood to cultivate the other type known as the sword spirit embryo. Then, one would pour that into a pre-refined flying sword body and combine the two. From there, one could refine the legendary Yuan spirit flying sword. Because this kind of flying sword had one's own essence blood poured into it, the power in it was abnormally strong. In addition, they were like an extension of one's arm and could kill an enemy from hundreds of miles away. This was a true flying sword and something that countless sword cultivators longed for. Of course, once these Yuan spirit flying sword were destroyed, their owners would be greatly hurt. Some were even refined in such a way that the owner would die if his or her sword was destroyed. Thus, the material that these high-level sword cultivators procured for their Yuan spirit flying swords were not materials used to forge normal totems. Chapter 181, Qin House. Chapter 181, Qin House. Most spirit materials that were used to make normal sword and blade-type totems were not even considered by sword cultivators. Even the piece of deep-sea cold steel Yuan could barely be considered as a material for refining a Yuan spirit flying sword. For some higher-level sword cultivators, it was not even close to being good enough. However, there were much too few suitable flying sword raw materials in this world, and a sword cultivator's main strength was in their swords. Thus, when some sword cultivators had no success in finding a suitable material, they would have to use some normal materials to refine their Yuan spirit flying sword. However, they would be very cautious when using their flying sword to attack opponents. Some sword cultivators were too concerned about their own safety and actually gave up on the idea of refining a Yuan spirit flying sword. Instead, they would merely refine some sword-type totems that were a bit better than the rest. Although their flying sword's power would decrease greatly, at least they didn't need to worry about their sword breaking and them dying with the sword. With Lu Ming's cultivation, he had no need to consider the refining of his Yuan spirit flying sword, but he could take the chance to first cultivate his own sword spirit embryo. Lu Ming had been extremely interested in the legendary path of the sword cultivator. Now that he had this great symbol sword technique, he would naturally not ignore it. According to what the Great Symbol Sword technique said, the sword spirit embryo was only composed of energy. Therefore, it had lower strength compared to a Yuan spirit flying sword and would weaken by quite a bit after leaving one's body, but if one used the embryo, it still had the power to cut through gold and jade. It was not something that a normal totem could defend against. Of course, nurturing this kind of sword spirit embryo took a lot of work. Normally speaking, a sword spirit embryo that can be put into the body of a flying sword would take at least 10 years to a max of 30 to 40 years before the embryo is ready. The specific time it took depended on how much time the owner cultivated it and the talent of the owner. In addition, once the sword spirit embryo was at the point where it was able to be placed within a flying sword, it could also still stay within the owner's body and its strength would keep growing without a limit. Thus, for high-level sword cultivators that could not find suitable material for making a flying sword, their sword spirit embryo strengths were terrifying. When Lu Ming read these words, he finally got a grasp on how powerful the small light yellow sword in his body was. He couldn't help but let out a slight gasp at the sword. With the shocking cultivation of the 16 Master and the fact that he had been nurturing the sword until his death, the sword spirit embryo could probably utterly destroy anyone within the Dexin country. Unfortunately, according to the sword technique, there were only two possibilities of using a sword spirit embryo. The first was someone who had the same bloodline and could use the strength of their bloodline to use the sword. The other was someone using a mental strength that was far above the sword's owner to forcefully use the sword spirit embryo. For the first possibility, besides the descendants of 16 Master and himself, others had no chance of using it. The latter possibility would need a mental strength that was stronger than the 16 Master. No matter how one looked at it, that was impossible. Although Lu Ming was quite interested in the sword spirit embryo from 16 Master, he could only give up his thoughts and instead focus on cultivating his own sword spirit embryo. According to what the Great Symbol Sword technique said, depending on how the sword spirit embryo was cultivated, the resulting sword spirit embryo would be distinct. In addition, the materials used to create each flying sword would, more often than not, be different as well, so the resulting flying swords would be extremely unique. The Great Symbol Sword technique was indeed a top-tier sword technique, and according to its method of cultivating a sword spirit embryo, one would create a Great Symbol Sword embryo. Its strength was quite impressive and much stronger than a normal sword embryo. Unfortunately, the first step of cultivating the sword embryo for the technique was actually to collect great tungsten steel, which Lu Ming had never even heard before. Then, one would have to absorb the metal attribute within the steel before being able to advance further. Lu Ming had asked Qian Chao about this steel before, but the owner of the 100 Spirit House had also not heard of this material. However, he agreed to help Lu Ming find out whether the material was sold within Xuanjing or not. Lu Ming had no hopes about hearing about the material in the short term. Thankfully, he hadn't completely understood the method to cultivate the sword embryo, so he wasn't in too big of a hurry. Lu Ming thought like this as he kept his eyes closed and continued to try to understand the technique. A night's time slowly passed by. On the morning of the second day, Lu Ming examined Chen Ruping to confirm that her body really had no problems before telling her to cultivate by herself within the room. Then he left the Chen house. This time he planned to visit the famous underground market of Xuanjing. This market was quite different from other markets. Without the supervision of the biggest sects within the country, there were no rules or order to this market. However, because of the lack of rules and order, there were often some rare items that didn't show up in other markets that would appear in this market. Even factions such as the 100 Spirit House and the Gathering Wealth Building had shops set up within the market. However, before he visited the market, Lu Ming passed by an alley while riding in a carriage. His gaze suddenly moved toward a point where a strange sign was. Upon seeing the sign, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. 1 hour later, Lu Ming had changed into the appearance of a middle-aged Taoist. Without any hurry, he entered an alley that he had been to before and made his way straight for the coffin shop. Once the owner of the shop saw the disguised Lu Ming walk in, he didn't feel any surprise, and instead closed the door to the shop with ease. Without another word, he led Lu Ming to the room in the back. Moments later, Lu Ming was alone in the room that was dozens of feet underground. In addition, he was in the middle of a larger formation with a serious face as his hands were placed on a formation on a stone table. Instantly, both formations became active. A multitude of colors showed up on the stone table before Lu Ming withdrew his hands. With his brows furrowed, he said to himself, "East Wind Street, Censor Chen. What is Marshal Uncle Lei thinking? Couldn't he have given me this information when I left and not waited until I contacted him to do so? Looks like I'll have to visit the market later and first finish what Marshal Uncle Lei instructed." A censor is the person who makes sure that no corruption or anything of that kind is happening within the government. So he has a lot of power. He gave a single-handed technique and lightly touched the stone table. Immediately, the two formations made a gotcha sound and stopped running. Lu Ming then turned around and left the room. 2 hours later, a carriage rolled along a road that was abnormally wide and in front of a mansion with red walls and glazed bricks. Finally, it stopped before an alley. The door to the carriage opened and Lu Ming, who had returned to his appearance of a scholar, walked out. His eyes studied the alley before he entered it. This alley was abnormally long, and it only had 4 to 5 doors on either side. Before each of the doors were rock lions or tigers that were of varying sizes. From this, it could be seen that the people living here were either extremely wealthy or noble. In addition, one could faintly hear sounds of maids and servants talking within these mansions. Lu Ming quickly walked past a couple of the houses and arrived at the deepest part of the alley. Finally, standing before the last door, he looked at the plaque that was hung above the door. The words Qin House were written on the plaque in silver powder. This Qin House was much more barren than the first few houses. Not only was the ground before the house full of dust, there was also no sounds coming from behind the closed doors. Lu Ming observed all of this. He then walked forward to knock on the bronze doors without hesitation. Dong dong. A couple of muffled sounds rang from the door. Much later, the inside of the door was as quiet as before without anyone opening the door. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he considered whether he should just enter with a technique. Suddenly, a door to the side opened and a servant-looking man poked his head out. However, when he saw Lu Ming standing before the Chen house turned toward him, he immediately tried to close the door. Unfortunately, it was too late. The man felt as if a shadow flashed in front of him before Lu Ming appeared like a ghost before him. In addition, Lu Ming's hand grabbed the door. The door that was already half closed did not budge another inch. "What are you doing? This is the house of Mr. Wang, and there isn't anyone that can be so presumptuous here." The servant was alarmed as he screamed out. "I don't care about some Mr. Wang or Mr. Li, all I want to ask is one thing. Why is the house over there empty, and where have the people within the house gone to?" Lu Ming asked without an expression. At the same time, he squeezed his hand holding the door. Kacha. The door that looked abnormally solid had a chunk of it immediately torn off. When the servant-looking man saw this, he immediately removed his hand from the door as he gave a smile. "I didn't realize that you were a great practitioner. The Chen house has been taken back by the government ever since Censor Chen was incarcerated. His family is currently living in a rented house about 2 streets to the west. If Mr. wants to find them, that should be where you go to look. Do you know the exact whereabouts of the rental house? When Lu Ming heard this, he asked back faintly. I don't really know. However, the Chen house has an old servant that will go to the rice shop at the end of this alley every day at noon to buy some food. If Mr. waits near the rice shop, you should be able to find him. The servant quickly revealed everything that he knew. Lu Ming nodded and he appeared dozens of feet away with a twist. He then turned around and walked to the entrance of the alley. The servant let out a breath and he quickly closed the door. When he turned around, he found that not far behind him stood a middle-aged man in a green robe. The face of this man showed quite a bit of authority. Ah, master? The servant quickly went over to pay his respects. What happened? Why did I hear voices at the door? Were you talking to anyone? The middle-aged man spoke in an annoyed tone. Master, it's like this. The Chen house had a visitor. The servant quickly explained everything that had happened to his master. Practitioner. Are you sure that he is a practitioner? After hearing everything, the green-robed man's expression started to change rapidly. Master, if it wasn't a practitioner, how would our door be reduced to this state? The servant pointed to the spot where the door was broken and quickly replied. Chapter 182, Prison Breakout. Chapter 182, Prison Breakout. The green-robed man looked at the portion of the door that had been broken off. His face could not help but change. However, he immediately shook his head and muttered to himself, I had originally thought that Censor Chen would be doomed since he didn't have anyone behind him. However, looking at things now, that doesn't seem like the case. Afu, go close the door. I will not be receiving any guests for the next half-month. Afu is the name of the servant. Yes, master. The servant lowered his head as he replied. The green-robed man left satisfied. In the time it took to eat a meal, Lu Ming appeared before a rice shop at the end of an alley. He raised his head to look at the plaque of the shop and to gauge the weather before entering without hesitation. When he left the shop, he had now gained the knowledge of where the Qin family was renting their house at. A small while later, Lu Ming stopped in front of a house that was quite beat down. He went up to knock without hesitation. Moments later, the door opened and from within walked out an old man in a gray cloth robe. Who are you? When the old man saw that he didn't recognize Lu Ming, he immediately showed signs of caution as he asked. Is the family of Censor Chen within? Lu Ming asked without changing his expression. What Censor Chen or Censor Li? You have found the wrong place. I don't know. The old man's face darkened when he heard this and he closed the door without hesitation. He actually wanted to close the door on Lu Ming's face. However, Lu Ming was not an ordinary person, and with a flash, he used his body to stop the old man's actions. Seeing this, the old man became enraged, and with a sweep of his arm, he furiously punched Lu Ming's shoulder. One could hear a hoo-hoo sound from the punch and one could see that it made a commotion, so the power behind the punch was not bad. However, Lu Ming gave a slight smile and didn't try to dodge the old man's fist. In the end, there was only a muffled sound as the old man felt his fist shake. A surge of power emanated out of the scholar as the old man's body trembled. The old man actually had to back up a couple of steps involuntarily. At this moment, Lu Ming moved his body into the house. With a sweep of his gaze, he saw a middle-aged woman that had a pretty face hugging a small boy who was 5 or 6 years old. This woman was definitely Lady Qin without question. Lu Ming realized this with a turn of his mind. Thief, how dare you? The cloth-robed man finally regained his footing, and he became enraged when he saw Lu Ming's actions. With a yell, he suddenly grabbed the pitch-black steel rod next to him and seemed to be ready to risk his life. Uncle Lin, please wait. First hear what he has to say. Just at this time, the pretty lady suddenly opened her mouth. When the old man heard this, he hesitated for a second before stopping with reluctance. However, he still held the steel rod as he stood before the lady. Lu Ming gave a smile as he took out an emerald green jade slip and showed it to the lady. This is... Uncle Lin, can you bring that item over here and let me closely examine it? When Lady Qin saw the jade slip clearly, her expression immediately became agitated as she quickly spoke out with a trembling voice. When the old man heard this, he felt slightly strange, but regardless, he obeyed orders and took the jade slip from Lu Ming. Turning around, he handed it to the lady. Lady Qin looked at the jade slip for a couple of times before taking out another emerald jade slit. Placing the two together, she saw that the two were an exact match of each other. Hello, Immortal. I hope that Immortal Sir can save my husband. Bao Er quickly kowtowed to the Immortal sir. Lady Chen had no other worries as she quickly pulled her son down to kneel with her. In addition, she started having the boy kowtow to Lu Ming. Lu Ming first paused before shaking his head and waving his sleeve. Immediately, an invisible force shot out while he emotionlessly said, "First stand up before talking. I am no immortal. I have only come here at the request of someone else. As long as it's within my abilities, I will try to accomplish it and help the Chen family. You can call me Mr. Qian." "Yes, Mr. Qian." The lady felt a lifting force before her and could not stay low anymore. With surprise and happiness in her heart, she became more respectful as she replied and pulled up the young boy. When Uncle Lin saw this, he realized that Lu Ming was a friend and not a foe. Quickly, he threw away the rod in his hands and stood to the side awkwardly without knowing what to say. "Since the token is not wrong, lady should have no doubt about my identity. However, I would like to know how Censor Chen mentioned me." Lu Ming made a sign for Uncle Lin to close the door as he began asking for some information. "Before my husband was incarcerated, he seemed to have guessed that he would be accused. Thus he gave this jade slip to me ahead of time. He told me that if something really happened to him, there would be an immortal lay that his ancestor knew who would save the Qin house." Lady Chen said easily. "Yes, your husband is correct. The immortal lay that he is talking about is my martial uncle. Can you talk about why Censor Chen was incarcerated?" Lu Ming nodded and displayed a serious expression as he asked a question. "Yes, Mr. Qian. The course of events happened like this. My husband gave some words to the emperor as the censor." Lady Chen became serious as she started to recount the events leading up to the arrest. Lu Ming listened with rapt attention as a thoughtful expression remained on his face. "Like this, 3 months ago, a bunch of detectives suddenly barged in and arrested my husband. After another 2 months, we were kicked out of the Qin house. These days, if it weren't for Uncle Lin helping us, my son and I might not have even gotten this temporary residence." Lady Chen finally finished the last sentence of her story with her face full of sadness and pain. After hearing everything, Lu Ming stroked his chin. He waited for a moment before slowly saying, "If that's the case, your husband gave his recommendation that the government guests would have their pay reduced. After that was declined, he was politically attacked by his opponents to the point where he lost his position and was also arrested." "Yes, Mr. Qian. That's how it was." Lady Chen quickly replied. How should I talk about what Censor Chen did? To have the balls to actually recommend such a thing. He wasn't attacked by opponents but rather the whole of the government guests. With their influence, wouldn't it be simple to take down a mere censor?" Lu Ming laughed as he spoke. "But, from what I heard from my husband before he gave his recommendation, he had asked the emperor on his opinion and the emperor implicitly agreed. However, for some reason, in the end, my husband offended the entire government." Lady Chen sighed as she replied. "It isn't that simple. With the number of government guests, even the imperial family wouldn't dare to truly offend them. The real result of Censor Chen was for him to take the blame." Lu Ming sneered as he spoke. "I'm not too sure about the matters of the government. Maybe that is so. Is there a way to save my husband?" Lady Chen gave a bitter smile before she asked with some hope. "This will depend on how Lady Chen wants to solve things. If it's only getting Censor Chen out, it is a simple matter. However, if you want him to keep his old position and stay in Xuanjing, that won't be too easy." Lu Ming said with a light smile. "As long as you can save my husband, it doesn't matter if he stays an official, fearful every day. As for staying in Xuanjing, that's something even less important. As long as our family is together, we can find a small place to live the rest of our lives." When Lady Chen heard this, she spoke without any hesitation. "All right, if Lady thinks like that, then everything will be easy. Can you describe the appearance of Censor Chen? After that, go ahead and quickly organize things to leave Xuanjing. Wait for me about 10 miles out of the west gate off the government path, and on the morning of the second day, I will naturally bring your husband to meet with you." "That's right, tell me where they are holding your husband." After Lu Ming heard, he replied calmly. For Lu Ming, rescuing an incarcerated official from a mortal prison was a simple matter. He had learned that there were special prisons in Xuanjing that specifically incarcerated practitioners to even spirit apostles. However, those prisons never held any mortals. For prisons that were of that level, there probably were some special formations set up. If Lu Ming wanted to bust into them, it wouldn't be easy. If not for the fact that his position as the Sect supervising disciple came with a lot of danger, all he had to do was simply give his supervising disciple token to someone. He could easily take the inmate out of the prison without having to take any actions. Lady Chen and Uncle Lin heard the hidden meaning behind Lu Ming's words and were both shocked. Lady Chen's face changed quite a few times before gnashing her teeth and accepting the situation. After talking about the location of the prison, she then started describing the specific appearance of Censor Chen. After hearing everything, Lu Ming felt that there were no other problems. With a movement of his arm, he took a leather pouch from his waist and immediately handed it over. Lady, you can first temporarily take this with you. After you leave Xuanjing, if you meet any trouble, you only need to pat the pouch 3 times with strength. It will save you from any trouble. Within the leather pouch was the flying head. The flying head's intelligence was much higher than the white-boned scorpion, and Lu Ming had already given it some instructions. Even though Lady Chen did not know what was within that leather pouch, she knew that it was something useful from Lu Ming. Immediately, she gave her thanks as she took the leather pouch and carefully put it away. In the remaining time, Lu Ming spoke a couple more words with Lady Chen before silently leaving. Lu Ming had no intention of returning to the Chen house. He instead went straight to the prison that Lady Chen had described. Once Lady Chen finished packing everything, she rented a carriage and had Uncle Lin brought them to Xuanjing's west gate. During the midnight hour, a shadow silently passed by sentry after sentry in a building that was extremely guarded. The shadow slowly made his way to the center of the building. Suddenly, the shadow paused in front of 7 to 8 guards that had blades sheathed on their waists. Beyond these guards was a thick steel door, and besides a small barred window, there were no other openings. The sleeve of the shadow moved as several silver streaks flashed out. The fleeting sparks buried themselves into the guards. Chapter 183, Mr. Sunday. Chapter 183, Mr. Sunday. These guards felt their bodies become numb as they stood stiffly in the same spot without being able to move. At this time, the shadow appeared before the guards with a slight muffle. His entire body had faint black gas circling him. With one movement, he took a scarlet keychain from the waist of one of the guards. Then, the shadow seemed to sway in the wind before the door behind the guards opened and the shadow disappeared within. Beyond the steel door, there was actually a narrow and long staircase that led down. In addition, the air was abnormally stuffy, as if a breeze had not graced this place in a very long time. The shadow saw everything but did not act at all. With a flash, he started to follow the stairs down. Then, turning a corner, he disappeared. Moments later, a couple of screams came from the depth of the stairs. Then no other sound came out. At the same time, the shadow was still wrapped in black gas as he walked before row after row of cells that were over 100 feet underground. Beyond the thick and dark-looking metal bars of the cells, one could see that most of the cells were empty, with only a couple of the cells having someone within the cells. When the people within the cells saw such a strange person walk in and incapacitate the surrounding guards immediately, they immediately became alarmed. However, those that were within these cells were no ordinary citizens, and most of them kept their calm with no screams or shouts. The shadow that had intruded into the prison was obviously Lu Ming, who had used quite a few spells. Although this prison could be considered as well guarded, it was like a wall of paper when compared with Lu Ming, a late spirit apostle. However, Lu Ming did not want to alarm other cultivators and used a concealment glyph, which meant that he was merely a shadow in the eyes of mortals. With that, he could walk in without any worries. After passing through over a dozen cells, Lu Ming finally stopped at a certain corner and looked at a male that had prison uniform on. With a smile he asked, "Are you Censor Chen? Who are you and how do you know me?" The prison uniform on this person was quite clean and the person had a scholarly face. Hearing what Lu Ming said, he was immediately alarmed and asked back with suspicion. "Hee, weren't you the one who sent a message to Marshal Uncle Lei? Otherwise I wouldn't be here right now." Lu Ming gave a smile as his mouth slightly moved. Although no sound came out, Lu Ming's voice sounded next to the man's ears. "What? So my grandfather's token that he left was actually real and you were sent by Immortal Lei. Is my wife and son okay?" Censor Chen could no longer keep his calm from earlier as he said with hope and excitement. "Relax, your wife and son are all fine. They have left Xuanjing ahead of you. When I bring you out in a second you will be reunited with your family." Lu Ming replied without hurry. "What, leave Xuanjing? Is Sir Immortal unable to help me save my position even with your power? Once I escape, won't I be an escapee?" After hearing everything, Censor Chen became a little hesitant. Hearing such an answer, Lu Ming's brows ceased as he emotionlessly sent his voice across. "I have another mission for coming to Xuanjing, and thus, it is not a good time for me to talk to anyone within the government. If you really value your position, then you can first hide out this first wave and then have Marshal Uncle Lei ask the government for your position back. Maybe you might even be able to go higher. However, if you don't want to go now, I won't force anything on you, but your life will be in your hands and of no consequence to me. Sir Immortal, please don't blame me. I was slightly confused for a second there. I have offended many people and it would be impossible for me work as I had before. I will go with Sir Immortal to meet my wife. This position is not necessary. When Censor Chen heard this, he was in a big fright and quickly changed his idea. Very well, that is a smart decision. Censor Chen, take a few steps back first. Lu Ming nodded with satisfaction before ordering the censor. Suddenly he took a step forward and with pew pew sounds he actually had grabbed the dark steel bars. Seeing this, Censor Chen quickly made space. In the next moment, Lu Ming's hands turned red as surging scarlet flames came out. The steel bars that seemed extremely sturdy actually were melted into liquid in just a moment's time, making a hole with the bars that a person could pass through. Thank you, Sir Immortal. Censor Chen was overjoyed and quickly climbed out of his cell. Follow me and I will lead you out of this place. Lu Ming spoke a sentence and was about to lead the way to the entrance. At this time, in a cell not too far away, the prisoner within suddenly jumped to his cell's bars and hurriedly yelled out. Brother Chen, I am old Sunday, don't hurry in leaving, can you have Sir Immortal also bring me out? If I can get out, I will be willing to pay a huge reward. This prisoner had messy hair and from voice alone, he seemed to be not so young. When Censor Chen heard this, he could not help but pause. Who is he? Are you close with him? Lu Ming looked at the prisoner after hearing what was said before calmly asking Censor Chen. I am not too close with him, but once I was forced in here, we had quite a few exchanges due to the circumstances down here. Mr. Sun is an official within the imperial family's general management and can be considered to be a member of the imperial family. 1 year ago, he somehow offended the emperor and has been locked up here since. Censor Chen quickly reacted and told Lu Ming all that he knew. If it's someone that you are not too close with, then I won't bother. Just saving you will not make the gold spirit guests for the government come after me who is at the same level as them. However, if I bring one extra person, the result is more debatable. Lu Ming replied without hesitation. Yes, I will listen to Sir Immortal. Censor Chen naturally had no emotions in any particular decision. Thus, the two of them turned around and were about to leave the prison. Sir Immortal, please wait. I know a huge secret, and this secret not only involves the current government, it is vital enough to decide the fate of Dexuan country. Even immortals like you won't be able to ignore it. When Mr. Sun saw that they were about to leave him, he yelled out in agony. What do you mean by those words? You must know that if you dare to lie to me, I have ways to make you wish that you had died. When Lu Ming heard this, his heart skipped a beat and with a blur of his body, he appeared before the cell of the Mr. Sun. Staring into the eyes of Mr. Sun, Lu Ming slowly spoke. Sir Immortal, since I dare to say such words, I naturally have proof. Although Mr. Sun became scared while under the cold stare of Lu Ming, he still clenched his teeth and replied. Good, remember what you have said and I will trust you for this once. Lu Ming stared at Mr. Sun for another moment before nodding and speaking with an icy tone. Immediately afterwards, a green light flashed in his hands and a short sword appeared. With only a few swings, it cut the bars before him into several pieces. Seeing this, Mr. Sun quickly gave his thanks and crawled out. Other people have heard what you said earlier. Since it is like that, we cannot leave so easily. I will manage those people. After finishing such actions, Lu Ming looked towards the other 4 to 5 people within the prison as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Sir Immortal, are you trying to? Thinking that he understood the hidden meaning of Lu Ming's words, Censor Chen and Mr. Sun, who had just been saved, both changed expressions. The other prisoners within the prison were still in shock from Mr. Sun's words, and when they heard what Lu Ming said, their faces turned pale. Relax, although I am not immortal, I would not do something like killing everyone within the government prison. I would only be looking for trouble with that. I plan to use a small spell to make them forget what they saw. Lu Ming laughed as he replied. I understand, thank you Immortal for your kind heart. Censor Chen let out a breath as he quickly bowed to Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and made large strides towards one of the cells within someone within it. With just a twist of his body, he entered the cell as if he had no bones. The old man sitting within the cell immediately stood up in shock and took 2 steps back. You have heard what I said outside. Will you assist me in my spell, or would you rather I help you get rid of your worries with just a sword strike? Lu Ming spoke to the old man without respect. Although I am quite old, I still have many things that I would like to attend to. Since I have heard something that I shouldn't have, could Sir Immortal cast your spell? The old man finally calmed down and gave a bitter smile as he replied. Lu Ming nodded, and with a shake of his sleeve, a light yellow candle shot out. With a blur, it stuck itself in the ground. Immediately afterwards, a small spark showed on the end and the candle lighted itself. Within moments, a sandalwood scent permeated around the entire prison. Peng peng. Whether it was Censor Chen standing outside of the cell or the old man or the others within various cells, they all fell down knocked out. Seeing this, Lu Ming smiled. He let the black gas that surrounded him dissipate as he sat down, and with a beckon, he actually called the old man's body near him and had the old man sit directly across from him. With a silver flash in Lu Ming's hands, a couple of needles stuck themselves into the old man. The old man's body stiffened as he actually stood up by himself while unconscious. At the same time, the old man's eyes opened, showing a pair of eyes without vigor. At this time, Lu Ming started chanting and a crystal light started to flash within his eyes. At the same time, he held a silver needle in each hand as he started stabbing them to various points on the old man's head. After the time it took to eat a meal, Lu Ming was once again covered in a black gas as he walked up the stairs. A few feet behind him, two huge hands made of black gas were holding the unconscious Censor Chen and Mr. Sun mid-air. Chapter 184, Gold Spirit Guests. Chapter 184, Gold Spirit Guests. When Lu Ming's body came out of the steel doors to the prison, he glanced around and was quite stunned at what he saw. The guards that should have been frozen in place were actually gone, and replacing them was a strong man wearing yellow animal skin and a red-faced old man with long eyes. One of the two had a dark and thin whip tied to his waist while the other had a light yellow sword on his back. However, both of them looked at Lu Ming with interest as he walked out. Gold Spirit Guests. Although Lu Ming was quite shocked, he showed no large emotions and asked calmly. That's right, us two are Gold Spirit Guest. We were patrolling here today and managed to bump into fellow. This really is a matter that makes one's head hurt. Could I ask the relation between these two and fellow are? The red-faced old man gave a sigh as he swept his gaze over to the two people behind Lu Ming. It is not much, the ancestors of these two have helped an ancestor of mine. I'm here to repay that debt. Lu Ming replied emotionlessly. Oh, there is something so coincidental. These two both have a relation to fellow and were both arrested into the same prison at the same time while waiting for fellow to save them? When the animal-skinned man heard this, he rolled his eyes and replied sarcastically. Yes, the matter is so coincidental. Lu Ming said back without any concern. If you didn't meet us too, then even if you emptied the entire prison, it would not affect us in the least bit. However, since we have met you, we can let you take one of the two since you are one of us, but the other person must stay. The red-faced old man said with a serious expression. No way, I will be taking both of them and not leaving behind either of them. Lu Ming rejected the proposal without hesitation. Looks like fellow is extremely confident in your abilities and is planning on taking a fight. I will first state that since we are Gold Spirit Guests of the government, we will naturally team up in a fight. The red-faced old man said with a dark face. The animal-skinned man gave a cruel laugh as he grabbed the whip at his waist, and with a single shake, the ship actually started to move on its own. It was actually a live long black snake. The head of the snake was incredibly flat and one could see that it held a deadly poison. Hee, there is no need to fight. When Lu Ming heard the speech of the old man, he gave a snicker as he took a large step forward. With a pu sound, a huge aura burst out from Lu Ming. The space around Lu Ming started buzzing as a black violent gust appeared out of nowhere. Spinning around Lu Ming, the gust turned into a tornado that stretched up to the sky. When the red-faced old man and the animal-skinned man saw this, their expressions turned ugly, and before they could even speak, a huge pressure smashed against them. The two of them involuntarily back up a couple of steps and made a space in between them. Lu Ming's body moved as he brought Censor Chen and Mr. Sun to rush through the space between the two spirit apostles. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared out of a door. The animal-skinned man tightly held his black snake as his face was full of fear. Likewise, he made no motion to stop Lu Ming. The red-faced old man had an expression of anxiety and waited until Lu Ming left his sight before he spat out the words, "Late Spirit Apostle." Looks like he indeed is a late Spirit Apostle and may even be a late Spirit Apostle at perfection. Otherwise, us two beginning Spirit Apostles would not have been so useless. The animal-skinned man gave out a sigh and with a flick of his wrist, he tied the black snake back to his waist. Yes, that is indeed possible. No wonder he dared to ignore us like that. This person is on the same level as some of the old monsters within the Imperial family. No matter what, he is not someone that we can offend. However, since it is like that, we have an answer for this matter, and as long as we report this back, we will not be punished too much. The red-faced old man replied with an helpless face. We can only do that. However, the atmosphere in Xuanjing is turning stranger and stranger. First, the higher-level gold spirit guests and the old monsters of the imperial family all declared that they would go into secluded cultivation and ignore all matters of the outside world. Then, during the 2 years since, the number of cultivators that have entered Xuanjing are many times what they were before, and many of them are entering with sneaky intentions. From what I know, there are quite a few cultivators that are like the one we met today at the perfection level spirit apostle. As for those that we don't know with hidden cultivations, who knows how many there are. The animal-skinned man's eyes flashed as he suddenly asked with a whisper. Do you need to say that? Most of our brothers have seen that something is amiss. However, for us cannon fodder, what qualifications do we have to talk about such things? In addition, when we entered within the gold spirit guests, we signed a blood contract. Every day before the deadline of the contract means that we will not be able to do things that we want. Even if something big happens, we will have to move as one with the government. When the red-faced old man heard this, his face darkened. If only it was this simple. The key thing is that the government is also acting strangely, and even though many of the imperial family know what is going on, they don't explain anything to us guests. Although I have signed the blood contract, I don't want to be cannon fodder that doesn't know what is going on. The animal-skinned man said with anger. Brother, is that what you really think? The red-faced man's face changed colors and suddenly asked. Of course, although I don't have much cultivation and am only a beginning spirit apostle. However, as a loose cultivator, it took me many hardships to cultivate to the point where I am now, so how can I just simply be used as cannon fodder? When the animal-skinned man heard what his partner said, he immediately patted his chest and reassured. Since Brother Yuan said that truthfully, I will give you an address and you will go there 3 days later. There, I will introduce you to some people who are like-minded. The red-faced old man said with resolution. All right, I will definitely be there. When the animal-skinned man heard this, he was extremely happy. Although the red-faced old man was like him in terms of cultivation, the red-faced old man had an incredible network among the gold spirit guests. If he said that he was going to introduce some people to the animal-skinned man, it definitely were people that would be strong. Although that person has left, we have to go inside and check if anyone else is missing. The red-faced old man looked at the steps beyond the steel door and said something else. Of course. Let's hope that he only saved these two and didn't kill the rest. The animal-skinned man quickly agreed after hearing the red-faced old man. As the two of them entered the steel door, they found a couple of prisoners that were unconscious. Naturally, they quickly casted spells to wake those prisoners. However, the prisoners that just woke up did not remember what happened before they were knocked unconscious. But with the sandalwood scent in the prison and the red dots onto the heads of these people, the red-faced old man and the animal-skinned man looked at each other and guessed what had happened. With this knowledge, they could only bitterly laugh. The method to wipe memories that the other person knew not only involved cultivation techniques but also included other methods such as medicinal ingredients and used some mortal secret techniques. The complexity of this was beyond their imaginations. A couple of hours later. Below a small hill beside the government path, a green carriage was quietly stopped there. An old man was seated steadily at the front of the car and looked towards Xuanjing constantly as his face showed anxiety. It was as if he was waiting for someone. Uncle Lin, is there still no news of Sir Immortal? Lady Chen's anticipating voice suddenly emitted out of the carriage. Lady, please relax. Immortal Sir has incredible powers, so how could a simple prison stop him? It is only daybreak now, and I believe that not long later, Master should be back to meet Lady. When Uncle Lin heard this, he immediately respectfully replied. One can only hope. Uncle Lin, only you stayed with us through this ordeal of the Chen house. When me and my husband come back together and settle down, we will definitely have you enjoy the rest of your years. When Lady Chen heard these words, she reminiscently replied. Lady, you are being too courteous. If not for Grand Master's helping hand, my life would have been gone dozens of years ago. Uncle Lin replied in surprise. Those are two different things. Uncle Lin, based on how you have served the Chen house for all these years, the debt that you owe to us has long been paid off. The favor that you have done us this time will definitely be repaid by me and my husband. Lady Chen disagreed. Lady, actually, there's a carriage coming and it seems like Master is directing. When Uncle Lin heard this, he was about to say something when he suddenly saw a carriage fly down the government, and the person directing the carriage looked like a familiar silhouette. Immediately he yelled out in joy and surprise. What, is it really my husband? Are you sure? The front curtain to the carriage was immediately pulled up and Lady Chen led the small boy as she walked out. She then stared at the government path in excitement. Hee, Lady Chen, be at ease. It is your husband. At this time a clear male voice came from the sky. Uncle Lin and Lady Chen were both shocked as they looked upwards to find a black cloud slowly descending. Above the cloud was a young scholar, Lu Ming. In about 15 minutes, Lu Ming stood at the peak of the hill as he held the token that Lady Chen had just returned to him. He then looked at the carriage that was turning into a black dot on the government path and could not help but smile. He had already given word to Marshal Uncle Lei, and soon after Censor Chen and his family left Xuanjing, there would be someone who would take care of the other things. With this, he had finally resolved the matter that Marshal Uncle Lei had given him. As a result, he even felt his heart become slightly lighter. Mr. Sun, now would be a good time to talk about the huge secret that you have said. Lu Ming's gaze withdrew from the path and turned to a man of around 50 years beside him. Chapter 185, Secret. Chapter 185, Secret. Since Mr. Qian has already saved me from that prison, the secret that has been hidden deep within my heart shall naturally come out. However, after I reveal this secret, I dare not stay in Xuanjing. Thus, I hope that Sir Immortal can also bring my family out of Xuanjing like Sir Immortal did for Censor Chen's family. From there I will bring my family out of the country and never set foot within Xuanjing again. Mr. Sun respectfully spoke. All right, as long as your secret is large enough, this requirement is not too harsh. Lu Ming heard these words and nodded without saying anything else. All right, with Mr. Qian's words, I don't have anything to worry about. The secret of mine is that the current emperor is not the same one that entered the throne 20 years ago. He is instead a demon that transformed into the emperor. Mr. Sun's heart relaxed as he finally said the secret that he had kept in heart for an unknown amount of time. What, the emperor today is a fake and instead transformed from a demon? Although Lu Ming had begun guessing at the secret within Mr. Sun's heart, he was still stunned at those words. That's right. Please don't think that I am making this up. I knew of this secret about 7 months ago. Sir should know that I am the general manager of the imperial family and take care of the emperor's food along with keeping records on his body. This is to prevent the emperor from dying without leaving a will behind. The records for the earlier years were alright since the emperor was in his prime and having no illnesses then was a natural thing. However, 7 years ago the emperor became bedridden for 3 days. And I received the record about 10+ days late. At the time, I didn't think too much about it and thought that it was delayed because of the illness. However, when I flipped open the record that night, I found a secret page sent by Lady Li, who was the most loved wife of the emperor. In the page, this Lady Li said that the emperor was living in her room when he became sick. As a result, she saw the emperor transform from a normal person to a half-demon, half-person being. She was scarred by that image that she actually fell unconscious. When she woke up, she was being watched by a group of guards, and with great difficulty did she have one of the guards send out a page requesting help. Because the page wasn't too large and the Lady Li wrote it quite quickly, there wasn't much material on the page. However, she asked for me to give that page to the oldest immortal sirs within the imperial family, and in case I didn't believe her, she actually had the guard that she had convinced to send the page also bury a couple of scales that the monster dropped within a certain area in the imperial city. I was to get them when I went into the imperial city and give it to the immortal sirs to check if they were valid. Mr. Sun's eyes started showing fear at this point in time. Although Lu Ming's face looked the same, he was extremely shocked within his heart. When I finished reading that page, I was naturally extremely shocked. However, I could not completely trust something like this. In the end, before I could find out a way to enter within the imperial city, news came that Lady Li had died of sickness. At that time, I realized that Lady Li's message was likely true. After living in fear for the next couple of days, I finally found an excuse to enter the city and actually found 2 green scales at the spot where Lady Li talked about. Once I got the scales, I immediately hired a beggar that had no knowledge of the affair and had him deliver one of the scales and a mail that I used my left hand and a different tone to write, into one of the imperial family immortals' house. However, 1 day later, I heard that the house of this immortal was massacred that night with no survivors. At the time, the entire government was in a huge uproar and immediately cleaned out all of the large factions within Xuanjing. In addition, countless officials had their heads cut off. Later, the government let out news that guests of the government cleared out a couple of demonic cultivators from other lands and learned that they were behind the massacre. However, after then, I did not dare tell anyone else. The other scale was also hidden in a secret within my house and never shown to anyone else. Otherwise, if it weren't for the fact that I was incarcerated this time and was afraid that a government guest would use some hypnotic methods to find out this secret, I would have probably left it within my heart. Mr. Sun finally said everything in his mind in one go. If that's the case, then you still have the demon scale within your house. Lu Ming heard to this point and showed a pondering expression. That is true. Otherwise there would be no proof of my words. I also didn't dare make such a promise to Mr. Weil within the prison. How about this, I will bring Sir Immortal and we can get the scale and also bring my family out. Mr. Sun gave a slight thought before replying. Alright then, let's do that. That's right, since you say that the Emperor is from a demon, then if you compared the Emperor before you got the message and after, what differences can you see? Lu Ming suddenly asked as if he had thought of something. I really haven't seen anything strange. If there is something different, then it's that the Emperor seems to have met with his advisors and officials less these couple of years. In addition, he has become more and more lax about controlling his sons and brothers that have stayed in Xuanjing. However, he has only slowly changed, so if it wasn't for the fact that I knew of this secret, I would not have noticed. Mr. Sun stayed silent before responding. Alright, I understand. Let us first return to Xuanjing, and in order to not alarm anyone, both of our appearances should be changed. Lu Ming gave a quick thought before nodding his head. Immediately afterwards, he wiped his face and after a flash of white light, he turned from a 20 to 30 young scholar to an elegant middle-aged man. Then Lu Ming took out one black and one yellow robe from his sleeve and he wore the black one on himself before he threw the other one at the Mr. Sun. Mr. Sun immediately seemed to wake up and quickly changed his clothing. At this time Lu Ming took a white pill and rubbed it between his hands. With another movement he patted the white powder onto Mr. Sun's face. Immediately Mr. Sun's white and smooth skin became much darker and rougher. Lu Ming nodded and suddenly a green streak flashed in his hand. Mr. Sun felt a cold gust pass below his chin and his beard was soundlessly cut. This made him look younger by at least 10 years. Alright, that's enough. Lu Ming showed an expression of content and began walking towards the carriage that was left at the bottom of the hill. Mr. Sun rubbed his chin which had become smooth and with a small smile, quickly followed Lu Ming. During the afternoon, Lu Ming, who had transformed into a middle-aged man, and Mr. Sun had shown themselves before a normal-looking house within Xuanjing. They had actually gotten here about 2 hours ago, but the Mr. Sun was something who was extremely cunning and patient, forcing himself to sit within a tea house for 2 hours while checking if anything was amiss around his house. When he discovered, he finally brought Lu Ming to appear before his house. After ping-ping sounds, the originally tightly closed door opened up and showed a young servant that poked his head out. Who are you looking? It's Master. The servant originally wanted to ask something, but after taking a closer look at Mr. Sun, he could not help but yell out in surprise. Be quiet, are my wives in the house? Mr. Sun stared at the young servant as he asked. Master, both ladies are within the house and we're just talking about Master's situation. The young servant quickly moved aside as he replied with respect. Alright, as long as they are here it is good. Go and hire 2 carriages, I will need them later. Mr. Sun ordered without thinking. Yes, I'll go do that now. The young servant heard this and immediately hurried out of the door. As for Mr. Sun, he brought Lu Ming into the deeper parts of the house. Moments later the entire house was in an uproar. 4 hours later, 3 carriages left through the east gate of Xuanjing and sprinted along a government path. Lu Ming, who had recovered his appearance as a scholar, was seated within the carriage at the front. In his hands was a small thumb-sized green scale while his face was extremely downcast. Mr. Sun was seated directly across from Lu Ming and had a face full of respect. When I send you guys to 10 miles out of Xuanjing, you should be safe and I will be returning. After all, Gold Spirit guests have an unwritten rule of not leaving Xuanjing beyond 10 miles unless specially directed to. Lu Ming's finger moved and the green scale disappeared with a blur. At the same time, Lu Ming quickly explained to Mr. Sunday. I have also heard of such a rumor. Thank you, sir, for what you did. Otherwise, I don't even know what kind of state my family would have fallen into. Hearing this, Mr. Sun immediately gave his thanks. That was nothing, I am simply making a transaction with you. However, if you really want to leave this place, there will be one more obstacle that you will need to clear. Lu Ming sighed as he said. What do you mean by that? Hearing this, Mr. Sun was extremely stunned. There has been someone who has been following us in the air ever since we left Xuanjing. If I'm not guessing wrongly, it should be a truly strong person within the Gold Spirit guests. Lu Ming replied with a calm expression. What should we do? Hearing this, Mr. Sun's face changed drastically. Relax, since I promised you that I would guard you until you left Xuanjing, I will not go back on my words. As long as I make that person leave, you will have no trouble. Lu Ming replied ambivalently. With a movement, he actually leapt out of the carriage window. Afterwards, black gas rose up from his feet and carried him into the sky. Moments later, Lu Ming was floating hundreds of feet in the air as he coldly looked at a man with blue hair and a purple beard. Chapter 186, Qiu Longzhi. Chapter 186, Qiu Longzhi. You are also a gold spirit guest? Lu Ming finally opened his mouth to ask. That's right. I am Qiu Longzhi and one of the 4 commanders of the gold spirit guests. I received a report yesterday from my 2 subordinates about a fellow appearing in Xuanjing with a cultivation of a perfect spirit apostle. My hands are quite itchy. Thus, I would like to spar with fellow. The blue-haired, purple-bearded man smiled as he dissolved his originally cold expression. Oh, so you have not come for Mr. Sun's family? When he heard this, Lu Ming's expression slightly changed. I have already checked the identity of the 2 that you have stolen and they are merely some small characters within the government. How would they be enough for me to come personally? Fellow, relax. Since these 2 people have some relation to you, I can promise that no one will find trouble with their families as long as they don't appear within Xuanjing again. Qiu Longzhi replied with a strange laugh. Looks like fellow Qiu really did come for me. Since that is the case, why don't we go over there so that we don't ruin the government path? Lu Ming glanced at Mr. Sun's carriage below him before making a suggestion. Of course, please, fellow. Qiu Longzhi did not hesitate as he directed the gray cloud under his feet to a clearing in a small forest. Lu Ming gave a couple words of instruction while still remaining in the air before he also maneuvered his cloud over. Moments later, the 2 people faced each other in the small forest clearing. Reaching this stage, Qiu Longzhi spoke soft words. Please be careful, although my own strength is quite normal, I am skillful in the art of poisonous insects. As long as fellow can defend against my poisonous insects, I will concede this match. As soon as his voice fell, he started putting on a glove on each hand before moving one of his hands to a leather pouch at his waist. Then he raised his hand up. Suddenly, buzzing sounds reverberated as hundreds of emerald-green flying insects started to circle the man. Lu Ming's eyes winced as he closely examined these flying insects. Each of them were like dragonflies but enlarged multiple times. In addition, they had grown 2 pairs of small fangs from their mouths and a black poisonous stinger from their tails. These 2 changes made their appearance abnormally fierce. Qiu Longzhi gave a low growl and pointed at Lu Ming. Immediately, almost half of the insects surrounding him turned into a green cloud that rushed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his eyebrow, and with a single-handed technique, dots of red light started to appear before him. They instantly conglomerate into 3 scarlet fireballs. With a flick of his sleeve, all 3 fireballs flew toward the insect cloud. Hong hong hong. The 3 fireballs accurately hit the insect cloud and exploded into burning flames that engulfed the entire insect cloud. However, Lu Ming's expression didn't relax by any amount. Instead, he changed his hand technique as 7 to 8 wind blades appeared. It was because Qiu Longzhi didn't show even the slightest worry. A corner of his mouth even revealed the hint of a smirk. As expected, the cloud of fire emitted a loud noise and the cloud of insects all rushed out as one. Aside from some having blackened bodies, they all looked surprisingly undamaged. Lu Ming had already anticipated this happening in his heart, but seeing it now, his pupils couldn't help but constrict. Channeling the spell in his hand, the wind blades became a flurry of green lights as they flashed forth. Ping-ping sounds were emitted one after another. The wind blades became a series of green lights as they slashed the cloud of insects. Other than a few that couldn't evade in time, the rest of the insects dispersed, evading the attack. They continued to soar toward Lu Ming. Noticing this, Lu Ming's face darkened. Suddenly waving his sleeves, a cyan short sword appeared in his hand. After slightly waving it, a stunning myriad of sword shadows appeared in the air. Totem. Come back. We are only sparring. Fellow actually took out his totem. These insects are not bad, but how can they withstand the attack of a totem? I need to change my insects as well. After feeling the terrifying power within the sword shadows, Qiu Longzhi was unable to keep calm. He shouted loudly while making more hand signs. Those dragonfly-like insects immediately turned around and flew back the way they came. At the same time, Qiu Longzhi took something else from a leather bag. He hurled it in Lu Ming's direction. Shockingly, it was a shiny black beetle that was as big as a fist. Vibrating its blurry wings on its back, it turned to a black light as it sped toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming bluntly tightened his grip on the Cyan Moon Sword. The Cyan Sword shadows rose in power and the beetle was instantly swallowed within those shadows. Immediately a sharp cry was heard. Flash after flash of cold light slashed across the black beetle, but aside from knocking it around and some white marks appearing on its hard shell, the beetle remained undamaged. Haha, how is this mutated iron insect? Its body has long reached the state of being unpierceable by swords and impervious to fire and water. Normal totems have no way of harming it. Seeing this, Qiu Longzhi wildly laughed. Is that so? If it can't be slashed, then let's try trapping it. Hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes revealed a cold glint. With a sudden shake of his arm, a hand covered in black mist instantaneously entered the sword shadow and grabbed a hold of the black beetle. In shock, the black beetle bit down with its pincers toward the back of Lu Ming's hand. However, at this time, a blue light shone out of Lu Ming's hand. The light caught the beetle with a chila, as layer after layer of frost appeared on the surface of the beetle. The beetle was instantly sealed in a huge chunk of ice. Lu Ming's wrist flicked, hurling the chunk of ice. Waving his Cyan Moon Sword with his other hand, he slashed at it. Fellow, please have mercy. I concede this match. My iron insect isn't afraid of anything, but its only worry is ice elemental attacks. Its current defense stat is not even 10% of what it was before. It won't be able to withstand Fellow's sword. Seeing this scene, Qiu Longzhi was shocked and yelled. Hearing this, Lu Ming laughed as his sword twisted. The blade flipped to the flat side before continuing its motion. Smack. The ice cube flew forward. Seeing this, Qiu Longzhi relaxed in his heart. Lifting his hand, he caught the chunk of ice. He then made symbols with his hands and sparks of flames appeared. They surrounded the ice cube and melted it. Fellow is quite strong to be able to find this insect's weakness in such a short amount of time. Fellow's technique should originate from the icicle technique, right? In addition, it has been perfected to initial spell mastery, right? Otherwise, my insect wouldn't have been trapped this fast. Qiu Longzhi praised as he channeled his spell. Fellow Qiu has a good eye. The technique I used indeed originates from the icicle technique. Fellow should have other insects as well. Want to keep sparring? Lu Ming didn't deny anything as he answered. There's no need to. Although I have other insects, they can't be used to spar. TSK from our spar just now, I can confirm Fellow isn't any simple late spirit apostle. There is no more point in sparring. If with such power, if Fellow wants to join the government, a position of commander will definitely be yours. So, does Fellow have interest? Qiu Longzhi asked Lu Ming as he saved his beetle from the ice cube. Joining the Gold Spirit guests? I'm afraid I can't, I am already a guest at the 100 Spirit House. Lu Ming paused but quickly replied as he shook his head. Fellow is actually a guest of the 100 Spirit House, which is backed by the 3rd Marquis. BP, such a pity. I won't dare to try and take people from the 3rd Marquis. I won't strain myself. Ah yes, I still don't know Fellow's name. Not too long in the future, there will be a secret exchange happening in Xuanjing. Everyone attending has a big name and I believe many good items will appear. Is Fellow interested? Qiu Longzhi revealed a face of pity, but then asked another question. My name is Chen Ming. I am really interested in the secret exchange gathering. Though I am curious, when it will start. Hearing his words, Lu Ming's heart wavered. It should start in 2 months. Since most of these fellows aren't people from Xuanjing, they need time to arrive from other places. Qiu Longzhi answered after hearing Lu Ming's voice with interest. Alright, I will be there at that time. Lu Ming replied without thinking. Very well, I will introduce you and have them send you an invitation. Qiu Longzhi happily responded. Lu Ming naturally gave his thanks. After that, they spoke a few more words before Lu Ming said his farewells and flew back to the carriages. Moments later, the 3 carriages that were paused on the government path started to move forward again. Qiu Longzhi remained above the forest, watching the carriages while deep in thought. Big Boss Qiu, are you sure we aren't going to attack? We have already set up 2 formation flags. If we lure him down and gang up on him, he won't be able to escape even if he grew wings. Within the forest, the voice of a confused man was suddenly heard. Right after, green lights flashed from a few trees nearby. 2 shadows flew out. After a few blurs, they stopped next to Qiu Longzhi in a ghostly fashion. My 2 brothers, I told you to set up the formation in case something went wrong. No one can say that they can take down someone of his caliber down with complete confidence. If he runs away, I'm afraid we will be in deep trouble for the future. The important thing is, why should I be the bad guy and offend such a person? Qiu Longzhi replied. The two men that appeared had withered faces and wore black cloaks with disheveled looks. Sharp claws adorned their hands, giving off an impression of living ghosts. But, when boss and the other commanders were discussing, one of the cloaked men started speaking with hesitation.